National Broadcasting Company and its affiliated independent stations present The Eternal Light, a program which comes to you under the auspices of the Jewish Theological Seminary of America. Today's program, The Reluctant Deliverer, is the last in this Eternal Light series of 4 talks by Maurice Samuel, author and lecturer, based on his book, Certain People of the Book. Mr. Samuel.
This evening, the services of Yom Kippur, the Day of Atonement, the most solemn day in the Jewish calendar, begin. In the traditional services, the book of Jonah is read out as a very appropriate reminder that repentance for one's evil deeds brings salvation to man. For the book of Jonah, which like the book of Ruth is one of the shortest in the Bible, tells how a city of idol worshippers, Nineveh, the great, the illustrious, repented of its evil ways and was saved from destruction. One of the interesting points is that the Ninevites are not mentioned as having become converted to Judaism. They simply reformed after hearing Jonah, and their destruction was averted. This is the straightforward message of the book. But there are many facets to it, carrying other messages. Let us go to the record. We read, "Now the word of the Lord came unto Jonah the son of Amittai, saying, Arise, go to Nineveh, that great city, and cry against it, for their wickedness has come up before me. But Jonah rose to flee to Tarshish from the presence of the Lord, and went down to Joppa, and he found a ship going to Tarshish, and he paid the fare, and went down into it to go with them to Tarshish from the presence of the Lord." At once we are pulled up. How was it possible for Jonah, a prophet, to imagine that he could flee anywhere from the presence of God? We must suppose that in that moment Jonah lost his prophetic insight. He didn't want to go to Nineveh. And when there is something that a man wants too passionately to do or not to do, his intelligence gives way, even if he is a prophet. But why didn't Jonah want to go to Nineveh? Paradoxically enough, because he was a true prophet and a servant of God. He was a true and proficient prophet. He was also gifted with the power to convince people that he foresaw the future. Please notice that distinction. The characteristic of the Hebrew prophets was not that they could foresee the future. Their characteristic and function was to carry God's message to people. But in the case of Jonah, the desire to prove that he could foresee the future infallibly was stronger than his desire to carry God's message. He was in a dilemma. On the one hand, he was bidden to announce to the Ninevites, within 40 days Nineveh will be destroyed. On the other hand, he knew that if they took him seriously, they would repent and reform, and his prophecy would then be falsified, and he would be made to look ridiculous. That was how Jonah justified his flight from God. When, as it turned out, the Ninevites did listen to him and reform, and were saved from destruction, Jonah complained bitterly to God in these words, "Was not this my saying when I was yet in my own country? Therefore I fled from thee to Tarshish, for I know thou art a gracious God, and merciful, slow to anger, and of great kindness, and repentest thee of the evil." But let's go back to the early development of the story. Jonah is on the ship carrying him to Tarshish, and we read, "The Lord sent out a great wind into the sea, and there was a mighty tempest in the sea, so that it looked as if the ship were about to break. And the sailors were afraid, and each one cried to his God. And they threw out the freight that they carried into the sea to make the ship lighter. But Jonah had gone down into the hold, and he lay there fast asleep." Again, let's stop to consider what the narrator is trying to convey to us. A ship tempest-tossed, death in the air, the sailors despairing and crying to their gods, and one man, a passenger, sleeping in the hold. The strange thing is that he was not forgotten in the midst of the panic. No, we read, The captain of the ship went down to Jonah and said to him, What dost thou mean that thou sleepest? Arise, call upon thy God, if so be that God will think upon us, that we perish not. All sorts of reflections are thrust upon us at this point. Did the captain of the ship go down to Jonah out of concern for his passenger? Or did he think, here we've all been crying to our various gods to calm the sea, and we've had no success. Perhaps this peculiar passenger, we don't hear of any other passengers, knows of a God that can save us and has some influence with that God. The sailors and the captain obviously belonged to a world in which people weren't very choosy about their gods. They perhaps varied their worship with their geography, or with the element they were addressing, a god of the sea, of the land, of the hills, of the valleys, of the north, of the south. We are inclined to think of them as primitive and superstitious, and yet, as we shall see in a moment, they were decent and honorable, and the narrator of the book of Jonah treats them with respect. We read, And they said to each other, Let us cast lots, so that we may know who is the cause of the evil that has come upon us. So they cast lots, and the lot fell on Jonah. Then they said to him, Tell us, we pray thee, for what cause this evil hath come upon us? What is thy occupation, and whence comest thou? What is thy country, and of what people art thou? And he said to them, I am a Hebrew, and I fear the Lord, the God of heaven, who made the sea and the dry land. Then the men were exceedingly afraid, and said to Jonah, What is it that thou hast done? For the men knew they had fled from the presence of the Lord, because he had told them. Then they said to him, What shall we do to thee, that the sea may become calm? And he said to them, Take me up, and cast me into the sea, so that the sea may become calm. For I know that this great tempest has come upon you because of me. Nevertheless the men rowed hard to bring the ship to the land, but they could not, for the sea grew more and more tempestuous against them. Therefore they cried unto the Lord, and said, We beseech thee, O Lord, we beseech thee, let us not perish for this man's life, and lay not upon us innocent blood, for thou, O Lord, hast done as it pleased thee. So they took up Jonah, and cast him forth into the sea, and the sea ceased from its raging. Then the men feared the Lord exceedingly, and they offered up a sacrifice to the Lord, and made vows. How badly Jonah shows up at this point as compared with the heathen sailors. They knew and he knew that he was the cause of the tempest. But he did not jump into the sea. He hadn't faith enough, which is understandable even in a prophet who is fleeing from the presence of the Lord, which means, in effect, that he is denying God. Still, he wouldn't commit the sin of suicide. He wanted the sailors to commit the sin of murder, or at least of being his executioners. They were reluctant to assume that role. They prayed to be forgiven for assuming it. And only after they had prayed did they take up Jonah and cast him into the sea. Heathens, idolaters, superstition-ridden, they were men with sensitive consciences. Only as a last desperate resort did they take Jonah at his word. The narrative continues, The Lord had prepared a great fish to swallow up Jonah. And Jonah was in the belly of the fish 3 days and 3 nights. And Jonah prayed to the Lord out of the fish's belly. It is a pity that the picturesqueness of this part of the story has obscured in the popular imagination what I take to be its innermost meaning. Jonah had tried to flee from the presence of God. He should have known, as a matter of fact he did know, but deliberately suppressed the knowledge in himself that there was no fleeing from God. Whether or not he was acquainted with the words of the psalmist, he too could have asked, Whither shall I go from thy spirit? Or whither shall I flee from thy presence? If I ascend up into heaven, thou art there. If I make my bed in the netherworld, thou art there. If I take the wings of the morning and dwell in the uttermost parts of the sea, even there thy hand would lead me. And indeed, when he was in the belly of the fish, he prayed in these words, Out of the belly of the netherworld I cried, and thou didst hear my voice. Now that doesn't sound right. You would expect him to say, Out of the belly of the fish do I cry, and that past tense has caused a lot of speculation. The old legends say that while he was in the belly of the fish, Jonah didn't pray at all. He was so comfortable there that he had no desire to change his condition. The legends embroider the biblical story with many details. The fish was so big that one could have constructed a large synagogue in it. The eyes of the fish served Jonah as windows. More than that, say the legends, the fish was so obliging that it took Jonah on a kind of tour and showed him the spot at which the Israelites crossed the Red Sea and the river from which the ocean flows and other historical sites. It was a kind of submarine tour, and this time Jonah had not paid any fare as he had done for his voyage on the ship. Are these legends just playful embroideries? I think not. Every generation of Jews invents new legends and interpretations of the stories of the Bible. I think these legends are trying to tell us that Jonah was, in spite of his prayers, thoroughly happy to be where he was, however uncomfortable it might be, just so long as he had escaped from his duty as a prophet. On the ordinary level of human experience, we see men putting in far more work and inventiveness to dodge an obligation than they would need to honor the obligation. The predominant obsession with Jonah was, I don't want to go to Nineveh. I don't want to save that city and lose my reputation as a foreseer of the future. And compared with that hateful prospect, anything he had to endure was a comfort. And the fact is that Jonah did ultimately become known as the false prophet. We find that name given to him in another part of the legends. But the reason I would give for that interpretation would not be the same as theirs. But let us return to the narrative. At the end of 3 days, the fish was commanded to spew out Jonah onto the dry land, which it did. And apparently Jonah thought he was through with that miserable problem. He'd got out of it one way or another. But he was mistaken, for we read, And the word of the Lord came unto Jonah the second time. Arise, go unto Nineveh, that great city, and make unto it the proclamation that I bid thee. It is possible, though we aren't told so, that Jonah again thought of fleeing from the presence of the Lord. But what was the use? He would be spending his life in flight. The interior of that fish may not have been as comfortable as some of the legends say. It was only Jonah's imagination that made it seem so, but who could tell what kind of accommodations would await him on a second and third and fourth flight? This much must be said for Jonah. One lesson was enough to teach him that a man cannot escape from God or from the destiny which lies in his own character. For we must remember that Jonah was by destiny or by character a prophet. Some of the legends say that he was a pupil of the great Elisha who had inherited the mantle of Elijah. So we read, Jonah arose and went to Nineveh according to the word of the Lord. Now Nineveh was an exceeding great city of 3 days' journey. Whether this means that it took 3 days to cross the city or to walk round the city was an immense metropolis. But it seems to mean the first, for we read, Jonah began to enter the city a day's journey, and he proclaimed and said, Yet 40 days and Nineveh shall be overthrown. He didn't begin on the outskirts. He got into the heart of the city, and there he delivered himself of the message, not to anyone in particular, but to the population at large. Yet 40 days and Nineveh shall be overthrown. Then we read further, And the people of Nineveh believed God, and they proclaimed a fast and put on sackcloth from the greatest of them to the least of them, and the tidings reached the king of Nineveh. The tidings reached the king of Nineveh. Much is revealed in this simple phrase. The king was separated from the people. He lived in isolated majesty. High and low had proclaimed the fast, and the tidings had to reach the king. But when they reached him, the effect on him was overwhelming, for we read further, And the king arose from his throne, and laid his robe from him, and covered himself with sackcloth, and published through Nineveh by the decree of the king and his nobles, let neither man nor beast, herd nor flock taste anything. Let them not feed or drink water, but let them be covered with sackcloth, both man and beast, and let them cry mightily to God. Let them turn every one from his evil way and from the violence that is in his hands. Consider that passage with its curious implications. It was the people that set the moral revolution in motion, and the revolution was so powerful that the king could not resist it. I like to think of this passage as indicating that a people cannot blame its leaders for the evil it commits. The people has the power to disobey its leaders. The plea, I was commanded to do this or that evil thing, and therefore I am not to blame, has an important relevance for our time. We've heard that plea recently in connection with a famous trial that took place in Israel. The plea has no validity, and this part of the book of Jonah makes that clear. The people of Nineveh repented, and the king, not to lose his throne, followed suit. And of course he outdid the people in his protestations of remorse. He issued the command that everyone must wear sackcloth and sit in ashes and fast. It was a superfluous command because that was what everyone was doing. He went further than necessary just to show that he was king, and commanded that the innocent beasts should also be deprived of food and water. How long did this go on? A day, 2 days, 10? We don't know. But it can't have been too long. It surely can't have been 40 days, or the inhabitants of Nineveh would have perished together with their cattle. We read, and God saw their works, that they had turned from their evil way, and he repented of the evil which he said he would do to them, and he did not do it. Well, then we are left with a puzzle. If God withheld his forgiveness for 40 days, the Ninevites, or such of them as still remained alive, could not be sure till the last day that Jonah's prophecy of doom would remain unfulfilled. We are driven to the conclusion that God did not wait 40 days, and that he indicated his forgiveness well before that period had elapsed. By what means did he do it? We are not told. It was there, and we can imagine the relief and gratitude that swept through the city, the reprieval, another chance to live, and to live decently, the universal resolution that sprang from the gratitude, the never again of human beings who have looked death in the face and have realized that they merited death and are determined never to merit it again. And amidst this gratitude, amidst these high resolves, there was one man whose heart was bitter, whose countenance was sour. For we read, it displeased Jonah exceedingly, and he was angry. He foresaw now, and obviously before the end of the 40 days, that Nineveh was not going to be destroyed. It was at this moment that he said to God reproachfully, therefore I fled beforehand to Tarshish, for I know thou art a gracious God, and compassionate, long-suffering, and abundant in mercy, and repentest thee of the evil. What a frightful attitude for a prophet! And how violently he resented his predicament we judge from the following. Therefore, O Lord, take, I beseech thee, my life from me, for it is better for me to die than to live. And the Lord said, art thou greatly angry? God's question is sad, ironical, compassionate. Art thou greatly angry? There is worse to come. Jonah still seemed to hope against hope that something would happen to save his reputation as a foreseer of the future. We read, then Jonah went out of the city and made him there a booth, and sat under it in the shadow, till he might see what would become of the city. And the Lord prepared a gourd, that is a variety of fast-growing tree, and made it to come up over Jonah, that it might be a shadow over his head. So Jonah was exceedingly glad because of the gourd. But God prepared a worm when the morning rose next day, and it smote the gourd, that it withered. And when the sun arose, God prepared a vehement east wind, and the sun beat upon the head of Jonah, that he fainted, and he asked that he might die, and said, "It is better for me to die than to live." And God said to Jonah, "Art thou greatly angry for the gourd?" And Jonah answered, "I am greatly angry, even unto death." And the Lord said, "Thou hast had pity on the gourd, for which thou hast not labored, nor made it grow, which came up in a single night, and perished in a night. And should I not have pity on Nineveh, that great city wherein are more than 120,000 that cannot tell their right hand from their left, and also much cattle?" That is how the book of Jonah ends. It does not tell us what happened to Jonah afterwards. It tells us that Nineveh was saved, with its 120,000 infants, those that couldn't yet tell their right hand from their left, they and their parents and grandparents and the cattle too. One of my teachers, the great Hebrew poet Chaim Nachman Bialik, interpreted the book of Jonah as a protest against the furious denunciations of the prophets in general against the people. I don't know whether that interpretation was his own or is to be found somewhere in the tradition, but it is illuminating. Bialik said, "It was easy for the prophets, with their peculiar ascetic temperaments, to denounce the life of the cities. Sometimes these prophets came up from the primitive country places or from the desert, and they couldn't bear the sight of luxury or even of ordinary comfort. And even a prophet born into the aristocracy, Isaiah, was intolerant of the graces of city life. It was understandable," said Bialik, "that Isaiah should denounce those daughters of Jerusalem who abused luxury. Because the daughters of Zion are haughty," thundered Isaiah, "and walk with stretched out necks and wanton eyes, walking and mincing as they go, and making a tinkling with their feet. Therefore the Lord will smite with a scab the crown of the head of the daughters of Zion. The Lord will take away the bravery of their anklets and the fillets and the crescents, the pendants and the bracelets and the veils, the rings and the jewels. Instead of sweet spices there shall be rottenness, and instead of a girdle, rags." That was understandable, said Bialik, or rather would have been understandable if Isaiah had added anklets and fillets and pendants and bracelets and sweet spices are part of civilization, but they mustn't be turned into the be-all and the end-all of a woman's life. But Isaiah didn't add that modification, even though we read in the Bible of a bride being adorned and of the beauty that should be attendant upon certain rituals. He did not add that modification. And it was as a protest against Isaiah's grim severity, the grim severity of other prophets, that according to Bialik, the book of Jonah was written. But after these reflections, I must turn back to the central purpose of the book of Jonah, which is clarified in the Day of Atonement services by a brief reading from another prophet, Micah. "Who is a God like unto thee, that pardons iniquity, and passes by the transgression of the remnants of his heritage, and retains not his anger forever, because he delights in mercy?" I quote this to emphasize that central interpretation of the book of Jonah, but not to invalidate other supplementary interpretations. During the broadcasts on the Bible, which Mark Van Doren and I have been making for the last 10 summers, I have occasionally received letters of protest. Some listeners think that we read too much into the text. We build mountains of interpretation on molehills of text. My answer has always been, The Bible is the most condensed book of any in existence. It is at once an anthology and an abridgment. It refers often to books which have been lost, books which were in existence when the Bible was canonized, and the reader is referred to them. Is it not written in the book of Jasher? Is it not written in the book of the Chronicles of the Kings of Judah? In the Chronicles of the Kings of Israel? The Bible was meant to be read alongside of those books, and those books no longer exist. So in their absence, we have been encouraged from of old to add our own speculations, and if we scrutinize the text, we do in fact discover deeper and deeper layers of meaning. There are certain books that we ought to read again and again, and among them the Bible is preeminent. Perhaps I ought not even to speak of the Bible as a book if it places it merely in the rank of literature. There are in the Bible sentences which are like those tiny Japanese blossoms that you throw into a basin of water and you see them expand and unfold into labyrinthine flowers. I have been reading the Bible for nearly 50 years, and I still draw fresh meanings from passages which are as familiar to me as my own hands. Sometimes these meanings are contradictory, but that is of no consequence. For in a great work, as in a great man, contradictions don't cancel out, they add up. It is true that the richest rewards come from reading the Bible in the original Hebrew. And even if you know only the Hebrew alphabet, you get more by following the Hebrew text side by side with a good translation, or better still, with 2 or 3 scholarly translations. And this, by the way, is as good a method of learning Hebrew as any other. But in all our broadcasts, Mark Van Doren and I have used only English translations. And from these translations alone, we have derived an endless variety of interesting interpretations. At any rate, interesting to us. At this evening's and tomorrow's services, we shall be expressing contrition for our misbehavior in the past and making pledges of better behavior in the future. Among these pledges, an important one would be to make Bible reading a regular habit throughout the year.
Just heard the last in this Eternal Light series of 4 talks by Maurice Samuel, author and lecturer, based on his book, Certain People of the Book, published by Alfred A. Knopf, Incorporated. The Eternal Light would welcome any comments you have concerning this series with Maurice Samuel. Write to the Jewish Theological Seminary of America, 3080 Broadway, New York 27, New York. Due to the holiday of Sukkot, the biblical festival of Thanksgiving, and Simchat Torah, the rejoicing of the law, the Eternal Light will not be heard for the next 2 weeks. Be with us 3 weeks from today, when the Eternal Light resumes its regular dramatic series, with the first of 4 programs entitled Freedom and Responsibility. The Eternal Light is produced under the auspices of the Jewish Theological Seminary of America. This pre-recorded program has been an NBC Public Affairs presentation.
This is the NBC Radio Network.
Israel, the Lord spake unto Moses, saying, Command the children of Israel that they bring unto thee pure oil olive beaten for the light, to cause the lamps to burn continually in the tabernacle of the congregation. And it shall be a statute forever in your generations.
The Eternal Light. The National Broadcasting Company and its affiliated independent stations present The Eternal Light, a program which comes to you under the auspices of the Jewish Theological Seminary of America. Today's dramatic program, Strange Gods, is written by Erwin Gonschak and is the first in a series entitled Freedom and Responsibility. The series centers in episodes taken from the career of Moses and the Israelites.
Manasseh. Good.
Thank you, Patai.
Apis, the bull god, the god of fertility and strength. Another superb creation for the pantheon of gods.
The bull I used as a model was one of the finest animals in Egypt. Animals are scarce in the realm, you know. But when I told the owner my purpose, he very gladly obliged.
Indeed he did. Let the clod resist and he'd know the sting of the lash. But for you, my boy, let a few more years pass, then perhaps you'll become a master craftsman to the Pharaoh like myself.
I would like that very much.
Should it please the Ra of Ramses, the beloved of Ammon?
Of course, Patai.
Too bad you're an Israelite.
Yes.
It makes it harder.
I know.
Still, talent is recognized in Egypt. Good craftsmen are needed. The gods of the spirit world must be enshrined in stone. The gods revel in this type of adoration, and we can more readily persuade them to do our bidding. But everything must be perfect when dealing with the gods. Their form, the formulas, the rhythm of the sacred dances, the gestures, or else the darkness of the underworld will engulf us. But you must be familiar with the antics of the gods, their perversity, their venality, their cruelty. The Israelites no doubt have their gods.
Yes.
But weak, ineffectual gods, I assume. Or else why would Egypt have all the power, the splendor, the wealth, whereas your people, the Israelites, are held in bondage and are forced to grovel at our feet?
Oh, my thoughts are rarely of the God of Israel.
And rightly so. You're a wise boy, Manasseh. But don't concern yourself with the past. Rejoice in the knowledge that your work pleases the Ra of Ramses, the beloved of Ammon. In this temple of Osiris, you are numbered among his finest workers.
You are very generous, Patai. I like very much to work.
We interrupt this program for a news bulletin. Prime Minister Fidel Castro demanded today that the United States give up its naval base at Guantanamo Bay, Cuba. We return you to the program now in progress.
Found in the land of the Pharaoh. Other than my work, of course. Your hands have a special touch, Manasseh. You are a creator of gods.
We are of the tribe of Ephraim, and at the time of this narrative, my people lived in Goshen, in the marshy delta of the Nile. We had come to Egypt many generations before, during the days of Joseph. We came to Egypt as keeper of flocks and as free men. But then a Pharaoh arose who did not know of Joseph and his good deeds for the people of the Nile. This Pharaoh forced us into servitude, and we became a builder of temples and mausoleums for the unbounded vanity of the Egyptian lord. My betrothed, Manasseh, worked in one of these temples, 3 days' journey from our sector, at Pihahiros, near Lake Timsah. I would wait for him on the edge of the desert when I knew he was expected home. And even though my love for him was deep and pure, often I greeted him with sighs and heavy heart.
No smile for me, my turtle dove, after all these weeks of absence?
You know I am pleased to see you, Manasseh.
So why, may I ask, the frown? As if I didn't know already.
Of course you know, and still you do nothing about it.
Oh, what shall I do? Working in stone is my trade. I wish to do nothing else.
Working with strange gods?
They're not strange to me. They come out of this hand you now hold, and the other hand, and this heart that beats in my chest. Listen to it. Manasseh is a creator of marvelous sculpture. Manasseh can take an unhewn stone and turn it into a fanciful figure of the imagination.
They are vile and hateful idols. They're an abomination to our God.
Oh, what God?
The God of our fathers, the God of Abraham and Isaac and Jacob. The one God, the only God, the merciful one.
This God doesn't appear to be concerned with us anymore. I don't see him about.
He is invisible, but he is everywhere.
Is he in Goshen?
Everywhere.
Then why are we still in bondage? Why doesn't he help us?
First, we must listen. We must hear him. We must open our hearts to him.
All right. Until then, I will continue my trade. I see nothing wrong with it. In fact, it may be the means by which we liberate ourselves.
The people of Israel?
No, my beautiful one. You and I.
What do you mean?
Ptah speaks highly of me. One day he says I will be a master craftsman in the service of Ra of Ramses.
Oh, how disgusting.
Why? What right have you to say that? What do you know? When have you ever come over to the temple to see the work I'm doing?
Never.
But it is the work of your betrothed, your love, your husband-to-be. It is part of me, my heart and my soul. Don't you wish to know me? To really know me?
I can't go.
What are you afraid of?
It's not a matter of being afraid. I have always been taught not to bow down to idols.
I didn't say to bow down. I just say come out to the temple and see my work. See my creations, which hold sway over the Egyptians.
I can't.
My beloved must be afraid. See? Your hands tremble.
I am not afraid. The desert air grows cold.
All right, my sweetheart. Have it any way you wish.
Certainly it was not a matter of being afraid of the idols that kept me away from the temple. Certainly it was something else, something more than that. But exactly what, I didn't know. So I decided to speak to a holy man who had come recently to our community and ask his guidance. Although this prophet had come to us from the desert lands, it was said that he had great familiarity with the numerous gods of Egypt. His name was Moses, and one day I made a point of seeking him out.
Yes, young lady.
There is a question, Moses.
And what is this question?
I do not wish to offend...
You will not.
And I do not wish to arouse your anger.
It is not easily aroused.
These gods of Egypt.
What of them?
My betrothed is a maker of idols. In the temple, I mean. With his hands, I mean.
Does he believe in these idols?
No. No. He says this is only his trade.
Continue.
We often quarrel about his work. But he says if I go to the Egyptian temple and see what he is doing, the strange beauty of his creations, I will feel differently about it.
But you have not gone.
No. But I'm not afraid. It's a feeling hard to explain.
The idols, as you know, are merely made of stone and wood. They have no power. They are nothing.
So then there is really nothing to fear from them?
No, young lady. There is much to fear from them for what they represent. For sanctioned by this baseless idolatry of animal worship is an abominable system of social and moral wrongs. The worship of these idols is the beginning and cause of every evil. The worshippers sink to the level of beasts and are treated as such by the kings. They that sacrifice men kiss calves.
Yes. Yes. I must not go to these idols. I must not look upon them.
If only it were as easy as that to protect ourselves from their lure. Many of our people who have been made slaves in the land of idolaters have become idolaters themselves. My young friend, I think the question you have brought to me is how to protect yourself from their seductive grasp. Is this not so? Is this not so?
So your Rebecca will not come to the temple of the Egyptian god?
No, Ptah, not yet. But I hope in time to
Tell her to bring her God of Israel with her. We could place it next to Hathor the cow, or Anubis the jackal, or the serpent Apipi.
The God of Israel is invisible.
Can't be seen.
No.
Surely he'd put us stonecutters out of business.
Was someone expected?
Well, probably a priest of Osiris, or...
So, Manasseh, I am here.
Rebecca!
Show me your temple and your gods.
But you said you wouldn't come.
I am here. There is nothing more to say. You are Ptah?
Yes, my dear lady. And Rebecca, my child, you've come at an excellent time, for shortly the temple priestess will...
Ptah, please.
Oh, but Manasseh, let your beloved see all. Or else how will the dear child learn of the esoteric tastes of the gods? After the priestess, then the special rites to ward off the spirit of the dead, the demons, scorpions, serpents, wild beasts, fire, rain, injury, sickness, and enemies. Then you'll want to see the rites to ensure the dying man happiness beyond the grave.
Fine,
And then...
I wish to see everything.
Rebecca.
No, Manasseh, I am here, and I will see it all.
Of course, of course. Now, our gods play an important role as teachers of the magical arts to men. You would be wise to become one of their students.
These gods are teachers of men?
Certainly. How else could we survive against the evil spirits of the netherworld?
And for this teaching, do the gods ask anything in return?
Devotion, care, the fixed formulas, the fixed rhythms, the fixed gestures, the rituals properly applied, and other payment of a sort.
Other payments? What kind?
Don't worry your pretty head over that. Gods of terror can sometimes only be won over by terrible means. But come, there's much to be seen. The awesome rites to the bull god, the jackal god, the snake god, the lion god, the monkey god, the crocodile god.
So I saw that day the savage and lustful deities of Egypt who required of their worshippers every abomination which the Lord hates. Why I had come, I could not definitely say. What I saw, I could not describe. Evil, darkness, depravity. Even these terms are not adequate. Yet what was the fascination of these gods which so enthralled their worshippers? I ran out into the desert sands, shaking with fright, pursued by every fear that bedevils man.
Rebecca.
Oh, Manasseh, protect me, protect me.
Don't worry, my love. It is over and past. I'm sorry you came when you did. I wanted you to come when the temple was empty. When you could have just seen the work I have done. I infuse my whole soul into the statues of stone so they come to life. The rest means nothing to me. I ignore the rites of the priests. I close my eyes to them.
Promise never to let me return to this hideous place.
Oh, you needn't ever again. Shut your eyes, dear, and forget what you have seen.
Yes. We'll be married soon. I'll think only of our life together.
My dear one, you will never regret it. A great future lies ahead. My work will open up for us the luxury and comfort of the palaces of Thebes and Memphis and Sais. Except for these temple rites, let us be like the Egyptians in their manner of living. Then happiness will be ours.
Soon we moved out of Goshen, and Manasseh and I took on the garb and appearance of the Egyptian. Manasseh became an important artist for the pharaoh, and life, as my husband had promised, became very pleasant for us. Still, from time to time, I was drawn again to my people in Goshen, and I would go there and visit among them. Conditions for them were becoming worse. The vanity and desires of the pharaoh knew no bounds. Egypt was becoming an iron furnace for the Israelites, and the prophet Moses was proposing to lead them out of their adversity.
My people, we must prepare to leave this land of abomination. We must break the bonds of our chains. The God of Abraham is with us. It is we who have lost him. It is we who have followed false gods. To worship our God is to do what God commands. And his commandment is to bring about justice and mercy, to return to the land of our fathers, and make a nation which will be a light unto the world.
Yes, Rebecca, I agree it is hard for the Israelites in Egypt. But there are advantages. The succulent flesh pots, beer, bread, shelter.
But the spirit is dead.
Oh, for most people, it was never alive. Feed their bellies and people are happy. They want no more.
What of the words of Moses, of the God of our fathers, of the escape from bondage?
The people will not leave their comforts, meager as they are.
You speak of us, Manasseh?
Oh, for us, there is no question. We are now Egyptians. We are benefiting from the high culture and civilization of Egypt.
Sometimes, my husband, I wake up trembling with fear, thinking I am back in the temple of the animal gods.
Oh, there. Learn to close your mind to such thoughts. Just think, my dear, one day, soon, I may even replace Ptah as master craftsman to the Pharaoh, and then think of the additional comfort and joys awaiting us, and what this will mean for our son and his future. Never would I dream of returning to the rude tents of our forefathers.
Manasseh?
Ptah! Come in. What do we owe the pleasure of this visit?
Official business?
Of course, Ptah, of course. We are always on official business. Every moment of our life we devote to the pleasure of Ra of Ramses and the gods of the temple. But for old friends, Rebecca, a glass of wine for Ptah. A glass of wine for an unexpected but most welcome guest.
I must decline.
Oh, perhaps you would prefer...
It has come to the attention of the gods of the temple that a first son has been born to you.
Oh, certainly. I told you, don't you remember? I told you when the boy was born. There was no secret about it. He is the great joy of our life.
You are an Israelite.
What's wrong with you, anyway? I was an Israelite, you mean? But that's the past. I'm an Egyptian now.
Apis the bull requires confirmation of this.
What do you want me to do? I live in the Egyptian quarters. I dress like an Egyptian. I eat like an Egyptian. I go to the temple with the Egyptians. What else do you want?
Apis the bull wants your son.
As a priest in the temple?
As a sacrifice.
Ptah, what are you saying?
Apis the bull...
What kind of talk is this? Don't speak to me of Apis the bull.
I speak merely as his servant.
I made this Apis the bull with my own hands. He's just a piece of stone. You're talking now. Ptah is talking, not some piece of stone.
Apis the bull requires the sacrifice.
No. I won't let you.
Apis the bull demands it.
No!
Guards! Guards!
Outside of Goshen is a desert, a horrible and dreadful wasteland full of snakes, lizards, and scorpions, extending over hundreds of miles. And across it one day moved the children of Israel, escaping from the greater horror of slavery. Staves in hand, their children riding on donkeys, their herds following them. They were leaving their villages and their homes behind to seek a new home of dignity and freedom. And when this great march began, we were among them.
Never again, Rebecca, will these hands make another idol.
It is done with, my husband. Now we must only think of what lies ahead.
Never again will my eyes look upon another hated idol.
There will no longer be any need for that.
When early this morning we bypassed the Hakiros and the pantheon of gods, even though we were miles from it, I turned my eyes away.
Why are we stopping?
I don't know. Look, Moses is going to give us additional directions. Let us go closer to listen.
Children of Israel, we are turning back and encamping before Pi-hahiros, between Migdol and the sea, before Baal-Zephon, the temple of the Egyptian gods.
Turning back? Before the temple of the infamous gods? What is happening? Have we traitors in our midst?
My husband, what were you able to find out?
The people are puzzled, bewildered.
What do they say?
Some believe that Moses does not desire our departure to have the appearance of a flight before the Egyptians. Therefore, in order not to arouse Pharaoh's suspicion, he gave the signal to turn back to Pi-hahiros. Afterwards, we will move ahead again.
It may be so.
Others are fearful that we are actually being returned to slavery. But our leaders assure us that by the word of God, we are free men and no longer slaves to Pharaoh. Moses himself offers no explanation other than
Yes?
that each man will know the reason for the return when we are there.
What do you think, Manasseh?
I'm still furious. Why Pi-hahiros? Why the temple of the animal gods? Isn't that what we are escaping from?
It is.
Now, after the killing of the child, I don't think I can return. I don't think I can look again at those hideous statues, the work of my own hands. No, I can't.
We must.
Why? No. I'll close my eyes.
No, my husband. For our children to come, for the future generations, we must no longer shut our eyes.
Please, Rebecca, I can't bear looking at...
A little longer. Soon I am sure we will receive the signal to depart.
Do you see? There. Apis, the bull god. I must smash it.
What will that do, my husband?
It will blot out from the face of the earth its hideous form.
Will it?
Of course it will. Only I can make such a bull god again.
Don't you know now why Moses had us return to the temple?
No. And I never will understand.
It is to have us face our most dangerous enemy.
These idols, they are merely made of stone. Even Moses says they have no power.
No, not the stone gods, but the strange gods within us, which permit man to do evil to his fellow men, which sanction man's inhumanity to man. Oh, no, Manasseh. We must not leave now. We must stay and look and learn about this most deadly foe.
My son. My son. Am I too guilty of your death? Did I also hold the knife? Forgive me, O Lord! Forgive me.
Soon we moved on. It seemed to me that after Pi-hahiros, we carried a greater weight on our shoulders than before. To discover the truth of the inner heart is a bitterly painful experience. A part of man wanted to destroy all restraints, even his own decency and humanity. That was what we saw reflected in the hideous faces of the idols of Egypt. And the strange gods were not to leave us in our wanderings in the wilderness. Many of our people were to call out the names of these gods and plead for a return to Egypt. But now there was no turning back. Now we were in search of a great spiritual truth. We were in quest of the source of all goodness and justice. We were seeking within ourselves the holy sparks of the God of all, the God of our fathers.
If you would like a copy of today's script, please send your name and address with 10 cents to cover the cost of postage and handling to the Jewish Theological Seminary of America, 3080 Broadway, New York 27, New York. And now, we take great pleasure in presenting Dr. Abram Kanoff, pediatrician of Brooklyn, New York, chairman of the Jewish Museum Council and president of the Jewish Historical Society. Dr. Kanoff.
The story we have just heard is about an artist. His business was to mold clay until it took such shapes as pleased his masters. His body was enslaved, and his mind did not feel free to question how these forms were used. The sculptor is himself malleable as clay. The same Manasseh who molded an idol could have shaped a Torah ornament. The same craftsman who decorates a sword can carve a mezuzah. The talent which can write a marching song can compose a hymn. Manasseh, who sculpted a bull of the sword to impress its idolaters as a god, could have captured the grace of the beast in lines so pure that its beholders could have seen in it only one of God's creatures. After Manasseh had met Moses, he went back to the temple of the idol worshippers, where he saw the work of his hands. That which he had seen with slave eyes, he now saw with the eyes of a free man. That of which he had once been proud, he now found despicable. The man who had once manufactured idols now wanted to smash them. But he was restrained. Why was it permissible for his ancestor Abraham to smash his idols, while Manasseh could not? The idol resides in the heart of man. Just as worshiping an idol does not clothe it with divinity, so smashing does not eradicate it. Abraham was a free man, and he came to smashing idols after he had recognized the Supreme Being. Manasseh, a slave, enslaved by violence, thought only in terms of violence. Born in slavery, he needed confrontation and travail before he could wrest the idol from his mind. Only when there was no longer a need to smash it was there no longer a danger of worshiping it. The sculptor is himself malleable as clay. All the material comforts which had made Manasseh a master of idols, the desire for a loving wife, a secure home, a child to carry on his dreams, these all remained in him and were still the guidelines of his life. But after the inner struggle, these same things became instruments for good and a compass which would lead to virtue. On the battlefield of the soul, free will and personal responsibility had triumphed. The creative fingers won over the smashing hammer, and the sculptor who had molded idols now created beauty in honor of one God.
Thank you, Dr. Kanoff. Our Eternal Light drama today, Strange Gods, was written by Irwin Gonchak and was the first in this series of programs entitled Freedom and Responsibility. Cantor David Putterman sang the liturgical introduction. Featured in the cast were Norman Rose as Moses, Alan Manson as Ptah, and Larry Robinson as Manasseh. Terry Keane was Rebecca. This is Bill McCord. Our program was directed by Daniel Sutter. Portions of this program were pre-recorded. This weekly program is presented under the auspices of the Jewish Theological Seminary of America. This is the NBC Radio Network.
And the Lord spake unto Moses, saying, Command the children of Israel that they bring unto thee pure oil olive beaten for the light, to cause the lamps to burn continually in the tabernacle of the congregation. And it shall be a statute forever in your generations.
The Eternal Light. The National Broadcasting Company and its affiliated independent stations present The Eternal Light, a program which comes to you under the auspices of the Jewish Theological Seminary of America. Today's dramatic program, Follow the Leader, is written by Erwin Gonchak and is one in a series entitled Freedom and Responsibility. The series centers in episodes taken from the career of Moses and the Israelites.
Eldad and Medad.
Where?
In the camp.
Well, you sure you heard it right?
I did.
Was Moses there?
Of course not.
I can't believe it's true.
But I heard it with my own ears.
What could have come over Eldad and Medad?
Who knows?
What will happen to them now? To all of us?
For a people escaping from Pharaoh's tyranny, I felt there must be one code of behavior. The Lord speaks to Moses, and Moses instructs the people, and the people follow. Once permit deviation from this pattern, and disaster would ensue. So I, Raphu, an elder of the tribes of Israel, deemed it my personal responsibility to see to it that the people understood this axiom well. So you can appreciate my concern when I first heard rumors that this rule was being flouted.
Raphu, you seek me?
I must speak to you, Goel.
Yes.
Certain reports have reached me concerning words of Eldad and Medad.
Their prophecy, you mean?
Words, I said, not prophecy.
Yes.
Only Moses has the right of prophecy, do you understand?
I do.
Now, did you hear these words of Eldad and Medad?
Raphu, I do not want to get them into trouble.
Your only duty at this time is to give me all the information you have.
I understand.
Did you hear the words of Eldad and Medad?
I did.
What were they discussing?
Many things. Our escape from Egypt, our hunger in the desert, when we will reach the promised land. And then...
And then, Goel?
Then Eldad and Medad said, Moses will die, but Israel will live.
Moses die? Then we will all die.
Why are you angry with me? I didn't say.
You are as guilty as they. You listened.
What should I have done?
Reported them immediately to me.
Yes.
Have you ever heard Moses speak of his death?
No.
Then until you hear the words from his lips, do not discuss it or listen to others talk of it.
But
what?
Well, Moses is human. He must die one day.
You still don't understand. There is one leader, and one leader only. Moses. No matter what the subject, it is only his words that count.
Yes, Raphu.
Joshua, under the circumstances, stern measures are called for.
Raphu, perhaps...
Joshua, let there be more than one voice of authority in Israel, and factions will arise, and we will be torn asunder.
Yes, the Lord has chosen Moses as his spokesman. There must be no other. Obviously, Eldad and Medad are not aware of this.
They have chosen to ignore this fact.
Moses will die, but Israel will live. Then who will lead us?
Do you see what is happening? Even you, Joshua, are now mouthing the words of Eldad and Medad. Do you see how quickly the insidious infection spreads?
You're quite right, Rafu.
To ensure the safety of the people, they must be silenced.
Yes, but let us...
Joshua, in an issue of this sort, there are no buts.
But still, there may be mitigating factors we're not aware of.
All right. I will go to see them. So there they sat before their tents, 2 old men. Yet I knew they had the poison to corrupt our people. I would not be deceived by their gentle appearance. I would make a fair investigation, that was their due. But I knew beforehand what the outcome would be. Eldad.
Yes, Rafu.
And Medad.
Yes, Rafu?
I demand answers to some important questions.
I am ready. And so am I.
The first question. Are you weak from hunger and from wandering in the desert?
We all are, Rafu. You know that.
But no more than anyone else your age?
No.
In other words, when you say something, you know you have said it.
We have all our faculties, if that's what you mean.
Exactly. And Eldad and Medad, that disposes of the first question. Now for the second.
I am ready.
And so am I.
Who is our leader?
Moses, of course.
And who inspires our leader?
The Lord, of course.
Do you know it is not permissible for anyone to claim to prophesy unless it first comes through Moses? Answer me.
What can we say?
Indeed, indeed.
We are humble and respectful members of Israel.
Are you? Did you say Moses will die, but Israel will live? Don't deny it. I have witnesses who heard you say it.
We said it.
We said it.
Don't you know that is prophecy?
Still, we believe it to be true.
Do you? Did you hear Moses say it?
No.
Then nothing is true until Moses says it. Do you understand now?
I do.
I didn't hear your answer, Medad.
Rafu, we meant no wrong.
That is not the issue.
It is just that these thoughts welled up inside of us when we were discussing these issues, and these thoughts almost had a life of their own. They had to be expressed. Haven't you ever had thoughts of such kind, Rafu?
I am asking the question.
But haven't you, Rafu?
Hold your tongue.
Oh. So that is your answer.
What do you mean by that?
I think you know.
Quickly, explain yourself.
It is only human to think about the future, to wonder what will happen to yourself, your people, and it is only human to have opinions concerning the important issues of our time.
When the safety of the people is involved, it is necessary to suppress such so-called human instincts. All you must understand is that the Lord speaks to Moses, and Moses instructs us, and we follow. Is that clear?
Yes, Rafu.
Medad?
Yes, Rafu.
So, for the time being, we held off. Joshua thought the two would mend their ways, but I had strong doubts. I could tell by looking at their eyes. I could see they were out to destroy the unity of Israel. But I was fair. I did nothing. I even overlooked Medad's veiled insinuations about my own thoughts until...
Rafu. Rafu.
Who is there so late at night?
It is I, Goel.
What do you want?
I have information about Eldad and Medad.
Come in, come in.
I knew you would want to see me, even if it is so late.
You are right, Goel.
I remember what you told me last time, that I was just as guilty as they for not informing on them.
Speak.
They have spoken words again. Prophecy.
Have they?
This is what they said. Moses will not enter the promised land. Joshua will lead us in.
Thank you, Goel. You have done well.
Have mercy on us, Refu.
I have warned you once, and you have not heeded me.
We couldn't help ourselves.
The Lord speaks to Moses, and Moses instructs the people, and the people follow. You have endangered the whole fabric of our society by breaking this rule. Not once, but twice, to my knowledge. And who knows how many other times.
Only twice, Refu. Only twice, and we promise no more.
How can I believe that?
Mercy, Refu. Don't leave us out here in the desert to die, to banish us forever from Israel.
It will be Moses' decision to make.
Please, Refu, give us one more chance.
Let him be, Eldad.
Oh. So you finally speak, Medad.
Why do you persecute us?
I persecute you. It is you who wish to destroy Israel.
Have you never had thoughts of your own which may not have come first from Moses?
Never.
Are you being truthful, Refu?
I am.
Are you, Refu?
That is just a taste of what is to come, Medad. You have not learned to pay the proper respect to our teacher and guide. You must be taught.
Eldad and Medad said that I would follow Moses as leader.
They did, Joshua.
Certainly Moses has not made such a statement.
They continue to usurp the role of prophet allotted only to our teacher and guide, Moses.
And you've warned them of the consequences.
I have. Some people may begin to think that you have put them up to it, that you are behind their prophecy.
Where do they say their words come from?
From within or without, what difference does it make? The implication is clear enough.
Yes, the Spirit of the Lord.
Where else?
The Spirit of the Lord rests only on Moses.
Joshua, enough talk. Let us quickly go to Moses and be done with it.
Unfortunately, Moses has ordered me to go on a scouting expedition.
Then I will go myself to Moses.
And you, too, have been ordered on a mission to look for new water holes. Moses says you are to take some men, go 3 miles north into the desert, find new sources of water, drink from the wells, and mark the area. Now, don't worry, Rafu. Upon our return, we'll dispose of Eldad and Medad.
So I had to put the affair of Eldad and Medad aside for the time being, in order to carry out Moses' order to find new sources of water. But still it weighed heavily on my mind. I wanted to be over with it. I wanted Eldad and Medad to receive their just punishment, the incipient infection halted, and then all would be right with Israel again.
Sun. It's like a furnace.
Can't we stop and rest, Rafu?
Not now, Goel.
Why not now?
Moses has given us an order, and we must obey it to the letter and as quickly as possible.
But it must be 3 miles. Must it be 3 miles?
Can't it be 2 miles?
Or maybe 1 mile?
Moses said 3 miles.
We know the rest.
And 3 miles it will be.
Exactly.
It is so hot.
Sun, it's like a furnace.
Keep walking. Faster. Faster. Faster.
Rafu, how much farther?
A little ahead.
Are you sure there will be water?
Sether, weren't you listening? Moses said there would be water.
I hope it's a lake. I can drink a whole lake of water.
I can drink 2 lakes.
I can feel the water going down my throat.
It's so cool and refreshing.
What was that?
A desert hare. Moses is always right. Our friend the hare will lead us to the water.
Come, let us hurry.
Even I say now, faster, Faster! Faster!
Oh, look! Moses was right. 3 miles out. Water in the desert.
Indeed, a miracle.
But why do we wait? Come, let us drink.
Out of my way.
Water. Water.
Sparkling water.
Wait. Wait. Why should we wait?
Come back here. First, let us drink the water. Then we will come back. I say come back now.
I must first take one little sip, one little drink.
Don't drink the water. Don't drink the water. Setha, did you drink any?
How could I with your arm around my neck?
Oh, I'm sorry if I hurt you. Rafu, has the desert sun turned you mad? I don't think so.
So why can't we drink the water?
I have my reasons. But you told us that Moses gave orders.
Surely, don't you remember? You were to take some men, go 3 miles north into the desert, find new sources of water, drink the water, and mark the area.
And now we are at that point in the instructions where we drink from the well. I know the orders Moses gave.
So let us drink the water.
Wait, just wait a moment.
But why?
You know the rule. The Lord speaks to Moses, and Moses instructs the people, and the people follow.
You told us that the whole fabric of our community depends on unquestioning obedience to this rule.
You don't have to remind me of that. You are acting very peculiarly, Rafu.
And we are growing more faint by the moment.
The water is poisonous.
What?
Drink it, and you will die.
How do you know?
It's just a feeling I have. A voice from above? I don't know.
But only Moses is permitted voices from above.
That is true. So, maybe then it's the devil who is speaking to you? Perhaps.
It must be the devil. Because certainly it can't be a voice from above, because you are not Moses.
Perfect logic, Setha. Well, then the water must be pure. And the devil wants us to disobey Moses' command. According to your reasoning, so it appears.
But how can we be sure which voice it is?
I thought you were sure.
I am. Aren't you, Goel?
I am. You are sure that you are sure, aren't you, Setha? There is one way to find out.
How?
Yes, how? Drink the water.
Oh, of course. Go ahead, Goel. You were the thirstier.
Oh, but I also have manners. You go first, Setha.
No. You go,
Goel. It won't be necessary for either of you to drink the water.
Well, what do you mean?
Why not? The desert hare was first. But he's dead. The poor fellow is dead.
And that's how we would have been if not for your warning, your prediction, Rafu.
Rafu, you saved our lives.
And the voice you heard must have been from above.
I didn't say that. Your voice contradicted that of Moses. Are you a prophet also, Rafu? No. There is only one prophet of the Lord, Moses. Yes, Rafu.
Of course, Rafu.
Still, some strange things have just occurred. No, it is not so strange. Perhaps when I was a child, I was cautioned about drinking from a well whose water had a color such as this, and perhaps the memory happened to return when I saw you two running to the well.
But who? Who made the memory return now?
Yes, Rafu. That is the important question. Forget everything that happened here. Do you understand? Forget it.
Rafu, I'm glad you returned so quickly. The mission is completed?
It is, Joshua.
So is mine. Now we can report the forbidden activities of Eldad and Medad to Moses.
Yes.
Was something wrong, Rafu?
No.
You seem unusually subdued.
The desert journey was arduous.
Yes, of course.
Joshua.
Yes?
Have you ever
will have certain thoughts, unexplained ones, gained access to your thinking. That is, contrary to certain instructions. What I mean...
Rafu, we have vital work to do. Surely what you have to say can wait for another time. Eldad and Medad must be dealt with. Enough time has been lost.
Yes. Yes.
Moses, our teacher and guide, we know you now understand the seriousness of the situation.
I believe I do.
Eldad and Medad are taking it upon themselves to prophesy, and so are usurping your prerogative of being spokesman for God.
Are they?
Well, they've dared to express their views on subjects which you have not delivered a judgment on. They've dared to say what will or will not happen in the future. They've dared to imply that the divine spirit has rested on them.
Joshua, excuse me. Rafu, you are very quiet.
I am, Moses?
You do not show your customary zeal.
I do not, Moses?
You do agree with Joshua's charges against Eldad and Medad?
Well, agree? Well, Rafu brought the charges to my attention. He was the one who insisted that we immediately silence them.
Oh. But, he doesn't speak now.
Well, it was the arduous journey in the desert to find water, my teacher. Rafu's throat must still be parched.
But you did find the water as I directed, didn't you, Rafu?
I found the water.
I know. Sethur and Goel told me all about the search. They appeared to be quite confused and disturbed about certain events which occurred.
They were.
Our teacher and guide, may I respectfully suggest that we return to the subject of Eldad and Medad.
I didn't know we ever left the subject.
We didn't?
It is not Eldad and Medad I am concerned about, but you two. You, Joshua, and you, Rafu.
We two? We are your most loyal followers.
No. I can no longer be included. Something did happen during the search for water. Actually, I am as guilty as Eldad and Medad.
Then, if you are guilty, Rafu, so am I. For where did you get your false beliefs concerning my powers and prerogatives? Have they come from me?
Only good has come from your teachings.
Then why must you think that I, and I alone, can receive divine inspiration, and no one else? We must rejoice in the knowledge that all God's children can be inspired in one way or another by the Most High. Ah, do not fear Eldad and Medad for my sake, and do not fear yourself, Rafu.
Yes, Moses.
Would that all the Lord's people were prophets, that the Lord would put his Spirit upon them, and their minds would be bold and free.
I left Moses' tent a different and chastened man. Medad had been right. Many times I had thoughts which I was afraid to voice, which I repressed. Now I would have to come to terms with this other self. To do so is not easy. But Moses had hoped that all the Lord's people would be prophets, and that they would think for themselves as befits free men. That was always his goal for his people. It was now mine also.
If you would like a copy of today's script, please send your name and address with 10 cents to cover the cost of postage and handling to the Jewish Theological Seminary of America, 3080 Broadway, New York 27, New York. And now we take great pleasure in presenting Mr. Arthur Katz, Executive Vice President of the Jewish Theological Seminary of America. Mr. Katz.
What should be the relationship of people to a leader within a democratic society? In the dramatization that we have just heard, a keen analysis of the leadership problem has been vividly portrayed. The supreme value within a democracy must be placed upon the worth and dignity of each individual person who is part of that society. Every single life is of great significance. All men ought to be respected for their intrinsic value as human beings. Leadership, or the potentiality to inspire one's fellow man and to give guidance to the decisions which help a group or a community fulfill its aspirations, exists in a sense within every person. The experience of people in groups which pose problems requiring specific solutions may bring forth an answer or a direction of wisdom and leadership from different members of the group at different times. Varying situations call to the forefront a variety of different leaders. The divine inspiration, or the charismatic effect with which such inspiration is identified, resides indeed in all of us. The concept that only certain unique individuals are born to lead or have within them some special inherent proclivity for divine inspiration, as Rafu stubbornly maintained in the beginning of our story, seems not to be consistent with our definition of a leader for democratic living. As Moses pointed out in the story, we must rejoice in the knowledge that all God's children can be inspired in one way or another by the Most High. How is one to lead a people who consider themselves each to be an object of infinite value? Only when we define the leadership role as one which can enable others to grow and develop and to get the task performed essentially by themselves. Only in a manner which preserves and enhances the dignity of those who accept the leadership. Only with a process that involves a group member deeply in the decision-making, maintaining constantly the value of self-determination. Only by strengthening the individual to whom the leadership is being offered in such a manner that any future similar problem or situation can be resolved. Finally, only in an approach of leadership which helps the group members to perform their task in such a way that when they look back upon the situation, they can turn to each other and say with sound justification, "We have done it ourselves."
Thank you, Mr. Katz. Our Eternal Light drama today, Follow the Leader, was written by Irwin Gonchak and was one in the series of programs entitled Freedom and Responsibility. Cantor David Putterman sang the liturgical introduction. Featured in the cast were Norman Rose as Moses, James Dukas as Sether, William Mason as Goel, Roger DeKoven played Medad, Santos Ortega was Eldad, and Alan Bergman was Joshua. Lester Rollins played Rafu. This is Bill Wendell speaking. Our program was directed by Daniel Sutter. Portions of this program were pre-recorded. This weekly program is presented under the auspices of the Jewish Theological Seminary of America. This is the NBC Radio Network.
Spake unto Moses, saying, Command the children of Israel that they bring unto thee pure oil olive beaten for the light, to cause the lamps to burn continually in the tabernacle of the congregation, and it shall be a statute forever in your generations.
Eternal Light. The National Broadcasting Company and its affiliated independent stations present The Eternal Light, a program which comes to you under the auspices of the Jewish Theological Seminary of America. Today's dramatic program, The Majority Report, is written by Erwin Gonchak and is one in a series entitled Freedom and Responsibility. The series centers in episodes taken from the career of Moses and the Israelites.
Shamua.
Here.
Shaphat. Here. Caleb.
Here.
Yigael.
Here.
Nabi.
Here.
Palti.
Here.
Gadiel.
Here.
Amiel.
Here.
Sethur.
Here.
Goel.
Here.
Joshua.
Here.
Gadi.
I stood there before our guide and teacher Moses with my shoulders back, my head high. But in truth, my heart was beating wildly with fear and uncertainty. Who would ever think that I, Caleb, son of Jephunneh, of the tribe of Judah, would be standing with 11 princes of Israel, awaiting instructions from our revered leader? Oh, the doubts that ran through my mind. Was I capable of doing whatever was to be expected of me? And wasn't I the youngest here? So I squinted my eyes and scowled a little to make myself look older.
You are all aware that the tribes of Israel are now encamped on the outskirts of the Promised Land, that we intend to reclaim the lost land of our fathers, and that we intend to do so as soon as possible. What is needed now is an exact report concerning the strength of the cities, the extent of their armies, and to reassure our people evidence of the fruitfulness of the land.
Our teacher,
Shamua,
wouldn't it be easier if one spy was sent to survey the land instead of 12?
Perhaps. But I think it is very important for each of the tribes to be represented on this mission. The people will then have a greater sense of participation, and therefore more confidence in the report brought back. You represent the elite, even young Caleb, who stands here as a symbol of the new generations. Your words carry great weight with the people. I want you all to go.
Our guide?
Yes, Yigael.
There is a question of danger involved in this proposed survey, is there not?
Yes, but risks can be held down to a minimum. For example, do not walk on the highways. Go along the private pathways. When you enter a city, do not slink like thieves in alleyways, but show yourselves in public. And when asked the purpose of your stay, say, "We come only to buy some pomegranates and grapes."
Pomegranates.
But Joshua, who is experienced in this type of activity, will give you further instructions.
Moses,
Gadiel,
it is understood that we go with no preconceived notions, and that we will report as accurately and fairly as we can.
I certainly expect that to be the case.
You need have no fear on that score.
Well, then, if there are no more questions, I wish you Godspeed.
Certainly I was thrilled to the marrow of my bones to be off to gather information concerning the land of our fathers. I looked around proudly at my companions, all princes of Israel, men of importance, capable of handling so significant a task. And I pinched myself to make sure I was not dreaming, that I was among them. Adventure awaited me. A whole new world was opening before me.
You walk sprightly, Caleb.
I feel so, Joshua.
Good, good. We need men of spirit and enthusiasm on this journey.
I know, Joshua.
You know, the future of our people for many years may well depend on this mission.
It is an awesome responsibility.
You know, Caleb, many of our people are weak of heart. They're afraid of what awaits them in the Promised Land. Even when Moses says, "Has not the Lord informed you? Has not the Lord said to you, I lead you to a land of milk and honey?" they still look for an excuse to drop the whole thing. The report we return with must bolster their confidence, strengthen their determination.
It's fortunate, then, that we have such a distinguished and respected group to search out the land.
Careful, men. We are now going through Anak territory.
It is said they descend from a race of giants, Yigael.
Is that so, Gadiel?
It is, Shmuel.
I would very much like to see a giant.
Caleb, you are young. We are not talking about make-believe giants. We are talking about real giants who may still live in the Negev. Oh, do you hear that? Do you hear that?
There's a giant walk. It sounds like a giant.
Where? I don't see him.
Do you feel his breath? He will blow us to the ends of the world if it is a giant.
Run for your lives! Something approaches! There may be a giant!
To the cave, men! It is our only chance if the land is overrun by giants. Run! Run!
Run, Joshua, run!
Well, why should I?
Haven't you heard? The giants!
Caleb, my young gullible friend, it's a summer rain. Are you afraid to get wet? You see, it has already stopped.
It may have been the sounds of a storm we heard.
It may not have been a giant then.
Or, if a giant, he went the other way.
Really, the episode of the rainstorm and the giants was comforting to me. It taught me that the elders of Israel were as human as I. They could have fears, they could make mistakes, and they could reverse their opinions. If anything, my confidence in their judgment was strengthened.
What are you doing, Caleb?
Eating grapes. They're delicious. Have one.
Come quickly, men. Caleb is eating grapes.
Aye, grapes. Caleb is eating grapes. Grapes? Does he still live? Does Caleb still live?
What are you talking about? Sure, I'm still living.
Oh, miracle of miracles. Caleb still lives.
For the time being, at least, praise the Lord.
What do you mean? What's wrong with these grapes?
Where did you get these grapes, my boy?
From the farmer down the road. He had a huge harvest.
So there's a possibility that the grapes in Canaan are poisonous. Look how rough the land is from where they grew.
But the farmer was eating from the same bunch.
Of course. Living here so long, he would probably become immune to the poison. But that would not be true for us.
What's going on around here, Caleb? A feast of grapes. Delicious.
Oh, Joshua, don't. They're Canaanite grapes.
Well, certainly, I know that. We're in Canaan. Delicious.
Whoa to us. Whoa.
Now we may have lost two. To what, Yigael? 2 grapes? There's plenty more where they came from. This is the land of promise, our father's land. Here, help me, Caleb. We need a pole between us to carry this huge bunch back to camp.
Now, let us not do anything rash. They may be poisonous.
However, if we let some time pass and Caleb and Joshua still live, then we will know that it is safe to take them.
Very good. Very good.
Very good.
I thought to myself, Joshua is impetuous, but not the other 10 princes. They are cautious. They don't believe in taking unnecessary risks. Israel is lucky to have them as scouts to report on the land of our fathers.
Walk gingerly, companions. We are near a city.
Let no one suspect our mission.
Call out our assumed purpose in an innocent manner.
We wish to buy pomegranates.
We wish to buy pomegranates.
Any pomegranates for sale?
Stop.
Oh, can it be?
The walls of the city.
It reaches to the sky. It is as wide as a river.
It can never be breached.
Woe to us. Woe to
Woe
Israel.
to our children and children's children who will be made orphans by
Now
such a
stop
woe.
this. Stop it! Take a good look at that wall.
Yes, Joshua.
It doesn't reach the sky.
No, Joshua.
It isn't as wide as a river.
No, Joshua.
But it's a good wall, nevertheless.
Yes, Joshua.
Well, now listen to me. A walled city tells us a lot of things. One, the people probably felt very insecure, so they built the wall. And I'd bet anything that wall has made them softer inside, just like an overripe pomegranate that collapses when you just put your little finger to it. Now, with the right strategy and the right push, those formidable walls before us could be made to tumble to the ground.
But the wall is high.
And wide.
And strong.
Woe
to the orphans of Israel!
And so it went with my fellow spies, one end of the promised land to the other, from the Negev to the borders of Lebanon and Mount Hermon, and eastward to the shore. We saw the hills and the valleys and the plains, the rivers and the lakes, and throughout we all took careful note. We marked well how the Amalekites and the Jebusites and the Amorites and the Canaanites dwelled in the land of our fathers. Yet, I suppose what surprised me most were the two factions which appeared to be developing in our party. The 10 elders on one side, and Joshua on the other, and me, well, I guess floundering in the middle somewhere. Time and time again, each would look at the same object in Canaan and see an entirely different thing, be it a giant or a grape or a walled city. Being young and inexperienced, I just didn't know what to make of it.
It is easy to understand, Caleb. Joshua is a warrior and has the bias of that class.
On the other hand, we, men of substance, look upon events from the standpoint of the entire community. Men, women, and children.
In fact, you know, we are people of some standing within the tribes of Israel.
Yes, I know. I have always looked up to you people, and I felt extremely honored to be selected to accompany you.
So you needn't worry about any differences we may have with Joshua. Our report will be fair and accurate. The plus and the minus will both be equally described.
We will tell of the people, the land, and the walled cities.
Aye, those walls.
Caleb, haven't you learned anything on this trip?
Well, I can tell you a lot about the Promised Land.
No, not that. The makeup of those 10 others. That's what I mean.
Who am I to judge others? Especially my elders.
Well, you have to, Caleb. It's important to.
I've been brought up to respect these people. Weren't they our leaders in Egypt?
Certainly. And they made an accommodation with the slave system. But it was Moses who got us to break away.
What do you want me to do, Joshua?
Just tell what you're seeing on this investigation, that's all.
I'm only one person.
But an important one. You're the future.
Well...
What, Caleb?
It isn't fair, is it, to prejudge the report of the other 10 even before we find out what it is?
Don't you know what they're going to say?
No, I can't say that I do.
How old are you, Caleb?
Almost 18.
Well, grow up, boy. Grow up quickly. You need to.
I thought about what Joshua had told me, and also what the 10 elders had said, and wondered what the outcome would be. I certainly didn't like Joshua telling me to grow up. He could be wrong about the others. He wasn't always right about everything. However, being in the land of my fathers and traversing it from boundary to boundary occupied most of my thoughts and brought me great joy. And before I knew it, the months had passed. And then one morning I heard in the distance the sound of trumpets, heralding our return from the expedition. In single file we marched, carrying back with us the fruits of the land, and we laid them at the feet of Moses and the people of Israel.
Welcome back, princes of our people. We await eagerly the report of the land.
Our teacher and guide, tribes of Israel, we came unto the land where you sent us, and surely it is good to look upon. Behold the fruit we have brought back, olives, figs, pomegranates. Honey flows from the trees, fat from the fields, milk from the byres.
I shot a look of vindication at Joshua. See, it said, you were wrong about their report. It is factual and true. You were mistaken, Joshua, not I. He looked back without a trace of emotion.
Shamua, remember the walls?
Aye, the walls.
On the other hand,
But
still, nevertheless, it is a land without a Nile. It must be watered. And to water it, there must be water from the sky.
what shall we do if it doesn't rain?
Woe to us if it doesn't rain!
Then no more olives, no more pomegranates, no more figs.
Then no more fat, no more milk, no more honey.
Have you no faith that the Lord who has taken us out of bondage will provide us with water, that with our hands and hearts we will make the land blossom?
Joshua, why did our fathers leave this land before us?
No rain fell from the sky.
No rain fell from the skies. For this land we left Egypt.
I stood there speechless. I didn't know what to make of this turn of events. This time Joshua looked my way as if to say, didn't I warn you about this?
But we are not finished with the report.
Far from finished.
We have just begun to speak of the horrors of this land.
Pestilence.
Pestilence is everywhere. The land eats up its people. Burials were everywhere. A pestilence on anyone who takes us into that land.
One sneeze and they see a pestilence. Believe them not, my friends. Their judgment is faulty because they're afraid.
Yes, we were afraid.
You see, people of Israel, they admit it.
You would be afraid, too, if you saw the giants of this land. They die but by halves. When half their body is dead, the other half doubles itself and replaces it.
Their legs are higher than mountains. Their arms are longer than rivers.
We looked like grasshoppers in their sight.
Of course you did, because you act like grasshoppers. We've beaten similar men in battle before, and we can do it again. Have I not already led you against the Amaleks? They ran before you as the wind over the plains.
Oh, Joshua speaks again. Of course he speaks the way he does. He is a man of war, and he desires war. What are our sons to him? He has those sons he cares for.
Let us settle down, please. Please. It appears that we have heard two conflicting reports from the group that was sent.
But surely you are not to weigh each equally, Moses, our teacher and guide. We are 10. Joshua is 1. We are the majority, the overwhelming majority.
And the majority is more likely to be right.
Many heads are better than one.
If every person is to count equally, then it follows that a numerical majority should count more.
And this is not a report from strangers. It's from your brothers, your trusted advisors.
It is our considered judgment, based on our first-hand observations, that Canaan is an evil place, that we will all surely die there if we attempt to possess the land, and that we should turn our backs on it and return to Egypt. These are the facts.
Majority.
10-1. It does appear that your point of view has the majority. But there is still one more to be heard from. Caleb.
Oh, he agrees with us, the princes of Israel. Isn't that so, Caleb?
That is...
Speak, Caleb. You were sent on this mission to report, and it is your duty to do so.
Moses, perhaps the boy is not mature enough to make a valid judgment.
It is true. I am young, and I do not have the experience and the background of the others. Still, I must say that although I walk the same land as the 10, it is as if we surveyed two different lands.
Ignore him. The grapes he ate must have addled his brain.
No. My mind is clear. I saw the land. The land is good. It is indeed the promised land of our fathers, the eternal inheritance of Abraham's seed.
10-2, the majority, the land is...
Wait! It is up to the people to decide which report they will accept. However, I must remind you that a minority report should not be dismissed because a small number support it. The minority has its truths as well as the majority. All I ask is that you weigh the facts tonight and make your verdict known in the morning.
Caleb, I think you've really started to grow up.
Joshua, I only told what I saw.
Well, you did well, boy.
But why did the others distort the picture?
Oh, the walled cities had its effect. Also, they're worried that in the promised land they'll lose their prestige and position. They're timid men, fearful men. They only want to live in the past. The future disturbs and puzzles them. That is why their vision is faulty. And you know, they probably believe that what they reported was true. But whenever facts are presented, it's essential to examine those who offer the facts, as well as the information itself.
But surely the people will do so. Surely the people will not support them, even if they were in the majority. Surely the people will not be blinded to reality. Joshua, you smiled. Did I say something amusing?
All right, Caleb. We'll see what the people will say.
Yes, I thought confidently. The people will bear us out. I had confidence in the people's judgment. That night I walked through the tents to hear their deliberations. It was the weirdest sight I had ever seen. The people were caught up in a wild frenzy, and the 10 princes of Israel were leading them on.
Your sons and daughters will be eaten by giants.
The land is as barren as a desert.
Our cities are ringed by walls as high as the heaven. Woe to the sons and daughters of Israel.
Turn away from this poisonous land.
Back to Egypt. It is better to serve the Egyptians than to die in the promised land.
I walked through the encampment, dazed by what I saw. The lamentations and tremblings of the tribes rent the heavens with wails of despair. There was not the least doubt in my mind. The people were supporting the false report of the 10 spies. That night they danced the terrible dance of the hysterical and the fearful and the benighted. That night of horror, I just couldn't feel that I was part of my people. I couldn't.
Oh, come on, boy. This is no time for crying.
I can't help it, Joshua.
I could have told you how the people were going to react. Remember, they're of the same generation as their leaders. They, too, were born into slavery and have lived under it all their lives. It takes a long time for a people to learn to think as free men, to examine issues dispassionately with open minds.
Joshua, does that mean we're going to return to Egypt? I don't want to go back to bondage. I'd rather die right here.
Oh, Moses won't let them return, Caleb. Don't worry about that. It means, though, we're going to go back into the wilderness and wander for many years until a new generation grows up, whose thinking has not been distorted by Egypt and slavery, who have been hardened and made sturdy by the wilderness experience. That's the generation we're counting on to enter the promised land as free men. And you're going to help us, boy.
We'll need a new majority report then. Won't we, Joshua?
Without giants, you mean?
And without walls that reach to the sky.
If you would like a copy of today's script, please send your name and address with 10 cents to cover the cost of postage and handling to the Jewish Theological Seminary of America, 3080 Broadway, New York 27, New York. And now we take great pleasure in presenting Mr. Howard M. Holtzman of New York City, lawyer and chairman of the Executive Committee and member of the Administrative Council of the Jewish Museum, and a member of the Board of Overseers of the Jewish Theological Seminary of America. Mr. Holtzman.
The dramatic presentation which we have all just heard is more than just a footnote to biblical history. Like so much of the material of the Hebrew Bible, it points out one of the great responsibilities of living in freedom, the responsibility of the minority to voice its views. And as we saw in the case of Caleb and Joshua in today's play, it often takes courage to speak your mind when you're in the minority. As with Caleb and Joshua, so in our own country, minority views, courageously put forward before their time, have been wellsprings of progress. Social Security, for example, started as a minority view, and so did the idea that labor has a right to organize and to bargain collectively. The right of Negroes to civil liberty was expressed in a prophetic minority opinion in the United States Supreme Court back in 1895, long before it became the majority decision in recent years. In foreign affairs, the idea that the United States has responsibilities beyond its borders, which is the keystone of present policy, was once a minority view. We should remember, however, that correct as many minority views have been in the past, minorities have no monopoly on wisdom. But the expression of minority views is always valuable in a democratic society, even when the minority is wrong. That's because minority views are the voices of dissent, which probe and test all new ideas. Minority spokesmen who dissent responsibly and thoughtfully provide the tempering fires and forging hammers through which new ideas must pass, and from which, like tempered and forged steel, the ideas emerge stronger and more durable. There's one more lesson to be found in today's drama. You will recall that even though the majority didn't follow the views of Caleb and Joshua, both of those brave men closed ranks with the majority and went forward. They maintained a spirit of loyal opposition, but they didn't destroy national unity because of disappointment that their own views had not prevailed. The ability of minorities to move forward in unity with the majority is another of the great strengths of a democracy, a strength which is particularly apparent to all of us shortly after Election Day.
Thank you, Mr. Holtzman. Our Eternal Light drama today, The Majority Report, was written by Erwin Gonschak and was one in this series of programs entitled Freedom and Responsibility. Cantor David Putteman sang the liturgical introduction. Featured in the cast were Norman Rose as Moses, Alan Bergman was Joshua, Eugene Francis played Yigael, Maurice Tarplin played Shamua, and Sam Gray was Gadiel. Caleb was played by Peter Fernandez. This is Mel Brandt. Our program was directed by Daniel Sutter. Portions of this program were pre-recorded. This weekly program is presented under the auspices of the Jewish Theological Seminary of America. This is the NBC Radio Network.
And the Lord spake unto Moses, saying, Command the children of Israel that they bring unto thee pure oil olive beaten for the light, to cause the lamps to burn continually in the tabernacle of the congregation. And it shall be a statute forever in your generations.
The Eternal Light, The National Broadcasting Company and its affiliated independent stations present The Eternal Light, a program which comes to you under the auspices of the Jewish Theological Seminary of America. Today's dramatic program, The Birthright, was written by Erwin Gonschak and is the last in a series entitled Freedom and Responsibility.
Ah, there stands the son of Moses surrounded by his sheep.
Listen to his song, the dull clod. We'll make good use of him.
Slowly, Abiram. We must lead him into it step by step.
Yes, like the sheep he watches so closely.
Good day, Gershom.
Good day, Datan, Abiram. What brings you out here to these lonely hills?
Just to talk with an old friend, that's all.
I pray that a sickness has not struck your flocks. Do you wish some advice from me?
Our sheep are healthy, thank the Lord, and our shepherd is doing a fine job. But still, I'm afraid you're not far from the mark, Gershom.
I'm not good at riddles, my friends. Are there sheep among the tribes that are sick?
It is the people of Israel who may shortly need ministering.
Then surely it is my father Moses you seek, not me.
Your father is now very old. Time and wandering here in the wilderness have taken their inevitable toll on our teacher and leader.
We regret to say. And he finds it difficult to perform all his public duties.
Is he sick? Well, then I must go to him.
It is his age, Gershom, not a sudden illness. We do not wish to alarm you, but we're thinking of the near future when, as it must happen, our teacher and guide is gathered unto his father.
Yes, father is old. But may it please the Lord, he will certainly live until Israel crosses the Jordan into the promised land. Surely he will live to see that dream fulfilled.
You are here with your sheep, Gershom. You're out of touch with events in the camp. Why, there is much talk of a successor, even now.
When the time comes, and I pray it is far off, the Lord will see that Israel has a prophet to lead her.
But the Lord works through men, Gershom. It is prudent for us to prepare for that sorrowful day. Others have started already.
Who?
Joshua.
He is a good man.
A man of war with a soldier's mentality. Perhaps he can lead a troop of fighting men. But the people of Israel are not an army.
Our people need a leader such as Moses, our teacher and guide. A leader with a loving and tender heart. A shepherd for the tribes.
You are a shepherd, Gershom. You know what we mean.
A devoted and expert shepherd.
Of sheep, my friends. My ken is limited.
But aren't you forgetting the many leaders of Israel who learned their arts first as tenders of the flocks? Moses, your own father, spent time as a shepherd in Midian.
And you too have learned how to lead them out and bring them in with love and affection.
Sheep. I repeat, sheep.
You're modest, Gershom.
What do you two want of me?
Want of you? Why, nothing. Absolutely nothing, Gershom. This is simply a friendly talk among some friends, that's all.
I listened to what Abiram and Datan had said to my father. I had come up into the hills to be near father. But just as I had reached him, I noticed those two approaching and hid in the thickets. I had never liked them, always poking their noses into everybody's business. Those busybodies. I thought they'd come to tell some tale about me. Although I couldn't guess what I had done wrong now. But those two could make up something they could. Even though I couldn't understand everything they said, I knew they were up to no good.
David, what brings you here? It's a long hike from the encampment.
Only to be with you, Father. To hear you play the shepherd's song.
Well, all right. Now, sit down and rest. I have some cheese here.
Oh, good. I like to be with the sheep also.
They are good companions, aren't they? No intrigues, no hidden desires, no ambitions. Treat them well and they're happy. And then you are happy.
One day, Father, I shall lead a flock of my own. I shall hold the staff as you do.
And I am teaching you to be a good shepherd, to watch the flock faithfully, to let nothing come between you and this duty. Yes, it's a father's responsibility to teach his son.
Did Grandfather Moses teach you when you were young?
Well, he has always had many duties to perform. He has been a teacher to all of Israel, not only his son.
Did Grandfather teach you to be a leader like himself?
It isn't simply a matter of teaching, my son.
But he did teach you to be a good shepherd, didn't he? I want to be a shepherd just like you, and carry the staff high, and all the sheep will follow.
Gershom, you're looking glum. How is our teacher and guide, your father, Moses?
He is still feeling weak, Abiram. The fall he took shook him up, but fortunately no bones were broken.
Old men do tend to fall often. This is to be expected. I trust that you have seen that he is well taken care of.
He is well taken care of, Tatam.
And you have seen to it?
Joshua had.
Oh, he has taken over the responsibilities of a son as well. A shrewd captain, this Joshua.
I was away in the hills with the sheep.
Yes, we know, Gershom. You're a devoted shepherd to your sheep.
Yes, the sheep. The sheep.
By the way, have you thought about what we said to you in the fields?
I have thought about it, somewhat.
Only somewhat, Gershom?
I am a simple man. You two speak in such a way that my head whirls. I'm confused.
Then we shall dispel this confusion. We will be blunt and to the point. You have been robbed, Gershom. Robbed of your most precious possession. And what is worse, you're not even aware of it.
What are you speaking of?
Joshua has stolen from you the birthright of leadership of Israel. Rightfully it is yours. Look at Aaron's son Eleazar. Is he not the high priest as his father was before him? And why are you only a shepherd?
But I like being a shepherd.
Yes, as a preparation for something higher. But to be a shepherd your whole life, a son of Moses? Oh, come now, Gershom, do not be a child.
And your son, David. Think of him. Is it right to deprive the boy of this birthright?
Eleazar's sons, from son to the end of days, will be high priests. And your sons? What will they be? Leaders of Israel?
If they wish.
If you pave the way for them, you mean. If you yourself become the leader of Israel.
Good day, Yadin and Abiram. I must return to my flock.
And now, Yadin, with the help of dear Goshen, we will return to Egypt and be done with this wandering in the wilderness, this deprivation and hardship.
We know if Joshua comes to power, conditions will grow even worse. He will certainly take us across the Jordan and to certain destruction.
No, it must be Goshen. This is the shepherd who will lead us back to Egypt, so that we can laugh and sing and dance again, eat and drink and shout and be happy. The people will gladly follow the son of Moses.
And the son of Moses will follow Abiram and Dathan. Isn't that right, Abiram?
The brew is working, Yadin. Slowly, but surely.
Father, the flock is beginning to know me. I can tell they really are.
Are you happy to be here with the sheep?
Oh, yes, I am.
And do you want to be a shepherd the rest of your life?
Yes, Father, yes.
Maybe it is because you know no better.
What could be better than to be here in the hills? To be the protector of a whole flock, a free man to have the whole day to dream of heaven and earth.
Those are my words, David.
I know, Father.
Sometimes a man's thinking can change. Yes.
Why?
Why? Well, conditions change. A man looks at things differently.
But what could change about liking to be a shepherd?
It's a hard life, David. Always without respite, day and night. You must watch these woolly creatures. Drought consumes you by day and frost by night. Wind, storm, murderous sun. A wild animal darts out of a cave, and you must put your life between it and the sheep. Are you ready for that, boy?
I am.
But maybe you should be trained for something bigger and better than that.
What would that be?
My birthright. Your birthright.
So there was one of those mysteries of the older people again. All of a sudden, my father was talking strangely about his birthright and mine, whatever that really was. I had a feeling that those two, Datan and Abiram, were probably connected with it somehow. So I thought it would be a good idea to keep my eyes and ears open, which I generally do anyhow, and find out what was going on. And when Father went to visit my grandfather Moses, I hid myself under the tent, and I heard everything that was said.
Gershon, my son, enter. Welcome. I am most pleased.
You are looking well, Father.
And how is the young one, David?
He is fine.
And the sheep, my boy?
The sheep are fine.
You appear to be a little out of sorts, however.
I'm sorry. It's just that I have many things on my mind.
Oh? You have never been one to fret. What is it, my son? The grazing land? The sheep?
Oh, it is not the sheep. Is that the only thing you think I have on my mind? Sheep, sheep, sheep?
You are a shepherd? A very devoted one. That is the only reason I said that.
Couldn't I have been something other than a shepherd?
I would think so. You have many talents. Perhaps in the promised land you may wish to select another occupation.
Maybe follow your example. Maybe become leader of all Israel.
Oh. Is that it?
Yes. Why could it not be so?
Once it was also my dream for you. I am only human. I am a father. Don't you think I didn't desire to pass the mantle of leadership on to you, so I would die knowing that a son of mine would continue the divine mission?
Then why didn't you prepare me for the task?
Because I knew in my heart that it was wrong to consider my position as a family possession, one that a father hands down to his son. It belongs to all the people, and any one among them should have the right to aspire to it and achieve it.
Didn't I, too, have this right?
Yes. But ever since you were a child, Gershom, you wished to be a shepherd. It was your great joy. You always had a great skill with animals. You had no desire to be a mover of men and events. I felt it was your God-given right to be what you wanted to be. What could I do but approve of your choice and wish you well?
But it was not so with Joshua. You didn't think he would make a fine shepherd. No, he would be the leader of Israel.
Gershom, from the day I was recognized as the guide of our people, I deemed it my responsibility to seek out potential leaders, to give them opportunities to test their mettle, to encourage them as much as I could. A leader who doesn't prepare for his own departure has failed his followers.
And Joshua has passed all the tests.
He is completely devoted to the welfare of our people. He is strong, courageous. He is dedicated to the freedom of Israel. He has proven himself time and time again on the battlefield of Rephidim, on Mount Sinai, during the time of the golden calf, Korah's rebellion. I could go on. Never has he asked anything for himself. I feel the Spirit of God rests on him. Israel is fortunate to have him. My son, do not embitter your heart with senseless envy. Accept yourself for what you are.
Yes, what am I? That is a good question.
You are a good shepherd. You are a good man. I am proud of you.
Yes, your father's words, Gershom, sound very persuasive and reasonable.
However, Gershom, there is one factor you haven't considered.
What is that, Datan?
Do you think it is Moses who speaks?
Of course, I was there. I heard him.
You see now why it's important for you to have such advisors at Datan and myself. While you have been with your sheep, we have been studying men and their ways.
What is your point?
Moses speaks,
But the words are now the words of Joshua. He has complete control over your father. He takes care of his every need. Why, you've seen that yourself. But don't you see? Joshua is no longer the devoted disciple. He is now the master. Then I must go to Joshua and have it out with him, face to face.
No. The powerful Joshua would crush you in an instant. There are other ways, Gershom. Stratagems and wiles which you are not aware of.
And we will handle these details.
I boiled like a pot of water when I listened to those two. Life was much better for us before Datan and Abiram started telling Father what to do. Now he brooded all the time and didn't even have time to teach me to be a shepherd. In fact, I didn't see Father too often. Many times he'd go off with those two and leave the flock with me or someone else. Not that I minded taking over for a while, but it was much more fun being there with Father. He knew how to play the best songs you ever heard. They were so beautiful that even the sheep stopped and listened. They really did. But now he never played at all. I felt so angry about the whole thing that I just had to go to Grandfather and speak to him, even though I knew he was always so busy.
David, you are too young to be concerned with the problems of the adults.
But I wish to be a good shepherd. And how can I be that if Father doesn't spend more time teaching me?
Yes, in that regard you are right. Well, shortly many questions will be settled and done with. And you will have your father again.
Grandfather?
Yes.
Are you going to die, Grandfather? Are you?
I am very old, David. Very old. And I am human, as everyone else. I must die, too.
But we haven't crossed the River Jordan into the Promised Land yet. We need you to lead us. Grandfather, haven't you asked God to let you cross over?
Many times I have prayed to God for this privilege. But I know it is not to be so.
Why, Grandfather, why?
I suppose once again it is to remind me that I am human. It is not possible for any man's dreams to be completely fulfilled within his lifetime.
Couldn't you just cross over a little with us? Just onto the other side?
No. It is not to be. But very shortly I shall climb a high mountain and see the land of our fathers in all its beauty. This God grants me.
Then you'll climb down the mountain again, Grandfather? Then you'll come back to us?
No. I am too old. Too old.
No, you're not. You're not.
Come. Embrace me, my child. Let peace be upon thee and upon Israel.
Gershom, the time has come for us to act.
The moment of decision is at hand. What do you propose?
Moses is planning to go on foot to the peak of Mount Pisgah to gaze on the Promised Land. Before he goes, he intends to bless the 12 tribes of Israel. They will be lined up on the road he takes. Walking next to him on one side will be Joshua.
And on the other side will be you, Gershom. You? But he hasn't asked me to. Gershom, you must seize the initiative. You are the son. You have a perfect right to be there as your father departs.
And when Moses dies, the people will have fresh in their minds the picture of you walking by his side. They will be fearful because their leader has left them. They will seek another Moses, one who has the blood of Moses coursing through his veins. Joshua will be swept aside. You will step forward.
And we will do the rest.
It was those two again, causing all this trouble for Father, making me worry about what was going to happen. All I could do at the time was listen to those evil men and hope something would turn up to prevent what they were trying to do to all of us.
David, I will be gone for a few days. perhaps even more. The flock will be entrusted to your hands.
I will look after them well, Father.
And soon, my boy, if all goes well, we will no longer be troubled with minding sheep. Others will do it for us.
Father, I like being a shepherd, I do.
Yes, I thought that way once also, but I learned differently, and so will you.
No, Father, no.
We will have time to talk about it later. I must leave now.
Are you going to grandfather?
Yes, it's my duty to do so. I am the son.
Will you go up on the mountain with him, too?
Wherever it is necessary to go.
Be sure, Gershom, to stay very close to your father. You and he must be identified as one in the public mind. We have men placed along the road who will emphasize the close relationship between father and son. Are you ready, Goshen?
Yeah, I am.
Father!
David!
Not now, boy, not now.
But the flock!
Never mind the flock. Not at this time.
Father, wolves!
What?
I saw them, wolves circling the flock.
I can't go now.
Father!
The procession is to begin. He must stay here. Call someone else.
Who can I call? The wolves will destroy the flock.
Gershom, a great prize is within your grasp. Don't lose it now.
It belongs to you. It is rightfully yours.
Stay by the old man, and Israel is yours.
Father, you are the shepherd. The sheep are not far off. Please, Father, please.
Hurry, David. Show me where they are. Maybe I can still get back in time for the procession.
They're just a little ahead, Father. A little ahead.
I shouldn't have come. Hurry, boy, hurry.
A little further. Just a little.
Where did you take them? To the top of the world?
Just a little further. A little more. There, Father. There.
Why? The sheep look fine.
Now they do. Because you are here.
Where are the wolves? I see no wolves. There are no wolves. Answer me, David. There never were any wolves. Speak. You lied to me. My own son lied to me. You shall remember this day. You shall feel my hand.
No. Father, please. Grandfather told me he wasn't going to return, and I was afraid for you to go up on the mountain. I need you, Father, to teach me to be a shepherd. I need you, Father.
Come. Come, my boy.
Are you returning to the procession?
No. I'm returning to my sheep. To my son. Forgive me.
It's all right, Father. It is.
The son has taught the father. The wolves may come again, and I must be here to defend the flock. That is what a good shepherd must do.
They say that when Grandfather looked from Mount Pisgah onto the Holy Land, he saw everything. The hills, the valleys, the plains, everything. And I know he looked back and saw Father and me tending the sheep again, and that made him happy. Because I felt at that moment as if Grandfather were embracing me and saying again, "Let peace be upon thee and upon Israel." I know peace was upon Father and me. He played a beautiful song, and the flock was safe.
If you would like a copy of today's script, please send your name and address with 10 cents to cover the cost of postage and handling to the Jewish Theological Seminary of America, 3080 Broadway, New York 27, New York. And now we take great pleasure in presenting Mr. William Blankenstein of New York City, member of the Board of Overseers of the Jewish Theological Seminary of America and honorary president of Congregation Shorei Torah of Flatbush. Mr. Blankenstein.
You have just heard a dramatized story based on an episode taken from the career of Moses, who lived about 3,500 years ago. 3 moral lessons that are applicable today can be gleaned from this tale. Firstly, that leadership is not a birthright and does not necessarily pass on from father to son. Moses' son Gershom could not become a leader of the Jewish people capable of leading them into the promised land after the death of Moses merely because of his parent. Leadership must be earned and deserved. Leadership is a gift of the people, and everyone, regardless of his station in life, if qualified, can aspire to it. Secondly, we learned that Moses, as a father, taught his son Gershom an occupation that he was fitted for, an occupation that he enjoyed, and especially an occupation that Gershom himself desired. Moses himself did not set standards and goals which were beyond the capabilities of his son. Moreover, Moses was happy that his son found peace of mind, joy and contentment in being a shepherd. There is a phrase in Proverbs which exactly pinpoints this thought: Chanoch lanar alpi dako. Raise your son according to his capabilities. Finally, the last episode of the play, the discourse between Gershom and his son David, emphasizes the basic need for a father to be a teacher and counselor to his son. These three ethical and moral principles, which were discussed in today's program, appear to me to be more vital in our present age of crises than they were in the days of Moses. Our free and democratic way of life depends upon the choice of capable leaders with a high sense of moral and ethical values, and the educating of our future generations to the joys of a job well done, and inculcating them with the moral and ethical teachings of our fathers that have withstood the test of centuries.
Thank you, Mr. Blankstein. By Erwin Gonschak, and was the last in this series of programs entitled Freedom and Responsibility. Cantor David Putterman sang the liturgical introduction. Featured in the cast were Norman Rose, who was Moses, Carl Weber played Gershom, Guy Rep was Datan, and Ivor Francis was Abiram. Ronald Liss played David. Be with us next week when the Eternal Light will present The Root and the Flower, written by Virginia Mazer, the first in a series of recreations of 12 outstanding Eternal Light dramatic programs. This is Vic Roby. Our program was directed by Daniel Sutter. Portions of this program were pre-recorded. This weekly program is presented under the auspices of the Jewish Theological Seminary of America. This is the NBC Radio Network.
And the Lord spake unto Moses, saying, Command the children of Israel that they bring unto thee pure oil olive, beaten for the light, to cause the lamps to burn continually in the tabernacle of the congregation. And it shall be a statute forever in your generations.
The Eternal Light. The National Broadcasting Company and its affiliated independent stations present The Eternal Light,
a program which comes to you under the auspices of the Jewish Theological Seminary of America. Today's program, The Gift, was written by Joseph Mendel and is third in a series of recreations of 12 outstanding Eternal Light programs.
Yes?
I'm Resin Shepherd.
I'm happy to know you, Mr. Shepherd. Won't you come in?
Well, thank you, not tonight, sir. I only came to, well, sir, where I come from, that's Virginia, there's a saying. Give a man a week to settle in his new house, and another week to get curious about his neighbors, then go and give him welcome. So, welcome to New Orleans.
Thank you, Mr. Shepherd. You're very neighborly.
It's true what they say, that you're, from New England.
They?
Well, people talk about a newcomer. You are a New Englander? Well, of course, anyone could tell who heard you speak.
Is it so noticeable?
But I would never have thought that,
What else do they say about me?
Well, you don't look like a Jew.
I see. Is there a special way a Jew should look?
I don't know, sir. That is, I've never seen one. And you're the first in New Orleans.
Perhaps he should wear a long cloak and a flowing beard and walk like Moses.
Oh, believe me, sir, I meant no offense.
I take no offense, Mr. Shepherd. You did come to welcome me. But there is something I would like you to understand.
Now, please, there's no need.
I was born in Newport, Rhode Island, on the eve of the Battle of Bunker Hill. And my earliest recollections are of the synagogue where my father was the rabbi.
You owe me no explanation, sir.
I've never thought very much about it. Mr. Shepherd, you see me as I am. And there is nothing remarkable about me, either as an American or as a Jew. Nothing remarkable at all.
That is what he said to me in the year 1802. A year before Mr. Jefferson purchased Louisiana Territory from Napoleon. But he was wrong, for in your own day, 100 years after his death, he is remembered in synagogues from the Atlantic to the Mississippi. His name is inscribed on hospitals, in the streets and parks and libraries of more than one city. His name was Judah Touro. Yet there was some truth in his words. You will understand that I can say this since Judah Touro was my friend. He was not a poet or a statesman or a leader of armies or a scientist. He had no genius. There was nothing of brilliance in his life. He was simply an enterprising, industrious, energetic merchant and shipowner who managed to build a sizable fortune, which he spent as he pleased. And this disturbed a certain Mr. John McDonough.
You're a rich man, Miss Touro. Perhaps richest in New Orleans, after me, of course.
If you say so, Mr. McDonough. For myself, I have no desire to count another man's money.
The possession of wealth brings responsibility.
I'm happy to hear you say that, sir.
Are you? Then I haven't made myself clear. Mr. Touro, yesterday the ladies of the orphans' home came to see me.
They visited me the day before.
Exactly. They told me the amount of your contribution.
I expressly asked them not to make it public.
They told me that's not public. Last week it was the directors of the Seamen's Home. In the past months, the Firemen's Charitable Association, the Ladies' Benevolent Society, and St. Anna's Asylum for the Relief of Destitute Females. Mr. Touro, you are being very inconsiderate.
I do the best I can.
You make it hard for the rest of us. That is to say, for men of standing and property.
Do I?
Of course. These people expect me to give to every cause to which you contribute, and at least as much money.
Or perhaps more, Mr. McDonough, since I am only, as you say, the second richest man in New Orleans.
Charity begins at home, sir. You have no family. I work to support my wife and children.
They would be destitute otherwise.
Nonsense. If I were to die tomorrow, they would be You are changing the subject. Mr. Touro, There are other ways of spending money. Your house, for example, it's too small, for one thing.
I am comfortable in it.
Your clothes do not befit a man of means. Your lack of servants.
Mr. McDonough, I do not count your money nor tell you how to spend it. In short, I mind my own business.
This is my business.
No. Unless...
Unless what, Mr. Turo?
Unless you wish to follow my example, in which case I shall be happy to instruct you.
But there were precious few who followed Judah Turo's example. He was the first in his store every morning and the last to leave it at night. Yet he always found time to listen and to help, whether it was the chairman of a board of trustees or a man without shoes. And therefore he was, I think, after all, a remarkable man. But there was one time when Judah Turo was not able to give what was in his heart to give. You will not find it written as I will tell it, but it began on a day when he went to meet one of his ships just docked and spoke to the captain.
You made good time, Captain.
Aye, we had fair winds all the way, sir.
The cargo?
No damage, Mr. Turo. It's being unloaded now.
Good. There'll be a bonus, Captain.
I thank you kindly, sir.
Not at all. You've earned it. And Who is this, Captain?
Kind of bonus for you, Mr. Turo.
I do not consider this a joking matter.
Aye, sir. He's a runaway slave. They caught him in Baltimore just as we were making ready to sail. The owner ordered him shipped back here. What I meant by a bonus for you, sir, I got a passenger rate for him.
Listen to me, Captain. And listen closely. Under no circumstances are you ever to take such cargo again.
What, Mr. Turo?
Under no circumstances whatsoever. Take his chains off, Captain.
Oh, I can't do that, sir. He's a runaway slave.
He's half starved. Did your master treat you badly? You don't have to be afraid to talk.
Ah, Captain, you brought back that good-for-nothing houseboy of mine.
What are you going to do to him, Mr. McDonough?
No, what do you expect, Mr. Turo? I'll teach him not to run away again.
I asked you a question. What are you going to do to him?
Mr. Turo, didn't you say you were not interested in how I disposed of my property?
I'm talking about a human being.
Oh, Jim, I paid for him. He's my property. Captain, I would appreciate it greatly if you sent one of your men along with me, just in case.
How much do you want for him, Mr. McDonough?
I beg your pardon, Mr. Turo.
I want to buy Jim from you.
Oh, no. You don't want a no-account rascal like him. Now, I have one or two men I can spare, full-grown, strong, not scrawny like this one.
How much, Mr. McDonough?
Well, I paid $125 for him some years ago, and what with newspaper notices when he ran away, his passage back...
Don't drag it out.
$200. Don't say I didn't warn you.
You'll have your money this afternoon. The chains, Captain.
I have the keys.
If this is the way you do business, Mr. Turo, you won't last long.
Come on, Jim. Let's go home. Is this the first time you've run away, Jim? What were you going to do? Where were you heading for? The kitchen is through there. Get yourself something to eat. Did they give you anything to eat on board ship?
Just bread and water.
You must be very hungry.
I've been hungry before.
When you want it, there's food in the kitchen. Jim, why won't you talk to me?
You the master. You tell me what to do, I work.
Didn't you know they'd send you back? Even if you got to New York or Boston?
I heard of a place up north, a place called Canada.
More than 2,000 miles of running and hiding. You must have wanted to get away very badly.
Mr. McDonough, he not a hard master.
Still, you ran away.
He the master.
And you'll run away again, won't you? Won't you, Jim?
I ain't aiming to be nobody's slave no more.
No. Jim, will you hand me the pen and ink there, please? And a sheet of paper. Thank you. I, Judah Turo, having duly purchased, and being the lawful owner, do hereby... There. Take it, Jim.
You want me to deliver the paper to somebody?
No, it's for you.
For me?
Don't lose it. If anybody asks you, you show it to him.
What for? What'd it say?
It says you're a free man. Jim?
You mean I can walk out of here? Right now?
Right now. If you want to.
I ain't nobody's slave no more? I'm a free man?
Jim! Jim!
Yes, sir, Mr. Turo.
What are you doing here? That paper I gave you yesterday.
Right here in my pocket. I just chopping some firewood for the stove.
You don't have to do that.
Yes, sir, but won't take but a minute. Oh, you mean you're trying to read with all that noise?
No, I said what I mean. You don't have to chop wood for me or do anything for me. You understand, Jim?
No, sir. You gave me a paper yesterday.
That's right.
Paper say I'm a free man.
And you are.
Wood needs chopping. I'm a free man. Why can't I chop it?
All right. All right, chop the wood. Only I'll pay you for it.
No, sir, Mr. Turo. You done already paid.
No, I can't have anyone work for me unless I pay him.
But You pay me, Mr. Turo.
That's sensible. You'll get regular wages every Friday. All right, what are you waiting for, Jim? No loafing when you work for wages.
You give Mr. McDonough a lot of money.
I can afford it.
Then you turn around and give me that paper.
It was my ship that brought you back. That's no answer, is it?
I don't know, sir.
Jim, this book I was reading, do you know what it is?
They're all the same to me.
It's the Bible.
The Bible? I heard the preacher talking about it.
Listen, Jim. This is what it says. Thou shalt remember that thou wast a bondsman in the land of Egypt.
Mr. Turo, someday I'm going to learn how to read that book real good. You've given me too much money, Mr. Turo.
It's your usual weekly wage, Jim.
Monday and Wednesdays, I didn't come in till afternoon.
You did your work.
If you don't mind, Mr. Turo. I can't take what ain't coming to me.
If that's how you want it.
Yes, sir. You ain't asked me where I went Monday and Wednesday mornings.
You only work for me, Jim. If you want to tell me, you will.
I asked Reverend Clapp if I could stand in back of the schoolroom and just listen. You know, the little room over the church?
Yes, I know.
The little ones, they're learning ABCs. Me, I just listen. Except after a while, I start saying it soft like to myself. A, B, C, D, E. I ain't learned but only up to E.
It takes time.
But you know, well, maybe you'd laugh if I tell you.
I won't laugh, Jim.
They takes the ABCs and put them together and make a word. And they take a lot of words and put them together and it's a book or a newspaper. And a person could read them.
Jim?
Hmm?
Talk to me, Jim. It's
instead of always reading a newspaper.
How am I going to learn if I don't read, Sarah?
Why can't you rest at night like a man should? Is that Mr. Turo? He put the reading in your head.
Ain't nobody making me do this. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to bite your head off. All right. No more reading.
Jim, honey, tell me how it's going to be when we go away.
I told you, Sarah. We gotta wait.
I know, but tell me again.
Well, after we get married...
By a preacher? A real marrying preacher?
Sure, a real preacher. Then we go up north. Maybe to Boston. Yep, we'll go to Boston.
Cold up there, ain't it?
Well, what if it is? I'll buy you a dress made of wool.
A blue dress made of lamb's wool. How long will it take us to get there?
I don't know. Took more than a month when they caught me in Baltimore. To Boston. Maybe 2 months, maybe more.
Say 2 months, and then what?
And then, well, I'm pretty handy making things. Maybe I'll set me up a carpenter shop. I'll work and you keep house. And on a fine evening, we'll walk in the street, look at everybody. And there won't be nobody to tell us what we can do and what not to do.
It's so good the way you tell it. Jim, honey, don't be cross if I say something.
It ain't no use, Sarah. You know what I'll say.
Why can't we go right away tomorrow?
Because we can't, that's why.
That's not a reason. You got to tell me a reason.
I ain't ready to go. It's all the reason I can tell you.
I'm free like you. Ain't nothing to keep us here in New Orleans.
Listen to me, Sarah. I got a paper says I'm free. Sarah, I ain't free to go. Not yet.
Jim! You there, Jim!
Yes, sir, Mr. McDonough.
Come along with me, Jim. Well, come on.
I'm sorry, Mr. McDonough, sir. I'm working for Mr. Turo now.
I know that, but I want you to do some work for me. My roof needs shingling. I'll pay Mr. Turo for your time.
I don't mean no disrespect, sir, only if I work for you, you got to pay me, not Mr. Turo.
What? Well, I suppose you're right. Well, then I'll pay you.
I can come day after tomorrow.
Out of the question, I want you today.
I can't, Mr. McDonough. I got to finish the woodshed for Mr. Turo.
The woodshed can wait. My roof is leaking.
I can come day after tomorrow.
I'll speak to Turo about this.
It won't make no difference, sir.
Be careful, Jim. You wouldn't want me to think you're being insolent.
No, sir. Only it ain't right to leave any work in the middle without finishing.
You've changed, Jim.
I work for wages now, Mr. McDonough.
All right. Come day after tomorrow. If you do a good job, I have a pair of shoes for you, good as new. You can pick the fattest hen in my chicken coop.
Mr. McDonough, sir, you pay me regular wages.
You're mighty independent, aren't you?
Not yet, sir, but I aim to be.
Jim, I never thought much of you when you belonged to me. I think I like you even less now.
Yes, sir. You don't have to like me, sir. You just have to pay me regular wages. Cash money.
Jim worked for anyone who would pay him regular wages in cash money. I used to see him often around Judah Turo's house, where there was always work for him, and I used to wonder why he worked so much harder than he had need to, and what he was doing with the money he earned. But I could never talk about it with my friend.
A man is entitled to his private thoughts, Shepherd, to his private motives. If you take that away, you make a slave of him.
For a man who spent so much of his wealth and so much of his time in public giving, Judah Turo was jealous of his privacy, and he respected the privacy of others.
If Jim is working hard, he has his reasons. And if he wants to tell me, he will.
Mr. Turo, this is Sarah.
I heard a lot about you, Mr. Turo.
We gonna get married.
Well, I'm happy to hear that, Jim. I must think of a special wedding present.
Please, sir. It ain't why we came here.
Of course not.
We've been talking a long time about getting married. But Jim, he always say, when I'm ready, we go to Mr. Turo. Then we get married. That's all he say. He don't tell me why.
If there's anything I can do, Jim.
There ain't nothing you can do, Mr. Turo. I brought you something belonging to you. You paid Mr. McDonough $200. I'm giving it back.
That's not mine, Jim.
You give me a paper. Seems like a long time ago. Says I'm free.
Yes, and there were no strings attached.
A paper can't make me free. Can't make me feel free. Mr. Turo, I've been reading a little. I've been reading the Bible. Bible says I'm free. But Mr. McDonough, he used to own me like I was a horse or a pig.
Not anymore, Jim.
Ain't no chains on me no more.
Then why don't you keep the $200?
You're a good man. I don't want to say nothing to hurt your feelings, Mr. Turo. You trying to do something you just can't do. If you got the right to set me free, Mr. McDonough got the right to buy me and own me.
Give me the money, Jim.
I thank you, Mr. Turo. I guess I'm ready now, Sarah.
Jim going to be my husband, Mr. Turo. But I don't know if I understand him. But I thank you, too. And goodbye.
Sarah, there's something I ain't told you. Maybe I didn't know it myself till just now. Sarah, we ain't going away.
But you promised, Jim.
I know. That was before. Sarah, it don't make no difference where you are. Boston or New Orleans. It don't make no difference so long as you're free. Just so long as you make yourself free.
Shepard, we've been friends a long time. Tell me what to do.
With the $200? Why, you know what you'll do, my friend. You'll give it away to someone who needs it.
I suppose so. It's easy to do that.
Hmm? Most people don't find it so easy.
If the orphanage roof leaks, if a synagogue needs a new Torah, I'm happy to give the money. But Shepard, in Jim's case, I tried to do something I just couldn't do.
Well, you have no cause to blame yourself, Judah. You did Jim no injury.
Maybe not. Only how easily a man forgets the limitations of being human.
This was my friend, Judah Turo, who gave so generously all his life to the Turo Synagogue in Newport, Rhode Island, the Turo Synagogue and the Turo Infirmary in New Orleans, the libraries and the parks, the Jewish congregations, and the Christian churches that received his gifts. His monument is not one, but many. If I've said that he was in no way remarkable, you must not believe me. For Judah Turo took back a gift he gave and understood that some things cannot be given, but must be won by each man for himself.
If you would like a copy of today's script, please send your name and address with 10 cents to cover the cost of postage and handling to the Jewish Theological Seminary of America, 3080 Broadway, New York 27, New York. And now we take great pleasure in presenting Mr. Lawrence A. Ween, President of the Federation of Jewish Philanthropies of New York. Mr. Ween.
Judah Turo learned that one human being cannot give another his freedom, that it is not his to give, but he can help him to be free. This simple truth speaks to us eloquently today. We can help men to be free. Long ago, the great philosopher Moses Maimonides put it this way. He said in the golden steps of Tzedakah that the highest order of charity is to help men to help themselves. Men are not bound only by chains. They can be enslaved by illness and anxiety, by poverty, despair, and ignorance. These are the things that the philanthropic institutions of our country fight day after day. These are the things that we in the Federation of Jewish Philanthropies of New York fight in every one of the 116 hospitals and social service agencies we maintain. And though the problems we face may be larger in quantity, they are not greater in kind. Every community in this nation is and must be deeply concerned. The miracles of modern medicine, for instance, have enabled all of us to live longer. How do we make life worth living for our growing numbers of aged? Throughout the United States, there is an increase in delinquency and in emotional disturbance in our children, a rising incidence of family trouble and distress. How do we remove the pressures and tensions that bind them as surely as the chains that bound Jim? Help, health and welfare help, must be as varied as are the needs of people. It is in the way they provide this help that the voluntary philanthropic institutions of our nation are involved with removing the barriers to any human being's development. These great institutions, serving tens of millions of people of all races and faiths, are trying in every way they can to live up to Maimonides' injunction, to help people, to help themselves. Only in this way can any one of us hope to free men, spiritually, emotionally, physically. Only in this way can we really hope to remove the chains that hold man back from realizing his fullest potential.
Thank you, Mr. Ween. Our Eternal Light drama today, The Gift, was written by Joseph Mendel and is third in a series of recreations of 12 outstanding Eternal Light programs. Cantor David Putterman sang the liturgical introduction. Featured in the cast were William Redfield, Roger de Koven, John McGovern, Elwood Smith, and Roxy Roker. Mandel Kramer played Judah Turo. Be with us next week for The Maccabees by Morton Wishengrad, presented in observance of Hanukkah. This is Vic Roby. Our program was directed by Daniel Sutter. Portions of this program were pre-recorded. This weekly program is presented under the auspices of the Jewish Theological Seminary of America. This is the NBC Radio Network.
And the Lord spake unto Moses, saying, Command the children of Israel that they bring unto thee pure oil olive beaten for the light, to cause the lamps to burn continually in the tabernacle of the congregation, and it shall be a statute forever in your generations.
The Eternal Light. The National Broadcasting Company and its affiliated independent stations present The Eternal Light, a program which comes to you under the auspices of the Jewish Theological Seminary of America. Our dramatic program today, The Maccabees, written by Morton Wishengrad, is presented in observance of Hanukkah, the Festival of Lights. It is the fourth in a series of recreations of 12 outstanding Eternal Light programs.
How far to the city of Modin?
Half a league by the straight road. Rider, why are your garments torn?
I bring bad news.
Children inside the house! Inside and fasten the shutters!
Rider, your horse needs water. He's bleeding under your spurs. Rider, he'll fall under you. No time to lose. Thanks anyhow, my friend.
What news, messenger? What is the news from Jerusalem?
News of death. Thousands have been put to the sword by the Syrians.
Have they touched the temple? Can you hear me? What have they done to the temple of Jerusalem?
Have they set foot in the temple? Have they done anything to the temple? Desecrated. The altar, the candlesticks, the sacred vessels plundered. Which way to Modin? Which way to the house of Mattathias and his 5 sons?
Keep to the road! You can't miss it! Directly! Ahead!
Thanks! I must reach Mattathias before dark!
And it came to pass in the days when Antiochus of Syria was king over a multitude of nations and ruler over Israel and Jerusalem, that a messenger raced toward the house of Mattathias the Hasmonean, who dwelt in peace at Modin with his 5 sons. And the messenger fell as though dead into the arms of Maccabeus, the 3rd son of Mattathias. And Maccabeus gave him to drink and saw to his horse. And when man and beast had drunk their fill, Maccabeus listened to the bearer of news.
They came without warning. They didn't even give us time. They
Easy, man.
Horsemen, chariots, soldiers on elephants. We didn't even have a stick in our hands.
How many were slain?
I don't know.
Women?
Yes, women and children. The stones of Jerusalem are dark with blood.
Easy.
I can't get it out of my mind. But there's worse. They went into the sanctuary.
Try to rest. I'll listen later.
No, hear it now. They defiled the temple. Do you hear? They plundered the sacred vessels. They made a mockery and a blasphemy of the holiness of Israel. Jerusalem is unto a wilderness. Her feasts are turned into mourning, her Sabbaths into reproach, her honor into contempt.
You rest here. I'll tell my father.
Yes, tell the priest Mattathias. Tell him that the house of Jacob is clothed with shame.
Softly, Maccabeus. This is a time to think.
There's a time for thinking, Father, but this is not the time.
Perhaps you're right, Maccabeus. Let us lay aside our garments and put on sackcloth and cover our heads with ashes.
No weeping, Father. No weeping, no wailing, no lamentation. Let there be lamentation among the enemies of Israel.
Be still, all of you. Be still. I am a priest of Israel, and you are the sons of a priest. Do we study war, or do we study the law?
We must study what our enemies make us study.
No. You are sons of the house of Jacob. Peace is our profession. If we are afflicted, let us render praise to the just God who afflicts us. It is his will. This is our punishment for evil.
No.
Maccabeus.
No, Father. Look at my hands.
Unclench them, Maccabeus.
I will not. If I clench them, it is because God clenches them for me. Will you answer a curse with a kiss?
Thou shalt bear no hatred in thy heart.
Will you see blood shed and lift no finger?
Thou shalt not commit murder.
Shall you see murder done? Father, murder also must be punished.
Wait.
Have I spoken wrong?
No, Maccabeus, but wait. All of you, wait. It cannot be so bad. The messenger exaggerates. He is overwrought. I command you, wait.
It is the royal command of Antiochus Epiphanes, ruler over all Syria, Israel, and Jerusalem, that in all the cities of Judah there be built altars and shrines and temples unto Jupiter. It is the royal command that henceforth and from this 25th day of Kislev that you renounce the God of Israel.
Do you still wait? Father, do you still say wait?
Yes, Maccabees, I say wait. Give no provocation. It will pass. It will pass.
And we ordain that ye shall bring unto the altar the flesh of a birthright.
Shall we still wait, Father?
Henceforth, no Israelite may circumcise his son, or keep the Sabbath, or read forbidden books.
Shall we still wait, Father?
It is the royal commandment that those women who have circumcised their sons shall be put to death, and let their babes be hanged by the neck, and their houses be destroyed.
How long shall we wait, Father? How long?
And the priest Mattathias bit his lips and rent his garments, and put ashes upon his head. And he saw the blasphemies that were committed in Judah and in Jerusalem, and he spoke.
Wherefore was I born to see the destruction of my people, and to see the holy sanctuary of Jerusalem given unto the hand of the alien? Her vessels of glory are carried away into captivity. Her infants are slain in the streets. O Lord my God, what nation hath not inherited her palaces and gotten possession of her spoils? Her adorning is all taken away. Instead of a free woman, she has become a bondwoman. And behold, our holy things and our beauty and our glory are laid waste and profaned. Wherefore shall we live any longer? My sons, let us now mourn for Jerusalem.
It is written that to the city of Modin came officers of the king to enforce the apostasy, and many of Israel who were in fear came unto them. But Mattathias and his 5 sons were gathered together, and the king's officer spake to the venerable priest Mattathias.
You
speak to me.
Yes, I speak to you. There is an altar here.
Well?
You are the first of the Israelites in the city. Therefore, you will be the first to make a sacrifice here.
This is a pagan altar.
Don't be a fool. I've gold and silver for the first man to make the sacrifice.
There are 3 sins punishable by death, and the first of these is idolatry.
If you refuse, there are others who will not refuse. For the first to make sacrifice to Jupiter, these bags of gold. Who comes forward?
Sir, both bags of gold?
There's a sensible man. Both bags. Come forward.
2 bags of gold?
You do not dare. I forbid it. My son, idolatry is a capital sin. Hearken to the commandment.
Don't listen to the old fool. Go to the altar of Jupiter.
My son, I plead with you. Do not go aside from our worship. I command you.
Mattathias, I want the gold, but I don't want to die.
Turn your face from these graven images.
Don't be afraid of him. Here's the gold.
Go ahead.
Mattathias, I'm sorry. You know, Mattathias. No, Mattathias. Put down the knife. Put it down. Please don't. Not the knife. Mattathias!
And Mattathias, the venerable man of God, seized the knife that lay upon the pagan altar and slew the apostate. And he slew the officer of the king upon the altar. And he did not weep for his act, nor did his son Maccabees, nor the other sons of his loins. And Mattathias stood among the people and said,
Maccabees, you were right. There is a time for waiting and a time for weeping. But now it is a time for neither.
We stand with you, Father.
Good. Stand together, my sons. Stand together, Israel, sons of Judah. Stand together.
What shall we do?
People of Israel.
Yes.
Are you zealous for the law?
We are.
Will you maintain the covenant?
We will.
Will you abide this profanation in the land?
No.
Then come forth after me. Come forth after me and my sons. Let us forsake all that is in the city and flee into the mountains.
And because evils were multiplied upon them, they that sought after justice and judgment went down into the wilderness to dwell there, they and their sons and their wives. And the king's officers and the king's soldiers pursued them. They pursued them in their might, and while they did not overtake Mattathias and Maccabees, who had gone before, they came upon others in the secret place of the wilderness. And an officer of the king shouted a command.
In the caves! You there in the caves! King Antiochus offers clemency.
We stay here.
You're entirely surrounded. Come out, Jews.
If we come out, will you let us go in peace?
That's more like it. Yes, we'll let you go if you obey the commands of the king. No more of your law. Today the law is the law of Antiochus. We give you 5 hours to consider the offer. In 5 hours, we come after you. You have your choice.
Joshua, have the men decided?
We have.
The women are ready, Joshua. We have gathered the stones.
No stones, Hannah.
We can't let them murder us.
This is the Sabbath. Have you forgotten? We will take up no arms on the Sabbath.
Then let us seal the openings of the caves with the stones.
We will not profane the Sabbath.
Joshua.
It is God's will.
But before God, we are innocent.
Then let us die in our innocence, and let heaven and earth bear witness that we were put to death without trial.
Thus neither did they answer the Syrians, nor cast a stone at them, nor stop up the secret places of the caves. And the soldiers of the Syrians rose up against them in battle on the Sabbath. And the men of Israel died, and their wives and their children, to the number of 1,000 souls. And Mattathias and Maccabees and their men knew this.
Father, they died and did not lift a finger. Even the young lamb balks at slaughter.
It was the Sabbath, my son.
Does a physician refuse to attend the sick on the Sabbath? Is that a violation of the law?
No, it is not, but...
And why not? Because he saves a life that is precious to God. Is not every life precious? Shall we fight for ourselves and for our ordinances only 6 days in the week and submit to the sword on the 7th? I ask it of all of you. I say it is no violation of God's law to prevent ourselves from being destroyed.
Very well, I cannot gainsay it. Maccabees, let me speak to them.
They're waiting.
Men, the course you take is the true course. Israel, listen. Hear me. I say have pride. Have pride in yourselves. Rebuke the enemy, submit no longer. Do not stifle your wrath. Kindle your indignation. I call to remembrance the deeds of our fathers which they did in their generations. Be strong, be firm. Show yourselves men in behalf of the law, and avenge the wrong to your people. Render a recompense to the Gentiles, and take heed to the commandments of Israel.
Father. Father.
Let me get on the ground.
Father, what's wrong?
I am old. That is wrong.
I'll send for the physician.
No. Call your brother.
Eleazar. Simon. Yes. John. Jonathan. Yes, Maccabees.
Maccabees, are they?
My brothers are with me.
Good. Maccabees, I should die today.
No, Father.
Wash me clean. Jonathan, my son, comb my hair, trim my nails. I want to go clean to the grave as I went clean to the temple every Sabbath day. Will you do this for me, Jonathan?
Yes, Father.
You are good sons. Put me in the ground at the right side of my father. If the space is a little narrow, it does not matter. He loved me well enough to make room by his side. Now, go and keep the covenant, and do not tremble before sinful men. My sons, may God bless you.
And Mattathias blessed them, and was gathered to his fathers. And his son Maccabeus rose up in his stead, and was like a lion in his deeds, and as a lion's whelp roaring for prey. He pursued the lawless, and made Jacob glad with his acts. And he went among the cities of Judah, and destroyed the ungodly out of the land, and turned away wrath from Israel, while those who were ready to perish gathered together around him. They went forth together against a great host from Samaria, and they were victors.
No spoils. Take only the weapons.
Well, what of the gold, Maccabees?
I say take only the weapons.
He wants it all for himself.
Yeah. Put the gold down.
I fought for it.
Put it down.
I fought for it, and I'll take it.
I say put it down.
Never.
You'll have to take it from me.
Maccabees! You strike your own soldier.
You are not my soldiers.
No?
No. You are soldiers of Israel, soldiers of the law. Woe to him who increases possessions not of his own. The stone shall cry out of the wall, and the beam out of the timber shall answer it. Put it all down.
Yeah, you ask us to put it down so that you can take it up.
Yes, I take it.
For yourself.
Not for myself. Have you forgotten the widow who weeps for her husband? Have you forgotten the old and the orphan?
Oh. I'm sorry, Maccabees. I did forget. I'll remember now.
Be sure you do. Be sure you remember who we are, and what we are, and why we are. Now help them up and go back to your tent. What is your muster, Eleazar?
6,000 men.
Good. We march against the enemy.
Well, how can we, Maccabeus? There are 8 to our 1.
Trust in God, Eleazar. Trust in the overweening insolence of the enemy. He's overconfident.
Maccabeus, they have 40,000 foot soldiers and 7,000 horsemen.
Eleazar, do you think strength is in the multitude? Order the trumpeter to sound the call.
As you wish. Trumpeter, sound the call.
Hear, O Israel, ye draw nigh this day unto battle with your enemies. Let not your heart faint, fear not, nor be alarmed, neither be ye affrighted at them. For the Lord your God is he that goeth with you, to fight for you against your enemies, to save you. Now look to yourselves. We march.
And the army of Maccabees, the third son of Mattathias the priest, moved forth by night. And when the enemy came in his place and found no man, he laughed and said, These men flee from us. And the enemy sought Maccabees in the mountains. But Maccabees came from behind and sounded his trumpets. And the Syrians were discomfited and fled into the plain. But all the hindmost fell by the sword, and more besides, to the number of 3,000 men on the plains of Idumea. Then the armies of Lysias encamped against them, and were also vanquished. And Maccabees and the Israelites gave thanksgiving to God, and went into Jerusalem, where the sanctuary lay desolate, and the altar profaned, and the gates burned up, and the priests' chambers pulled down, and they mourned.
Eleazar, take the stones of the altar that is defiled and put them away.
It will be done, my brother.
Simon, you will see that they take whole stones according to the law and build a new altar.
Yes, Maccabees.
John, see to the holy vessels and the candlestick.
New ones will be fashioned.
Good. Jonathan?
Yes?
See to the holy lights. Let the lamps be kindled again.
The light? Oh, yes. I'll see to the lights, Maccabees.
Let them be kindled well, for the light is eternal. And Jonathan, it shall not die.
And they rose up early in the morning, on the 5th and 20th day of the 9th month, which is the month of Kislev, and offered sacrifices according to the law. And the new altar was dedicated afresh, with songs and harps and lutes, and with cymbals. And they kept the dedication of the altar 8 days. And there was exceeding great gladness among the people. And Maccabeus and his brethren, and the whole congregation of Israel, ordained that the days of the dedication of the altar should be kept in their seasons from year to year for the space of 8 days. And so has it ever been done, with gladness and with joy.
If you would like a copy of today's script, please send your name and address with 10 cents to cover the cost of postage and handling to the Jewish Theological Seminary of America, 3080 Broadway, New York 27, New York. And now we take great pleasure in presenting Mr. Joseph S. Wohl, prominent New York City attorney and member of the Board of Directors of the Jewish Theological Seminary of America. Mr. Wohl.
I believe that the point that can be made with regard to today's program is that insights, which are the lessons of history, prove to be relevant time and time again. The basic commitment of the original Maccabee family was their love for peace. They were men of peace, and yet the situation reached a point where it was necessary for these men of peace to go to war. The best means of preventing ultimate tragedy is to have the firmest of convictions, to know when tyranny must be resisted. The most difficult problem is to strike a balance, to be sufficiently flexible to recognize that negotiation is not a sign of weakness, and that firmness is not a sign of wanting to be warlike. In our day, as in the days of the Maccabees, this is the great challenge that faces us as a nation, as an American people, and as individuals. The President, in his inaugural speech, said, "Never fear to negotiate, but never negotiate out of fear." We must strike this balance in our relationships as a nation and as individuals, to know how to be firm and at the same time flexible, whether it concerns a parent dealing with a child or one nation dealing with another. This can only be achieved. One can only make the right decisions and strike the right balance when one is sure of one's convictions and has a deep faith in the ethical and moral principles on the basis of which one acts. Hanukkah, as a season of rededication, is an appropriate occasion for each of us to reaffirm our commitments to higher moral standards and responsible behavior that can realize these goals.
Thank you, Mr. Wohl. Our Eternal Light drama today, The Maccabees, was written by Morton Wishengrad and was presented in observance of Hanukkah, the Festival of Lights, and was the fourth in a series of recreations of 12 outstanding Eternal Light programs. Cantor David Putterman sang the liturgical introduction. Featured in the cast were Alan Bergman, William Mason, Guy Repp, Maurice Tarplin, Dean Lyman Almquist, Roger DeKoven, Martin Rudy, Beatrice Pons, Bathsheba Garnett, Lester Rollins, and George Siegel. Your narrator was David Ross. Be with us next week when the Eternal Light presents The Tabernacle in Duke's Place, also written by Morton Wishengrad. This is Vic Roby. Our program was directed by Daniel Sutter. Portions of this program were pre-recorded. This weekly program is presented under the auspices of the Jewish Theological Seminary of America. This is the NBC Radio Network.
And the Lord spake unto Moses, saying, Command the children of Israel that they bring unto thee pure oil olive, beaten for the light, to cause the lamps to burn continually in the tabernacle of the congregation. And it shall be a statute forever in your generations.
The Eternal Light. The National Broadcasting Company and its affiliated independent stations present The Eternal Light, a program which comes to you under the auspices of the Jewish Theological Seminary of America. Our dramatic program today, The Tabernacle in Duke's Place, is written by Morton Wishengrad and is the fifth in a series of recreations of 12 outstanding Eternal Light programs.
somehow it was more terrible at night. More terrible and more beautiful. The tracer bullets would stitch a quick seam of flame up into the sky, and the incendiaries and the bombs spilled down like beads from a broken string. That's how it was the nights of May 10th and May 11th, 1941, when the Luftwaffe was over London. Uncle Nathan died the first night. There was a neat hole through the top of his helmet. He had been on air raid duty over at Duke's Place, just outside the great synagogue.
Sooner or later, a man must die. And there are worse ways of dying than from a shell fragment in the skull. Please understand me, I'm not a hero. But there are worse things than dying. Like seeing the roof of the great synagogue go up in flames, and seeing a bolt of fire fall on the ark that holds the Holy Scrolls. Are the Holy Scrolls still there? I don't know. I know that the synagogue stands naked to the wind, the roof gutted, the walls charred. The pews where I sat and my father sat, and his father before him. Nothing but a gray feather of ash. I'm sorry for that. That pew had a history. 100 years ago, Sir David Solomon sat in that pew. Please don't misunderstand me. It's not important that Sir David was once Lord Mayor of London, or that he was the brother-in-law of Moses Montefiore. It's more important that he was an upright man, and that in the days of Queen Victoria, may she rest in peace, Sir David Solomons was aroused by something.
I'm not going to wait any more, Amos.
No?
No, I'm not going to wait. I'm not going to pussyfoot. I'm not going to hold my hat in my hand and ask for favors anymore.
Oh, save your speeches for your constituency.
That's exactly what I'm going to do.
I see. Then you're going to stand for Parliament again.
That's what I mean.
It isn't wise, Sir David.
Why not?
Because it isn't wise.
That's no answer.
You know the answer. You're a Jew. No Jew has ever sat in Parliament.
Amos, a few years ago, no Catholic sat in Parliament.
That's different, Sir David. You'll be attacked because you are a Jew.
The Catholics were attacked because they were Catholics. The same civil disabilities applied to them. They fought against it. That's what we have to do.
Maybe. You stood for Parliament twice already.
3 times.
So much the worse. You lost each time.
This time I won't lose.
All right. Suppose you win.
Well?
They won't seat you.
Exactly. But I'm going to oblige them to say why they won't seat me.
I've told you why.
Let them tell me.
They'll tell you you're a Jew.
I'm running for office as an Englishman.
Sir David, you're going to get into trouble.
Thank you, Amos. It seems to me that's a risk I have to take.
Sir David? Henry, stop the carriage.
Ah, I thought I recognized your carriage, Lady Russell.
Can I drive you someplace?
It's very kind of you to ask, but it's the Sabbath.
Yes, of course. You don't ride on Saturdays.
No, ma'am.
Will you talk a little politics?
Well, it's not what I should do today.
I hear you're going to stand from Greenwich.
That's true.
Don't. It's a Tory stronghold. No liberal has a chance.
I'm already committed, Lady Russell.
Too bad. You're sure I can't take you anywhere?
Thank you, Lady Russell. I'm going to the synagogue at Duke's Place. I'll walk.
David, I want to see you.
Yes, Rabbi.
Come in here, where we can be alone.
Are you going to scold me too?
Why do you want to do this foolish thing, David?
Is it foolish to want to serve your country?
The question is, do you want to serve your country or yourself?
I don't know what that means, Rabbi.
We read a Sabbath chapter from Pirkei Avot today. I'll repeat it for you. Seek not greatness for thyself, and court not honor. Let thy works exceed thy learning, and crave not after the table of kings. For thy table is greater than theirs, and thy employer is faithful to pay thee the reward of thy work.
I don't want greatness, Rabbi. I don't crave the table of kings.
Then what are you after?
Not long ago, a Jew could not vote. I resented that.
So did I as an Englishman. But now we can vote, so why complain?
We still can't sit in Parliament.
Does it rankle so much?
Very much, Rabbi. I'm quite willing to be barred from Parliament because I'm incompetent, but I won't be barred because the Tories don't admit Catholics, Quakers, separatists, and Jews.
The others are now admitted, David. Our turn will come in time.
In time is too long. Now is the time. The time is always now, Rabbi.
You're right, David.
That's the only reason why I want to run. To wipe out the humiliation, this humiliation not only to us, but to England.
I believe you, and I bless you, David, but remember something.
Yes.
You're an Englishman, but you're also a Jew. Whatever you do, whatever you say, must be done and said for the sake of righteousness. You must be an example, David.
You've told us a lot, Mr. Candidate, but how will you vote on the poor relief bill?
That's right, David Solomons. How will you vote?
I'll tell you how he'll vote. He's a tough like the rest. You can see it in his blooming face.
Oh, shut up, Wilkins. You're not the speaker.
How do you stand, Sir David?
I'm for the bill. Now, wait. But a poor relief bill is essentially charity.
There, you see? He's against it.
Oh, shut up, Wilkins.
You see, charity is part of my religion. Every Jew must give a part of what he earns to charity. But we don't misunderstand it. We know that charity is an ennobling thing to the man who gives charity, but sometimes it embitters the life of the man who receives it.
Yes, sir, but I say, if I'm going to be embittered, I wants to be embittered on a full belly.
I don't disagree with you, Mr. Wilkins. That's why, if the people of Greenwich send me to Parliament, I'll vote for the poor relief bill.
Good. Let's leave it at that.
I'm sorry, I can't leave it at that. You see, my religion also teaches me that it is more meritorious to anticipate charity than to give charity. A great man by the name of Maimonides taught us that.
Or maybe he's the man we ought to elect instead of you.
That might be hard to arrange. You see, Maimonides happens to be dead.
Ow, oh, too bad.
You've all been very kind. Perhaps you'll allow me to add that the best charity is to prevent poverty. I hope you agree with that. If you don't, I advise you to vote for my opponent.
In the year 1851, during the reign of Queen Victoria, this is how David Solomons campaigned for Parliament. The people of Greenwich were Christians, and David Solomons was a Jew. And for them, there was much cause for misgiving in that fact. It happened once at a meeting that a man rose in the audience and put to David Solomons the question that was on many lips.
Mr. Solomons, you're a Jew. How can we elect you?
I ask you to elect me as an Englishman, not as a Jew.
But you won't stop being a Jew.
Well, should I? I always thought that in England a man's religion was his own affair.
Maybe. But if you represent us in Parliament, then your religion also becomes our affair.
Oh, I think that's wrong, sir. Your affair is how I vote, not how I pray to God. But suppose what you say is true. Why should my religion bar me from Parliament?
That's what we want you to tell us.
Well, I think in that case I should tell you what the Hebrew law is.
Perhaps you should, sir.
Once in the days of the Caesars, a smiling Roman commanded the famous Rabbi Hillel to stand on one leg and expound the entire law.
Well?
Hillel also smiled and answered, "Do not unto others what you would not have others do to thee." That is the entire law. Everything else is commentary. Does that answer your question, sir?
Is that what you believe?
With all my heart.
All right, sir. I'm satisfied.
Greenwich was a Tory stronghold, and David Solomon's was a Liberal. But in the year 1851, the people of Greenwich elected David Solomons to Parliament. And now, there was a turning of eyes from Ireland and Scotland and Wales and the villages of England toward the Speaker's table in the great House of Commons.
Your name, sir?
David Solomons, Mr. Speaker.
Are you prepared to take the oath?
I am, sir.
Do you, David Solomons, truly and sincerely acknowledge, profess, testify, and declare in your conscience before God and the world that our sovereign Queen Victoria is rightful queen of this realm and all other dominions and countries thereunto belonging?
I do, Mr. Speaker.
Without any equivocation?
Without any equivocation.
Or mental evasion or secret reservation whatsoever?
With none of these, Mr. Speaker.
And do you make this acknowledgement, abjuration, renunciation, and promise heartily, willingly, and truly?
I do.
Upon the true faith of a Christian?
Upon the true faith of a Jew, Mr. Speaker.
You are out of order, sir. The prescribed form of the oath requires you to swear on the true faith of a Christian.
You ask me to renounce my religion, Mr. Speaker?
I ask you to take the oath as it is written.
I do so, Mr. Speaker. I have been legally elected. I have satisfied every requirement of this Parliament. But I will not renounce my religion.
I repeat, Mr. Solomons, you are out of order.
This form of oath is deliberately framed to exclude a section of the population from the rights of Englishmen.
You are contumacious, sir.
No, Mr. Speaker. I am truthful.
Mr. Solomons, it is my direction that you withdraw from the House. I ask the members of this House to come to order.
David Solomons stood before the Speaker's table in the great House of Commons. Then slowly he turned. A hush fell upon the assembly as the elected member for Greenwich walked slowly from the rostrum. The sergeant-at-arms held the famous doors open. And then David Solomons stopped. He stopped, then quietly approached a vacant seat among the Liberal benches. And he sat down.
Mr. Speaker! Mr. Speaker!
I recognize Sir Robert Inglis.
I rise to protest, sir. The Speaker of the House has ordered this gentleman to withdraw.
Thank you, Sir Robert. Do you withdraw, Mr. Solomons?
No, Mr. Speaker.
You are presumptuous, Mr. Solomons.
I regret it, sir. I appeal for the indulgence of the House. I ask leave to defend my position.
Oh, you may not do that, Mr. Solomons. You are not a legal member of this body.
Oh, let him speak.
Yes, let him speak.
Gentlemen, I ask you again for order. You have the indulgence of this House, Mr. Solomons.
Thank you.
You may proceed.
I wish to state, Mr. Speaker and members of Parliament, that I am to be excluded from Commons not because I am guilty of civil offense, or because I am convicted of lack of competence, but because of my devotion to the faith in which I was raised.
Are you done, Mr. Solomon?
Not yet, sir. This house may wish to renounce me, but surely it does not wish to renounce Holy Scripture. Ye shall have one statute, both for the stranger and for him that is born in the land. And remember that I am not a stranger. This is my land, where my father was born and his father before him.
Argue to the point, sir. The statute here is that you are not a legal member of Commons. You have not taken the oath.
I have taken the oath and sworn to it on my faith. I do not impugn your motives, Sir Robert. But what you ask me to do is repugnant to humanity and against every principle of charity and civilization.
How dare you impute to me...
Wait, Sir Robert.
No, I will not.
I appeal to the Speaker for permission to conclude my remarks.
You may proceed.
I do not wish to try your patience.
Then be still.
Say, Sir Robert, let him speak.
Thank you. I say this. If you disqualify me on religious grounds, you are imposing a penalty for the holding of opinion. You are stigmatizing persons for differences of faith. As an Englishman, I tell you this is un-English. I ask this assembly to amend the form of the oath and to act in the spirit of Magna Carta. Thank you, gentlemen. Now I withdraw.
The seat that rightfully belonged to David Solomons remained vacant. And because David Solomons had taken that seat briefly and spoken in the House of Commons without having previously taken the full oath, Sir Robert protested.
I rise on a point of law.
What is your point, Sir Robert?
The member for Greenwich has violated an act of Parliament.
Yes, Sir Robert, but what is your point?
Well, if I am not mistaken, the member for Greenwich is liable to cumulative penalties of £1,500. Am I mistaken, Mr. Speaker?
No, you are not.
Will the government sue for penalties?
The government will not, Sir Robert.
I protest.
Oh, that is your right, Sir Robert, but may I point out to you that Mr. Solomons has a greater right to protest. If there is no further business, the House will adjourn.
There is something in the English spirit that cannot abide meanness or injustice. And it was as if they were embodied in the voice of David Solomons, the voice of the prophets of Israel, saying, "Proclaim liberty throughout the land." And England listened. There were only 30,000 Jews in all of England, but 300,000 Englishmen circulated and signed a petition for the removal of all disabilities, and the House of Parliament began to respond to the will of the people.
My Lords, I introduce a bill for the purpose of striking out from the parliamentary oath such portions as are inoperative, idle, and absurd.
And be it further resolved that when any of Her Majesty's subjects professing the Jewish religion shall make the said declaration, the words, "upon the true faith of a Christian," shall be omitted.
I protest, Mr. Speaker.
Gentlemen, the motion to amend the oath has been carried overwhelmingly.
May it please the Commons, it is my conviction that our act is retroactive. And the aggrieved member from Greenwich is, in fact, a legal member of this body.
David Solomons. I say, David. Henry, stop this infernal carriage. Hello, David.
You look very well, Lady Russell.
You look even better, David, in Parliament.
It's kind of you to say so.
That's where you've always belonged.
Thank you.
Fiddlesticks. You belong among the peers of the realm. I hope the Queen makes you a lord someday.
So does my wife. But the rabbi doesn't.
What's he got against the nobility?
Nothing, but another rabbi called Shemaiah once said, "Love labor, hate lordship, and seek no intimacy with those in authority."
Indeed. Is that in the Talmud, David?
I believe so, ma'am.
Interesting. You must send me a copy sometime. Now let me give you a lift.
Thank you, no, Lady Russell. I'll walk.
Oh, I always forget. It's your Sabbath, isn't it?
Yes, ma'am. I'm going to the synagogue.
It seems to me every time I see you, you're going to the synagogue.
Perhaps so. But tell me, Lady Russell, can you think of a better place for a man called Solomon's to go?
So he went to the Duke's Place synagogue, and he sat in the pew where later my father sat and where I sat. I suppose that is the history of any synagogue, the history of the men who stand before the tabernacle of the Lord and speak words of righteousness. Now, the synagogue stands gutted and naked to the wind. The tabernacle of Duke's Place is charred by fire. But there is so much in London that is charred by fire, and so much that will be built again, and built better. David Solomons will not see it, and I shall not see it, but it will be. I have faith in that, and in England, and in the generations of Israel. And that isn't a bad thing at all, is it?
If you would like a copy of today's script, please send your name and address with 10 cents to cover the cost of postage and handling to the Jewish Theological Seminary of America, 3080 Broadway, New York 27, New York. And now we take great pleasure in presenting Mr. George Mack, prominent Jewish civic leader of New York City and a member of the Society for the Advancement of Judaism, who is an active participant in the work of the Jewish Museum. Mr. Mack.
The story of Sir David Solomons is part of the heroic saga of the history of men. Men who believed in the noble concepts expressed in the great political doctrines of the ages. It was not and is not enough to have been granted a Magna Carta, impressive as it may have been at that time, or the Bill of Rights, or even the commandments and ethical teachings of the Bible. We must fight to ensure that these rights are extended to each and every human being, especially those who in practice have been excluded. Throughout history, there have been far more principles of enlightenment than men of courage to ensure such rights for all. Men of courage to fight at all levels, in the courts, in Congress, and in their community. These men did not achieve the benefits under existing rights because they deserved them by reason of birth, religion, or race. It was rather through a strength of will, a belief in the concept, and a stubborn refusal to compromise. Sir David Solomons is not remembered as a Jew or an Englishman, but rather as a believing, practicing, devout man of God who would not compromise his religious beliefs for the sake of convenience or social acceptance. He fully accepted and practiced that which was taught, while others with the same opportunity only mouthed similar sentiments. He proved that rights are not deserved, they are earned. Man dies in many ways, but in no way does he die more unknowingly than by his daily compromise for the sake of expediency. It is easy to be adamant when confronted with what are considered the great truths and moral issues of the day. It is that daily compromise for gain, profit, or ease that surely destroys the fiber of man and society. Each of these daily issues involves, in essence, a great truth, for there is no difference between a little or a great injustice. The only difference is in ourselves. At some point, we must make a stand, for we do not deserve rights which we have not earned or for which we are not prepared to sacrifice. If we permit these erosions of our moral values, our days of convenience will only be remembered as the age of the great compromise.
Thank you, Mr. Mack. Our Eternal Light drama today, The Tabernacle in Duke's Place, was written by Morton Wishengrad and was the fifth in a series of recreations of 12 outstanding Eternal Light programs. Cantor Robert H. Siegel sang the liturgical music. Featured in the cast were Rita Lloyd, Alfred Shirley, Vera Allen, Guy Sorrell, John Moore, John Seymour, and Mercer McLeod. Stotts Cotsworth played David Solomons. The narrator was Santos Ortega. Be with us next week when the Eternal Light presents Walt Whitman and I, written by Virginia Mazer. This is Bill McCord. Our program was directed by Daniel Sutter. Portions of today's program were pre-recorded. This weekly program is presented under the auspices of the Jewish Theological Seminary of America. This is the NBC Radio Network.
And the Lord spake unto Moses, saying, Command the children of Israel that they bring unto thee pure oil olive beaten for the light, to cause the lamps to burn continually in the tabernacle of the congregation, and it shall be a statute forever in your generations.
The Eternal Light. The National Broadcasting Company and its affiliated independent stations present The Eternal Light, a program which comes to you under the auspices of the Jewish Theological Seminary of America. Our dramatic program today, The Mark of Cain, was written by Morton Wishengrad and is the seventh in a series of recreations of 12 outstanding Eternal Light programs.
Who is it?
Open the door.
Tell me who it is.
It's the police.
What do you want?
You know what I want, Mrs. Parra. I've got a court order for your son. Now, will you open the door, or do I have to break it down?
You can't have him.
Don't be foolish. The court order says that the boy goes to an institution. Now, open the door, Mrs. Parra.
I said you can't have my son. The only way you can have him is when I'm dead.
All right. I'm going to break the door down.
Go ahead, officer. I'll be on the fire escape.
What do you mean?
You break down the door and I jump. I said the only way you get my son is when I'm dead. That's what I mean. Every word.
The year was 1910. The place was a poverty-stricken tenement building in New York City. In 1910, a policeman blew a whistle. A hand pulled the signal of a firebox. The fire trucks and the police riot cars responded.
Come on! Spread those nets! Get them over, and I want those life nets spread!
Cassidy, Anderson, Kaplan!
Yes, Sergeant!
Cover the roof, the backyard, and the areaway.
Yes, sir!
Costello, get those people back! Get them out of the way!
The sound of the mob, the brute, mindless sound of the morbidly curious who are attracted always by the pain and the shame of the despairing.
Hurry with those life nets! Now, come on! Get a move on, men! Spread those nets!
Sergeant, suppose she jumps at an angle. She'll smash herself against the pavement.
Who let you through? Hey, Costello, I told you to hold the people back. Now, get back, lady. You don't belong here.
My name is Loeb.
I wouldn't care if it was William Howard Taft. Back to the police
I'm
line.
a reporter from the New York Evening World. The name is Sophie Irene Loeb.
Drop in when I'm not busy. Now, beat it, Miss Loeb.
Sergeant, if that woman kills herself, there's a good chance you won't be sleeping well tonight.
Oh, what do you want?
Maybe I can persuade her not to jump.
She's gone crazy. You'll be wasting your time.
It's only my time. It's her life. Sergeant, let me try to talk to her.
I tell you, she's hysterical. She won't listen.
But what do you lose if I try?
Miss Loeb, she might hurt you.
I'll try not to let her. Sergeant.
Sergeant, give me a chance.
Cassidy! Yes, sir. Take Miss Loeb
To the roof. Show her the way to the fire escape.
Oh, thank you, Sergeant. Come on, Cassidy.
In 1910, Sophie Irene Loeb found one hysterical human life to save. This is how you try to save a human life. The heart pounding, the chest bursting for air, the breath torn from her throat. She raced up the filthy tenement stairs to the roof.
This way.
She paused only for a moment to suck her breath back.
No, you take it easy, lady. From here on, you're on your own.
Don't come any nearer. You take one more step, and I jump. Mrs. Peller, I'm your friend. I haven't any friends. I said don't come near us. So help me, God, don't come near us. All right, Mrs. Peller. I'll stay here. Please. I'm not from the police. I want to help you. Nobody takes my boy. I don't know anything about that, Mrs. Peller. I don't even know what the boy's done. He didn't go to school. He should have gone to school, and he didn't go. Peller, you're not in any condition to talk. Where's your husband? Dead. That's where. Dead and buried. Why didn't your boy go to school? Because I have to work. There's no one to watch him and he gets wild. Is that a reason to take him from his own mother? Is that a reason to send him to an orphan asylum? I'm his mother. His own mother. Who do they think they are? What kind of a city is this? What kind of laws do they make? You're right about the law. Now, stop crying, Mrs. Peller. You're not saying that because... No, they're trying to do a terrible thing to you, Mrs. Peller. If that's the law, it's a wicked law. If you're playing with me, if this is a trick... It's not a trick, Mrs. Peller. My mother is a widow. My brothers and sisters, I myself, were brought up by a widow. I think I know what's in your heart. Well, what do you want? Don't jump. That's no answer to anything. But they'll take my boy. Probably. And they'll send him to an orphan asylum.
Probably.
Then what's the good?
You'll be alive. You'll both be alive. You'll have a chance to get him back.
Not a chance in the world. I know them. They never give you a chance.
I'll help you.
What for? Who am I to you?
Another woman. Mrs. Peller, I'm going to walk down this fire escape ladder. Here, you'll fall. Here, take my hand.
What for, Mrs. Peller? Who am I to you?
Oh, yeah.
Yes, sure. Oh, lady. Lady, I don't know who you are, but whoever you are, don't let them take my boy. Don't let them.
In 1910, a woman did not leap to her death. And a young boy was taken from his mother and placed in an orphan asylum. It was the law. It was something Sophie Irene Loeb could not prevent. But there is something in an evil law that challenges every free spirit. There is something in social injustice that outrages every free soul and personally affronts every righteous being. And this is our social guilt. The guilt that every honest man and woman carries on his conscience. And this is also the tragedy of every man, to see injustice and to be powerless against it. In 1910, it was the tragedy of Sophie Irene Loeb and of a visitor in a New York orphan asylum.
Mrs. Peller, I've been waiting for you. You didn't have to. I got nothing to say to you. There's a little room here. We could sit down and talk.
What do you want?
To talk to you.
So you can write some more in your newspaper?
Yes.
Well, you better go and write about somebody else.
I've been waiting here for 2 hours.
You got what you wanted from me. Now let me alone.
Won't you talk to me?
No.
Do you think that all you are to me is a story for a newspaper?
Yes.
That isn't true, Mrs. Peller.
Look, I'm not educated, but I'm not a baby. If it would have made a bigger story, you would have let me jump. All right, I didn't jump. So now they took my boy. Now you go away before I say something bad to you.
I was not on an assignment when I passed by your house. I was not a newspaper reporter. I was just a woman passing your house who had to stop.
You took my trouble and you made yourself big with it. Did the newspaper give you a raise?
Please, go with me into that room.
What for?
We can sit down.
Why should I make it easy for you? How many kids have you got in an orphan asylum that I should make it easy for you? You got what you wanted. Now leave me alone.
How is your boy? They wouldn't let me see him.
You tried to see him?
Yes.
To take his picture.
To say hello. To put my arm around him.
Oh.
Oh. I'm so tired. We can sit in that room. Will you? I'm awfully tired. Have you eaten today?
I had a cup of tea and a piece of bread. They say a boy needs his mother.
But a mother needs her boy. I ain't human without him. They'll treat him well.
I saw. They give him more to eat than I can give him, and he's got 2 blankets on his bed.
And new shoes. You mustn't cry. They treat the children as well as they can. But he don't look good. In 1 week, he got so skinny. And he's all dressed up in a uniform. Black shoes, black stockings, black pants, black sweater. All the little orphan children dressed in black like they was all going to their own funeral. Good food and new shoes ain't a home. A kid don't belong in an asylum. Tell me all about it. Let me write it down in my paper. Let me tell the people that children do badly in an institution. That they must not be separated from their mothers. That mothers like you must be given a system. Help me, Mrs. Peller. Help your boy. Why are you crying? He's my trouble, not yours. Miss Loeb. A man marries, his wife has a baby, and the man dies. It's such a bad thing for a child. And it's a bad thing to be poor. It's so bad, Miss Loeb. I can't tell you.
Shut the door, Miss Loeb. Sit down. I want to talk to you.
I'm going to be scolded.
That's right.
Mr. Tennant, has my stuff been that bad?
No, your stories have been good.
Then what's the matter?
I've been editor of this paper for a long time. I've known a lot of reporters. Some people can write about anything. Murder, suicide, violent death. Just rolls off their back. They digest their dinners, they sleep well.
It must be wonderful to be like that.
But you're not like that. And that makes you unlucky.
I know. I see Mrs. Peller in my dreams.
Forget her. That's good advice.
I can't. I've got to help her.
No, you don't. You don't have to help anybody but Sophie Lowe.
I've still got to help her.
It'll never stop. There are 1,000 Mrs. Pellers.
I just want to help her.
Oh, now, don't kid yourself. You want to help them all. It's a matter of glands. You've got the wrong glands.
When I was a girl in McKeesport, Pennsylvania, my mother used to say, Sophie, your blood is no redder than anybody else's.
Your mother had the wrong glands. You should have given you the kind of glands that let you mind your own business.
Right now, Mrs. Peller's my business.
And how about the 1,000 other Mrs. Pellers? Now, watch out. You'll burst your cocoon. You won't be a butterfly. You'll be a professional do-gooder. A busybody with straight hair and no sense of humor.
Now, I'll take a chance.
What's come over you all of a sudden?
My mother.
Come on. Say it so even I can understand.
Okay. Say it, you'd laugh at me. I couldn't put it into words. It's the way she used to light the candles on Friday night. Does that make any sense to you?
Not even a nickel's worth.
My mother could have been Mrs. Peller. She could have been the one to stand on a fire escape.
Sure, and your mother could have been Mrs. Van Aster, and you could have been buying your diamonds by the pound.
Oh, Mr. Tennant, I've got to help Mrs. Peller.
You won't change your mind.
It's not a matter of mind.
Well, what are you going to do?
First, I'm going to talk to some of the other women, the widows like Mrs. Peller. Then I'm going to try to do whatever can be done for them.
I'm sort of wondering.
Yes, Mr. Tennant.
How does it go? The Lord said to Cain, "Where is Abel, thy brother?" Sophie, the whole world is marked with the sign of Cain. Can you cleanse the whole world?
No, boss. I'm not trying to fix the world. I just want to help one woman, a widow called Mrs. Peller.
You're an ignorant fool, Sophie Loeb. You're talking about the whole world.
With every despair, a new hope was born. In 1910, there were many who were despairing. And for at least some of them, Sophie Irene Loeb was a new hope. She accomplished no miracles. She was merely one woman speaking to other women, visiting orphan asylums, studying them, talking to widowed mothers, writing, calling meetings, talking to whoever would listen.
And we see this everywhere. Homes are broken up every day. Sisters and brothers are separated. It isn't enough to use taxpayers' money to build roads and highways. You have to build the children who are going to walk on the highways. Mr. Superintendent, this orphanage raises misfits. Children just can't grow in an institution.
Madam, what are you trying to do? Abolish orphan asylums?
That is an idea, sir, isn't it? Tell Assemblyman that Sophie Irene Loeb is waiting.
And your business, madam?
I want Assemblyman McHugh to introduce a bill for widows' pensions.
Sophie Loeb, quit it. The world is permanently congealed. It can't be changed.
You're wrong, Mr. Tennant. Look in your copybook under Socrates. Nothing is permanent but change.
Don't bother introducing us, Miss Loeb. I know Assemblyman McHugh.
My friends call me Marty.
Have a cigar, Marty.
Don't use the stuff, thanks. I used to be a prize fighter. I found smoking cut my wind.
Mr. Tennant, Assemblyman McHugh is going
Call me Marty.
Marty. Doesn't sound very dignified for an assemblyman.
There isn't anything dignified about an assemblyman.
Marty is going to introduce our bill.
But don't expect any miracles. It's practically a whole career to see a bill through. It has to get 3 readings in the state Senate alone. 1 reading every year.
The paper will support you, Marty.
I think I'll need it.
And I'll support you with facts and affidavits. I can prove that apart from being better, it's cheaper to keep Mrs. Peller's boy at home than it is to raise him in an orphanage.
I'd like to see those figures.
Well, I'll ask Hannah Epstein to send them to you. She's one of my co-workers. She'll give you all the facts you need.
Well, it looks like a fight.
Well, that isn't all, Marty. That's a beginning. When the widow's pension bill goes through, we'll see what we can do about foster homes for children born out of wedlock.
Sophie, one thing at a time.
No, Mr. Tennant, but there's a lot to do.
Private philanthropic agencies may oppose you on this now.
That's right. In a way, you're taking away their business.
But it's everybody's business, because I'm talking about every man's child.
Miss Loeb, I'm standing in your corner. Every man's child. That's it. And what they need and what we've got to give them isn't charity. It's a chance.
Sophie Irene Loeb wasn't alone. She was joined by men like Marty McHugh, by women like Hannah Epstein, by the prayers of thousands of widows. It was a fight for the dignity of human life. Through 1910 and 1911 and 1912, the fight continued to abolish orphan asylums, to provide pensions for widows and allowances for their dependents, to prevent the child of poverty from being regarded as a pauper. And it was Sophie Irene Loeb who forced attention on the plight of the child born out of wedlock.
I am every man's child. I did not ask to come, but I am here. I arrived on this earth like every other child. I have been sent from pillar to post. I have been in many places. I am able-bodied and healthy. If I have the right to be born, I have other rights. I have the right to play. I have the right to have clothes like other children. I have the right to the loving care of people who are interested in me. But I am the ward of the state, of society. I am put in a home of 1,000 children, but not in the home of one. I am the child of an institution. When I am 16, society will have finished with me. It will send me forth, handicapped, with the sign of the asylum. Shall all who are born like me suffer the sorrows of no man's child?
With every despair, a new hope was born. Sophie Irene Loeb was a hope for the despairing, for those born into a society stained with the mark of Cain. Behind her, the great state of New York swung into action. She had many allies. There was the governor of the state of New York.
Sophie Irene Loeb, I appoint you to the State Commission of 15 to investigate conditions in European countries to the end that we may learn the best way.
There was Assemblyman McHugh, former prizefighter.
Mr. Speaker, I introduce a measure for relief of widows and their dependent children. Said measure to be known as the Widow's Pension Bill.
And finally, in her there was an inner voice that spoke.
Deliver the poor that cry out, the fatherless also, that hath none to help him.
It was an irresistible tide. In 1914, the legislature passed a widow's pension bill. On the same day, the governor signed it, and the bill became law.
Congratulations, Miss Loeb.
Thank you, Governor.
I am also congratulating you as the head of our party in New York State.
What do you mean, Governor?
Miss Loeb, you've got a name, and you've won it the hard way. Now, in November, that name on our ticket can be an asset to my party.
You want me to run for office?
Here's a list of 5 elective offices. Take your pick, and you are the official party candidate as of now.
Thank you, Governor.
Which one? Just take your pick.
None.
All right, I can understand your point of view. If it's something better you want, just let me talk to the party leaders. I think we can add to this list.
No, Governor, I don't want to run for any office.
Why not?
You wouldn't understand, sir.
Try me.
There's a woman called Mrs. Peller.
What about her?
Well, there are thousands like her. Next month or 2 months from now, whenever the new county welfare board will reach her name, she's going to go to an orphan asylum and get her boy back.
I'm afraid I don't understand you.
It's simple, Governor. She's going to get her boy because of this new law. She'll have a little money. She'll be able to look after him. And then perhaps I'll come to see them. And I'll bring a geranium for the fire escape.
Yes?
Don't you see, Governor? I want to come as just plain Sophie Loeb. I want her to say hello to me as me, not as an official. I guess what I'm trying to say, Governor, is that I don't want Mrs. Peller to think that I did it for pay.
In 1914, high up in a New York tenement, a geranium rested on a fire escape. And during the years of the First War and the decade that followed, Sophie Irene Loeb continued her work. The things she did not do alone, but with hundreds of men and women like her. And when she died in 1929, it was possible for them to say, she delivered the poor that cried, the fatherless also, that had none to help him. The blessing of him that was ready to perish came upon her, and she caused the widow's heart to sing for joy. She put on righteousness, and it clothed itself with her. She lived in a world that is stained with the mark of Cain. And perhaps because of her and the men and the women like her, there is a hope that one day the stain will be removed.
If you would like a copy of today's script, please send your name and address with 10 cents to cover the cost of postage and handling to the Jewish Theological Seminary of America, 3080 Broadway, New York 27, New York. And now we take great pleasure in presenting Mrs. Catherine Brownell Ettinger, Chief of the United States Children's Bureau of the Department of Health, Education, and Welfare, and former Dean of the School of Social Works of Boston University. Mrs. Ettinger.
I regard it as a privilege to speak to you after the moving story we've just heard of Sophie Irene Loeb. The Children's Bureau was founded in 1912 under the premise that home life is the highest and finest product of civilization, the great molding force of mind and character, and that children should not be deprived of it except for urgent and compelling reasons. Or just as Mrs. Peller in the drama you have heard put it, a kid don't belong in an asylum. We want to see every child in his own home, and although we cannot expect to completely fulfill that ideal, we are glad with what we have seen happen over the years to strengthen family life. The widow's pension idea has developed into a more adequate program of aid to families with dependent children. We've seen the doors of institutions open outward with a heartening development in foster family care. We in the Children's Bureau have sensed a large measure of success in emphasizing good adoption practices, which assure the children and both the natural and adoptive parents of the best in medical, social, legal care throughout this seriously responsible adoption process. Recently, at the signs of an apparent decrease in the number of adoptive applicants in proportion to the number of children available for adoption, we've been busy trying to find out why this is happening and more importantly, the solution to the situation. Progress has not been the result of merely watching things happen. In forecasting needs, for example, we know that the working mother is here to stay. And with that in mind, we are especially enthusiastic about the new expansion of daycare services expected to begin in 1963 as a result of last year's public welfare amendments. We are realizing also that we must go further ahead in our concern for the future of the unmarried mother and her child, whom Sophie Irene Loeb first called every man's child.
There's much that still needs doing. And I think that our thanks must go to Miss Loeb and others like her, not only for what they actually did, but also for the sensitivity that they have communicated to all the rest of us.
Thank you, Mrs. Ettinger. Our Eternal Light drama today, The Mark of Cain, was written by Morton Wishengrad and was the 7th in a series of recreations of 12 outstanding Eternal Light programs. Cantor Robert H. Siegel sang the liturgical introduction. Featured in the role of Sophie Irene Loeb was Marion Seldes. Also in the cast were Maurice Tarplin, James Dukas, John Thomas, Sam Gray, Bernard Grant, Ralph Bell, Marty Myers, and Beatrice Pons as Mrs. Peller.
Norman Rose was the narrator. Be with us next week when the Eternal Light presents Try Not to Love Such a Country by Sylvia Berger. This is Bill McCord. Our program was directed by Daniel Sutter. Portions of this program were pre-recorded. This weekly program is presented under the auspices of the Jewish Theological Seminary of America. This is the NBC Radio Network.
And the Lord spake unto Moses, saying, Command the children of Israel that they bring unto thee pure oil olive, beaten for the light, to cause the lamps to burn continually in the tabernacle of the congregation, and it shall be a statute forever in your generations.
The Eternal Light. The National Broadcasting Company and its affiliated independent stations present The Eternal Light, a program which comes to you under the auspices of the Jewish Theological Seminary of America. Our dramatic program today, Try Not to Love Such a Country, written by Sylvia Berger, is based on Adventures of Motto the Cantor's Son by Sholem Aleichem. It is the 8th in a series of recreations of 12 outstanding Eternal Light programs.
If you want to know my story from the beginning, my name is Motto. My big brother's name is Eli. My mother's name... But then, what should my mother's name be?
Mother, can I have something to eat?
My mother's name is what a mother's name should be. Mother, Ma, Mama. One at a time or all three at once if the occasion calls for it. And in the town of Kasrilivka, where I was born and first began to use the word mother, the occasion always called for all three at once.
Can I go down the river, Ma?
No.
But, Mother...
It's not safe by the river.
But I have to do something there.
Huh? What do you have to do?
I have to catch a few leeches.
No.
But, Ma, all the other boys go if they want to. Can I, Mama? Mother? Ma!
My mother says the only thing we didn't change when we left Kasrilivka and came to America was Ma. She even made up a list.
Mottel became Max, and Mendel became Mike, and Herschel became Harry, and Velvel became Willie, and Feitel became Philip, and Jonah the Biscuit Man became a specialist in knishes. I'm telling you, if you have 8 heads on your shoulders and every head as smart as a professor's, you'd still find it hard to keep up with the rush, the hum, the shum that goes on Essex Street in America.
If you're wondering how it happened that we left Kasrolivka in the first place for Essex Street in America, it all began with a bottle of ink. Well, you couldn't really say it started so much with a bottle of ink as with a pitcher of cider. Or should I really take it all back to the time my father died, my father the cantor? The only thing is, if I start talking about my father, my mother will surely start crying. And even though we're here in America, settled and making a living, if my brother Eli sees my mother crying, he may get so nervous he may give me a smack in the face. Because it was my mother crying all the time that almost kept us out of America. Well, it wasn't so bad as almost, but nearly. And Eli had to keep reminding her all through Europe that she should at least not cry when we get on the ship.
Why should I cry on the ship?
Why should she cry on the ship? She's only been crying in Antwerp, in Lemberg, in Krakow, in London, on this side of every border and that, and day and night in Kasrolivka. But why should she cry on the ship?
And so what happens if one little tear rolls down?
So when we get to America, they won't let you in.
And why won't they let me in?
Because in America, you have to have eyes.
I have eyes.
But if you keep on the way you're doing, by the time you get to America, they'll be all cried out. So I'm warning you, Mama. If you don't want us all sent back, please stop crying.
The time my mother first became a serious crier was when my father died. We were in Kasrolivka then, and I was 8 years old. And when my father died, a crazy thing happened to me. I became an orphan. I mean, to a small boy, there's something crazy in the idea that one day he goes to bed a father's son, and the next day, in the very same house, the very same room, he's going to bed an orphan. My brother Eli couldn't get over it. He'd look at me, then he'd look at my mother, and then he'd say,
"What's to become of him?"
Eli was always asking everybody what was to become of me. But in Kasrolivka, there were a great many privileges that went with being an orphan. For one thing, when you became an orphan in Kasrolivka, everybody was on your side. You want an example? Well, I'm sitting near the river one day doing a little fishing when who should wander by but my brother Eli. And right away, we're engaged in an interesting conversation.
Stop!
Ow!
And you'll get another slap if you don't stand yourself up right now and march yourself off to school.
And before you can say 1, 2, he's marching me to school. Do things look bad for me? What do you think? The sun is warm. The water is cool.
The bank of the river is soft and green. And what are they doing to me? Trying to give me an education. But there is a God in heaven, as my mother always says. And Kasrolivka is on the side of the orphans. Who should come along as Eli is dragging me to the classroom like a lamb to slaughter? Our sweet, fat neighbor, Pessy, wife of the bookbinder, Moishe.
Eli, for shame.
What's the matter?
Is that how you beat up an orphan?
I'm only taking him to school.
That's no excuse. A poor, innocent-looking orphan child without a father. Come here, Myrtle.
Yes, ma'am.
Would you like something nice to eat?
Yes, ma'am.
He's not supposed to be hungry.
Never you mind. Would you like a nice, fresh slice of bread spread with jelly?
And sugar on top?
He's supposed to go to school.
You don't annoy an orphan. Look at the poor little face, damp with perspiration. And the moist little hand.
He got all sweated up fishing.
That's all right.
But he's supposed to go to school. Isn't an 8-year-old boy supposed to go to school?
Yes.
Well, he's an 8-year-old boy.
He's an 8-year-old orphan boy.
You see the special privileges we granted an orphan in Kasrolivka? He could be stupid as an ox, if an orphan felt like it. If he had no shoes, he could go barefoot. If he had no bed, he could sleep on the floor. Nothing was too good for him. Remember the time we sold our bed to pay for Papa's medicines? Mama made a nice soft bed for us on the floor. Eli and I stretched ourselves out like two princes. Eli gave a sigh, he closed his eyes, and he was off to sleep. Did I go to sleep? Don't be silly. The minute Eli's eyes are closed, I'm rolling on the floor like a calf in a field of clover. Did I say Mama made a bed for us on the floor? It wasn't a bed. It was a field of grass, a joy, a paradise.
Soap!
All of a sudden, Eli fetches me a slap that makes the stars come out in my paradise.
A boy of 8 rolling on the floor with the mice.
You don't slap an orphan, Eli.
What's going to become of him, Mama?
I wish I knew.
A boy of his age, 8 years old, rolling on the floor. What am I saying? 8 years old. 8 going on 9. A man of 9.
He has no father, Eli.
All the more reason.
All the more reason for what? Go ask the mirror on the wall. But that's the kind of person my brother Eli is. Nervous? You couldn't find a more nervous type in all Kasrilivka. And exaggerate things. I've never met a bigger exaggerator in my life. Like that business about my rolling on the floor with the mice. Everybody knows a mouse doesn't roll, it scampers. Anyway, that's the kind of person my brother Eli is. So I'm not at all surprised when he runs in one day shaking a book in Mama's face and he's yellow with excitement.
We're rich, Mama. All our troubles are over. We're rolling in money.
We are?
Well, we will be. It's the same thing. Just a matter of a month or so. 4 weeks.
That's nice.
Don't you believe me?
I believe you. Only how did we become so rich all of a sudden?
I bought a book.
Papa had a lot of books. It didn't make him rich.
You, I'm not talking to, Muttle. This is a special book, Mama. For getting rich quick. See? 1,000 recipes for getting rich quick.
I never heard of such a thing.
There's many a billionaire now who has. These are guaranteed, Mama. How to get rich quick by exterminating mice, cockroaches, and other nasty things.
I like that one.
Can't we get him out of the room, Mama? Here's another. How to get rich quick by making first-class lemonade.
That sounds nice. Not that I believe in such a book, you understand.
If you met some of the millionaires this book talks about, you'd believe. Lemonade. No. For lemonade, you need a machine. Here's a good one. How to get rich quick by making first-class cider.
You can grow rich on cider?
I must inform you that Borik the cider man has grown rich on cider.
Bork cider comes in bottles.
So mine will come in a pitcher.
But Bork cider shoots from the bottles with a bang.
So mine won't shoot.
Nobody will drink it if it doesn't shoot from a bottle.
Everything he has to have an opinion on. My cup of sorrow.
What if he's right, Eli? Maybe if you asked Borik how he makes
I already have, Mama. Borik won't tell how the shooting is done. But don't you worry. When they taste the first-class cider from my special secret formula, you'd better dust out the corner of your bedroom, Mama, because you're getting your bed back. Now you know what you're supposed to do, Muttle.
Pitcher in the right hand, the glass in the left hand.
I still say it isn't right, Eli. A child his age running through the marketplace.
Nobody's telling him to run, Mama. He can walk.
But how will it look for the cantor's baby son to be selling lemonade in the streets, standing in the market with a pitcher?
How will it look for the cantor's widow to stand in the marketplace with a pitcher crying, cider, cider, people, cider?
It wouldn't look nice.
And since I am also engaged to be married, it has to be Muttle. Now, you remember what you say, Muttle?
I remember.
Let me hear you.
Friends, here's a drink. A glass costs a penny.
His father's voice.
Sweet, nice and cold.
Sweet, nice and cold.
You can't get too many.
You can't get too many.
Oh, a voice like a nightingale.
No crying, Mama, please. We're going to be rich. Try again, Muttle, but make it louder.
How much louder?
How much louder, he has to know. Is it a pound louder or an inch louder? Louder, that's all. Just plain louder.
Glass, here's a drink. A friend costs a penny.
What are you saying?
Glass, here's a drink. A friend costs a penny.
A friend costs a penny? No!
No hands, Eli.
Who's touching him? How are we going to be rich with such a dope?
Did you ever see such a nervous type? If a friend costs a penny, I'm a dope. Anyway, on account of the fact that I put some soap suds into the cider by mistake, my brother Eli turned to making first-class ink.
Now, everybody. Mama, Muttle.
We're right here, Eli. Don't be so nervous, darling.
I'm not nervous. We have to corner every empty bottle on the market.
I don't know how to corner a bottle.
He means we'll have to pick up every empty bottle in Kasrilovka.
Wine bottles, beer bottles, vinegar bottles, oil bottles, and just plain bottles.
Why so many bottles?
You don't think I'm going to sell my ink just plain retail, do you? My ink is going to be sold wholesale retail.
What's wholesale retail?
Wholesale is when you sell not one bottle of ink, but 10, 20, 50 bottles at a shot. That's wholesale.
And whom will you sell so many bottles to at a shot?
Everybody, Mama. The rabbi.
Shall I tell you how many bottles of ink our rabbi used each year? One bottle. And when Eli came to him with a sample of his merchandise, the rabbi told him that he had a bottle left over from the year before. And shall I tell you how many empty bottles we washed and filled with ink? 387, not counting the empty castor oil bottle which we just couldn't wash out. Mama washed, I held the funnel, Eli poured the ink. 387 wine bottles, beer bottles, vinegar bottles, oil bottles, and just plain bottles, filled with first-class ink from Eli's special get-rich-quick formula. Now, all we needed was 387 customers.
This is going to bring them in.
Oh, what is it, Eli?
This sign. Ink for sale here. Wholesale retail. There.
Where are you going to put it?
Outside on the door. When they see it, you wait and see. We'll have more customers than teeth in our head.
I'll wait.
So we waited. And waited. And waited. Until 10 days later, there came a knock on our door.
It started. Quick, Mama, the door.
I'm going, Eli.
Don't keep the customer waiting.
I'm right there, Eli. Good morning. Oh.
You make ink here?
Why, yes, we do, dear. It's a sweet little girl, Eli. How old are you, darling?
I'm 7 years old.
Oh, how sweet. What's your name, darling?
I'll take over, Mama. Yes, we make ink here. What can we do for you?
My sister says, can you lend her some ink?
What's that?
My sister says, can you lend her some ink?
Lend her some.
She asked to write a letter to her sweetheart in America.
Lend her some.
Hush, Eli. Who is your sister, darling?
Bassia's oldest daughter, Gittel.
Bassia, the seamstress? Did you hear that, Eli? Gittel is old enough already to have a sweetheart in America. Oh, then you must be Malkiller.
I am Fagala.
Fagala? But you weren't even hardly born when... Oh, no, I can't get over it. Oh, bring out the ink, Eli. Do you have an inkwell with you, darling?
No.
Oh, then we'll have to send it along with her in a bottle, Eli. You won't spill it.
But, Mama, lending...
I can't get over it. Gittler with a sweetheart in America already, and Fagala big enough to walk and borrow. Oh, here you are, sweetheart. And tell your sister to send my regards, too, when she writes.
My sister says, can you also lend her a pen?
This is too much.
Don't be so nervous, Eli. What can they do to a pen? Oh, here you are, darling. And tell your sister I hope it brings her luck.
She says we'll return the pen.
Thank you very much.
When she's finished using the ink.
And that, if you want to know, is what started us on the long journey which finally brought us to Essex Street in America. Because when my brother Eli saw how slow it was to get rich quick, he took his problem to a certain very clever man in Kasrilivka, a man called Penny. Penny was Eli's best friend, but more than that, when you came to Penny with a question, you always knew that you would go from Penny with an answer. So Eli went to Penny and he asked him a question. What do we do next? And Penny said,
First the cider, then the ink. I even tried to exterminate mice and other nasty things. But all it did was make the customers sneeze.
There is only one thing left.
And that is?
Go.
Go where?
Go where? Where else is everybody free and equal?
America?
I've already talked it over with my wife.
What does she say?
She's going.
Well, what if you don't make a living there?
In America, everybody makes a living. Even my cousin.
You have a relative in America?
Everybody has a relative in America.
And he really makes a living? He must have come with money.
When my cousin came to America, he was so poor, he didn't even have a hole in his pocket. For half a year, he slept in the street.
Half a year? 6 months?
A drink of water was more than he could afford.
You can die of that.
Who dies in America? My cousin is so well off now that he's acquired flat feet from being so fat.
What a country.
It's the kind of country where, even if you think of it, you want to say, thank you, Christopher Columbus.
Well, how does one get there?
Pure and simple, by boat.
Well, how do you pay for the tickets?
Pure and simple. You'll find a way.
But for so many tickets...
Well, how many are there? You going is 1.
You going is 2.
Time of my wife is 4.
And Muddle is 5.
4.5.
How's Muddle a half?
Muddle is 8. How old? 9?
8 going on 9.
Definitely half price.
You sure?
I'm certain. In fact, I think Muddle can even go for nothing.
How can he go for nothing?
If we let them guess his age, maybe they'll take him for 3 and he'll go for nothing.
Didn't I tell you Penny was a man of ideas? The ideas weren't always sensible, but you'll admit he had ideas. Anyway, the time has come to say goodbye to Kasrilivka. We're sitting in the wagon saying goodbye to Pessy and Moshe, all our neighbors, the streets, the houses, the synagogue, the trees, the grass, when Eli notices that Mama is crying.
Will you please stop crying?
I'm not crying.
She's not crying. Muddle, look. Will you look at her, Pessy? She's not crying.
You're crying, Mama.
It's very important not to cry too much when you're on the way to America, you know. On account of the eyes.
Do you hear that, Mama? In America, you have to have eyes.
So don't use them up, or they'll send you back.
They'll send us all back. You don't think we'll go without you?
The children are right. The first thing they do, you know, when you get to America is look at your eyes. If you have healthy eyes, you're in. If not, be so kind as to go back where you come from.
So from now on, no more tears.
Eli.
No more tears. Yes, and you'll watch her,
The
Eli.
eggs teaching the chicken.
What may that mean?
How long ago was it? I carried him around in my arms. He was crying his head off because he couldn't manage a burp.
If you are referring to my baby days, they have nothing to do with the issue at hand.
Issue at hand. Ask your mother what trouble I had that time you swallowed a fishbone on Friday night. If I hadn't slapped you 2 or 3 times, you wouldn't be going to America now.
I am just trying to persuade my mother. Look at her, the tears rolling down her cheeks again.
Is it my fault if the tears roll by themselves?
Now there, we had to grant it to my mother. I mean, what's right is right. If tears roll by themselves, they roll by themselves. Can you stop the dew from falling? The stars from peeping out in the sky? All over Europe, in Lemberg, in Antwerp, in Krakow, in London, on this side of every border and on that, Mama's tears went rolling. But always by themselves, you understand. Never with her help. Except in Vienna. In Vienna, she didn't have a chance to cry because she was so busy keeping Eli and Penny from quarreling about the shop windows.
Look at these shop windows. Did you ever see such shop windows, Penny?
In America, they have bigger shop windows.
But look at all the things they've gotten there. Silk stockings, leather shoes, fur gloves, diamond earrings.
In America, they have 10 times as much in their shop windows.
Well, I just wish I had 1/2 of what they have in the shop windows right here.
1/2? If you had 1/10, you'd be very well off.
Why do I have to have 1/10? Is it going to make you any poorer if I have 1/2?
It's not going to make him any poorer, Eli. All he meant was...
Just a minute, Mama. How will it make you poorer if I have 1/2?
It's not going to make me any poorer, but if you had 1/10 of what you see here, you'd be richer than rich. That's all I said.
Well, then, in that case, since you admit that it would make you poorer if I wished for 1/2...
1/2, 1/10. What difference does it make to either of you if you wish for 1/1,000,000th? Wish for 1/10 and get it over with.
Just a minute, Mama. Penny just admitted that it wouldn't make him any poorer if I wished for 1/2. Is that right, Penny?
Right.
Then I wish I had half of what I see in all these shop windows. Since it's all the same to you.
It's all the same to me.
Thank you very much.
Not at all. But you'd still be very well off if you wished for only 1/10.
Don't ask me how we got to America. Let me just say that we crossed on a ship called the Prince Albert. And that when we got off, they did exactly what Pessy said they would do. They looked in our eyes. Then they asked us whom we knew in America.
Whom do we know in America?
That's right.
Oh, whom don't we know in America? We know everybody in America.
Would you like to mention a few names?
Eli, mention a few of the names we know in America. I'm not saying we know everybody in all of America, you understand, sir, but around Essex Street in America, we know everybody. Eli?
There's Jonah, the biscuit man.
He was a biscuit maker in Kazrilivka, but now he bakes knishes. But he makes a good living.
There's Rivel, his wife.
She helps in the business.
There's Moshe, the bookbinder.
You never saw anybody who could handle a book the way he did. But now he sells books on a little stand in Essex Street where he makes a very good living, very nice.
There's Patsy, his wife.
She used to warn me not to cry so much. It would affect my eyes, she said. Oh, would you believe it? It did hold us back a little, so she got in ahead of me.
You're not going to start crying now, Mama.
Oh, it's all right, Eli. I can cry all I want to from now on. We're in America now.
Now, do you want to hear the strangest thing of all? The minute Mama discovered she could cry as much as she wanted to, she stopped crying. Mama said the credit all belonged to America.
A country. Did you ever see such a country where everybody can do what he wants? Laugh, cry, jump, don't jump, free and equal. You feel like having a little cry? Please, here's a bench. Sit yourself down and have a little cry. Only, please, sit under a tree not to get a sunstroke. You want to laugh a little, crack a few jokes? Just go around the corner to Essex Street. You'll meet all your friends there from Kazrilivka, making a living. Tell them a joke or two. The joke isn't so hot, as they say over here, and you're the only one laughing. So stand and laugh. It's a free country. If you ever come down to Essex Street and you see a woman laughing, you'll know it's me. And why am I laughing? Because I'm happy. And why am I happy? Because Eli is happy, Penny is happy, Penny's wife Tybala is happy, and my baby's son, my Matala. Oh, try not to love such a country.
If you would like a copy of today's script, please send your name and address with 10 cents to cover the cost of postage and handling to the Jewish Theological Seminary of America, 3080 Broadway, New York 27, New York. And now we take great pleasure in presenting Mr. Leo Fine, prominent civic leader and former president of Temple Bethel in Cedarhurst, Long Island. Mr. Fine.
For many of us, born in the United States, our heritage of freedom and personal dignity is all too likely to be taken for granted. It is good to pause occasionally in our pursuit of happiness and to remember the American dream, to recall the magic that America held for our ancestors who struggled to come to these shores so that they could establish themselves and their children in a land where freedom and equality were realities and not merely words. Whether our ancestors came here with the first settlers, or whether it was a more recent generation that broke old ties to reestablish themselves in a new land, matters little. What is very important is that we, their children or grandchildren or great-great-great-grandchildren, should not forget their motive or their dream. The program we have just heard tells of one family's pilgrimage to these shores. It uses the dramatist's craft to remind us of the magic that was America for one group of immigrants, the citizens from Kazrilivka at the turn of the century. Our duty as Americans is to do more than simply listen with faint nostalgia, or even to be warmed by this story of the dream that was. We must keep the dream alive and keep our country the kind of nation which gives rise to such a dream. Each of us must take a role in assuring freedom and personal dignity to all of our citizens. Our actions today determine the character of America and define its future. We must recognize the claims and respond to the pleas of all of our citizens for a share in the American dream. We must see to it that ours is indeed the kind of country that one cannot help but love.
Thank you, Mr. Fine. Eternal Light drama today, Try Not to Love Such a Country, written by Sylvia Berger, was based on Adventures of Motto the Cantor's Son by Sholem Aleichem, published by Abelard Schumann. It was the 8th in a series of recreations of 12 outstanding Eternal Light programs. Cantor Robert H. Siegel sang the liturgical introduction. Featured in the cast were Bryna Rayburn, Alan Howard, Nora Elcar, Richard Hamilton, Marty Myers, and Martha Greenhouse. The narrator was Mandel Kramer. Be with us next week when the Eternal Light presents My Unpredictable Storytelling Father by Mark Siegel. This is Bill Wendell. Our program was directed by Daniel Sutter. Dr. Ben Zion Boxer, rabbi of the Forest Hills Jewish Center, is program editor. Portions of this program were pre-recorded. This weekly program is presented under the auspices of the Jewish Theological Seminary of America. This is the NBC Radio Network.
And the Lord spake unto Moses, saying, Command the children of Israel that they bring unto thee pure oil olive beaten for the light, to cause the lamps to burn continually in the tabernacle of the congregation. And it shall be a statute forever in your generations.
The Eternal Light. The National Broadcasting Company and its affiliated independent stations present The Eternal Light, a program which comes to you under the auspices of the Jewish Theological Seminary of America. Our dramatic program today, The Camel and I, written by Morton Wishengrad, is the 10th in a series of recreations of 12 outstanding Eternal Light programs.
Itabohu el haaretz untatem kolet.
When you come to the land and plant trees, and trees and soil give forth their abundance, then shall you be like a tree planted by the waters. The name that he gave us was Reuben Aroni.
A-A-R-O-N-I.
We asked him his age,
35.
the place of his birth,
Budapest,
his last address,
Cyprus, camp number 16.
and we asked the question, not an easy question.
No relatives.
The answers were already written down on the card he had brought from Haifa, but asking again was a way of opening the conversation. When the questions were done with, it was Gordon who spoke.
Aroni, is there anything you'd like to ask us?
No.
I'm sure you must have some curiosity about our settlement.
No.
When you arrived at Haifa, you asked to come here, didn't you?
Yes.
Why not a settlement in Emek Jezreel? Why not in the Negev? Why here?
It was a place.
Care for a cigarette?
Thanks.
Aroni, we're a very new settlement. As you probably noticed, we're on a shelf of sand between a swamp and a couple of hills of gravel. We've treated the swamp so that there's no danger of malaria, but that's about all. The land probably isn't much good, but it was bought and paid for, and it's land.
Who'd be fool enough to buy it?
The Jewish National Fund.
Why this land?
Because it is this kind of land. They don't buy land, they redeem it. Anything else I can tell you?
No.
All right, Aroni. I'll show you your place to sleep.
Thanks.
I guess you're pretty tired.
Since 1939.
You'll have a night's sleep.
I don't sleep well.
You'll sleep here. Israel is the end of the line for you. Take 2 blankets and a pillow. Aroni, when people come home, they don't have to be frightened anymore.
This is the ancient testimony of the Torah. It is a goodly land, a land of streams of water and fountains of the deep, which come forth in the valley and the mountain. A land of wheat and barley and vines and fig trees and pomegranate. A land of oil, olive, and honey. A land in which thou shalt eat bread without scarceness. This is how it was. Today it is wasteland. It must be redeemed. I think you know how we build Eretz Yisrael. A few men, a few women push out into the desert. The hard, brutal, back-breaking, heart-breaking job of reclaiming the land begins. The settlement grows. More men come, more women. A nursery is built, then a school. The roots go deep. And then, all over again, a few men, a few women pushing further into the desert, over and over. It is work that calls for stamina and skill. But on the second day of his coming, it became evident that Reuben Aroni was endowed with a spectacular lack of talent. Ben Tzvi had the first experience of it.
Don't hold a saw like that, Aroni. You want to cut your thumb off?
No, Ben Tzvi.
Have you ever used a saw before?
Never.
Man, this lumber is precious. Why didn't you say you never used a saw?
No one asked me.
Well, put the saw down. You'll find a hammer there. No, behind you. Well?
What shall I do?
Isn't it obvious? There are the nails, there are the boards, here are the 2x4s. Nail the boards to the 2x4s.
How do I do it, Ben Tzvi?
You mean you're that stupid?
I'm not stupid. I'm ignorant.
I stand corrected. Here, watch me. All right, now you try it, Aroni.
The nail's bent.
Pull it out. Now try it again. You missed the nail. Try it again. Now, what did you hit?
My thumb.
Let's take a look at it. All right. Go to the infirmary hut. Aroni, don't stand there. Don't you even know when you're bleeding?
He was incredibly clumsy. It was all wrong. The pioneer settlement required men who were trained, and Reuben Aroni was hopeless. On the third day, he was put to work in the kitchen peeling potatoes. After half an hour, Rivka found him.
How did the potatoes get red?
I suppose it's from the blood.
What blood?
My blood.
On the fourth day, to keep him out of trouble, Aroni was assigned to help Arya with a plow horse. An aged creature without malice toward any human being.
Whoa! All right, Aroni. Come to this side. I want to show you something about the horse. I said come around.
He won't let me, are you?
The horse is a she.
She won't let me.
She doesn't kick. This is the gentlest horse in the Middle East. Don't be afraid of her.
I'm not afraid.
Well, come around here then.
I can't, are you?
Why can't you?
She's standing on my foot.
Get up. Come on. All right, ho. How does that feel?
Nothing seems to be broken.
Aroni, if no one else has said it, I should like to be the first to declare that there is a quality in you that approaches genius.
On the fifth day, a day when elsewhere in the world there was some discussion about permitting the establishment of a Jewish state in the land of Israel, some of our neighbors gathered to protest the current of events.
Down, everybody, down!
Heads down, heads up!
Arya, bring out the rifles.
Rifles coming.
Rivka, can you see how many there are?
About 25, I'd say, perhaps a few more.
Arya, see if you can crawl to the shed and assemble the machine gun.
Right.
David, you help him.
Sure.
Rivka, you think you can get the radio working?
I think so.
Don't exaggerate the attack. Tell Haganah that I think we can handle it ourselves.
All right.
Eliyahu, you take Ben Zvi, Moshe, and... Heads down! And head down! Aroni!
Yes, it's me.
Man, haven't you even got the instinct of self-preservation? Rivka, sit him down and see to his wound.
He can't sit down, Gordon. That's where he's been hit.
The mistake was yours, Gordon. You only said heads down. Rivka, you stay here. I'll take care of Aroni. Crawl this way, pal.
The attack against our little settlement had begun shortly after the morning meal. The firing continued until Arya and I managed to assemble the machine gun Gordon had prudently remembered to bring along. That brought an end to the little flurry. The attackers left in some haste. After that, no one was much disposed to continue the work, and so we sat around talking. It didn't take very long for the conversation to get around to Reuben Aroni.
Does anyone have a practical suggestion?
Seems to me the only thing is send him back to Haifa.
No, we could be patient a little longer.
Rivka, it's hard enough to be patient with the desert, and patient with the flies and mosquitoes, and patient with the stink that comes from the swamp, and patient with the hot sun, and patient with the Arabs, and patient with all the diplomats overseas and our own politicians at home. But to be patient with Aroni, it's not in the contract.
Arya, the things he's been through are not the sort of things that train a man for work in the desert.
That's my point, Rivka. Let him leave the desert and go to Haifa or Tel Aviv or Jerusalem.
That means we quit on him.
This is a frontier settlement, not the place for occupational therapy.
Gordon, couldn't we let him stay a bit longer?
Arya's right. I would vote against it. I'm as sorry as you are. He's probably a pretty decent person.
Thank you for saying so, Gordon. I heard what you said.
When you came here, Aroni, I told you this was your home. I'm sorry. I have to go back on my word.
I have no hard feelings. In your place, I'd do the same thing.
You're a good fellow.
I'm a schlemiel.
Aroni, what were you before? I mean, before Cyprus.
Before Cyprus was Bergen-Belsen.
Before Bergen-Belsen.
Before Bergen-Belsen was Dachau.
Before Dachau.
That's 1,000,000 years ago.
Well, all right, think back 1,000,000 years ago.
I played the second fiddle in a symphony orchestra in Poland.
Well, then you were good for something.
You don't have to be very good to play second fiddle.
What I don't understand, Aroni, is why you didn't stay in Haifa, go to Tel Aviv or Jerusalem.
I didn't want a place in the city. I wanted a place on the land. Something useful.
But you knew you had no skill.
I thought I could carry garbage or dig holes until I learned something useful.
Why do you want the land?
I don't know. Just a feeling. It was a mistake, I suppose. I guess when Moses took the children out of Egypt, I managed to get myself lost in the wilderness.
Early Early the next morning, Arya came to report that Aroni had disappeared.
His things are gone. He must be trying to walk all the way back to Haifa.
Fool, he'll be walking through hostile territory. They'll kill him.
And so we went out to find him. Ben Tzvi found him on the other side of the swamp.
Look! Look what I've got! A camel!
In the name of all the prophets, the rabbis, and the sages of the first Sanhedrin.
That's an idea. We could call the camel Sanhedrin.
Where did you get him?
From the Arab.
What Arab?
One of the Arabs who shot at us.
Why didn't he shoot at you?
He had no bullets left. We talked sign language, then I traded with the Arab my satchel and all the clothes for the camel.
Even the United Nations wouldn't believe that.
I can't help it, Ben Tzvi. It's the truth.
Aroni, the whole thing is ridiculous. I've been here for years. I've never seen a camel.
Here's a camel.
What are you going to do with him?
He can carry a half a ton of gravel on his back.
So
the camel and I carry gravel from the hill over there to the swamp over here. We can line the bottom of the swamp and then build walls on 4 sides, and we can grow fish. It'll be a fish factory. I read about it in a newspaper.
We had a meeting, and the timid consensus was that Aroni and the camel could stay.
Mind you, it's only for a trial period of 2 weeks.
Thanks. Come on, Sanhedrin, to the gravel heap.
Of all the beasts of burden, the camel is the most savage. He isn't tame, he's only stupid. But somehow, Aroni managed to get him to work.
I make up songs for it.
It was Arya who overheard one of the songs.
Say the words again.
The words aren't much.
Say them.
Oh, my camel, you are my comrade as we work together with the gravel. How goodly are your tents, O Jacob, your dwelling places, O Israel.
I don't want to seem critical, but the words don't go together.
That makes no difference, just so long as they fit the music. Come on, Sanhedrin, there's lots of gravel. Let's get back to work.
Gamal, Gamali, Gamal, Gamali, Chaveratali.
I think that nowhere in the world have there ever been pioneers like ours. Elsewhere, those who have come to the land have found good soil and sweet water and tall trees growing. But we found a poor land, naked, neglected, eroded, without a tree, with hardly a blade of grass, parched for water, stony, tired. And we have carried away the stones with our hands, and brought back the soil with our hands, and tried with our hands to comfort and to replenish and to restore the land. We are strong, but here was Aroni, not strong, fatigued by 8 years of hunger, frayed by 8 years of despair and near madness, clumsy, wounded, humiliated. What was he doing loading baskets with gravel, loading the baskets onto a camel?
Hold, Sanhedrin, hold!
He wasn't a handsome sight, caked with dirt, and living in such proximity to the camel, his fragrance was communicated over great distances.
Aroni, a little gift, 2 cakes of soap.
That week, we had respect for Reuben Aroni. He had given himself a task, and he was carrying it out.
Sanhedrin is a very musical camel.
That's a pretty tune, Aroni.
Too bad you don't have a violin.
A supply truck goes out from the city toward the settlement. It carries cans of food, nails, a plow, medicine, sometimes a book, a pot to hold soup, or a flower. Sometimes a truck can even find space for a second-hand violin.
Is it all right if...
Sure.
I haven't seen a violin for 9 years.
I don't suppose this is much of an instrument.
I thought I'd forgotten music. Doesn't sound bad.
Aroni, we've been watching you. It's a good job you're doing.
The Camel and I.
Here's the bow to the violin.
I think it'll play when it's tuned.
Will you play for us?
I'll play on the Sabbath. That is, I'll play if...
You'll be here on the Sabbath. All the Sabbaths, Aroni.
There is a terrible exhaustion that descends after the evening meal. Arms and legs are heavy, the head droops, eyes are half-lidded, and the fatigue is like a living presence. But that night, Reuben Aroni tuned the violin, and he played for us the song of his camel. Oh, my camel, you are my comrade. As we work together with the gravel, how goodly are your tents, O Jacob, your dwelling places, O Israel. There in the desert, there was a rush of melody from Reuben Aroni, a man redeemed from the wilderness. Those next days, while Aroni and his camel worked together to transform a stagnant swamp into a fish pond, the rest of us plowed and built our houses and guarded our settlement against attack. Slowly, our little settlement acquired a habit. Whenever Aroni and his camel passed a man in the field or a woman at work, there was always a greeting.
Aroni, what's new? Let's hear it.
What's new, Aroni? Melody seemed to come as easy to him as speech to another man. In the weeks and the months that followed, it seemed that even the smallest incident could produce a song.
Aroni, you look thirsty and hot.
No more than always, Rivka.
Hold the cup. I'll pour.
Thank you.
Bring your camel. I'll fill the bucket.
Rivka.
Yes?
That's the same as Rebecca.
Yes, Aroni.
How does it go in the Bible?
I'm not sure.
And it came to pass that the damsel was very fair to look upon. And the servant ran to meet her and said, Give me to drink, I pray thee, a little water of thy pitcher. And Rebekah said, Drink, my lord. And she gave him drink. And when she had done, she said, I will draw for thy camels also, until they have done drinking.
Aroni, we laughed at you. Forgive us.
No one laughed.
Make the words into a song.
I'll try, Rivka.
Do it for me.
Yes, Rivka. Thank you for the water. There is nothing so good for thirst as water. Beautiful maiden, pray lower your pitcher and give me water.
Drink, kind sir, and I shall give water to your camels, too.
Who are you, lovely maiden?
My name is Rebecca.
We are an outpost in the desert. Green fields flung like a live banner against the brownness of dead sand. The houses grow where we have come, the water courses, and seed comes to flower. The baldness is gone from the hills nearby,
and the little trees we planted have taken root. There is a green margin of eucalyptus and poplar at the water place, which was once a swamp, and which Aroni and his camel have made into a clear pool where fish are planted like a crop and where food is harvested. So much to have done in so short a time.
In so short a time.
Not so short. It's taken 2,000 years.
Yes, but that's history. We're not history. Do you know what day this is?
It's Wednesday.
I don't mean that. Don't you remember?
Have I forgotten to do something again?
A year ago today, you came here.
You remember?
I had gone to the well. Gordon was showing you around. At first, well, I can tell you now. At first, I thought you were an old man.
I was.
I watched you day after day.
I was looking at the land.
You never smiled.
It looked so tired. I didn't think the trees could take root.
Or the people.
Rivka, I carried gravel. I planted olive and eucalyptus. And one day you gave me water to drink. Rivka, something happened.
I know.
I've been growing younger.
Like the land.
Yes. Rivka, look. Have you noticed? Our olive trees, they're turning green.
When you come to the land and plant trees, and trees and soil give forth their abundance, then shall you be like a tree planted by the waters. He had passed over the Red Sea and come out of the midst of a barbarous people, and behold, Judah became his territory, and Israel his dominion.
If you would like a copy of today's script, please send your name and address with 10 cents to cover the cost of postage and handling to the Jewish Theological Seminary of America, 3080 Broadway, New York 27, New York. And now we take great pleasure in presenting Mrs. Joan Comey, wife of the permanent representative of Israel to the United Nations, lecturer, and author of the recently published book, Everyone's Guide to Israel. Mrs. Comey.
This Eternal Light play serves as a forceful reminder of the difficulties and handicaps under which Israel has been built. Not only did it involve the conquering of the harsh, neglected land, but it also meant, in hundreds of thousands of cases, breaking the human resource into jobs for which they had little or no training. And this breaking was done by the determined will of the pioneers themselves, a point so aptly brought out in the play. In Israel, on the 9th of February, the 15th day of Shvat, we celebrate Tu B'Shvat. This is Israel's Arbor Day. The Jews of ancient times regarded this day as the new year of the trees. All over Israel on the 9th of February, the school children will go out and plant young trees under the direction, of course, of the Keren Kayemet, Israel's great land reclamation authority. They'll go in buses and taxis, or they'll walk. And all you'll hear when you wake up that morning in Israel is the sound of the singing youngsters. Even the toddlers of the kindergarten are involved, though the trees they plant will probably have to be replanted by the hovering gardener. But when the trees are planted, there will be gay folk dancing too. In the nearly 15 years of statehood, more than 45 million trees have been planted in Israel, and there are birds and shade where there was once only rock and swamp. But half of Israel is still a desert, and this is our greatest challenge and our fondest dream today. Young men and women, driven by the same dream we heard defined in the play, are going south, pushing back the desert by piping water into the thirsty land, making stubborn green patches appear, forcing it to yield up phosphates, potash, oil, and copper ore, and setting regiments of trees marching across the dun-colored waste. The difficulties of colonizing this Negev should be heartbreaking. But like the spirit that shines through Ben Zvi, Aryeh, and Aharoni, the people in the play, this is one of the most exciting battles between man and nature being fought anywhere in the world.
Thank you, Mrs. Comey. Our Eternal Light drama today, The Camel and I, was written by Morton Wishengrad and was the 10th in a series of recreations of 12 outstanding Eternal Light programs. Cantor Robert H. Siegel was the vocal soloist. Featured in the cast were John Gibson, Mandel Kramer, Santos Ortega, Carl Weber, and Terry Keane. The narrator was Lester Rollins. Be with us next week when the Eternal Light presents An American Ballad, written by Irv Tunick. This is Bill McCord. Our program was directed by Daniel Sutter. Portions of this program were pre-recorded. This weekly program is presented under the auspices of the Jewish Theological Seminary of America. This is the NBC Radio Network.
And the Lord spake unto Moses, saying, Command the children of Israel that they bring unto thee pure oil olive beaten for the light, to cause the lamps to burn continually in the tabernacle of the congregation. And it shall be a statute forever in your generations.
The Eternal Light. The National Broadcasting Company and its affiliated independent stations present The Eternal Light, a program which comes to you under the auspices of the Jewish Theological Seminary of America. Our dramatic program today, The Man Who Remembered Lincoln, written by Morton Wishengrad, is the last in a series of recreations of 12 outstanding Eternal Light programs.
The House of Representatives will come to order.
The time is 15 years ago. It is February 12, 1948, Lincoln's birthday.
For the first time in the history of this Congress, the opening prayer will be delivered by a foreign clergyman.
There is a mild stir of interest.
It is my great pleasure to present Dr. Leo Beck, former Chief Rabbi of Berlin.
The voice that spoke was a quiet voice, a scholar's voice. When the scholar's voice had spoken, there was a silence. And silence is never an insincere tribute, neither to Abraham Lincoln nor to Leo Beck, the men who remembered Lincoln, even in the Nazi concentration camp of Theresienstadt. Who is this man who had remembered Lincoln? He was a rabbi who was the son of a rabbi. He was a philosopher who read Plato in the Greek and Maimonides in the Hebrew. When he had come to Berlin to assume his post, there were men who had sought to trap him.
Dr. Beck. Yes? Dr. Beck, I find here among your writing this sentence: belief is the life of the soul. Dr. Beck, what would you say is the life of the mind?
Inquiry.
Are you a skeptic, Doctor?
I am not. I believe in God.
I see. Dr. Beck, I should like your definition of God.
Why, sir?
I am interested in your proof of God's existence.
Faith cannot be proven, sir. Those who seek God strive after good. Those who find God do what is good. God is a synonym for the morality which can live in every soul as its own moral law.
There was a silence. It is the measure of a man like Leo Beck that his utterances were frequently met with silence. They were silent but not convinced, and one of their number finally delivered a learned disquisition on the nature of the deity. The voice dripped unction and metaphysics, and ended with a pompous question.
Well, my dear doctor, what do you think of my theory?
My opinion is not important.
Oh, but you are mistaken. What do you think of my theory, Dr. Beck?
There is much in it that is good.
Oh?
And much in it that is new.
Thank you.
But the good is not new, and the new isn't good.
The imitators and the pretenders learned to avoid him after that, and Leo Beck gave himself entirely to thinking through a progressive faith of Judaism. He wrote a great deal and spoke a great deal, but when he spoke, it was sometimes with an air of abstraction.
You do not bargain your faith. You do not compromise it. You yield nothing, and you pretend to no pieties, except those which can prove themselves through life.
And beginning in 1933, the history of Germany commenced to require a daily proof of the faith and the piety of Leo Beck's life.
How do you do, sir? Thank you for asking me to sit down. Or didn't you ask me?
I didn't ask you.
Strange.
Is it?
It is, sir. Notice I say sir. I've been told that you were a gentleman.
Captain, I believe that a gentleman has been defined as someone who is never unintentionally rude. You have business with me, Captain?
Yes. You are, I believe, the custodian of the properties of an organization known as B'nai B'rith.
Yes, I am.
The Gestapo suggests that you sign this paper.
May I be allowed to read the paper?
It's quite brief. It says merely that you, Dr. Leo Beck, hereby assign to, we'll fill in the names in these blank spaces, all properties, buildings, equipment, etc., of B'nai B'rith. Sign here, please. I have a pen, Dr. Beck, if you do not.
Why don't you just take the property?
We like to observe the niceties of legality. Sign here, please.
You will have to take it away. I shan't sign anything.
You are sure?
Yes.
And the reason?
I shall not legalize what you are doing.
They arrested him, and after a week of imprisonment, unaccountably they released him. He returned to his study and resumed his work. But two of his congregation interrupted him.
Seligson, Hirsch, come in, sit down.
You mind if we smoke?
Not at all, Seligson.
Good cigar. Wonder how many more I'll be smoking.
Well, Seligson?
Dr. Beck, I have a cable from a London congregation which urgently requires your services.
Have you, Seligson?
Yes, and Hirsch here has a letter from Cincinnati in America offering you a pulpit there.
America has always interested me. America's a country without the Middle Ages.
Then you will go?
Seligson, why don't you go? Why doesn't Hirsch?
They won't let us. You're the chief rabbi of Berlin. They'll let you.
Please, Seligson, don't. Please don't force me to make heroic speeches. I want to stay here.
On a Yom Kippur Eve, while members of the Gestapo were posted in the synagogue, Leo Beck said to the lords of Germany what a man named Mordecai had once said to Haman.
We bow down only to God. We do not bow to man.
His bag was already packed when the Gestapo came a second time. And a second time they released him.
Dr. Beck, the foreign ministries of England and the Netherlands have provided visas for you.
A rabbi's place is with his congregation.
It was 1939. It was a dwindling congregation. On the eve of war, Leo Beck escorted a children's transport to Holland. When he saw that the children were safe, this man, with a scholar's face, boarded a train. A train goes in two directions. It goes to and it goes from. In his pocket, Leo Beck could feel his entry visa from the British government. But this was not a train from Germany toward England. The train stopped. The train stopped at the German border.
Your name?
Leo Beck.
A B-E-C-K?
I spell it with an A. B-A-E-C-K.
Your passport. Well, thank you, sir. You are a Jew?
I am a Jew.
You are a Jew returning to Germany?
I am a Jew returning to my congregation.
You are a fool.
A fool cannot be a hero. He was a man of intellect and a man with a faith, and his faith dictated that he should stay.
A rabbi belongs with his congregation.
They pointed out to him that his congregation was now dispersed between Dachau and Buchenwald. They pointed out that escape for him was still possible. And it is recorded that Leo Beck answered,
As long as any of my people remain in Germany, I must remain with them.
Religion must be proved through life, and the knowledge of God is not a knowledge of something apart and detached from this place and this time. On a Sabbath before Passover, Leo Beck stood in a German pulpit and said to what was left of his congregation,
Thou too standest before Sinai to receive the word.
They deported Leo Beck's 3 brothers to Poland. They sent his 4 sisters to Theresienstadt. He was alone. And while he waited for them to come for him, he read the Greek philosophers, the Hebrew Bible, the Babylonian Talmud, and the papers of an American backwoodsman named Abraham Lincoln. Yes, while the bombs were falling between 1939 and 1943, the last Jew in Berlin sat in his study reading the papers of Abraham Lincoln. And they had finally come.
Rabbi Beck.
I have been waiting.
Then let us go.
May I take a few books?
If you wish.
Thank you. I'm ready.
There were 600 live human beings being crowded with Leo Beck in the cattle cars that shuttled between Germany and the concentration camp of Theresienstadt. And of the 600, only 3 besides Leo Beck were to remain alive. Theresienstadt was a place with room for 3,000. There were 45,000 in 1943. 45,000 human beings. And filth and mud and hunger and vermin and sickness and death. Leo Beck had said it. A rabbi's place is with his congregation. He made inquiry for his sisters.
Can you tell me, do you know of Frau Anna Fischer?
She is dead.
Do you know Frau Frieda Feldman?
I knew her very well. She is dead.
I am a stubborn man. I must continue to ask. Do you know Frau Teresa Mendel?
She died not long ago. Dr. Beck, you have another sister.
Lisa. Lisa Stern. Is Lisa alive?
Yes. Frau Lisa Stern was still alive this morning. Come with me. I will take you to her.
He was a man of 70. He had endured much: terror, imprisonment, nightmare, bereavement. Now he was to know a final bereavement. They led him to his sister, and he held her in his arms. But it was not to be for long, for she died also, and in her brother's arms. If these things are difficult for you to hear, think how it was for him to remember. But when death is a commonplace, there is no moment left for personal grief. Grief is something vast, and sorrow is monumental. And the mourner's prayer is spoken by the single survivor for the multitude of the dead. And having spoken Maccabees, Leo Beck remembered that he was a rabbi and a teacher. And so there in Theresienstadt, amid the stench of the dying and the filth and the vermin and the hopelessness and the cries of pain, Leo Beck began to speak.
I wish to tell you something Socrates said to those who condemned him.
They drew nearer, the emaciated, the diseased, the doomed, to listen to the words of Socrates.
He said to his murderers, I would rather die, having spoken after my manner, than speak in your manner and live.
A stormtrooper stood not far away and pretended not to hear.
Neither in war, nor yet at law.
He spoke slowly, a Hebrew scholar remembering the testament of a Greek philosopher.
Neither in war, nor yet at law, ought I or any man to use every way of escaping death. Often in battle, there can be no doubt that if a man will throw away his arms and fall on his knees before his pursuers, he may escape death. The difficulty, my friends, is not to avoid death, but to avoid unrighteousness.
This was the miracle of Theresienstadt. The things a rabbi brought up out of the well of his memory. Things to say for a final hour.
Rabbi Akiba said, everything is foreseen, yet freedom of choice is given, and the world is judged by grace. Yet all is according to the amount of the work.
Of the 45,000 who were in Theresienstadt, only 600 remained alive. You will find them now in Israel, in France, in England, in America, in South Africa. But go to them and ask, and they will tell you how in the months that followed, a man named Leo Beck lectured each day and spoke quietly amid a growing silence. From his scholar's memory, he recited chapters of the Bible. He remembered whole sections of the Talmud. He remembered Plato and Socrates and Kant and Spinoza. And he also remembered Abraham Lincoln.
I shall tell you a story of this man Lincoln. Once when the war was going against the North, one of Lincoln's generals said, Mr. President, do you think that God is on our side or the side of the Confederacy?
What did Lincoln answer?
He said to his general, if you ask such a question, you do not know what religion is. The question is not whether God is on our side. The question is, are we on God's side?
You're trying to tell us that the question is not whether God is for the Nazis, but whether we in Theresienstadt are for God. Is that it?
Yes, Otto.
Tell us more of Lincoln.
Very well. After the Emancipation Proclamation, President Lincoln drove into a northern city, and among the people lining the streets, there was a Negro who was weeping. But when the president's carriage passed, the weeping Negro bowed low, and President Lincoln removed his hat, and he bowed to the Negro. That was heroism. And you here in Theresienstadt you must also begin to be heroes in your daily lives. And if you will maintain your dignity here, then you will attain the achievement of life.
By his presence, he made Theresienstadt different. And even the Gestapo recognized this. For no matter how brutally they spoke to the others, there was respect for him.
No more meetings today. It is verboten. Sir.
Sir. They did not forget to say it. Sir, doctor, rabbi. Mere titles, small things. But they gave him these small things. Nevertheless, they atoned for their civility. Theresienstadt had once been a fortress, and within its walls there lay tons of rusted, useless metal, and the metal was dumped into many carts.
You, what's your name?
Haber.
Put the yoke around your shoulders. You pull the cart from this side.
Yes, sir.
Dr. Beck.
Sir, I can pull the cart by myself.
You will speak only when you are spoken to. Dr. Beck.
Yes?
You will pull the cart from this side.
Yes, sir.
Is the yoke on?
The yoke is on.
Pull faster. That is not fast enough. Your punishment is to be yoked to the metal carts for the balance of the month. Now pull!
In 1943, he was 71 years old. His strength was in his mind, and not in the aged muscles of his arms and his back. Nevertheless, Leo Beck yoked himself to a cart, laden with the rusted metal of ancient war, and became one of 2 oxen for his jailers.
Haber, can you hear?
I hear.
Do you know what I am thinking?
I have no idea.
I am thinking that the Bible moves forward. Each period must win its own Bible. You and I are now winning the book of Exodus. We are Israelites among the Egyptians. We are pulling our burdens for Pharaoh.
He should have died, but he did not. For he was a patient man, and he had imagination. And patience and imagination were his genius, and combined to remove him from the pain of the present moment into the memory of the past and the hope of the future. There is a legend that he remained alive because another rabbi named Beck, B-E-C-K, died in Theresienstadt, and the Nazis mistakenly spelled the name B-A-E-C-K and placed the name Leo before it. But however the legend, an army came from the east and liberated him. They were kind to him. They addressed him with civility. But Leo Beck said to his liberators from the east,
I am a Jew. My faith opposes no science, no economy, save those which forget the human being. We do not oppose them so long as they do not forget morality. The Jewish fight is the fight for the world of men.
They did not detain him. An American major named O'Donnell flew Leo Beck toward the west. In 1948, Leo Beck came to this country on a mission for the Union of American Hebrew Congregations. Out of Theresienstadt, he came to America to speak of Lincoln.
Lincoln was a man of earth. And when you are near to earth, you will also be near to sky. He was a human man, a pioneer of soul. And because he was this, he was melancholy, as all who know suffering must be melancholy.
In January 1948, Dr. Leo Beck sat in the White House and spoke of Lincoln to the President of the United States. On February 12th, Lincoln's birthday, the Speaker of the House of Representatives sounded his gavel.
For the first time in the history of this Congress, the prayer opening this regular session will be delivered by a foreign clergyman.
There was a mild stir of interest.
It is my great pleasure to present Dr. Leo Beck. former chief rabbi of Berlin.
The prayer was very brief.
Our Father, 69 years ago, was born that man who came to be thy servant, the man in whom is the Spirit, and who for the sake of this land became witness and testimony of humanity, herald of thy command and thy promise to the everlasting blessing of this country and of mankind. Almighty God, thou choosest people and selectest nations to bring them into the place which thou hast prepared. Thou changest the times and the seasons. Thou makest history enter the world. Thy servant, Abraham Lincoln, in a message to the Congress said, "We cannot escape history. So help us, O God, that we may not evade history, but may we be granted history." Amen.
6 years ago, Rabbi Leo Beck died in the 84th year of his life. We have come to the time when the heart of America is bound up with a man named Lincoln. Let Lincoln's words be also for Leo Beck. Surely God would not have created such a being as man, with an ability to grasp the infinite, to exist only for one day. No, no. Man was made for immortality.
If you would like a copy of today's script, please send your name and address with 10 cents to cover the cost of postage and handling to the Jewish Theological Seminary of America, 3080 Broadway, New York 27, New York. And now we take great pleasure in presenting Rabbi Arthur A. Cheel, spiritual leader of Congregation B'nai Jacob, Woodbridge, Connecticut. Rabbi Cheel.
Today's Eternal Light drama has clearly intimated that it was poetically and morally right for Rabbi Leo Beck to offer prayerful tribute to Abraham Lincoln before the United States House of Representatives. Who better than the courageous Berlin rabbi could empathize with that immortal leader of our own land, the president who realigned America's original determination that men must be wholly equal under God and law. Having himself stood up heroically in the fire of adversity at Theresienstadt, Dr. Beck could fully grasp the magnitude of President Lincoln's moral dilemma in dealing with a country that was half slave, half free. Lincoln and Beck were spiritual brethren. Both of them were servants in whom is the Spirit. They were spiritually akin in their pure religious conviction that there is a divine factor at work in human history. In his farewell address to his fellow citizens at Springfield, Illinois, the president-elect had said, "I now leave, not knowing when or whether I may return, with a task before me greater than that which rested on Washington. Without the assistance of that divine being who ever attended him, I cannot succeed. With that assistance, I cannot fail. Trusting in him who can go with me and remain with you and be everywhere for good, let us confidently hope that all will yet be well." To this biblical-like affirmation by Lincoln, Leo Beck, the unshaken believer, could utter fervent amen even while under Nazi duress. Today, Lincoln and Beck are very much part of history, not merely of chronicle, but part of dynamic history, in which their names and their truths go marching on. They are men made for immortality.
Thank you, Rabbi Cheel. our Eternal Light drama today, The Man Who Remembered Lincoln, was written by Morton Wishengrad and was the last in a series of recreations of 12 outstanding Eternal Light programs and presented in observance of Lincoln's birthday. Cantor Robert H. Siegel sang the liturgical introduction. Featured in the cast were Alan Manson, Roger De Koven, James Dukas, Joseph Bell, Bernard Grant, William Martell, Dean Lyman Almquist, and Herbert Norman. Dr. Beck was played by Santos Ortega. The narrator was Norman Rose. Be with us for next week's Eternal Light dramatic presentation, Eleanor Roosevelt, A Recollection, written by Virginia Mazer, the first in a new series entitled Women of Valor, presented in observance of National Brotherhood Week. This is Bill McCord. Our program was directed by Daniel Sutter. Portions of this program were pre-recorded. This weekly program is presented under the auspices of the Jewish Theological Seminary of America. This is the NBC Radio Network.
And the Lord spake unto Moses, saying, Command the children of Israel that they bring into thee pure oil olive, beaten for the light, to cause the lamps to burn continually in the tabernacle of the congregation. And it shall be a statute forever in your generations.
The Eternal Light. The National Broadcasting Company and its affiliated independent stations present The Eternal Light, a program which comes to you under the auspices of the Jewish Theological Seminary of America. Our dramatic program today, Eleanor Roosevelt, A Recollection, was written by Virginia Mazer. It is the first in a series of programs entitled Women of Valor, women whose lives exemplify qualities of greatness, and is presented in observance of National Brotherhood Week.
Nothing we learn in this world is ever wasted, and nothing we do stands by itself. This is what you wrote. This is what you believed. You wanted a world where all were equal, where none were left out, none were left behind. So you went out to find out about us, the ordinary people of the earth. You listened to us, and you came to know us as no one person ever had before. Not all of us knew you. You were too plain, too simple, too close to us, maybe. There were some that were amused by you, some you embarrassed, some you angered by the plain truths you spoke. But that didn't matter. You still went on finding out about us, getting to know us. And some of us knew you. And this is how it was with some of us the day you died. Down in West Virginia in the coal country, everybody had gone to bed but Miss Anna Vladik, who worked in town and liked to keep up with things. She got the news on her battery set. She started to telephone her brother in Charlestown, but changed her mind. She just sat there remembering, rocking and remembering.
I must have been about 10 years old and Ronnie 6. We were the only ones. The baby had died that winter. A weak little thing that didn't even have the strength to cry. Malnutrition, the company doctor said. I didn't know what that meant.
Mama, what did the baby have?
What did she die of?
Let me alone, Anna.
I'm hungry, Mama. What was it, Mama? The doctor called it something. Mama, I'm hungry.
Let me alone, both of you. Get out of the house.
Come on, Anna. Let's go see my rabbit.
God help us. Help us, I tell you. Help us. It was the Depression. It was bad all over. Bad in the Dust Bowl, bad in the Deep South, bad in Pittsburgh and Scranton, bad even in New York. We didn't know it then. We thought it was only us who were hungry.
Anna, give me a piece of your bread. Just a little piece. No, you had yours. You ate it. I want it for my rabbit. Look at him, Anna. He's all bones. He's shivering.
I hate your rabbit. You know what's going to happen to him, don't you? Don't you?
Oh, I was cruel to him, my little brother. I turned my heart to stone. It was because I loved him so much, I think. I couldn't bear to look at him hugging that skinny rabbit. We were sitting on our broken-down front steps, glaring at each other, when she came. There were some other people with her, men in store-bought suits and polished shoes. Only I didn't really see them. I only saw her. I'd never seen a grown-up woman walk like that before, free and striding, the wind blowing her light brown hair. We hated strangers, but she was different. She stayed a long time, asking all kinds of questions. Where was the well? Where was the privy? Where did we sleep? What did we have for breakfast? When she left, I followed her down the path to where her car was, Bronny tagging after me with his rabbit. All of a sudden, I don't know why, I caught hold of her dress and pointed to my little brother.
My little brother. He's a nut. He thinks we're not going to eat his rabbit, but we are. My father said so.
I won't ever forget the look she gave me. It was as if she looked inside me and saw all my misery and meanness and forgave me. It was about a week later that the letter came. I found it in the mailbox, and it was addressed to Bronny, the first one he ever got.
Give it to me. It's mine.
You can't read. I'll open it.
No, I want it. Give it to me.
Watch out, you're going to tear it.
Anna, look. Somebody sent me $1 bill.
It's not $1 bill, you silly. It's $5.
Who, Anna, who?
Give it to me. Dear Bronislav Valdik.
That's me.
I have not forgotten your rabbit. I told my friend, Mr. William C. Bullitt, about him the other day, and he has given me some money to help keep him alive. I also told my husband about your family and the other minor families who are hungry. He says he will find a way to help you. Do not give up hope. My husband always keeps his promises.
Who is it, Anna? Who?
Sincerely yours, Eleanor Roosevelt.
Your husband was a cripple, so you were legs for him. You went to places he couldn't get to, and you were eyes for him and ears. You went down into a coal mine to see what it was like to be a miner, and they named a town for you down there, Eleanor, West Virginia. It's on the map. You went to the Dust Bowl and to the Cotton Belt, and you poked into the rancid alleys of our capital city, and you talked to starving Americans lined up at soup kitchens in New York. You set it all down in your plain, unvarnished prose for us to read. Only some of us didn't believe you. We didn't want to believe. But enough believed to do something. And gradually, there were fewer people left out in America, fewer people left behind. Then it was the war, and we went from the mines and the farms and the factories to fight. And you followed us there. You followed us to Hawaii, New Zealand, Australia, Fiji, Caledonia, Guadalcanal, and to all those little islands that nobody ever heard of, much less could pronounce. This is how it was with some of us the day you died. Down Cape Cod Way on Martha's Vineyard, a man named Stephen Spain listened to the late news, then put in a long-distance call to a man named Oscar Pitkin in San Francisco.
I'm sorry, sir, but your party doesn't answer.
Keep trying, will you, operator? He doesn't answer.
I'm going to bed.
You think I'm foolish, don't you?
No, I just don't understand. I don't understand why you can't say it to me. Why you have to call up a man in San Francisco you haven't seen in 15 years.
Oscar was there. That's why.
Well, I'm going up. Good night, Steve.
It was the war. My war. I was 18. The day I graduated from high school, I went down and enlisted. I was going out single-handed and stop Hitler. Only they sent me to an island 1,000 miles away from the war, and the only enemy was the heat and the bugs and the mosquitoes. And my CO. This captain, he didn't like Negroes, he didn't like Catholics, he didn't like Jews, and said so. He thought we were fighting the wrong enemy, maybe.
Take it easy, man. Take it easy.
So help me, the next time he starts sounding off like that, I'm going to land him one right on his kisser.
And so help you, he'll land you a court-martial right into the stockade.
Even that might be an improvement. I was losing my grip. I could feel myself slipping. I'd been on this island for 36 months. We were manning an anti-aircraft station. We were supposed to intercept enemy planes flying over to bomb the Panama Canal. But no planes flew over. It would have been a relief. Nothing but seagulls flew our way. And then one day, out of the blue, a plane did come. It circled overhead 3 or 4 times like it was trying to find us, then it let down. From a distance, we could see it was civvies getting off.
Hey, look, a dame. I swear it's a dame.
Maybe it's the USO.
Hey, you guys, guess who? Guess who's here?
Rita.
Kim.
Jane.
I give up. Eleanor.
You mean Eleanor Holm, the swimmer?
Guess again. Eleanor Roosevelt.
Oh.
Hey, Steve, where you going?
To the hospital.
Huh? What do you mean?
I've got this fever.
You've had it for weeks. We all got a fever. It doesn't amount to anything. Come on, level with me.
I can't face her. There's a war going on, even if we're not in it. Right now, people are dying, thousands of them, millions. I can't listen to a pep talk from a dame who came out here so she could get her name in the paper.
You've got her all wrong.
Wasting precious gasoline. Why doesn't she stay home?
Steve. Hey, Steve, wake up.
What do you want?
I came to tell you. She's coming here.
Who's coming?
Mrs. Roosevelt. She told me so at breakfast. I sat next to her.
Oh, come off, Ed.
She ate in the mess. She said her sons told her to shake the brass if she really wanted to find out what we feel.
Oh, so she wants to know what we feel, huh? Well, I'll tell her. I'll tell her everything. I'll tell her what I feel about Hitler. I'll tell her what I feel about the black market. I'll tell her what I feel about being stuck here for 3 years.
Look, take it easy, will you? For gosh sakes, take it easy. Hey, Steve, here she comes. This is my buddy, ma'am. Don't pay any attention to what he says. He's been out here for almost 3 years. He's a little bit psycho. Steve, what happened?
I told her.
Huh? Told her what?
Everything.
What did she say?
She listened.
Well, what's she gonna do?
She says she's gonna call my mother.
Your mother?
On the telephone. She thinks it'll make my mother feel better. She's got a long list of people's mothers to call.
Well, I told you she's
Oscar, you know what? She really means it. Every word. She really wants to know what we feel. I told you. Our trouble is we're so used to phonies, we don't believe it when we see the real thing. Hello? Oh, yes, operator. Yes, I want to talk to San Francisco. Put him on. Hello? Hello, Oscar? Oscar, this is Steve. Steve Spain. No, I'm not in San Francisco. I'm on Martha's Vineyard. Yeah, it has been a long time. Why I called, I wanted to know if you knew Mrs. Roosevelt is dead. Yeah, that's just the way I feel. I don't know if I ever told you or not. I got transferred right after her visit. But she did call my mother. She called her on the telephone.
Nothing we learn in this world is ever wasted, and nothing we do stands by itself. Your husband died, and you were alone. Alone, but never lonely. There were all the nameless, countless lives your life had touched. This is how it was with some of us the day you died. Up in Harlem, up in that brownstone wilderness, they're listening to the radio. Here is a late news announcement. Mrs. Anna Eleanor Roosevelt, widow of Franklin Delano Roosevelt, 31st President of the United States, died this evening in her New York City apartment. For weather conditions in New York and vicinity, stay tuned to...
Man. Oh, man. That's somebody we're gonna miss.
This is one time you're speaking the truth.
A long time ago. When I was working downtown, I used to see her every morning, walking up 6th Avenue. Free and easy, just like you and me.
And she could have ridden in a taxi.
She could have ridden in a limousine.
But she chose to walk.
The King and Queen of England, they ride in a golden coach, they say.
She doesn't need a golden coach.
When the King and Queen of England come to visit her, she feeds them hot dogs, same as you and me.
Rich or poor, they're all the same to her.
Those club ladies? They don't know. They don't want Marian Anderson to sing. She got out of the club.
Then she turned around and invited Miriam to sing for her at the White House.
Black or white, they're all the same to her.
If everybody had her feelings, it would be a better place.
Y'all got a long way to go.
I don't know if we're going to get there without her.
You belong to us in a way no woman in public life ever had before. Some might smile at your gawky height, your plain, tailored clothes, your high-pitched, earnest voice. Some might say you talked too much, you were confused, misguided, you ought to stay at home. But all the same, you were ours. And after the war, when the boundaries of the earth began to shrink, you began to belong to the world as well as to us. You became a delegate to the United Nations and helped breathe life into it. Because people were never numbers or statistics to you, you went among them to see for yourself. You went to India, to Pakistan, to Jordan, to Israel, to Japan, to Indonesia, to Russia. The heads of states wined and dined you. An Arab sheik gave you a silver dagger and asked you to be his 40th wife. In Russia, you argued politely but firmly with Mr. Khrushchev about anti-Semitism there. But always it was the people, the plain people, who caught your interest. The young, the weak, the poor, the striving, the oppressed. We must show by our behavior, you wrote, that we believe in equality and justice, and that our religion teaches faith and love and charity to all men. And so the day you died, we wept for you, not only in New York and Washington and all our little whistle stops, but in Tanganyika and Moscow and Karachi and Tel Aviv, and in places like Beersheba, the Bible city where Abraham dug his wells.
It is autumn, the month of November, but here in Beersheba, where the desert begins, the morning sun is hot on my neck. In a little while, I will go inside and tell the children at the day nursery the news.
Why
have you been crying, Shoshona? Why are you sad?
We have lost a friend. Mrs. Roosevelt is dead. She died last night while we were sleeping.
Why do you say she is our friend?
I don't know Mrs. Roosevelt.
Oh, but she knew you. She knew us all. That is what I shall say to the children. I shall tell them. From the beginning she was a friend to Israel, but always a special friend to our children. She made 4 trips to this country, and Youth Aliyah became her great love. To save the children, to heal them, to help them grow straight and strong. This was our greatest achievement, she thought. She became a world patron of Youth Aliyah. She gave us money. She made speeches for us. She gave us her time, her strength. She gave us her heart. This is what I shall tell the children. But there is a memory, a private one, I shall keep for myself. It is 10 years ago.
I am Shoshona. I am 12 years old. I have been lifted out of Yemen by plane, because as Jews our lives were in danger. I have been lifted out on the wings of the eagle, as the Bible said. People here are kind to me, but I am a stranger in a strange land. In Yemen I have lied, I have begged, I have stolen. To live I have done things no child should ever do. Here in this bright and bustling country, I am ashamed. I hang my head. I refuse to speak. They put me in a school for disturbed children. And one day at the school they tell me,
Wash your face, Shoshana. Comb your hair. We're going to have a visitor, a great lady. She is a queen, Shoshana, the Queen of America.
All the other children pick daisies and poppies and cornflowers to give to the queen. But I hide in the cow barn. I am ashamed. They come to find me.
Shoshana, you must not hide. There's nothing to be afraid of. Our visitor is your friend.
How could the Queen of America be my friend? Dumbly I allow myself to be led into the light. My hair is brushed, my face washed. On an impulse, I take from my box a little bracelet of beaten silver. It was made in my village in Yemen. It was my mother's, and she gave it to me when I left her. Now my mother is dying of tuberculosis in Yemen. She will never come. The bracelet is too large, but I put it on my arm and go out to meet the Queen of America. Sunlight is strong in Beersheba, and I am unhappy. I shut my eyes against the sun. I shut them to try to blink away my tears. When I open them, a tall, plain woman with a kind face standing in front of me. She smiles at me and reaches out and takes my hand. She touches my bracelet, running her hand over the design. In the world that I have come from, the strong take from the weak. Whatever they want, they take. If this woman wants my bracelet, I must give it to her. I slip it off and hand it to her, my face like a stone.
No, Shoshana, no. She says you must keep your bracelet. You must be proud of what your people have created. She says it is very beautiful. And so are you.
She passed on down the line, greeting the children, smiling at them, asking questions. The big, plain woman with a kind face. I am puzzled. Where is the Queen? When is the Queen of America coming?
Shoshana, you goose. Don't you know? She is the Queen of America.
In a little while, I shall go inside and tell the children at the nursery here the news. I shall tell them how this day nursery was named for her, the Eleanor Roosevelt Day Care Center of Beersheba. I shall tell them that I am proud to be a teacher here and that they must be proud too. Later, all over Israel, there will be speeches. memorial services, but now I will hold my own in private. A woman of valor, her price is far above rubies. She stretches out her hands to the needy. Many daughters have done valiantly, but she exceedeth them all. Give her of the fruits of her hands, and let her works praise her in the gates.
Nothing we learn is ever wasted. Nothing we do stands by itself. This is what you wrote. This is what you believed. You went out to find out about us, and in finding out about us, you made a bridge between the plain people of the earth. You made a bridge between a frightened little boy in the West Virginia coal country and a frightened little girl in Beersheba in the state of Israel. I know. I was the boy whose rabbit you saved.
If you would like a copy of today's script, please send your name and address with 10 cents to cover the cost of postage and handling to the Jewish Theological Seminary of America, 3080 Broadway, New York 27, New York. And now, we take great pleasure in presenting Mr. Hyman Bookbinder, on leave from his post in Washington, D.C. as Special Assistant to the United States Secretary of Commerce, to serve as Director of the Eleanor Roosevelt Foundation. Mr. Bookbinder.
A letter to the Foundation the other day tells much about Eleanor Roosevelt's impact on the American people. A White House aide in the Roosevelt administration told of the letter he had received one day for the President. "I have an urgent problem, Mr. President, that I hope you can do something about," a woman wrote. "If you cannot do anything about it, please send my letter along to Mrs. Roosevelt. I'm sure she can." Soon after the death of Mrs. Roosevelt on November 7th, Adlai Stevenson, in just a few words, summed up the tribute that all the world was trying to pay to Mrs. Roosevelt. "She would rather light a candle than curse the darkness," Mr. Stevenson said, "and her glow has warmed the world." She would rather light a candle than curse the darkness. How appropriate, then, for the moving tribute you have just heard to be given on this program, The Eternal Light. For there can be no more appropriate memorial to Mrs. Roosevelt than a universal effort to keep the candle burning, to provide an eternal light on the world's ills, on the world's problems, on the world's promises. To help keep the light burning, the President of the United States asked Adlai Stevenson to head a committee of outstanding Americans to create a fitting memorial to that great lady. The Eleanor Roosevelt Foundation is the result. The Foundation Committee has dedicated itself to continuing the humanitarian endeavors of Eleanor Roosevelt in 5 broad areas of her tireless efforts. 1, to strengthen the United Nations in the quest for man's universal hope for a just peace. 2, to protect and extend human rights and equal opportunity for all people everywhere. 3, to wage a ceaseless and worldwide attack against sickness and disease. 4, to promote maximum growth and development for every individual. And 5, to assure the worth and dignity of each human being. This is indeed a formidable assignment for the Foundation. But what else would be appropriate for Eleanor Roosevelt? For she always took on formidable assignments: pursuit of peace, human dignity for every soul on earth, finding cures for incurable diseases, enriching the lives of people everywhere.
Thank you, Mr. Bookbinder. Our Eternal Light drama today, Eleanor Roosevelt, A Recollection, was written by Virginia Mazer. It was the first in a series of programs entitled Women of Valor and was presented in observance of National Brotherhood Week. cantor Robert H. Siegel sang the liturgical introduction. Featured in the cast were Bryna Rayburn, Susan Towers, Alan Howard, Peter Fernandez, Rita Lloyd, Larry Robinson, Elwood Smith, Gloria Foster, Clifford Carpenter, and Bathsheba Garnett. The narrator was Mason Adams. Be with us next week when the Eternal Light presents From the Land of Goshen, a story of Miriam, the sister of Moses, by Harriet Kopp. This is Bill McCord. Our program was directed by Daniel Sutter. Portions of this program were pre-recorded. This weekly program is presented under the auspices of the Jewish Theological Seminary of America. This is the NBC Radio Network.
And the Lord spake unto Moses, saying, Command the children of Israel that they bring unto thee pure oil olive beaten for the light, to cause the lamps to burn continually in the tabernacle of the congregation, and it shall be a statute forever in your generations.
The Eternal Light. The National Broadcasting Company and its affiliated independent stations present The Eternal Light, a program which comes to you under the auspices of the Jewish Theological Seminary of America. Our dramatic program today, From the Land of Goshen, a story of Miriam, was written by Harriet Kopp. It is the second in a series of 5 programs entitled Women of Valor, women whose lives exemplify qualities of greatness.
With thine eyes so shining bright, sea cloud by day and fire by night, with these ears that list to me, thou hear God's voice call out to thee. Thou use these lips to lash like whips, thou use these hands to break our bands, and with thy feet go running so, when Pharaoh lets thy people go.
Now there arose a new king over Egypt, and he said to his people,
Behold, the people of Israel are too many and too mighty for us. Come, let us dread shrewdly with them, lest they multiply.
Therefore they set taskmasters over the people of Israel, to afflict them with heavy burdens. But the more they were oppressed, the more they multiplied.
Miriam, my child, go to thy baby brother. I cannot bear his whimpering any longer. He hath not yet learned, like thee and thy brother Aaron, to endure his hunger in silence.
Yes, go, my daughter. Quiet the newborn babe. His cries grow lusty and impatient, as if he refuses to don the yoke of suffering and bondage into which he's been born.
My father, I understand not of what thou sayest, but this is clear. My baby brother is hungry. See how his little legs are pulled in cramp. Come, my mother, take him to thy breast.
And feed him what, child? The gall of bitterness?
Nay, child, thy father is right. Better to dip this cloth in honey, Miriam, and let him yet a little while longer savor a taste of sweetness in his newfound life.
Then Pharaoh commanded his people,
Every son that is born to the Hebrews thou shalt cast into the Nile, but thou shalt let every daughter live.
With thine eyes so shining bright, sea cloud by day and fire by night, with these ears that list to me, thou'lt hear God's voice call out to thee. Thou'lt use these lips to lash like whips, thou'lt use these hands to break our bands, and with thy feet go running so, when Pharaoh lets thy people go. See, Mother, how he laughs when I touch his eyes, his ears, his lips. Watch, we shall play it again. With these
Hush,
eyes...
Miriam. I thought I heard a sound.
Thou hearest only the breeze.
We shall take no chances, Miriam. Cover the baby with the straw, for if he is discovered, it will bring grief to all our people.
For when the woman saw that it was a goodly child, she hid him 3 months. And when she could hide him no longer...
Jochebed, my wife, I must speak with thee, and Miriam, too. I've listened too long to the joined pleas of thee and thy mother to hide thy baby brother. Though I must confess I was swayed by my own longing, as much as I was persuaded by thy mother's tears and thine own childish prophecies of greatness for this new man-child.
They are not childish prophecies, Father. I love the babe, true. But 'tis more than that. I feel the babe is to be especial, that the Lord has sent him as one of us, and yet as one apart.
Now thou talkest in riddles, Miriam. Such babblings cannot save thy brother.
I cannot explain my words, Mother, and yet I know them to be the truth, the Lord's truth, that this baby has been sent by the Lord.
Then it must be the Lord who will save him, for we can keep him no longer.
Every son that is born thou shalt cast into the Nile.
And when Jochebed could hide him no longer, she took for him a basket made of bulrushes and daubed it with pitch, and she put the child in it and placed it among the reeds at the river's brink.
Dear Mother, 'tis as seaworthy a craft as the Pharaoh himself uses when he sails up the Nile. Look for thyself. Hold the basket to the sky. Not a chink of light comes through the cracks I've sealed.
Indeed, it is as dark as night, as dark as death itself.
Dark for the babe, with the beautiful noonday sun shining on him?
Burning him, crisping him. That is, if the basket stays afloat long enough.
On my word as a shipbuilder, not a drop of water will seep through.
Then take him quickly from me, my child, lest I do the dread work of the river and drown him in my tears.
And she put the child in the basket and placed it among the reeds at the river's brink. And his sister stood at a distance to see what would be done with him.
Mother, I can see him well from behind this tree. Hast thou hidden thyself well? Mother, dost thou hear?
Speak softly. I am but a short distance from thee, but well hidden from the river's view by the tall reeds.
The baby is chuckling softly. He mistakes for human sounds the lapping of the water against the shore. In just a little while, the tide will change and carry him off. But, Mother, bend low. I hear someone.
Now the daughter of Pharaoh came down to bathe at the river, and her maidens walked beside the river.
Mother, fear not. They will leave soon. But wait. Their peals of laughter have awakened the babe from slumber and frightened him.
Litote! Litote! There on the shore. Dost thou hear strange noises among the reeds, as I do here in the water?
Nay, Princess. 'Tis but the crying of the geese overhead.
Strange how akin the sound of geese is to the human voice. I had never noticed it before. It could almost be confused with the crying of a baby. Litote! Are the geese still to be seen from where thou art?
Oh, no, my princess. They have flown afar off and can only be seen as a dim image against the sun.
Well, what is this? A large basket-like fish swimming on top of the water rather than below it. Litote! Litote!
She saw the basket among the reeds and sent her maid to fetch it. When she opened it, she saw the child, and lo, the babe was crying. She took pity on him and said,
See, Litote, this is one of the Hebrew children, is it not?
If thou even suspect that he be a Hebrew babe, thou hast no choice but to turn the child over to thy father, the Pharaoh, so that it may be done away with in the proper decreed fashion.
He is a wondrous child to behold, is he not, old nurse?
Wondrous indeed that he has not yet met the slaughter decreed for all firstborn Hebrew boys.
Thou canst not prove that he is one of the Hebrews? If I were to say, perhaps, yes, that he is a godchild sent by the god Ptah to me as priestess, to be his mother.
Then I should say it were not so, for thou wilt be endangering thy life, and mine as well, with such a tale. And my princess, just think how pleased the Pharaoh will be when we bring him this Hebrew man-child. Perchance jewels for you, and some rich rewards for me as well.
Talk on, Litote. The more thou talkest, the more inclined I am to view him as a godchild.
A child of the Hebrew God, my princess, for the babe is an Israelite.
Then Miriam, his sister, hastened forth and said to Pharaoh's daughter,
Shall I go and call a nurse from the Hebrew women to nurse the child for thee?
This may be the very one who hath nursed and hid the babe till now. Speak with her, my princess.
Where didst thou come from, child?
From the land of Goshen.
Hast thou a family and parents?
Yea,
Parents who loved thee and taught thee well?
Most devoted parents.
Then, slave child, thou hast not learned thy precepts well, for thy first lesson must have been to shun the Nile. For this river is sacred to the Egyptians, both its banks and waters.
Then this boy cannot be a Hebrew, but an Egyptian, for he was found floating on the sacred waters of the Nile.
See thou, Litote, the child hath given us the proof we need. Thou may go, child. Thou hast served me well. Just see, Litote, how he speaks with the cooing of Egypt's sacred dove. How his finger clutches mine.
'Tis of no avail, my princess. Let us haste to bring the babe to the Pharaoh so that justice may be done.
But he is an innocent babe. He is guilty of naught.
Except to be born a Hebrew.
Can I not absolve him of this guilt, if it seem guilt to thee? What shall satisfy thee? What proof dost thou need?
That he be not one of those accursed Israelites.
And if I can prove this?
But cast a shadow of doubt on his Hebrew taint, and my lips are sealed. I promise thee.
The babe may yet be saved. Where is that child who was here but a moment ago? She cannot be far off as yet.
I have not even left, princess. I am here, right at thy side.
I cannot decide whether thou hast courage or impudence to talk so to the great Egyptian princess.
Come, child. Talk to the babe there in the cradle. We suspect that he will smile upon thee if thy face is familiar to him. Speak to him as one should to a baby, so that I may see if thy voice is music he hath heard before.
I know not how to talk to a man-child. 'Tis been so long since the Pharaoh has permitted one of ours to live.
Art thou anxious to follow close upon the heels of thy baby brothers, along with them into death? Do as the princess says, maid.
Shall I teach thee, babe of Egypt, a Hebrew song? With thine eyes so shining bright, sea cloud by day and fire by night, with these ears that list to me, thou hear God's voice call out to thee. Thou use these lips, thou howlest like a hyena. My princess, such Hebrew songs I fear offend his Egyptian ears.
Thou art right, princess. He is the child of the Egyptian sun god, and not of the Hebrews.
Go, my child, and find me a nurse from the Hebrew women. And I shall name him Moses, because I drew him out of the water.
So Miriam went and called the child's mother, and Pharaoh's daughter said to her,
Take this child away and nurse him for me, and I will give thee thy wages.
So the woman took the child and nursed him.
Oh, Miriam, what joy to hold again my baby. What did the Egyptian princess name him?
Moses.
Thou wert right after all, child. The Lord was watching over the baby, Moses, all the time. Blessed be the Lord. I was so fearful when I heard thee sing to him. 'Twas truly the unseen hand of the Lord which made the baby cry at thy song, which had always made him gurgle and chuckle before.
'Twas not the unseen hand of the Lord, my mother, but this hand of mine, which thou seest before thy very face, that saved Moses this day.
Oh, thou must not mock thy mother and the Lord.
I mock neither. I shall show thee. Sing Moses his song, Mother. Come.
With thine eyes so shining bright, see cloud by day and fire by night.
That was the part where I covered Moses' eyes with my hand.
With these ears that list to me, thou'lt hear God's voice call out to thee.
And here I cut my hands over his ears.
Thou'lt use these lips to lash like whips.
And at these words, I pressed my hands upon his lips, hard, for I knew something that Litota didn't, that right behind the lips I was pressing was a baby's tender gum, angry, sore, and swollen with the promise of a new tooth.
And the child grew, and Jochebed brought him to Pharaoh's daughter, and he became her son.
Mother, I marvel as I look at thee. How canst thou work at thy loom dry-eyed? Are not thy ears still filled with the echoes of the laughter and shrieks of little Moses?
I hear nothing, my daughter, but the silence rich with gratitude that Moses' life has been spared. For a mother, Miriam, this is enough. And if thou lovest thy brother truly, it must also be enough for thee, his sister.
But for Miriam it was not enough. And the question resolved in Miriam's mind into a plan which she shared with her brother Aaron many years later.
I am so weary of gathering straw in the field day after day in the hot sun. I've forgotten what it is like to stay within the cool of the walls at the height of the noonday.
How dost thou know? Was there ever a time then, Miriam, when we were not in the fields?
Thou dost not remember, Aaron. It was very long ago, and thou wert so very little. Dost thou not remember either our brother who stayed with us but a very short while?
I remember nothing except thee weeping bitterly, and our mother cautioning thee to wipe from thy mind the name of Moses. Moses, he does not sound like one of us.
But he is. Though the Lord has set him apart from us, he will come back and lead us, the people of Israel, his people, to freedom, as one of us, yet as a stranger in our midst. And I shall tell him so.
Hast thou forgotten our mother's command?
Aaron, she will not know. We will go to the palace of the princess, the one who calls herself Moses' mother, and we shall hide till we see Moses alone in the garden, and then we shall reveal ourselves.
And how wilt thou know, Moses? Many years have passed. The babe thou knew is lost within the boy. Boy? Nay, Moses must already be a youth, probably a prince in the army of his Pharaoh.
I will know Moses, never fear, for the Lord will point him out to me.
But Aaron, fearful for himself and Miriam, revealed the plan to Jochebed, who called Miriam to her and spoke in righteous anger.
My daughter, I forbid thee to speak with thy brother Moses, or to reveal thy identity to him. Thou art not to meddle with the Lord's plan. Dost thou hear, Miriam?
But Miriam heeded not Jochebed's command. Each night she was drawn to the palace as if by the pull of the moon, and stood at the courtyard gate, hoping for a view of Moses among the white-tunicked Egyptian youth who strolled within the garden.
Ah, there she is again, the Hebrew bag of bones.
On the food our father doles out to his Hebrew slaves, she can slip through the gates with ease, and we shall have her in our very midst.
Who shall claim her, then, for his Egyptian princess?
Let it be the one who first hits her square with a stone.
I'll take her.
Let the poor slave woman be. She does no harm. I shall not stand by and see her mocked or stoned.
Ah, our Moses speaks. His halting tongue reins in the rushing flow of his bold words.
Perhaps the words of the Hebrew tongue would spill more easily from his lips.
And loose his tongue held tied in knots.
Then thou art Moses. I would have known thee anywhere.
Thou knowest me?
Oh, I know not thee. 'Tis only that thy friends called thee by that name.
'Tis no true name, no more than they be true friends. Moses is but half a name, as they are but half a friend. 'Tis strange that I should speak so to thee, and see how smoothly the words flow, as if it were not I, Moses, the slow of speech. Who art thou?
I am a Hebrew slave, one of those Israelites who live in the land of Goshen, held in bondage by thy Pharaoh.
I have heard talk in the palace of thee and thy people, how the Hebrews live like animals, in filth, disease, fighting, and thieving. Thou dost not seem like one of these.
Whatever thieving there is amongst us is for the food we snatch from one another to keep the gift of life thy Pharaoh tries to rob us of.
Tell me more of thy people. Thou speakest not as one of a people in bondage.
'Tis but a passing phase. We were once a proud people in this very Egypt. We shall yet be free again.
Thy talk is but empty ranting, and yet I feel drawn to it, and thee. I wouldst know more about thee and thy people. Wouldst thou take me to Goshen?
And so Moses went out to his people and looked upon their burden.
Here are the furnaces where my people melt and mold spears for thy Egyptian armies.
What heedless parents thy people must be. See how they let their children run free in this inferno of heat, darting between the feet of the workers.
Oh, fear not, for that child has been working in the furnaces since he was a toddling babe by decree of Pharaoh.
But so young a child, as are all the others here.
Do not pity them. They've known no other life. They know naught of coolness and light. But come, look, are our workmen not skilled? See the beauty of the shield, its gleam.
Those old men over there, workmen, their breaths stink in their toothless mouths as they blow upon the shining copper. How canst thou let thy aged live like this? Thy Hebrew people must be a callous lot.
These that thou seest are the blessed ones my people have brought to this refuge. Their less fortunate brothers are lying dead upon the sands, their dried bones a monument to thy Pharaoh.
I feel a weakness, a faintness.
Perhaps the stench of human suffering is too strong for thy Egyptian nose, accustomed to more fragrant odors.
A breath of cool, fresh air, perhaps.
'Tis hard to find. 'Tis rare in Goshen. But let us find sweeter smells. Perhaps the bakery?
But see what animals thy people are, tearing at each other's hair for a crust of bread, clawing each other like savage beasts.
These women fight for existence. If my people seem like beasts to thee, it is thy Egyptian people who has placed them in an animal kingdom.
My people have done this. Then the guilt is upon me, an Egyptian.
And then Moses saw an Egyptian beating a Hebrew.
Stay, maid. Who is that man standing with whip upraised o'er the prone body at his feet?
'Tis an Egyptian overseer beating a Hebrew slave whose strength and will have failed.
But why does he continue to beat him? The slave is half dead.
It's the way of the Egyptian.
If this be the way of the Egyptians, then I am no longer one of them, and they are not my people.
And so when Moses saw an Egyptian beating a Hebrew, one of his people, he looked this way and that, and seeing no one, he killed the Egyptian and hid him in the sand.
Thou must hide quickly. Go and find thy safety in thy mother's palace.
Thou dost choose thy words unwisely. For the walls of my mother's apartment are lined with spying eyes and eavesdropping ears.
Then I shall take thee to the home of thy true mother, where the God of Israel shall hide thee beneath his wings.
Thy riddles have thrown me into confusion. Thou speakest of two mothers. Can a man belong to two people? Two mothers? Different gods?
Thou hast, until this day, when thou hast chosen for thyself
and hast returned to thy people. For an Israelite were thou born, and thy Lord hath redeemed thee this day from the Egyptians, so that thou might in his time deliver his people from the cruelty of the Egyptians.
With thine eyes so shining bright, see cloud by...
And Miriam saw her prophecy fulfilled as Moses led his people out of Egypt. And on the journey to the promised land, the Israelites looked upon Miriam as a leader to their children and as a sister to their deliverer, Moses, who could not seem to them to be a stranger in their midst, with Miriam at his side.
And with thy feet go running so, when Pharaoh lets thy people go.
If you would like a copy of today's script, please send your name and address with 10 cents to cover the cost of postage and handling to the Jewish Theological Seminary of America, 3080 Broadway, New York 27, New York. And now we take great pleasure in presenting Cantor Samuel Rosenbaum, Executive Vice President of the Cantors Assembly of America and Cantor of Temple Beth El in Rochester, New York. Cantor Rosenbaum.
In our story today, the child Miriam understood the power of song, even so simple a song as a lullaby. Years later, as the prophetess Miriam, she would again sing a song, a proud song of praise to celebrate the victory of her people at the edge of the Red Sea. Today, after countless generations, we Jews still sing the Song of Miriam as a part of the annual retelling of the story of the deliverance of the Hebrews from the might of Pharaoh. The stirring Song of Miriam is, however, only one of hundreds which the Jew sings throughout the year. For to the Jew, music and song are not things tacked onto life, but an integral part of life itself. The Jew sings at prayer, he sings at study, he sings as he rejoices, and although in mournful cadence, he sings in time of sorrow. Since the early days of our history, the cantor has been the creator and custodian of Jewish song. Especially during the last several decades, has the American cantor expanded his interests, his abilities, and his efforts to include every aspect of Jewish song, from the nursery tunes of our youngsters to the most complex creations of the contemporary composer. The Cantors Assembly of America has, from its establishment in 1947, held the preservation and enhancement of Jewish song as its chief goal. In pursuit of this goal, it carries on a continuously developing program of education and instruction for cantors and for their congregations. It commissions and publishes new creativity and continues to republish ancient out-of-print masterworks in order to forge an eternal chain of Jewish musical tradition. In an historic effort to ensure the continuity of Jewish song, the Cantors Assembly assisted in the establishment of the Cantors Institute of the Jewish Theological Seminary of America. It now represents the Institute's major source of support. As for the cantor himself, it is his aspiration to perfect himself in the sacred art of illuminating and illustrating the Word of God, affording those who worship with him new insights into the ideals of the Jewish people. Most important, he prays that his songs will inspire all of us to take a fresh look at the deep truths about ourselves and the lives we lead.
Thank you, Cantor Rosenbaum. Our Eternal Light drama today, From the Land of Goshen, A Story of Miriam, was written by Harriet Kopp and was the second in a series of 5 programs entitled Women of Valor. Cantor Robert H. Siegel sang the liturgical introduction. Featured in the cast were Ivor Francis, Rita Lloyd, Martin Newman, Sarah Fussell, Dean Carlton, Beatrice Pons, and Vera Allen. Lester Rollins was Moses. Michelle Farr and Terry Keane played Miriam. The narrator was David Ross. Be with us next week when the Eternal Light presents a special program entitled Never Ask What Country, written by Morton Wishengrad, and presented in observance of the 90th anniversary of the birth of the late William Greene, the great labor leader. This is Bill McCord. Our program was directed by Daniel Sutter. Portions of this program were pre-recorded. This weekly program is presented under the auspices of the Jewish Theological Seminary of America. This is the NBC Radio Network.
And the Lord spake unto Moses, saying, Command the children of Israel that they bring unto thee pure oil olive beaten for the light, to cause the lamps to burn continually in the tabernacle of the congregation. And it shall be a statute forever in your generations.
The Eternal Light. The National Broadcasting Company and its affiliated independent stations present The Eternal Light, a program which comes to you under the auspices of the Jewish Theological Seminary of America. Our special program today, Never Ask What Country, was written by Morton Wishengrad. It is presented with the assistance of the George Meany Foundation of the Herbert H. Lehman Institute in observance of the 90th anniversary of the birth of the late William Greene.
Gentlemen, you're looking as bad as I feel. What terrible news do you bring?
The Jewish Labor Committee has received a telegram, Mr. President. Mr. Greene has it.
Please read it, Mr. Greene.
It's from Paris. It's signed by Raphael Abramovich. He says, there is a list of 1,100 well-known leaders of the anti-Nazi, anti-fascist, and anti-communist movements. Orders are to shoot them on sight. Help us, or we shall die.
And I say they shall not die. Get me the State Department. I want to speak to Mr. Hull.
Thank you, Mr. President.
These 1,100, who are they?
Trade union leaders, writers, painters, professors, musicians.
All of them your people, Mr. Dubinsky?
Of course, all my people, Mr. President. But if you mean all Jews, no. The Jewish Labor Committee doesn't believe in quotas.
It's like this, Mr. President. We never ask of an unfortunate, what country do you come from, what is your religion? We say to him, you suffer, that's enough. We shall make you well.
Very well said, Mr. Greene.
Oh, I didn't say it. I'm not a word man. I was quoting Louis Pasteur.
Never ask what country. Say you suffer. That's enough. I want to remember that.
The year was 1940, and the fall of Paris had sent David Dubinsky of the International Ladies Garment Workers Union and me, William Green, president of the American Federation of Labor, to the White House. But I am more than 50 years ahead of myself. That call at the White House was the end of this story. The beginning is the front porch of a miner's house in Coshocton, Ohio. The year is 1884. It is Sunday. My father, Hugh Green, is sharpening his miner's pick. My mother, Jane Green, is churning and rocking a cradle with her foot in rhythm to the churn. I appear on the front porch, a little self-conscious. I have a Bible in my hand. My father has promised me a $5 gold piece if I will read the Bible aloud to him from cover to cover.
We left off at Micah. Shall I give my firstborn for my transgressions, the fruit of my body for the sin of my soul? He hath showed thee...
Hold on. Not so fast, boy. What does it mean? Shall I give my firstborn? That's you. For the sin of my soul. What sin? What have I done?
I'll tell you what. You're taking him out of school. You're sending him down into the mines.
Is that a sin? The boy's 15. In Wales, my father sent me down when I was 10. We need Billy's wages. Do you want us to starve instead?
Maybe that's the sin, being poor.
I wanted Billy to be a preacher. I wanted to see him standing in the pulpit preaching to the congregation.
If Billy's got something to say, he can say it at the congregations of the Miners' Union.
So in the 15th year of my life, I was ordained a miner instead of a preacher. I went down into the pit, and the sin was there, the dark sin of poor souls. It is such an advantage not to be poor. Sometimes you can forget about money. I must tell you an important thing. I honor the memory of my father. Not once in my life did I bear him a grudge for sending me deep under the graves of the world to bring up the coal which gives light and warmth to my fellow men.
Count this too, Mama.
Thank you, Billy. But somehow I never can get the feeling that company scrip is the same as money.
I earned it. It pays the rent on the house.
A company house?
The doctor accepts it.
Because he's a company doctor.
The company store gives you flour and beans for it.
But it's not money. We don't own it. It owns us. I can't bear to think of it. A boy like you, working in Morgan Run number 3, robbed of the shining sun, half your life under the ground, risking your life for $1.50 a day, and when you get your pay, half of what they put in the envelope is this paper scrip, not real money.
Here you are, Billy Green. 1 keg of blasting powder. And that will cost you exactly $2.75. Ain't you going to cuss me out?
What for, Mr. Simmons?
It's the custom in Coshocton for a coal miner, when he collects his first pay, to cuss out the manager of the company store. Now, I'm charging you $2.75 for a keg of powder that you can buy for $1.10 at the cash store.
Do you keep the difference, Mr. Simmons?
Fat chance. It goes to the company. Billy Green, I like you. Boy, you work in a dangerous place.
All coal mining is dangerous work.
But Morgan number 3 is worse than any. It's a mine with a bad top. Now, if you was my boy, I wouldn't allow it. Son, I know you want to help your folks, but it ain't worth the risk. You can read and you can write. I'll pay you $1.50 a day. Work here.
I never seriously considered it. There's a satisfaction in coal mining that people outside, above ground, can't understand. No one to order you around. To be on your own, to work with your body, to feel your muscles grow hard, to experience danger, to share that danger with friends, to know you can depend on them, and to know they can depend on you. It's a man's feeling, and worth more than $1.50 a day. This was the sound of my boyhood.
Canaan! Canaan! 6 men caught in Section 12!
How many times in my boyhood I helped carry home the broken bodies of my friends. And because I knew how to read and write, how many times in my boyhood was I called upon to record a familiar epilogue to a coal mining tragedy.
Mrs. Bailey, I'm awfully sorry, but I've got to ask you these questions.
Do your job, Billy. Do it good.
How many children do you have?
5 children, older than this one. 6 in all.
Any insurance?
Where do you live, Billy Green? In Buckingham Palace? Coal miners don't get insurance. Not in Coshocton. Not this year, not last year. Why? Is that on your paper? Why coal miners aren't insured?
No, ma'am.
Then you go back and tell them Hannah Bailey says the right question is just as important as the right answer.
I wanted to be a preacher, but hard events made my church a coal mine. My first congregation, the Coshocton Local of the Miners' Union.
Talk and talk and talk, and this committee has heard it all. Well, Brother Kendall believes that we've talked too much for too many years, and that we should fill our hands with axe handles and go on down to the tipple and wait for the foreman to come out and bash in a few heads. Well, I asked Brother Kendall what that would accomplish.
Our own satisfaction.
And would that help Ned Bailey's family?
It couldn't hurt him.
Go ahead, laugh. Encourage every fool in Ohio.
Oh, sit down, Jones. And let's hear a word from some other fool.
Hugh Green's kid ain't said nothing yet. Let's hear a word from Billy Green.
It's not my place to speak. I'm the youngest here.
Well, something's baking in your oven. You've been seen down at the courthouse, talking to people, going over old records. Tell us about it.
Well, twice as many coal miners are killed in America as in Germany. 3 times as many as in England. It'll go on like that until we can force the coal operators to spend more money on mine safety.
Ha! Them spend money? Why, they'll take, that's all.
Our problem's not just those who are killed in mining. As nearly as I can make out, in the last 10 years, more than 1 million coal miners have been seriously hurt. It's plain to see we need some kind of system of workingmen's compensation.
Billy, the private insurance companies won't insure us.
Well, we can be thankful for that.
Thankful?
Yeah, I've studied what happens when coal miners are insured by private companies. There's something called common law defense. I've talked to Judge Albert about it. The doctrine of contributory negligence, or the negligence of what the law calls a fellow servant, or the known hazards of occupation. I've looked it up. Coal miners can sue. They don't collect anything except lawyers' bills. The insurance companies win every case.
Then what do you think is the answer, Billy?
We can talk about it at home, Pa.
Oh, speak up, Billy boy. Come on.
I believe the answer is workingmen's compensation, administered by the state government. They have something like it in Europe.
I nominate William Green for the state legislature.
What are you saying, you darn
No, leave him alone, Harris. Now, that was no fool suggestion, so let's all sit down and listen to Billy Green.
It was very flattering for a boy. If they listened to me, I wanted to be certain of my facts. I sat in libraries. From that time, the little meetings of our Coshocton Miners Local were my chief recreation. I was even elected to office.
Don't make too much of it, Billy boy. Some can read and some can write. But them what reads can't write. And them what writes don't read good. Can you read your own writing?
I can, Brother Kendall.
I dub thee a Knight of Labor and Secretary of the Local. Have it, y'all.
Thank you, Brother Kendall, but I don't use it.
You smoke, don't you?
No, sir.
Do you drink?
No, sir.
Cuss?
I'm sorry to disappoint you.
I'm not disappointed, Billy. I'm awed. What you got written down, Billy boy?
Well, a ton of coal delivered by us to the company has to weigh a minimum of 3,190 pounds. The company turns around and sells the public a ton of coal that weighs 2,240 pounds.
I guess that's the advantage of knowing how to read and write. But that's only part of the deal. The real swindle is the coal screening system.
A coal miner in those days was not paid for his actual work. When it came to weighing the coal extracted with so much labor and danger, the company disregarded a large proportion of a miner's output.
Strike! 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 Strike!
It was as though the company was deliberately goading the men to take violent action. A strike is like war. A strike is war. My temper was no milder than those of my fellow workers, but I saw that it had to be controlled. I was elected to higher union posts, but with each new office I attained, my conviction grew stronger that collective bargaining and peaceful negotiation were the only civilized procedures, and that men make progress when they use their heads and not their fists. Maybe Jenny Mobley had some part in this. She was a coal miner's daughter, naturally. We were married when I was 21. She brought me good luck. In 1906, I was elected president of the Ohio State District of the United Mine Workers Union. Not long after, I was elected a state senator on the Democratic ticket.
Don't be scared, Bill.
There are some pretty smart politicians in the state legislature, and some of them are said to be Republicans.
You're as smart as they are, and you have something else. You're handsome, too.
Me handsome? I'm still your pink-cheeked cherub.
Very well, William Green, you're not handsome.
I wish you'd argue.
Oh, who can argue with a pink-cheeked cherub? I almost forgot. Here it is.
Thanks, Jenny.
I marked a place for you to read. Man looketh on the outward appearance, but the Lord looketh on the heart.
In the Ohio Senate, I introduced a bill which eliminated the abuses of the coal screening system and other bills for workmen's compensation, for a shorter work week for women, and a maximum 9-hour day, for safety rules in the coal fields. On August 1st, 1913, I became Secretary-Treasurer of the United Mine Workers of America and their chief statistician. In those days, the coal miners of West Virginia were making a desperate effort to obtain union recognition. The coal operators retaliated by bringing in special trains full of strike breakers and gunmen who were equipped with deputy sheriff's badges. They were told to evict the miners from the company houses. It was my responsibility during the West Virginia coal strike to provide lodgings and food for the families of evicted homeless coal miners. Drawing on the treasury of the UMWA, I leased land and purchased tents and provided carloads of food. The coal operators applied to the federal courts, and Judge Anderson announced that he would issue an injunction.
The United Mine Workers Union of America and any of its several officers is hereby enjoined from providing any temporary or permanent housing accommodations for the striking miners, and is further enjoined from supplying food to these strikers and to their families.
Your Honor.
Who rises in this court?
William Green, Your Honor. I pray the court not to issue this injunction. I am the Secretary-Treasurer of the Union. These families are now the wards of the UMW. Every scrap of food they eat is what we provide for them. I submit that if you issue the injunction, I must choose whether to obey the court and allow women and children to starve, or violate your order and go to jail.
Which will you decide?
Your Honor, I will go to jail.
I see. All right, Mr. Green, I will not sign the injunction order and make you a martyr. We'll let you win this time. Court is declared adjourned.
During these years, a man named Samuel Gompers was the president and philosopher of the American Federation of Labor. He understood and represented the spirit of the American worker with more insight than any man who has ever lived.
Green, have you any notion at all of why I asked you to come to Washington?
To congratulate me on beating the injunction?
Have a cigar.
Sorry, I don't smoke.
You're not exactly currying favor, you know. I'm past president of the Cigar Makers Union. Let me give you a piece of advice. If you ever visit the headquarters of the Hatters Union, wear a hat. Green, I called you to Washington because you were the subject of discussion at the last meeting of the Executive Council.
I'm flattered.
Wait until I'm finished before you tell me how flattered you are. I'm authorized to offer you the post of 8th Vice President of the American Federation of Labor.
I'm overwhelmed.
Did you ever dream it might be you?
Never, Mr. Gompers.
My undercover operators inform me that you teach Sunday school.
I hope you won't hold it against me.
What's your secret vice? Single tax? Socialism? The second coming at 9 o'clock day after tomorrow? Well, these days, everybody seems to have a system. I hate systems. It's too neat, too tidy. A system is a box. You put your neighbor in it, and if a part of his leg or arm sticks out, saw it off for the sake of neatness. The true believers are a dangerous crowd. They pretend they love people, but what they truly love is their system. They want to take a chaotic, disorderly world and arrange it into flower-bordered rows, as neat and as orderly as Arlington Cemetery.
Then your system is that you're against systems.
All right. That way, no one gets tied to a stake. No one's ever locked in a dungeon. I play it from day to day. No grandiose schemes. Just a little more than the working man's paycheck every year. When you talk to workers, you don't use big words. More, more, more. Now. That's the language to employ. The better world of 20 minutes from now, not utopian pie in the sky tomorrow. Because tomorrow we die. We live in the present. Young man, am I making a speech?
You are, Mr. Gompers.
Well, then you'll have to put up with me. Occupational disease. I'll be glad to have you on the Executive Council because you really listen. Most people don't really listen. They think about what they're going to say when you stop talking.
I've noticed that.
Well, welcome to the Executive Council and congratulations. You stood up to that injunction, Judge. I like that.
I have known presidents and kings and prime ministers, but I have never known a better man than Samuel Gompers, the founder of the American Federation of Labor. He died in 1924. They chose me to succeed Samuel Gompers as president of the AFL. It was an honor I never dreamed of, never sought out. Necessity and accident had led me to a ministry in the American labor movement. And now in this era of Hitler, Stalin, and Mussolini, I was, by the design of Providence, the spokesman for American labor. I cannot relate all the events of those years and the responsibilities that fell upon my shoulders. But I will relate an event of June 1940. The Wehrmacht had overrun France. Paris was about to fall to Hitler, the Paris of enlightenment. And that tragic event sent me and David Dubinsky of the International Ladies Garment Workers Union to the office of Franklin Delano Roosevelt.
Gentlemen, you are looking as bad as I feel. What terrible news do you bring?
The Jewish Labor Committee has received a cable from Raphael Abramovich in Paris. Mr. Green has it.
Please read it to me.
There is a list of 1,100 well-known leaders of the anti-Nazi, anti-fascist, anti-communist movements. Orders are to shoot them on sight. Help us, or we shall die.
And I say they shall not die. Get me the State Department at once. I want to speak to Mr. Hull.
Thank you, Mr. President.
These 1,100, who are they?
Democratic trade union leaders who took refuge in Paris, anti-fascists, anti-Nazis from every country in Europe. Writers, painters, professors, musicians.
All of them your people, Mr. Dubinsky?
Of course all my people, Mr. President. But if you mean all Jews, the Jewish Labor Committee never asked such a question. We don't believe in quotas.
We never ask of an unfortunate, what country do you come from? What is your religion? We say to him, you suffer, that's enough. We shall make you well.
Very well said, Mr. Green.
Oh, I didn't say it, Mr. President. I'm not a word man. I was quoting Louis Pasteur.
You understand, don't you? The laws of the United States require that surety be posted so these 1,100 won't become public charges.
Mr. President, I am authorized to tell you that the treasuries of the International Ladies Garment Workers Union, the Amalgamated Clothing Workers, the Hatters Union, the Butchers, the Bakers, the Workmen's Circle, and others are surety.
That's good enough for me. You will have 1,100 visas at once.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Mr. Green, that quote from Pasteur, never ask what country. Say you suffer. That's enough. I want to remember it.
Among the 1,100 visas, there was one for Leon Blum of France and one for Largo Caballero of Spain, who informed us that they preferred to die in their native lands. There are forces for good at work in the great universe. Believe in it. There are heroes and great events. But I would prefer a world where all of us may be permitted to be heroes of the commonplace.
In November 1952, William Green went home to Coshocton, Ohio, to see his family. He was 82 years old. On November 21st, 1952, William Green died. The New York Times said his heart gave out. I respect the New York Times. It is a great newspaper, and it tries to tell the truth. But the truth is that William Green's body got tired. His heart never gave out.
If you would like a copy of today's script, please send your name and address with 10 cents to cover the cost of postage and handling to the George Meany Foundation of the Herbert H. Lehman Institute, 3080 Broadway, New York 27, New York. And now we take great pleasure in presenting the Honorable Wayne Morse, Senator from Oregon and a member of the Senate Committees on Foreign Relations and Labor. Senator Morse.
My principal association with William Green came during World War II, when he was the great president of the American Federation of Labor, and I was a public member of the War Labor Board. Bill Green was more than a labor leader. He was a patriot and a humanitarian. Bill Green joined with other labor leaders in this country in bringing about the no strike, no lockout agreement entered into with Franklin Roosevelt, binding upon labor and management during the war. I happen to be the enforcement officer of the War Labor Board as well as one of its public members. And I can testify that on several occasions it was Bill Green who proved his patriotism by giving me the support that was needed to see to it that an AFL union carried out a decision of the War Labor Board even though the local officers and the membership of that union didn't like the decision. Bill Green was also a man with impartial judgment. And he recognized that if he was going to be an effective labor leader, then he had to always put the public interest first. and I couldn't pay him a greater compliment than to say that my experience with him during the war showed that he was willing to put the public interest first. There are few men in an age who are able to make the impact upon the society which he was able to make. But their memory, their example, is an important reminder to all of us. Men like William Green remind us that even in a large industrial society like our own, we can still raise ourselves and our surroundings through our own personal efforts. Men and women are not machines. If there are many events over which we can exercise no personal or direct control, there are also many events which we can directly control. No one of us is too insignificant to fail to make the effort. The laws of our times, the direction and policies of industry and labor, all reflect the interest and the energies of individuals. That influence can be for good or for evil. Bill Green was a great teacher of these concepts and precepts, and I think it is particularly fitting that we should stop in our daily lives, busy as they are, to do homage to this great patriot, this great leader of free men in a free trade union movement.
Thank you, Senator Morse. Our special Eternal Light program today, Never Ask What Country, was written by Morton Wishengrad and was presented with the assistance of the George Meany Foundation of the Herbert H. Lehman Institute in observance of the 90th anniversary of the birth of the late William Green. Cantor David Putterman sang the liturgical introduction. Featured in the cast were George Ebling, Helen Stenborg, Billy Quinn, Gilbert Mack, Seda Thompson, Richard Casey, Maxwell Glanville, Joseph Boland, Tony Darnay, Guy Spall, Ralph Bell, Dean Carlton, and Sam Gray. Leon Janney played William Green. Be with us next week when the Eternal Light presents A Song for Queen Esther by Morton Wishengrad, one in a series of programs entitled Women of Valor, and presented in celebration of the festival of Purim. This is Bill McCord. Our program was directed by Daniel Sutter. Portions of this program were pre-recorded. This weekly program is presented under the auspices of the Jewish Theological Seminary of America. This is the NBC Radio Network.
Spake unto Moses, saying, Command the children of Israel that they bring unto thee pure oil olive beaten for the light, to cause the lamps to burn continually in the tabernacle of the congregation. And it shall be a statute forever in your generations.
The Eternal Light. The National Broadcasting Company and its affiliated independent stations present The Eternal Light, a program which comes to you under the auspices of the Jewish Theological Seminary of America. Our dramatic program today, A Woman's Place, the story of Deborah, was written by Johanna Johnston. It is the fourth in a series of 6 programs entitled Women of Valor. Women whose lives exemplify qualities of greatness.
A woman's place. In the beginning, I was so sure of what it was. A woman's place was watching over her children,
caring for them, guiding them in the right ways.
Let go, I tell you. Let go. Oh, why don't you let me carry it? Mother told me.
Mother told me. Oh, now look what you've done. Mother, make her stop.
Children, I asked you both to get the water. If each of you holds one handle of the jar, you can carry it easily. Work together, my darlings. It's the only way. There. Now you see? Yes, that sort of thing. That was a woman's place, to be a good mother, and, of course, a good wife, too, helping one's husband when one could.
But what can I do, Deborah?
Well, my dear, perhaps you might make a little journey to Kadesh and talk with Barak. Tell him 2 of the sheep were lamed or
Talk
ill.
with Barak? But Barak is as quick with his tongue as with his fists. And you know me, Deborah, well, the words twist in my mouth. I would only mix things up. Oh, if you could only talk to him, Deborah. You speak with a golden tongue. You could straighten it all out.
I should go to Kadesh?
No. As it happens, Barak is not far from here this very day. He visits with one of his kinsmen. If I should seek him out and bring him here to you, please, Deborah, you can explain it all to him. You can make it right, I know. I will go find him now.
Well, there it is. It is a woman's place to help her husband. And dear, good Lapidos, never was there a man with kinder heart, but it is true, he has no talent for speaking. So he brought Barak to me, and I spoke with him.
You look at it all very fairly, Deborah.
But how else should I look at it, Barak? I am sorry I did not know Lapidos had been at some fault himself. As you see, he did not know that either. What do you think of my solution?
Seems very fair to me. Very. I thank you, Deborah. I wish there was someone like you to settle all the disputes and arguments that come up from time to time. Matter of fact, I wish that you could settle another one for me right now, a little argument I've been having with a kinsman about some land. If I went and got my cousin
Oh,
now...
but Barak, I was only listening in this matter to help my husband. I am a woman. It's not a woman's place to set herself up as a judge.
Why not? If she has a talent for listening and judging fairly, I will go and get my kinsman. You will hear both our stories.
No. I am a woman, a wife, a mother, not a judge. A woman's place is not advising and judging. No, Barak. No. I received them under the palm tree before my home, and somehow the Lord helping me to see into the hearts of Barak and his cousin, even as I listened to their stories, I was able to advise them and help them settle a quarrel of many months. Well, it all began then.
Mother, someone is waiting for you by the palm tree.
Very well, my son. Tell them I will be there soon. Barak and his cousin spoke to others of my help. First from nearby, then from farther and farther away, my countrymen began coming to me, asking counsel, bringing me disputes to settle. They began calling me a judge. People began to say I was a prophet, simply because the Lord helped me to see what was there. People began to come from everywhere. Some were not even of the tribes of Israel. A woman of the Kenites came.
You think it is well that they should marry Deborah? My son Heber and that girl Yigael? But she comes from the seacoast. What will she know of our inland ways?
I have seen and talked with your son Heber, my friend. It seems to me he is a young man easily confused, carried away by the fears or emotions of the moment. I have also seen the young woman Yigael, and she has a great strength within her. It seems to me she is the sort of woman who could save Heber.
Save Heber? What do you mean? Save him from what?
I cannot tell you that. Perhaps Heber, in some confusion, in some pressure of fear, could be led into actions that would shame or dishonor him. But it seems to me that this young woman, from another tribe than yours, true, could still be the one who could atone for his dishonor, to bring back pride and honor to him and all the Kenites.
Yigael? Yigael could do that? But how could my son act with dishonor?
I am not a prophet, my friend. I look at people and listen. And with the Lord's help, it seems I have some small vision of how they will act and think, and that is all I tell you. But from that understanding, I tell you yes. I think it is well that your son should marry Yigael. Was that prophesying? I did not think so at the time. I do not think so now. I was only saying what the Lord had my eyes to see. I would be as astounded by what finally happened, what Heber did, and Yigael's brave and fearful deed as by what lay in store for me as well. A woman and a call to battle. I, the woman? I, who knew a woman's place so well. There was trouble in the land, to be sure. Who could not be aware of that?
Another company of soldiers in the village.
More soldiers? But why? The taxes were collected only a month ago.
Well, this is the new levy. King Jabin has thought of a new tax to help him build still more iron chariots for Captain Sisera.
A new tax? But there is no one anywhere about with any gold left.
So they will take grain or oxen or sheep or whatever is left.
Oh, how long? How long must Israel continue to suffer under the rule of King Jabin of Canaan?
Deborah!
Oh, I know. I'm sorry. There's no use crying out like that. But, oh, it is so hard. Yes, there was trouble in the land, terrible trouble. And it had been going on so long, no child could remember a time when Captain Sisera's soldiers had not patrolled the highways, or a time when one could walk freely through one's own village with no fear. 20 years, King Jabin had held Israel in subjection.
Mother!
Why, Samuel, what is it?
Oh, a soldier with a spear.
Oh, did he hurt you?
No, but he said he would stick me, and he laughed.
Oh, but you are all right. So now there's no need to cry. A boy must be brave, Samuel. Brave even when soldiers tease. I told my son to be brave. But in my heart of hearts, I wondered what had become of the bravery of all the men of Israel. What had happened to the courage of Israel that had burned so brightly in the days of Joshua and Gideon? But how could I speak to anyone of that? I was only a woman, a wife, a mother. Oh, yes, a judge, too, though that had been such an accident. And more that role filled my heart with pain.
Help me, Deborah, help me. What can I do? How can I save him? The soldiers just came and took him because I had nothing to pay the tax. Sisera's soldiers. And they took him off to Canaan to work in King Jabin's mines. And he's only a boy, Deborah, 14, his last birthday.
Oh, if I could only say something. Do something.
There's nothing?
What can a woman do? It is an army that could help you, my poor friend. You and all the other mothers who have lost their sons. But I am just a mother like you. Another mother in Israel. Yes, an army. I suddenly cried out in my helplessness. An army to rise like a mighty wave. But it was only the foolish talk of a desperate woman. Barak explained to me why. Barak, who had long since become a good friend, stopping by for a meal or a night's rest, whenever he journeyed near Mount Ephraim.
You ask why, Deborah, why the men of Israel do not rise as they did in the days of old and throw off the oppressor? Because there are too many of Sisera's soldiers stationed all through the land. You have eyes. You can see that. You can see how well armored they are, how many weapons they have.
Oh. Is it true among your neighbors, Barak? Is that really true of the men of the tribes of Naphtali and Zebulun?
No, not so much with them.
The children of Naphtali and Zebulun are a proud and angry people. It is possible that they might indeed rally if I told them there was even a chance of driving out the Canaanites.
Yes? You think so? But then, Barak, why?
Those two tribes alone against Sisera's power? Deborah, there are soldiers all over Israel. If the men of Naphtali and Zebulun should rise, then Sisera's soldiers from all over Israel would come pouring down on us to overwhelm us. And you think the men of Dan or Gilead or Asher would rally to prevent them? No. We would be slaughtered in our turn. And to what avail? You see how it is, Deborah. And why to talk about rising up against Sisera is foolish.
Yes, I see, Barak. Thank you. I put the thought from me. It was plain I knew nothing of the considerations of war. And then, one day...
But you know, it's an odd thing, Deborah. All the soldiers but two left the village today, and there was talk that all over Israel, soldiers were leaving villages in the same manner.
Sisera is so sure of us, he reduces the guard everywhere?
Yes, I guess so. There was talk that he's calling back his men to swell a mighty army he's gathering beyond the river Goshen.
A mighty army? But why?
Well, people are saying he must have some new conquest in mind.
Oh.
Perhaps he plans to march against the Ammonites. Well, perhaps life will be a little easier for us for a while if his soldiers and his thoughts are elsewhere.
Ah, yes. Perhaps so. But in my mind a thought was stirring. I wondered if things might not be different with most of the soldiers gone. I thought of the plains beyond the river Goshen, where the army was gathering. And I thought of Mount Tabor just this side of the plain. I thought of an army of Israelites stealing there secretly and then flinging themselves down on the enemy. It seemed so sensible, so possible. So I waited. I waited for Barak in the north to come marching swiftly to Mount Tabor. I waited. I waited for anyone, any brave man in Israel to rise to this moment. And the days passed, but none did. Sad at heart, I went out of the house one night and stood on the rise of Mount Ephraim, looking off across the hills toward Mount Tabor. No use. Just the fancy of a woman. I looked up. The stars were thick in the sky. Then, suddenly... it seemed to me that the stars in the sky were raining in a fiery shower onto the plains beyond Mount Tabor. The heaven was full of them, pouring down onto the plain beyond the river Goshen, where Sisera's host was encamped. What did it mean? Was this a vision? A message of some kind from the Lord? Suddenly it seemed to me that it was. That the Lord was declaring it. Sisera and his army could be destroyed. So, why was no one in Israel arising to lead the way? Was there no one to do it?
You.
Suddenly it seemed the wind was speaking.
You, Deborah. You.
I thought I must be dreaming.
Awake, Deborah. Awake.
What did it mean?
You. Lead the way. You.
But no, it cannot be. I am only a woman.
Awake, Deborah. Awake.
I sent Lapidos to the north the next day, to Barak, bidding him rally the children of Naphtali and Zebulun and any others that he could along the way, and then come as swiftly as he could to me at Mount Ephraim.
You see what faith I have in you, Deborah? You see what faith all the tribes of Naphtali and Zebulun have also? I have 1,000 men with me, 5,000 more on the road, and more are following them. Lead, and we will follow.
Lead? But you know the way, Barak. To Mount Tabor, which overlooks the river Kishon and the plains beyond, where Sisera gathers his army. Steal up Mount Tabor secretly, and then when all of your men are gathered on the farther side of the mountain, rush down on Sisera in a surprise attack. You will overwhelm him.
Sisera has 900 iron chariots, thousands and thousands of soldiers.
And we have hearts full of righteous anger from years of oppression. We have the strength that comes from knowing we fight for our homes, our lives, and our families. We have the knowledge that banded together and full of faith in the Lord is with us. Heaven itself will fight for us. Go, Barak, and have no fear. Tell the men to have no fear.
Only you can tell the men that, so they will believe it, Deborah. You must tell them. You must come with us all the way.
Aye, but no, Barak. I am a woman.
I've heard you say that before, Deborah, when you were loath to use your talents as a judge. Deborah, only you can fill the men with the faith they must have.
But how can you want a woman leading the way? Do you wish the Israelites to say, the Lord has delivered Sisera and his armies into the hands of a woman? What honor would there be in that?
If you go, I will follow. If you do not go, neither will I.
But I...
Awake, Deborah. Awake.
And so I took a shield from Barak and a helmet from one of his kinsmen and went forth to join the great gathering of soldiers. There was a mighty cheer when I appeared. But I signed that we must go on at once and quietly. And so across the meadows and down the byways, secret and rustling as an army of locusts, we hurried toward our goal. We came to Mount Tabor and climbed it, moved quickly and quietly among the shrubs and rocks. Then we came to the crest.
Look, Deborah, down in the valley. Sisera's host. Look, there are thousands of tents. And look at the war chariots. Can we really conquer such a multitude?
Have faith, Barak. When the soldiers are all gathered, then you will advance to the proof. Hour by hour the soldiers gathered. Evening came, and still soldiers came. But suddenly Barak was hurrying to me through the twilight.
A woman, Deborah, who says she must see you.
Yes, Deborah. You must know.
A woman? Why, it is the mother of Heber, is it not? What are you doing here, my friend, and how did you know I was here?
Oh, it is my son, Deborah, my son. He has his tents pitched not far from the foot of the mountain. He saw you and all the others, armed for battle, moving secretly up the mountain. And oh, you were right months ago, when you prophesied he would know trouble and doubt and confusions of mind. It can only be that which made him do what he's done. Betray a people with whom the Kenites have always lived in peace and friendship. He doubts you can win, that is why.
Betray a people? What do you mean?
Yes. What has Heber done?
He has sent word to Sisera that an army of Israelites is encamping on Mount Tabor.
Sent word to Sisera?
Then we are lost, Deborah, lost. We have no hope of surprising him.
No. We are not lost, Barak. This will not matter. Everything that we had before, we have still. Hearts full of righteous anger, the knowledge that we fight for our homes and freedom, our faith in the Lord, who will not fail us if we do not fail ourselves.
But if Sisera knows...
Wait for the morning, Barak. Wait for the morning and see. All my doubts had vanished. The vision I had long ago that foretold Heber's betrayal had been a true one. I wondered how his wife Yigael would restore his honor. But I wondered no more about the outcome of the battle. A dark dawn came, with a rush of wind.
Awake, Deborah! Awake!
But I was awake. Thunder growled in the cold, dark dawn, but I was awake and without fear. Barak, up! This is the day on which the Lord will deliver Sisera into your hand. Well, you know the story of the battle, I suppose. How the Israelites swept down the mountain, their hearts bursting with a rage to prove themselves free. And how, for all Heber's warnings, Sisera was not prepared for such a host and such a fury. He was not prepared for the thunderclouds, breaking and sending torrents of rain to blind and confuse his warriors. Heaven was fighting with us. And then the river rose in the storm. The river Kishon. And the river was fighting for us, too, engulfing Sisera's soldiers and chariots as they turned to flee. The heavens, the river. Until, at last, Sisera himself was fleeing. And then it was that Heber's wife Jael did her brave and fearful deed. Fleeing, Sisera came to Heber's tent, and Jael lured him inside to rest. And while he was sleeping, she called on the Lord to strengthen her arm for the sake of her people, and she slew him. Sisera was dead, his army vanquished. Israel was free.
What did you do after the battle, Mother?
Samuel, I am not ashamed to admit it. When we knew the victory was ours, I sang, and I called on Barak to sing too, for we had good reason to rejoice.
But what did you sing, Mother?
Oh, it was a beautiful song your mother sang, Miriam. All about the tribes who were too fearful to fight, but how some did come because they were strong in the Lord, and how the heavens fought for them in the river, too. Ah, a beautiful song. Well, your mother could always speak with a golden tongue.
I remember one part of the song, Miriam. A part I would have you remember also.
What part was that?
Awake, Deborah. Awake. That was the voice I heard while we were still captive to Canaan, and I still slumbered, so sure of a woman's place. A woman's place is wherever she is needed, Miriam. Remember that. Yes, even if it means leading an army. Awake! Awake.
If you would like a copy of today's script, please send your name and address with 10 cents to cover the cost of postage and handling to the Jewish Theological Seminary of America, 3080 Broadway, New York 27, New York. And now we take great pleasure in presenting Mr. Benjamin H. Swig of San Francisco, member of the Board of Directors of the Jewish Theological Seminary of America and of the Board of Overseers of the University of Judaism, the West Coast branch of the seminary. Mr. Swig.
The home and hearth have always been looked upon as a proper place for women. For thousands of generations, it was women's only obligation to bear and rear children. The rest of human life was the domain of the dominant male. At certain crucial points in human history, this division of labor between the sexes broke down. The story of Deborah marks such a crisis in the relationship between man and woman. Under the impact of a people's need and the surging accents of the divine voice within her, Deborah was able to fulfill the role of judge and leader that traditionally had been the province of the male. In assuming the role of a judge in ancient Israel, Deborah became living proof that the voice of God speaks to humanity, not to man or woman alone. All ancient societies kept women in bondage to the demands of biology. Deborah demonstrated that the freedom which came with creative leadership was freely conferred by God upon men and women alike. It is possible that only male judges or male prophets might have existed in biblical times. But how much poorer the content of the Bible would be if that were the case. If prophecy or judgeship were limited to the domain of the male, not only would women have suffered by this restriction of their potentialities, but the whole development of the activity of leadership, of being a judge or a prophet, would have been immeasurably constricted. Just as an orchestra demands the presence and activity of many musical instruments, so leadership demands the special talents and insights of men and women alike. Deborah's dawning realization that the special needs of the hour required her presence and participation marked a forward step in the slow and halting progress of the human race. It is not too much to claim that the needs of the present hour of human history are pressing enough to enlist the best efforts of men and women all over the world. The sunburst of human expectations that is found today among all peoples is not limited to men. One might even claim that man's dangerous tendencies towards self-destruction can only be curbed by inviting women to participate more fully in the task of statesmanship. Women's intuitive grasp of the delicacies of interpersonal relationships and intuition which grows out of bearing new life within herself may well be put to work in the service of human understanding and the promotion of world peace. We can build a better world only by using the different and complementary gifts of each sex. The descendants of Deborah, as well as the progeny of Barak, have a share and a job to do in the world to come.
Thank you, Mr. Swig. Our Eternal Light drama today, A Woman's Place, the story of Deborah, was written by Johanna Johnston and was the fourth in a series of 6 programs entitled Women of Valor. Cantor David Putterman sang the liturgical introduction. Featured in the cast were Alan Howard, Nora L. Carr, Guy Repp, Roger DeKoven, Vera Allen, Ivor Francis, and Marion Carr. Mary Jane Higbee played Deborah. Be with us for next week's Eternal Light dramatic presentation, Naomi, written by Virginia Radcliffe. This is Bill McCord. Our program was directed by Daniel Sutter. Portions of this program were pre-recorded. This weekly program is presented under the auspices of the Jewish Theological Seminary of America. This is the NBC Radio Network.
And the Lord spake unto Moses, saying, Command the children of Israel, that they bring unto thee pure oil olive, beaten for the light, to cause the lamps to burn continually in the tabernacle of the congregation. and it shall be a statute forever in your generations.
The Eternal Light. The National Broadcasting Company and its affiliated independent stations present The Eternal Light, a program which comes to you under the auspices of the Jewish Theological Seminary of America. Our dramatic program today, Naomi, was written by Virginia Radcliffe. It is the fifth in a series of 6 programs entitled Women of Valor, women whose lives exemplify qualities of greatness.
Oh, what is this, Obed? You crying? What is it?
My knee. It hurts.
Why, that's not even worth mentioning. The scrape of a stone. Come, sit here on my lap. Oh, there. I'll tell you a story.
About Naomi, Mama?
You want to hear it again? All right. This is the story of Naomi, your grandmother.
Except she was not my grandmother.
No. Naomi had no one of her body who lived beyond her. Yet she was the mother who bore us all.
That part I do not understand.
I know. But I hope that what I tell you stays in your heart whole until you have sons of your own and its meaning is revealed to you. Now, you remember how the story begins?
There was famine here in Bethlehem.
Oh, such famine. There had been torrents of rain and then no rain at all for many months, so the earth was barren and cracked and hard as flint. Try to plant living seed into flint. The people had eaten all they had stored. Their flocks and herds were gone, and no blade of grass grew. So they came to their leaders and waited in the hot sun for a measure of corn. But Naomi's husband had given out none to them.
Elimelech, please.
I am sorry, Naomi, no.
But they stand at the gate all day and into the night.
And women are fainting.
3 in the past hour.
Naomi, we give out corn to the first fainting woman, then to the second. And before we know it, the entire population of Bethlehem will fall unconscious to the ground.
But they are desperate. Would you blame them for making it look just a little bit worse?
Naomi, you would feed the whole world while your husband and sons do without. I say charity begins at home.
Does it?
I have worked and planned and saved to provide for my family. Must I now pay a penalty for being a far-sighted and responsible husbandman?
Elimelech, you are getting a stomach.
What do you expect? I'm not so young anymore.
And with youth also go the ideals? I suppose it's inevitable.
Well, why cannot my kinsmen do their share?
Boaz has given out what corn he had at the gate this morning. And yesterday, Tob.
Wife, if there is anything I cannot endure, it is a contentious woman. Am I being awarded the title of judge, then, that I should be responsible for the whole of Bethlehem, Judah?
We are what we are by the grace of what the Lord has given us, to give out in return.
Ah, that is woman talk. Man has to be practical. I say to myself, why have we been visited with this terrible suffering? Obviously, the Lord is displeased. And why? Look about you. The young people today, godless, frivolous. They boast that they believe in nothing. Even Malon and Killian. Our own sons are as bad as all the others.
Then I am at fault.
No, it is in the air, a contamination. There is but one solution, I am convinced. I have decided we will leave here, remove to another country.
Another country?
Yes. I have no doubt that with my present herds and flocks and the amount I could realize selling my grain here, plus my... well, the reputation that would go before me, I could establish us all there with some distinction.
I have no doubt you could. Husband, what country?
Now, it is not going to be as bad as you think. We would settle by a river with grazing lands and green fields. Moab.
Moab?
There is no enmity now, not anymore. We might find it strange at first, but...
Elimelech, you complain that Judea has become godless. But would you live in a land where they worship 5 or 6 gods?
They are not having a famine.
Oh, you frighten me.
No, Naomi, we would live there as piously as you direct.
What good is piety when we run away from our responsibility? What is there left to teach our sons?
Well, I must take some kind of action. I can endure this place no longer. Listen, if it will make you feel better, I will open our jars of corn to all the people and charge them nothing.
And that is going to solve everything.
It is what you want, is it not?
I want you to face the reality of what you are about to do. Oh, husband, we will be punished for it somehow.
Well, I've made up my mind. Are you going to come with me? I will not force you. But neither am I obligated to open my granaries.
Blessed be the name.
Wife, I need you. Try to understand.
I love you. Oh, you dear Matt. How could I let you go to that strange land and try it all alone?
And so, my child, they took their herds and their flocks and began the long, hard journey down from Bethlehem, through the wilderness, and past the tip of the great salt sea.
Did the wild animals come and bite them?
No. But the men were hard put to protect their animals, and even themselves and Naomi. But at last the Lord brought them safely through the mountains that bordered the country of Moab, and they stopped at the city of Bezer.
Is this going to be it, Father? I have no objections.
We are not here to see the sights, Killian. Well, wife, what do you think?
It is certainly more lively than Bethlehem.
Oh, what a relief to look at people who are not half starved.
Particularly girls, eh, Mabel?
Now listen to me.
Oh, why stop them from looking? Except, will all Moabite women dress as immodestly as that?
Where? Now, Naomi, we would have our own home and privacy.
All right, husband. I understand.
Well, good. You are sure? Then I'd better try to find some official and make arrangements. I am a little surprised that someone did not come out to meet us.
Perhaps we are not quite as well known as we thought.
But indeed, Elimelech was bidden to the audience chamber of the king's house next day, and he stood with Naomi and his sons, hesitating at the door. The king's daughters were not customarily included in such occasions, but my half-sister Orpah and I slipped in through the curtains near where the interesting strangers waited.
Oh, husband, what have we done? This is such splendor.
And better than I dared hope. The king himself may receive us.
Well, then the gifts we brought for the chamberlain would not be fine enough.
You are right. What shall we do?
Where is the worked goblet, the gold
Hidden
one?
in one of the sacks with the grain. Wait here. I think I know exactly where it is.
My sons, listen. I beg of you, if your father does find places for you in the king's army, do not forget who you are.
Well, he brought us here, did he not? And we must live our lives wherever we are.
And all this is so instructive.
Well, while you are living your lives and being instructed, I ask only that you remember how you were raised. I hope you will keep your worship of the name. Keep it to yourselves, though you may have to.
Mother, a man cannot force himself to believe in a thing just because he'd like to, can he?
No, I would never ask anyone to do that.
Well, then if we conduct ourselves well, what I mean is, we would always try to, for your sake, Mother.
Not for my sake. Remember that. For yourselves. For yourselves.
The universe makes obeisance to Eglon, king of all Moab, anointed of Baal and of the bull gods, most holy.
Blessed be the name.
I found it.
Just in time.
We are pleased to begin the audience. Intelligence has come to us that the patriarch Elimelech of the land of Bethlehem, Judah, has arrived with the flattering desire to settle in our midst. We are honored, sir. Step forward and be welcome.
Go on, Father, go on.
I wish the goblet had been polished. I greet the great King Eglon as a friend from the land of Judea, and hope that he will accept my poor everyday gift as a token of friendship.
Poor indeed. If that is an example of the work your countrymen do as a part of every day, come closer. I understand you have two fine sons.
I am so blessed, sire.
Of military age.
That is true.
Then let them come forward.
Here it is. Head lower, brother dear. Lower.
How can I see where I am going?
By taking one step at a time, son.
Thus it was, my child, that Mahlon and Kilian became officers in my father's army. My sister Orpah and I often saw the two handsome young foreigners about the palace tents and rooms. And naturally, we were curious.
It is good we both do not fancy the same one, Ruth.
How do we know either of them would fancy us?
We are who we are.
What would that mean to men from a far country?
Oh, when a man smiles the way that Kilian smiles.
Oh, Orpah, you are positively waiting to be entranced. But then perhaps so was I, although Mahlon only looked at me, never spoke. I was aware of the growing friendship between my father and his. But what of Naomi, his remote and beautiful mother? What of their family customs, lives I could conceive nothing of? I had myself driven to their house outside the gates of the city. There I found Naomi sitting alone, without handmaidens, gazing across the hills in the direction of her homeland. And I felt a sudden pang at my boldness.
But you are welcome, Lady Ruth. I am honored.
Thank you, Lady Naomi.
Come, sit down. We'll have something cool to drink.
Oh, no, please do not trouble.
Oh, Lady Ruth, I assure you, you will not be poisoned.
Oh, I had not even thought of that.
Many people of the city believe us mysterious and strange and would hesitate.
My father did not hesitate to offer your sons positions of trust.
No, you are right. And I am delighted you came. I must admit it's lonely here sometimes.
Then you must let me bring you to the palace.
Oh, no, thank you. I fear I might make your women uncomfortable.
You do not make me at all uncomfortable.
Shall I set the tray here, mistress?
Yes, please. Now, tell me truthfully if you do not like the taste of this.
It's delicious. Truthfully.
You are lovely, do you know that? And surely you have a circle of friends in the palace to keep you occupied?
You wonder why I came. Very well. I was curious.
Good. How can I satisfy your curiosity?
Tell me what it is to live in your land.
Oh, you do know how to strike a chord. But why do you wish to hear?
There have been tales of it, and I've wondered. Please tell me.
Bethlehem's valleys can be beautiful after a sudden rain. White with almond blossoms, and the meadows covered with wildflowers. And there are vineyards and waving grain fields and gardens green with spices. But when it does not rain, week upon week, month upon month, the white-hot sun splits the earth into cracks like gaping mouths, and the beasts in their lost pasture lands shrivel and die. And the people become like beasts.
Famine? How terrible. Did you not pray to the great harvest mother?
We worship but one God.
Oh, but what do you do about the harvest and the lightning and the bringing of children?
The Lord is the Lord of all things.
How can that be?
We see not how it can be otherwise.
I am amazed. Even in time of famine, you would pray only to him?
Especially in time of famine.
Oh, I wish that...
What do you wish, Lady Ruth?
Oh, how can I say it? I must have been born with a wondering mind. I wish I could know more of your land and your family and your...
And perhaps of my sons.
Well, yes, I admit it.
My dear, I must tell you, our worlds are very far apart.
Why? Why must they be?
You are a king's daughter. Don't be foolhardy. Cleave to your own and turn your eyes away from us. Now, for your own sake.
I was hurt. I was also young, willful, and unused to being put away. I told my sister Orpah, and we decided to test the Judean brothers and send for them secretly.
Lady Ruth, why are we sent to meet you in the darkness of a wine tunnel?
Well, if we had received you openly, well, the situation is delicate.
I see. How may we serve you?
Oh, Orpah, how can I speak?
I knew when the time came you would turn faint-hearted. Sirs, I will be the brazen one and ask you, are you forbidden to marry here in Moab?
Oh.
Killian. Ladies, we quite understand your position. Your father did not name us officers because he enjoyed our conversation.
Whereas your parents would never consent.
I fear you're right. What you wish to know, though, is what we feel.
We have our own lives to live. That is how we feel.
But you see, you have given us no sign.
How could we, Lady Ruth? Oh, listen to me. If there were no question of agreement between our parents, if you could be certain that I have looked upon you and desired you for my wife, that it is not ambition that prompts me, but your face and what you are in my heart, would you then accept me? Oh, say yes. I beg of you, say yes.
Oh, yes, Mahlon.
Oh, Ruth.
Now, how can I ever plead my cause after that?
It is no matter, sir. Let the older ones be eloquent with words. You know how to smile.
So it was understood between us, and as I had hoped, my father was pleased. But Elimelech went out to his house in a rage.
What nonsense is this I hear, Naomi? You arranging for Mahlon to meet the king's daughter secretly?
I?
You need not look so innocent. Eglon is plaguing me about the possibility of a betrothal.
Well, what did you expect when he made them officers?
But I will no longer be able to avoid discussion if they are seeing his daughters.
They're young men full of life. We cannot command them to live as hermits.
You would have more Bitish names following mine?
No. But have you given them a choice? Where are the wives you promised to send for?
There will be time for that.
And in the meantime, Eglon's daughters bloom in their youth and their loveliness.
Then you admit your complicity.
I admit that I cannot force Mahlon to deny his emotion. Oh, Elimelech, we ran away. And in doing so, put temptation before our sons to lose whatever faith they had. Where are your eyes to see that?
I see only that you defy me in my own house. I will not suffer intrigue behind my back, do you hear?
Please. You frighten me the way you look.
Send for them. Send for my sons.
But they are on duty.
Send for them! I will recite the law to them myself, since you are so won over. By the ways of this land you pretended so to fear.
Elimelech, don't. Your anger...
My anger is righteous, and the Lord's will is with...
Husband, what is it?
Bring me water.
Water! Quickly! In here! Dearest, lie down.
I feel unwell.
Try to be quiet.
Water.
Here, mistress.
Water.
Here it is. Now drink.
I cannot breathe. I'll swallow.
There.
Now, will I die in an alien land?
Oh, no. You've only been in the sun too long or lost your temper after food.
You always have a gentle explanation with a barb inside.
I have loved you most when I thought you most wrong.
Naomi, watch over them.
Elimelech.
Blessed be.
Oh, no. We would have given up our lives for you.
But the Lord had struck an arrow into Elimelech's heart, and he died there, under the gentle fall of Naomi's tears. I respected her grief, but I knew also that alone she could not prevent our marriage. I am ashamed that it was almost in triumph that I came to her.
Lady Ruth, how good of you. My poor home is yours.
It must be very lonely for you here now. I'm sorry.
You're kind to attempt words, but I will be comforted. I have a lifetime to remember in my heart.
There is a future, though.
Yes, and what it holds I cannot deny. Perhaps it is the Lord's will that my sons...
What are you saying? You will not try to stand in our way?
Lady Ruth, my sons are all I have now. And if I could have chosen wives for them from our world, I would have. But that does not mean I'm against you.
But I thought...
Well, how could I be? I love you in my way as my son loves you in his.
I'm astonished. I thought you hated me. That your Lord told you to.
Where did you get that idea?
That first day, when I came here. When you turned so cold.
I wanted to spare you heartbreak.
But we cannot do that for each other, can we?
No, I fear we cannot. Dear Ruth, may the Lord bless you and bring you joy.
She kissed me then, weeping. And after our marriage day, she opened her heart to Orpah and to me, and we looked to Naomi as we would to our own mothers. And I was filled with the words I heard from her lips, and began to believe in the Lord, who is one God. But then a shadow passed over our land of Moab, the shadow of the beast with the horn in his forehead.
Famine?
No, child. Pestilence. The destruction that wasteth at noonday. And Mahlon and Chilion were dead. We 3 women stood together in the void of Naomi's house, women without issue, one of us without hope ever again.
He giveth power to the faint, and to them that have no might he increaseth strength. Even the youths shall faint and be weary, and the young men shall utterly fall. But they that wait upon the Lord shall renew their strength. They shall mount up with wings as eagles. They shall run and not be weary. They shall walk and not faint.
Then Naomi turned her face toward her homeland, saying, when Orpah and I followed after her,
Oh, no, no. Return each of you to your mother's house. The Lord deal kindly with you as you have dealt with the dead, and with me. The Lord grant that you may find rest, each of you, in the house of your husband.
What husband? We will go with you to your people.
Oh, turn again, my daughters. Why will you go with me? Are there yet sons in my womb that they may be your husbands? If I should say I have hope, would you tarry for them till they were grown? No, my daughters. It grieves me much for your sakes that the hand of the Lord has gone out against me.
Mahlon told me you believed you had brought us ill luck. I promised him it was not true.
Naomi.
Go back, little Orpah. You have a life here yet.
Well...
Goodbye, my dear. The Lord be with you.
Goodbye. I can't say any more.
Ruth, go with her. Back to your people and your gods. Return after her.
Do you begin to see, my child, why, when many months after I married again here in Bethlehem and bore you, the people said, a son is born to Naomi? For that day on the road, as my sister was leaving us, something had given me the power to speak the words of Naomi's own tongue. And I said to Naomi, entreat me not to leave thee, or to return from following after thee. For whither thou goest, I will go, and where thou lodgest, I will lodge. Thy people shall be my people, and thy God, my God. Where thou diest will I die, and there will I be buried. The Lord do so to me, and more also, if aught but death part thee and me.
If
If you would like a copy of today's script, please send your name and address with 10 cents to cover the cost of postage and handling to the Jewish Theological Seminary of America, 3080 Broadway, New York 27, New York. And now, we take great pleasure in presenting Mr. Morris A. Schenker, prominent attorney and civic leader of St. Louis, Missouri. Mr. Schenker.
Naomi, in today's drama, exemplifies the quality of the Jewish people that has sustained them for the 2,000-year separation from their land. Like Naomi, many were tempted to conform to alien traditions and forsake those of their ancestors. They endured indescribable persecutions, hardships, and humiliation in the years that had elapsed. Yet, miraculously, the Jews endured these hardships and survived. Individual men and women were able to keep alive the traditions of their forefathers. More important, the Jews were able to instill their teachings, their hopes, and their dreams in the hearts of succeeding generations, in the same manner as Naomi had implanted her love of her God and her people in Ruth's heart. Each succeeding generation carried forth their parents' hopes and dreams with equal fervor. In our lifetime, we have seen the fruition of the dreams of 2,000 years of Jewry, the rebirth of the state of Israel. It is certainly one of the great marvels of history how a people dispersed for 2,000 years could coalesce into a modern nation, even reviving the language of Hebrew, which had been all but dead those many years. The miracle that caused the rebirth of Israel, however, still exists in the hearts and minds of the Jewish people. The many Jews that do not live in Israel carry with them a feeling of kinship with those in Israel, as well as all other Jews scattered throughout the world. And the Jews of the free nations, including those of Israel, have made it possible for persecuted Jewry to settle in Israel. Although the Jewish people sometimes had no land, the Jewish land has always had a people. For the idealism exemplified by Naomi is ever present in Judaism.
Thank you, Mr. Schenker. Our Eternal Light drama today, Naomi, was written by Virginia Radcliffe and was the fifth in a series of 6 programs entitled Women of Valor. Cantor David Putterman sang the liturgical introduction. Featured in the cast were Sarah Fussell, Barbara Myers, Kay Cummings, Larry Robinson, Alan Bergman, Dean Lyman Almquist, and Santos Ortega. Rita Lloyd was Ruth, and Vera Allen was Naomi. Be with us for next week's Eternal Light dramatic presentation, Abigail, written by Harriet Kopp. This is Bill McCord. Our program was directed by Daniel Sutter. Portions of this program were pre-recorded. This weekly program is presented under the auspices of the Jewish Theological Seminary of America. This is the NBC Radio Network.
And the Lord spake unto Moses, saying, Command the children of Israel that they bring unto thee pure oil olive beaten for the light, to cause the lamps to burn continually in the tabernacle of the congregation, and it shall be a statute forever in your generations.
Oh
The National Broadcasting Company and its affiliated independent stations present The Eternal Light, a program which comes to you under the auspices of the Jewish Theological Seminary of America. Our dramatic program today, Abigail, was written by Harriet Kopp. It is the last in a series of 6 programs entitled Women of Valor, women whose lives exemplify qualities of greatness.
And there was a man in Maon whose possessions were in Carmel. And the man was very great, and he had 3,000 sheep and 1,000 goats. And he was shearing his sheep in Carmel. Now the name of the man was Nabal.
That's a fine-looking flock thou hast there.
Yes, they're mine, 3,000 of them, and their wool will loom, I warrant, the whitest cloth from Maon to the Dead Sea. A man can be proud when he looks upon such riches.
Perhaps grateful, too, to his God, eh, Nabal?
And who art thou who calls me by my name?
I'm a stranger to thee. My name is Abner.
We do not look kindly upon strangers in Maon. I am the wealthiest man in this valley here in the desert, and I, for one, have no intention of sharing the fruits of my labor, my flocks and my vineyards, with the strangers of wandering tribes.
But I'm not from a wandering tribe, Nabal. I'm one of thy kind, one of David's men. We are 600 who have followed David into hiding from the anger of Saul, living in the caves of the desert, shielding him from King Saul's jealous madness.
Thou makest thyself less and less pleasing to me. David hiding? The great David, killer of Goliath and hero of all Israel, skulking in a cave like a mole, burrowing in his hole, cloaking his movements with the darkness of night, using his famed slingshot to kill a pigeon, or I'll be bound to sheep a goat from my herd. What has happened to the great warrior of Israel, eh?
Good day, my lord. And thou too, Abner. This is a good day, for I see you finally met each other. It is indeed time, Nabal, that thou hast met the captain of King David's men face to face.
The captain of King David's men. David chose the keen eye of the shepherd, the tinsel finger of the harpist, and the heart of a coward.
Upon you both I now turn my back. What has come over him, Nabal, my lord? Never have I seen him so surly.
What matter? More important, Joachim, how goes the shearing and the weighing in of the sheep's wool?
The best ever.
Ah, this is good news. Call our workers together. I shall share the good tidings with them just as I will share the earnings. There will be greater feasting than ever before for my household and all the hirelings, too.
Did it? Lad, do as our master bids.
Jehoiakim, how dost thou account for the richness of the wool this year?
It's the hand of the Lord, and...
Oh, now. That's the kind of milksop answer I expect from my wife, Abigail, not from my foreman.
I was not yet finished, Nabal. Hear me out. The hand of the Lord and the hand of David.
Oh, that wretched name again, David. It haunts me like black magic.
It is not black magic, but the truth. David's men have been as a wall, protecting...
Enough. I ask for no protection from him or from his men. I owe him nothing.
Thou art known as a harsh man in the valley, Nabal, but a just one who is as free with his reward as he is with his whip.
Enough! I ask for nothing from David. I am unaware of receiving anything from him. Remember that, Joachim. Oh, here's Jared. Where are my workers, boy?
They are coming, Master. They lingered for but a moment to hear a song from David, who has just come into the marketplace.
Jehoiakim, you may tell my workers when they finally assemble that my words seem to be of less importance than the words of David. Tell them, too, that as I waited, my impatience mounted and my pleasure waned. And as my pleasure lessened, so did their share of the profits.
My lord, it's not fair to vent thy displeasure with David on thine own men.
Then let them become David's men if they are dissatisfied. Let them cast their lot in with him, a lowly, unhappy shepherd like themselves. For other than that, he will never be again.
And the name of the man was Nabal, and the name of his wife Abigail. And the woman was of good understanding and of a beautiful form. But the man was churlish and evil in his doing.
Is it thou, my lord Nabal? Returned so soon from Carmel and the shearing? I have been out in the vineyards with my maidens, not expecting thee before darkness.
Enough chatter. I'm weary of sound, woman. Hold thy tongue and this fool animal both while I alight.
Now fetch me a vessel of wine here in the cool of the shade, and see that I'm not disturbed till I call for more.
See, a table has already been laid for thee, wine and bread, too, for thy hunger. All that needs doing is to fill the goblet.
Abigail, fill the goblet and to the very top, woman. Nabal can afford to have his cup spill over. I recognize thy plotting, but it will do thee no good. Such measured pourings will just make me drink later into the night. For I am determined to sit here till I sleep the dreamless sleep of a befogged mind.
Nabal, my lord, do not drown thy blessings in wine.
Your words are like honey, sweet at first taste, but cloying in large doses. Stop buzzing, my queen bee. Turn into a drone instead, for there is much work to be done for the shearing party on the morrow. No king's festive boards must equal Nabal's. We shall see which holds more power over my men. David's words or Nabal's wines? Hey, Abigail?
Did thou see David then at the marketplace, Nabal? Oh, tell me, what is the great David like?
David! You too know better than a common woman of the marketplace, a camp follower.
I know not what I have done to anger thee, but whatever it is, I am truly sorry, Nabal. Has the picking all been done and the baskets full that thou hast time for chatter, Sarah?
Here is thy answer, my lady. 4 baskets of figs filled to overbrimming.
Oh, forgive me, Sarah. I am not myself. Thou hast done well. Let me help thee pick over the figs. For only the most succulent ones must go into the cakes tomorrow.
Is the shearing party to be held then? We thought there would be none. We heard rumor among the men that my lord Nabal had left the marketplace in one of his terrible fits of temper.
He was wearied from the heat and the noise. Oh, no, Sarah, that fig is too dry. Being unwell in body made Nabal appear unwell in spirit. He is resting now, and I'm certain will be refreshed when he wakens.
There. We are finished. 2 baskets filled with the juiciest figs of the morning's picking.
Oh, but still not enough. Sarah, fetch another basket while I continue picking.
Oh, I will bring it right away.
Oh, there's a beauty. But I can't quite...
That one is out of reach.
Oh.
May I help thee by holding the branch down?
Oh. I thank thee. It was a help.
Hast thou ever wondered why the choicest and most desired things are always outside of reach? The high mountain peaks, the soft clouds, the plumpest figs.
Perhaps the Lord did it so as to teach us to lift up our heads and keep them up so that we may better see his wonders.
When I behold the works of his heavens, the work of his fingers, the moon and the stars which he has ordained, then I ask myself, what is man that God is mindful of him, and the Son of Man that he thinketh of him?
I know not who thou art, but this I do know. Thou speakest as one of Israel.
That is so.
Then thou art no longer a stranger to me, who is a daughter of Israel. And so may I ask a favor of thee? Would thou perhaps drop down those figs for me nestling there at the top of the tree? For these must be the finest of fig cakes. They're for the shearing party tomorrow.
Nabal's?
How dost thou know?
Who does not know that tomorrow evening Nabal shares food and wine with his men?
And the profits of the sheep shearing with all who have helped him.
Not with all. For he turns his back and his gratitude away from those who gave freely of their services to him.
Oh, now I know that Israelite or not, you are a stranger in these parts. Everyone who dwells here in the valley of Maon knows that Nabal may be feared in his anger, but he is trusted in his dealings and fair in meting out just payment to those who served him.
Now, don't go, please. I fear thy anger more than Nabal's temper, which is legend in the valley.
Thou hast spoken out of turn and out of ignorance.
Come, let us not quarrel about Nabal, who can be of no interest to thee, and who has no interest in me or what I have done to save his flocks.
Oh, thou art mistaken. Nabal is of great interest to me. He is my husband, and all that is said of him is of great concern to me. I pray that thou excuse me. I have much to do.
I am sorry to have offended thee, Abigail. But thou must be she whose wifely virtues are sung by my men.
And thou must be David. And I am indeed disappointed to learn that thou art not a wise man, but a simple one, foolishly taking in wild rumors.
They were not wild rumors. The words of my trusted Captain Abner, who spoke with Nabal this very morning at the marketplace.
Oh, that explains it. Nabal was not well. He returned from Carmel ill. Surely he cannot be held responsible for the things he said while his head hammered with fever. But I speak for the honor of my husband and my household when I bid thee send thy men to Nabal tomorrow evening, and they will receive their rightful share when Nabal divides the profits of the wool.
And David chose 10 young men and sent them to the festivities, instructing them to speak as Abigail had directed.
Fetch more wine. The goblets are empty. Never let it be said that the vessels were drained dry at Nabal's house.
My lord, these 10 young men of David's are here insisting on seeing thee.
Move aside, lad. We meet again, Nabal. And 'tis fortunate for thee that we practice the patience and forbearance of our master David.
Jehoiakim, throw them out.
Not until we say the words David has instructed us to say. All hail, and peace be unto thee, and peace be to thy house. And now I have heard that thou hast shearers. Thy shepherds have been with us. Wherefore let my young men find favor in thine eyes, for we come on a good day. Give, I pray thee, whatsoever cometh to thy hand unto thy servants and to thy son David.
Art thou through?
Quite through.
Then I answer with a question. Who is David? And with yet another question. Shall I then take my bread and my water and my flesh that I have killed for my shearers and give it unto men of whom I know not whence they are?
We had better be off before our forbearance is tried beyond the breaking point.
Now wait. Tell thy master, David, did thou call him, that I owe him naught for his services. But if he chooses to come crawling to my gate with outstretched hand, I will fill it. For Nabal has never turned a beggar from his door. Tell this to David. And now be off. Wine! Damnation, woman, wine!
Yes, my lord. The vessels are again filled to the brim, overflowing.
So I'm afraid is Nabal, filled to the brim and overflowing.
I shall have him carried to his couch so that he may sleep undisturbed in peace the remainder of the night.
There'll be no peace this night, I fear, for either him or his entire household.
Come, Jehoiakim, the festivities will be over soon.
But not the wrath of David.
What art thou saying? Quickly.
Just a moment back, David sent messages from his desert cave to claim their just pay from our master, and he flew upon them.
Then I must haste to undo the wrong I have done, for it was I who so advised David. The guilt is mine, not Nabal's.
Then Abigail made haste, and took 200 loaves and 2 bottles of wine, and 5 sheep ready dressed, and 5 measures of parched corn, and 100 clusters of raisins, and 200 cakes of figs, and laid them on asses.
Go on before me, Jehoiakim. We shall find David, and I will pay Nabal's obligations to him.
My lady Abigail, I fear what Nabal will do to thee in his wrath when he discovers what thou art doing.
I do not wish to die. But better to die at Nabal's hands than to permit him to dishonor his name and his household while mad with drink.
And let us hurry. The light of dawn will soon be tracing a path up the mountainside for David and his men. And I shall pray that the wine Nabal drank will hold him bound to his couch throughout this dark night, insensate, till we return.
And it was so, as she rode on her donkey, and came down by the covert of the mountain, that behold, David and his men came down towards her, and she met them. And when Abigail saw David, she made haste and alighted from her animal, and fell before David on her face, and bowed down to the ground.
'Tis not as the last time we met, is it, my lady? Then thou wast reaching high, holding up thy head to see the wonder of the Lord, I think thou said. Now thou art groveling. 'Tis not seemly. Lift up thy head and arise.
Oh, David, my lord, upon me let the iniquity fall, not upon my household. For it was I who beseeched thee to send thy men to our house, who vouched for their kind reception and left them open to insults of beggary. Then let the guilt fall where it belongs.
Am I to be turned aside by thy words? Thinkest thou that tears can dissolve the fury within me against Nabal? Nay. This night, I have gathered together 400 of my men to see that when I come seeking vengeance at Nabal's door, I do not return empty-handed.
I beg thee, pay these men with the gifts which I have brought thee. And do not thou bring Nabal to judgment, for by his murder will his evil be brought upon thee. Thou hast been sent to fight the battles of the Lord, and for this thou must be kept pure.
Abigail, blessed be the Lord, the God of Israel, who sent thee this day to meet me. Blessed be thou that hast kept me from doing evil this day, even to Nabal. Go up in peace to thy house. Go now. See, I have hearkened to thy voice.
And it came to pass in the morning, when the wine was gone out of Nabal, that his wife told him these things.
He's waking, but his groans and grunts belch forth like thunder before a storm. Perhaps it would be better to come back later when his head and belly both are cleared of wine.
No, I cannot wait. Nabal must know what I have done, for I have dispensed his wealth, his possessions. I acted in his name only because he was at the time unfit to act for himself. But he must not have one waking moment in which he has not dominion over his affairs.
I hear thee, Abigail. Think not that I sleep. My lids but curtain my eyes from that accursed glare of the torches.
'Tis not the torch, but the bright sunlight of the morn, Nabal. The night is past.
How come I to my couch? I recall only the music, the wine, the noise. Ah, yes, it comes back now. The hammering at the door by David's cursed men demanding their portion. Loud though it was, it never equaled the hammering in my poor head at this moment.
Jehoiakim, help thy master up while I smooth his couch and cool his linen. There. 'Tis better now, Nabal.
My limbs are cooled. But inward I grow hot when I recall the gall of David. But I sent them running, a whole pack of curs with their tails between their legs, whining back to their master. Who is David, I asked, and not one dared to answer. And David, brave David, hero of Israel, hath either one of ye seen him come to right or wrong? Well, no more have I.
We have seen David. Both Jehoiakim and I, Nabal. David and 400 of his men on the mountainside. And we heard him saying, God do so unto the enemies of David, and more also, if I leave of all that pertain to Nabal by the morning light so much as one male.
The morning light of dawn has now become the full sun of noon, and here before thine eyes are 2 males of your household, eh, Abigail? Mark my words. The great David is nothing but a fraud, a coward, a sniveling, weak-kneed shepherd. Oh, my head, my poor head.
Jehoiakim, a wet cloth for your master's brow. Nabal, thou must listen to me for a moment. For fevered head or no, I shall not rest till thou knowest all that I have done to save thy household, thy servants, and above all thee, my lord, from the wrath of David.
Say that again. Slowly, mouth each word distinctly. Tell me 'tis but the fuzz of thy tongue that have made me mistake thy words and make mockery of my marriage. so that a wife becomes the husband and the protector, the protected.
Pray, calm thyself, my lord, and listen to me. In times of danger, when life is threatened, all is turned into confusion. Fawn turns lion, child turns parent, or woman plays a man's role. What difference? Thou art alive this morning. That is all that matters. And that David's hands are not stained with thy blood. And his men have been paid their portion of the shearing. Oh, see, my Nabal, the blessing of the Lord this day, that all wrong has been righted, all evil turned good.
It is I who determine wrong and right, who weigh evil and good. This house is my kingdom, and here I am the Lord. And my glory do I not share with another.
Nabal, thou blasphemest.
Then let thy God strike me down if I do not this day destroy both him and David. Jehoiakim, help me to rise and give me my sword. Give me Nabal.
And Nabal's heart died within him, and he became a stone.
My lady, 10 days now thou hast sat by Nabal's couch while he is lain there still as death. But, Sarah, see, he moves. Oh, thou deceivest thyself. 'Tis but the breeze lightly playing through his beard. Come, thou must rest. No, I cannot. I must be here should he wake. He shall not wake again. The evil of Nabal hath the Lord returned upon his own head. And yet I am tortured by the thought that when I took upon myself his role of master, 'twas I created havoc and destroyed my husband. 'Tis not so, my lady. The reverse was true. Thou expected destruction of thyself at his hands, but the Lord willed otherwise.
And it came to pass that about 10 days after the Lord smote Nabal, he died. And when David heard that Nabal was dead,
Blessed be the Lord, that hath pleaded the cause of my reproach from the hand of Nabal, and hath kept back his servants from evil. And the evil doing of Nabal hath the Lord returned upon his own.
And then David remembered Abigail's words to him on the mountainside.
And it shall come to pass when the Lord shall have done to thee, David, according to all the good that he hath spoken concerning thee, and shall have appointed thee prince over Israel. And when the Lord shall have dealt well with thee, then remember thy handmaid.
So David went to Carmel, to Abigail, to remind her of her prophecy.
And I have come unto thee, Abigail, to take thee to wife.
But I am not free to go, David, for I am bound to Nabal by ties stronger even in death than in life. For though I created not his life, I am the cause of his death, his murderer.
Abigail, be careful that thou doest sin and takest upon thyself the role of the Lord. For it is the Lord who gave Nabal life, and it is the same Lord who took his life from him. Listen, Abigail, to my words. Take heed. Sing praise unto the Lord, O ye his godly ones, and give thanks to his holy name. For his anger is but for a moment. His favor is for a lifetime. Weeping may tarry for the night, but joy cometh in the morning.
Thou didst turn for me my mourning into dancing. Thou didst loose my sackcloth and gird me with gladness.
And Abigail hastened and arose, and rode upon an ass with 5 damsels of hers that followed her. And she went with David and became his wife.
If you would like a copy of today's script, please send your name and address with 10 cents to cover the cost of postage and handling to the Jewish Theological Seminary of America, 3080 Broadway, New York 27, New York. And now we take great pleasure in presenting Cantor Saul Mizels, Vice President of the Cantors Assembly of America and Cantor of the Temple on the Heights, Cleveland Heights, Ohio. Cantor Mizels.
The moving story of Abigail, biblical woman of valor, to which we have listened today, concludes with the 30th Psalm of King David. For countless generations, the Psalms of David have enriched the liturgy not only of the synagogue, but the houses of worship of nearly every religion. Ever since the singing of the Levites in the Holy Temple, Jewish song has been deeply and inextricably linked with religion. The worship of the Jew without song is inconceivable, and there has evolved a rich and colorful cantorial tradition. It is the dedicated Chazan, the cantor, who gives voice to the soundless songs within the hearts of his congregants. He is the Shaliach Tzibur, the emissary of his people, who must capture within his own song the melody imprisoned within their own spirits. Musically trained and vocally gifted, the true Chazan is, in the words of Rabbi Morris Adler of Detroit, a musical minister of religion, an interpreter, an awakener, a teacher, whose purpose is the strengthening of Jewish devotion and the instilling and reinforcing of the desire to serve God in beauty and holiness. As Vice President of the Cantors Assembly of America, I am privileged to speak for more than 300 cantors who serve in this ancient and sacred calling. Organized in 1947, the Assembly maintains and upholds the highest standards of the traditional musical heritage of the cantor and is dedicated to and vitally concerned with the growth and development of Chazanut in America. One of the major activities of the Cantors Assembly is to stimulate the creation of new liturgical music and develop on the part of the congregant an awareness of the modern musical idiom and an appreciation of the traditional ancient chant. 11 years ago, the Cantors Assembly realized its dream in the establishment by the Theological Seminary of America of the Cantors Institute, a school devoted to the training of young men for the cantorate through intensive musical and Jewish studies. We hope in this way to ensure the continuance of the long golden chain of dedicated servants of God, so that together we may raise our voices with the psalmists and sing, "Let thy graciousness, O Lord our God, be upon us, and establish thou the work of our hands."
Thank you, Cantor Mizels. Our Eternal Light drama today, Abigail, was written by Harriet Kopp and was the last in a series of 6 programs entitled Women of Valor. Cantor David Putterman sang the liturgical introduction. Featured in the cast were Larry Robinson, Freddie Chandler, Mandel Kramer, Alan Manson, Ralph Bell, with Norman Rose as David and Terry Keane as Abigail. The narrator was Bernard Grant. Be with us next week for the Passover of Rembrandt and Rijn by Morton Wishengrad, presented in celebration of the Festival of Passover. This is Howard Reed. Our program was directed by Daniel Sutter. Portions of this program were pre-recorded. This weekly program is presented under the auspices of the Jewish Theological Seminary of America. This is the NBC Radio Network.
Israel,
the Lord spake unto Moses, saying, Command the children of Israel that they bring unto thee pure oil olive beaten for the light, to cause the lamps to burn continually in the tabernacle of the congregation. And it shall be a statute forever in your generations.
The Eternal Light. The National Broadcasting Company and its affiliated independent stations present The Eternal Light, a program which comes to you under the auspices of the Jewish Theological Seminary of America. Our dramatic program today, The Passover of Rembrandt van Rijn, was written by Morton Wishengrad and is presented in celebration of the festival of Passover.
It was in the year 1659 that Meneer Jacob van Kampen was delegated by the Venerable Council of the city of Amsterdam to propose a new commission to the painter Rembrandt van Rijn. Bearing in mind that Rembrandt was a consummate painter, Meneer van Kampen had the forethought to put on his best suit of clothes. Remembering also that Rembrandt was said to be a notorious roisterer, Meneer van Kampen selected a stout walking stick. And recollecting finally that through a rare combination of thriftlessness and bad investments, the painter had only recently been declared a bankrupt by the Insolvency Chamber of Amsterdam, Meneer van Kampen thoughtfully left his wallet at home. Thus equipped, Meneer van Kampen journeyed to the Keizerskroon hostelry, where he found the painter repentant and in his bath.
Hot water, the poor man's pleasure.
My dear Rembrandt, I have something important to discuss with you. Please have the decency to climb out of that tub.
Meneer van Kampen, it was for the sake of decency that I climbed into the tub. Make yourself useful. Take the brush and scrub my back.
No, I beg your pardon.
Why? You do something? There's the brush.
Excuse me, I came to discuss a serious matter, a proposition.
Then scrub between my shoulder blades. I'll be putty in your hands. You'll be able to do anything you want with me. Come, scrub.
This is ridiculous.
Scrub! Meneer van Kampen, you flatter me. My skin is somewhat tougher than a butterfly's eyelash. Be good enough to scrub a little harder. Van Kampen, I'm not an elephant. Just right. A bit to the left. A little lower. A little more. My dear Van Kampen, I have a painter's eye. Have I ever told you that you are a fine figure of a man?
Why, that's very...
Oh, but don't stop scrubbing. Now, you were saying something about a bit higher. That's right. There's something about a proposition.
The city council would like a painting for the new town hall.
You've scrubbed enough, thank you. Van Kampen, I always like to have a clear head when important matters are discussed. What's the proposition?
Firstly, that this time you finish your painting on the date we specify.
Do they want it good, or do they want it on Tuesday? A painting is finished when a painting is finished, and I'll say so. What's next?
We will select the subject.
You will, eh? Van Kampen, do I tell you how to buy and sell real estate?
No, Rembrandt.
I'll paint a subject I consider suitable. I rather fancy something from the Bible.
We thought a large painting of the town council itself would be...
Fantastic. What do you think of Moses bringing down the tablets of the law from the mountain?
I have no opinion on Moses. What we had in mind was...
Good, then we're agreed on the subject. How much?
100 guilders.
Get out.
200 guilders.
You paid 9 million for the town hall. I want 1,000 guilders.
My dear Rembrandt, for an artist, I must say you're quite mercenary.
Van Kampen, if you turn a bit toward me, I can spit directly into your left eye. What do you mean, mercenary? Is an artist less than a stonemason or a carpenter? When my belly is empty, I'm just as hungry as you are. 500 guilders, not a stiver less.
350.
Settled. Now, I've got to find a Moses to sit for me.
Rembrandt.
Don't interrupt, I'm thinking.
I'll be glad to pose for you.
You?
You just said that, I was a fine figure of a man.
Van Kampen, you have the good-natured, wholesome, earnest face of a vegetable dinner. Now be a friendly vegetable and give me the towel, eh? I've got to find me a Moses.
Where are you going to look?
Among the descendants of Moses.
Don't you think it would be, more discreet to look among the members of the, town council?
Then, Compton, come here.
Yes?
I will tell you a secret.
You will, Rembrandt?
Listen. Abraham, Isaac, Jacob, Moses, Jews. Every last one of them.
I see what you mean.
I thought you would. Quickly, Van Kampen, my shoes. I've got to find Moses.
In the year 1659, Rembrandt van Rijn went into the streets of Amsterdam in quest of Moses. While the venerable town council waited, Rembrandt searched. Early in the month of April in the year 1659, they deputized Meneer Jacob van Kampen to visit the painter once again.
I am authorized to inform you that the painter Ferdinand Ball has been invited to submit a sketch.
I found 3 Jewish scholars, but they're not satisfactory. I paid 2 visits to Rabbi Manasseh ben Israel, too small for Moses. I've talked to several students, not heroic enough. There's a peddler from Poland, too pale.
I was saying that Ferdinand Ball has been invited to submit a sketch.
Meneer Van Kampen, I can't lose that commission. I need the money.
Then you'll produce your sketches this week, and you will complete your painting in 10 days.
Van Kampen.
10 days, Rembrandt?
I don't paint that way. I've got to find a Moses who looks like Moses. I've got to paint what I feel is true.
You're shouting.
All right. Go back to them. Tell them I'll do the best I can.
I shall tell them the painting will be done in 10 days.
Van Kampen, listen. I've been reading the Bible. Moses stood upon the mountain and he talked to God himself. And when Moses came down from the mount, the people ran to him. And when Aaron and all the children of Israel saw Moses, behold, the skin of his face sent forth beams of light, and they were afraid to come near unto him. Van Kampen, that's what I want. Moses holding up a tablet of the law and a light shining from his face. Me almost afraid to paint, and you almost afraid to look. Van Kampen, you understand, don't you?
I shall tell them the painting will be done in 10 days.
In the first week of April, Rembrandt van Rijn went into a slum of Amsterdam. And here had come refugees from Eastern Europe. On the edge of a canal that carried its cargo of refuse and garbage odorously to the sea, there stood the stall of a bread seller. Within the stall sat a man, white-bearded with white hair crowned by a black skullcap. Before him were piled the enormous loaves of black bread baked after the fashion of Eastern Europe. The bread seller sat there, motionless, impassive, serene.
You sell bread?
I sell bread.
By the pound and by the loaf?
Yes.
I have been standing here for quite some time.
I know.
You do not have many customers?
No, I do not have many customers.
And so it gives you time to read?
If you are finished staring at me and if you have no more questions, I should like to continue reading.
Please forgive me, but what are you reading?
Very well. I will read it to you. Kablu alechem malchus shamayim, veis nahagu zeim ze big milas chasodim.
What does it mean?
To love God truly, one must first love man.
What is your name?
I am Abram of Lublin. They call me Abram Lubliner.
I am a painter. My name is Rembrandt. They say we came from a place near the Rhine, so they call me Rembrandt van Rijn. Abram of Lublin, your face is the face of one who wrote 10 words upon 2 tablets of stone. I shall be greatly honored if you will allow me to paint your face.
I have no objection. But first, let me give you a piece of bread. It is good bread, Rembrandt.
A pencil is quick.
It abstracts from a face that which is hidden in a face, the thing that inspirits the face, not merely cheekbones that are wide, or a forehead that is high, or the curve of a nose, or the curl of a lip, or the expression of an eye. All these things together, but more. The total of these things, the sum, the essence, the distillation of spirit. A pencil is quick, but a brush goes more slowly. The brush illuminates because it remembers the dark places. On the 10th day of April in the year 1659, Mynheer Jacob van Kampen returned to the Keizersgroen hostelry.
Is this your Moses?
Not yet.
The paint is dry upon the canvas.
Mynheer van Kampen, a painting isn't finished when the paint is dry.
It looks good enough to me.
I am not satisfied.
Rembrandt, I'm not an artist, but I know what I like.
Van Kampen, this isn't a hen's egg that you're judging for taste. I've painted Abram of Lublin. That's not good enough. I want Moses of Sinai and the beams shining from his face.
This is the 10th day.
It isn't good enough.
If it satisfies the council, it will hang in the town hall. I will bring you the 350 guilders.
Give me another week.
Ferdinand Ball brought his canvas last week. A contract must be respected.
So must a painting. This isn't ready. Look at it, Van Kampen.
I've already told you, Rembrandt, it looks good enough to me.
It needs some inner light.
It's good as it is.
Van Kampen, try to understand me. There was once a Greek sculptor named Phidias. Once a man scolded him because he was working on the back of a statue. Who sees the back? Van Kampen, the gods see the back of this canvas. I've got to satisfy the God in me. I want money. I need it. But you commissioned Moses, and all I've painted is Abram. Tell the council I'm sorry.
They hung a painting by Ferdinand Bol in the town hall of Amsterdam. And Mynheer van Kampen took a few guilders from the wallet he at this time remembered to bring and gave them to Rembrandt van Rijn.
It isn't charity. Call it a down payment on a portrait you will make of me. If you'd like, I can sit for you now.
I've treated you like a fool, haven't I?
You're a great man, Rembrandt. I'm only a merchant.
There's a quality in your face, Van Kampen. It's always been there, I just didn't see. If you let me, I'll paint that quality. But not now. I've got to find what's unique in the face of Abram of Lublin. Then I'll have my Moses.
All art is obsession. It comes forth like a secretion from 1,000 wounds, and this is what the painter etches into copper and spreads over canvas. And until the canvas dries and the work is finally halted, the soul of the artist is morbid with self-hatred, for he knows that the work is only put aside, that it can never be done, that the best he can attain is a truce, but never victory. In the 3rd week in April 1659, the painter Rembrandt van Rijn, seeking a truce with inner light, went once more along the canal of a street in Amsterdam. The night was dark. The streets were dimly lit, but his feet carried him straight to the dwelling of Abram of Lublin. And within the dwelling, there were Abram of Lublin, his wife, his son, his kinfolk, and something beyond. The first evening of the celebration of Exodus out of Egypt, the moment of origin of the people of Israel, the origin in revolt and flight, and discovery of uniqueness, the uniqueness that belongs to all.
Elokeinu melech olom, shecheyonu,
Rembrandt listened in the darkness, and then he heard the voice of Abram the bread seller.
This is the unleavened bread of affliction, which our forefathers ate in the land of Egypt. Let those who are hungry enter and eat with us. Let those who are forlorn come and celebrate the Passover with us. Baruch habo. Blessed be he who comes. Rembrandt van Rijn, I make you welcome. I'm glad you came.
I am Abram's wife. This is my family, and these are friends and neighbors. Will you sit down?
I don't belong here.
You belong, Minna Rembrandt. Is someone with you?
No, I'm alone.
All people who are alone belong with us on the Seder night of the Passover.
Please sit down. We are beginning the Seder. I will explain it to you as we go along.
No, please, don't explain. Just forget I'm here.
Rembrandt, I must explain. What is this Passover Seder? It is only a lesson. From the beginning, the end, a lesson for children. See, we begin now with a child's question, with 4 questions. Why is this night different from other nights in the year?
It was not the child of Abram who sang. It was not Abram himself. It was not his wife or his kin. It was the total of these things, the sum of all Israel, its history, its faith, its future. Rembrandt van Rijn shivered and was cold, for Abram of Lublin sat against a pillow, and no more was he the seller of bread. The face was serene, but the expression was no longer patient and impassive.
Avodim hoyinu lefara b'Misraim. Slaves of Pharaoh were we in Egypt, and the Lord our God brought us forth with a mighty hand and an outstretched arm. Rembrandt van Rijn.
Yes, Abram.
Even you were brought forth from Egypt by the Lord our God. Every man in all times must come forth out of his own Egypt.
I know.
Rembrandt, the words are written in Hebrew and in your own language. Will you read?
Here is the place, Rembrandt. Read from here.
And if the Holy One, blessed be his name, had not brought our fathers forth from Egypt, then surely we and our children and our children's children would yet be enslaved to Pharaoh. Therefore, even if all of us were rich in wisdom and entire of understanding, nevertheless would it be necessary for us to repeat once more the story of the Exodus out of Egypt. And he who delights to dwell upon the liberation, he is a man to be praised.
Avodim hoyinu, ato b'nei chorin, avodim hoyinu, ato b'nei chorin, avodim hoyinu, ato b'nei chorin.
This was the Passover of Rembrandt van Rijn, for his heart regarded the melodies that were sung, and his eyes looked upon Abram, whom he saw for the first time.
Abram of Lublin, the inner light that is within you is the light of this festival, the unleavened bread upon this dish, the memory of your fathers, the knowledge of what you have been.
It is the same with you, Rembrandt, and with all people. That is why I read to you the first time we met that the true knowledge of God begins with the love of man.
Abram, why do you dip your finger in the wine?
My wife will tell you.
Because the Lord visited 10 plagues upon the Egyptians. And so as we recite the plagues, we dip our fingers 10 times in wine.
Yes, but why?
Because they were smitten by plagues. But the Talmud says that they were also men and women, and that their blood was as red as ours.
But they were your persecutors. They killed your male children.
Yes, Rembrandt. They killed, and in turn they were smitten by God. But it is set down in the Talmud that when the Egyptians perished in the Red Sea, and the angels rejoiced and began their hallelujahs, the Lord rebuked them and said, "Creatures of mine are perishing in the sea. How can you sing a song?"
B'tzeis Yisroel Mitzrayim Beis Yaakov Me'am Loeis.
The Seder went on. They sang a psalm of David, and Rembrandt read the words of the psalm.
When Israel came forth out of Egypt, the house of Jacob from the people of strange language, Judah became his sanctuary, Israel his dominion. The sea saw it and fled. The Jordan turned backward. The mountains skipped like rams, the hills like young sheep. What aileth thee, O thou sea, that thou fleest? Thou Jordan, that thou hast turned backward, ye mountains, that ye skip like rams, ye hills like young sheep. Tremble, thou earth, at the presence of the Lord, at the presence of the God of Jacob, who turned the rock into a pool of water, the flint into a fountain of waters.
Adirhu, Adirhu, Yevne Beiso Bekaro, Bimheiro, Bimheiro.
He had sat with them, and they had related the bondage not only of Israel, but of all who live, the bondage to the darkness that lies within. And even as bondage is the beginning of all liberation, so also is darkness the beginning of all light, even the light, the inner light, that came from Abram the immigrant from Lublin. And Rembrandt van Rijn held the light carefully within the sockets of his eyes and the reservoir of his brain. And holding it thus, he returned to the mean, squalid room where he lived, and he placed the light upon the face of Abram. And behold, the tablet of the law said, "Thou shalt." And the face became the face of Moses.
Jacob van Kampen?
Yes, Rembrandt?
I have finished my exodus for now.
Your exodus?
I have made as much peace with myself as I am able. Now, if you wish, I shall paint your portrait.
Oh, I will give you the money for it now. But, Rembrandt, I warn you, I am not this bread seller of yours. There isn't any light that comes from me.
You're wrong. Every man shines forth his own light. The thing is to know wherein in every man you must look. And when you find it, the thing is to know that you have found it.
But, Rembrandt, it isn't your Moses that hangs in the town hall of Amsterdam.
It doesn't matter. What matters, Van Kampen, is that I have polished the back of my statue and satisfied my God.
No, I'm not a quick man. I don't understand.
Mynheer, it doesn't matter. It really doesn't. Just raise your face up so that it holds the light.
Echod ani Yodea, Echod Eloheinu, 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 Sheba Shomayim u'va'oretz, Sheba Shomayim u'va'oretz.
If you would like a copy of today's script, please send your name and address with 10 cents to cover the cost of postage and handling to the Jewish Theological Seminary of America, 3080 Broadway, New York 27, New York. And now we take great pleasure in presenting Mr. A.M. Sonnabend, prominent civic leader of Boston, Massachusetts, and president of the American Jewish Committee. Mr. Sonnabend.
In Morton Wishengrad's profound and moving script, Abram of Lublin spoke a significant truth when he said, "What is this Passover Seder? It is only a lesson, from the beginning to end, a lesson for children." Yes, Passover is a lesson in freedom, which each generation must learn again and again. For freedom is never won for once and for all times. Always there are those who would endanger this most precious gift. Let anyone who doubts this look at the world. In the Soviet Union, some 3 million Jews are victims of oppression. In North Africa, 200,000 Jews have been forced to flee to escape persecution. In South America, widespread anti-Semitic acts have threatened Jewish families. Even in our own country, members of minority groups are to this day denied basic rights, and the sanctity of the human personality is violated by prejudice and discrimination. The lesson of the Passover Seder is contained in the words, "He who delights to dwell upon the liberation, he is a man to be praised." By reliving each year the quest for freedom of the ancient Israelites, we are reminded to keep vigilant guard over our own freedoms. Nothing slips from us so quickly and quietly as freedom. It demands all our attention and our strength. And even that is often not enough. The winning and preservation of our rights in a democracy requires the organized might of the entire community. The American Jewish Committee is a champion of the rights of the individual. It works in depth to strengthen our democratic institutions against all who would destroy or abandon them. It helps people understand the importance of fulfilling their own capabilities in spite of the crippling attacks of prejudice and discrimination. It informs the community of the ways in which the science of human relations can help make it possible for all mankind to enjoy the blessings of freedom. In this Passover season, let us remember all those who now suffer oppression everywhere. Let us resolve to work towards true equality for all men. Let us jealously guard the liberties man has won in centuries of struggle. For until all men have thrown off the yoke of oppression, we cannot rest. That is the lesson of Passover.
Thank you, Mr. Sonnabend. Our Eternal Light drama today, The Passover of Rembrandt van Rijn, was written by Morton Wishengrad and was presented in celebration of the festival of Passover. Cantor David Putterman and Martha Greenhouse sang the traditional music. Featured in the cast were Guy Repp, Guy Spall, and Beatrice Pons. Leon Janney played Rembrandt, and the narrator was Norman Rose. Be with us next week for a special Eternal Light memorial program dedicated to the memory of the late Morton Wishengrad. This is Bill McCord. Our program was directed by Daniel Sutter. Portions of this program were pre-recorded. This weekly program is presented under the auspices of the Jewish Theological Seminary of America. This is the NBC Radio Network.
And the Lord spake unto Moses, saying, Command the children of Israel that they bring unto thee pure oil olive beaten for the light. to cause the lamps to burn continually in the tabernacle of the congregation, and it shall be a statute forever in your generations.
The Eternal Light. The National Broadcasting Company and its affiliated independent stations present The Eternal Light, a program which comes to you under the auspices of the Jewish Theological Seminary of America. Today's program, My Father's Talis, is dedicated to the memory of its author, the late Morton Wishengrad, pioneer in the development of the Eternal Light, a unique concept in religious programming.
In my whole life, I have wanted only 3 things. To see my mother again, not to live in a concentration camp, and to have a talis exactly like my father's. What is a talis? It is a prayer shawl. My father's talis was made of silk, pure white silk, with blue stripes at the ends. He used to tell me how, in the good days, before I was born, when the synagogues were standing, a man could put on his prayer shawl on the Sabbaths and the holy days and not be molested. But I must tell my own story. How do you begin a story that has no beginning and has no end? I shall begin on that morning when a strange voice spoke through the loudspeaker.
You are no longer prisoners. Concentration Camp 48 is now under the protection of the United States Army. All able-bodied men are requested to line up for roll call. All children report at once for medical inspection.
Now, don't be afraid, boy. Sergeant, didn't you explain that I'm a doctor?
Yes, sir.
And tell him to put his bundle down so I can examine him.
He refuses, sir. He won't let that bundle out of his hand. Something about a talis in it. I don't know what he means.
All right, Sergeant. Ask him his name.
Yes, sir. Der amerikanische Doktor mochte deinen Namen wissen.
Ich heiße Abraham Engel.
I got that, Sergeant. How old is he?
Wie alt bist du?
13 Jahre.
He says he's 13, sir.
Ask him to tell the truth.
Sag die Wahrheit. Wie alt bist du?
13 Jahre.
He sticks to 13, sir.
Well. Find out how long he's been in this place. That should get us somewhere.
Wie lange warst du in diesem Konzentrationslager?
10 Jahre.
10 Jahre?
What does he say, Sergeant?
He says he's been in this hellhole for 10 years, sir. That's why he's so scrawny, I guess.
Good Lord. Sergeant, ask him why there are no other children here.
Yes, sir. Der Doktor mochte wissen, warum keine anderen Kinder hier sind.
Wenn viele sterben, nur wenige werden geboren.
Doc, he says that when many are dying, only a few are born.
Yes, I guess so, Sergeant. Judging from his appearance, he has no business being alive.
Jungens wie ich sind die biologischen Folgen dieses Krieges.
What was that, Sergeant?
He says that the young like him are the biological consequences of war.
Oh. Abraham Engel, try to understand me, please. We're friends, see? Freunde. So take your shirt off, boy. I promise I won't hurt you. Put down your talis, whatever that is. No one's going to take it away. No one. I promise.
To the Americans, the talis was only a strip of silk with fringes at the corners. But isn't it also the badge of Israel? And it shall be unto you for a fringe, that ye may look upon it, and remember all the commandments of the Lord, and do them, and be holy unto your God. I am the Lord your God, who brought you out of the land of Egypt. You must understand what this Talis means. I shall tell you only a few things. To begin, it was 10 years ago. We were brought to the concentration camp, my mother, my father, and I. It is my first memory of childhood, that first day in the camp.
Hannah? Why are you taking off your wedding ring?
The boy needs bread, Joseph. And there's a guard outside.
He won't give you bread.
He might, Joseph, for this ring. Abraham, you stay with Father. Mother will be right back.
Well, Hannah?
I gave him my ring, and he took it, Joseph.
And the bread?
No bread. He took my ring and said, no bread.
Don't grieve. We'll manage for the boy somehow.
If he'd only laughed at me, Joseph, but no, he just took the ring and looked at me with a face of stone, and then he said, move on, Jew.
Hannah, you don't hear the guard, do you?
No, Joseph. But hurry.
The board's almost up. There. It's up.
Good.
We can hide it now. Abraham, quickly, give me the bag and try to remember what I'm saying. You're only a little boy. I don't expect you to understand, but try to remember. This little bag, my phylacteries are here, and my Talis. I'm going to hide them under the board, Abraham. Do you understand? They must not take them away.
Please hurry, Joseph. I'm afraid.
Listen, boy. These are symbols. I wish I had a simpler word, but they are symbols, just as Mother's wedding ring was a symbol. They took her ring away, Abraham. They mustn't take this away also. For we are only people, and people live and die by their symbols. When we lose them, we lose our dignity. And that's even worse than dying. So here we are, 3 human beings burying their symbols. Step hard on the board, Abraham. Step down hard.
A Talis hidden beneath a wooden board. One symbol buried. And that night, another symbol was taken away. We were fast asleep when the sudden footsteps came. A door opened and slammed shut. They had come to take my mother away. I felt the breath leave my father's body. I tasted my mother's kiss on my mouth. But all I saw were the shiny boots. They were such clean boots, and so many, and so black polish. And when the door slammed shut again and left us empty in the room, I reached my hand and touched the board where my father's Talis lay buried. And it seemed then that the light that shone was like darkness. And I cried. They told us that Mother had been transferred to a camp for women. And then, for 10 years, while we were beaten, and while we slowly starved and saw the horror surround us that was more terrible than death, we kept each other alive, my father and I, praying that somewhere she was waiting for us. And for 10 years, my father gave me his words to listen to, gave me the learning he remembered from my study, and always the example of his own quiet way to follow.
Listen, Abraham. Why was man created on the 6th day? To teach that if he is ever swollen with pride, it can be said to him, a flea came ahead of thee in creation. Abraham, do you know why I teach you?
Because it is written in the Talmud that the world itself rests upon the breath of the little ones in the schoolhouse.
But, Father, how can anything be greater than the giving of the law to Moses?
The falling of rain is an event even greater.
But why?
The giving of the law was for Israel, but rain is for the entire world. All men are knit together with bones and sinews and clothed with skin and flesh.
Then what is it, Father, that curdles the spirit like cheese and turns it sour against itself?
Abraham, now I know you are no longer a child.
Joseph, why do you spend all your time teaching the boy?
It's foolish. Here's where we rot, and here's where we're going to die. What good is to learn? Someday there'll be a place in the world for learning.
You won't live to see it, Joseph.
Perhaps not. What are you smiling at? An old story my father told me about a carob tree.
Let's have it.
Let Abraham tell it. He knows it. Go ahead, boy.
Well, a traveler once saw an old man planting a carob tree. "When will the tree bear fruit?" asked the traveler. "Oh, perhaps in 70 years, the old man answered. "Do you expect to live to eat the fruit of that tree?" "No," said the old man. "But I didn't find the world desolate when I entered it. And as my fathers planted for me before I was born, so do I plant for those who come after me."
Come along, Abraham. I think there are still trees to be planted.
There, in the concentration camp, my father and I planted such trees as must always blossom and yield fruit. But while we spoke of learning, the prison guards were shaking their fists at the sky against the plains. My father should have known the war was nearly over. Perhaps if he had, he would have shown me the Talis sooner. I asked him to.
No, Abraham, you must not speak of the Talis. It isn't time.
Why not, Father? I even know the blessing for the Talis.
I pray you will know many blessings. May you know the blessings of the fruit of trees, the sustenance of land, the fragrant wood and scented flowers, and faithful covenants in years of peace. And your mother's face. May you know all these blessings, Abraham. But it is not time for me to show you the Talis.
When will it be time?
I don't know. Perhaps when man will no longer endure injustice, when walls will not only shut out hate, but also let in light. Perhaps when I am sure the war is over. Now, don't speak to me of the Talis. Now, we shall accept our bounty of lukewarm water and potato peelings, and bless God they give us even that.
Father, it's the guard.
Don't be afraid. He shan't do anything to you.
You there. You. I wish to speak with you.
Stay close, Abraham. What do you want with me?
Here, take it. It's for the boy. Well, what's the matter? Take it, boy.
What is it, Father?
Excuse me. He has never seen a whole potato before. Take it, Abraham. I just don't understand this.
Well, there's nothing to understand. The boy looks hungry to me. I'm not a mean man, so it's a present for the boy. You'll tell them, won't you, when they come?
Tell them.
Oh, you know what I mean. There are good Germans and bad Germans. Now, I'm not a bad fellow. You'll tell them, huh?
You want me to protect you?
Why not?
It's a bit too much for me.
You're a fine fellow. Now eat the potato, boy. Maybe tomorrow you'll get 2 potatoes.
Father, I think now you can pry up the board and show me the Talis. The war must be nearly over.
Has it mildewed, Joseph?
I hope not, Solomon. Open the little bag, Abraham, and take it out.
I think it's a risky business, Joseph. They'll kill you if they see it.
No. It's not mildewed at all, is it? A little soiled, but it's the Talis.
It's just like I remember it, Father.
Joseph, how many years is it since we were able to say a prayer together and put on a Talis?
You're quite right. I'm very selfish. I shall say the blessing, and we will each put it around our shoulders in turn. You first, Abraham. Hold it a little while, and then pass it. Baruch atah Hashem, Eloheinu melech haolam, asher kitshanu b'mitzvosov, v'tzivonu lehisatef batzitzis. Jacob, once you could sing the melody, won't you?
Mayokor chasdecho Elohekim uvene yodom b'tzel kenofecho yechesoyu.
That's how he sang. Jacob put on my father's Talis, and he shut his eyes and sang the words. How precious is thy loving kindness, O God, and the children of men take refuge under the shadow of thy wings. Jacob sang the melody, and the Talis in which he was wrapped was no longer soiled. We heard no one. We saw no one. Oh God above, we should have seen them. We shouldn't have shut our eyes, for they had come. They had come. The black boots, the shiny black boots. Boots all around us. Boots that were not dirty. Boots that were clean, that glistened with polish. Strong boots. So many boots. And spilling over the boots, so slowly, oh, so slowly, drops of blood spilling over the shiny black boots. And my father's Talis, bright with red, and my father's hand upon his Talis.
Joseph, can you speak?
The boy wants to see him, Solomon.
No. Get some water for him first. They'll give you some water at least, even if they won't send a doctor.
Solomon, it isn't any use. Let the boy see his father before he dies.
All right. I'm sorry. Send the boy in.
I'm here.
You want us to leave you?
I'm frightened.
We'll stay with you, Abraham.
Father? Father? Can you hear me, Father? It's Abraham.
Joseph, it's your son. Joseph Engel, it's your son.
Yes, he's trying to say something. Have you the Talis?
I have it here. See?
The Talis should be white, not red.
Yes, Father.
A man should be buried in his Talis.
We'll try, Father.
You won't allow it. You have it, Abraham. You always wanted a Talis exactly like this one.
No, Father. No, I don't.
Keep it. This and you, Abraham. My symbols. You keep it. Solomon?
Yes, Joseph?
I'm rather tired.
Yes, Joseph.
If his mother is alive, if you live, you'll help him find her.
I promise.
Good. I'm satisfied.
There are many graves in Europe, and there are no stones to mark them. Are not all men knit together with bones and sinews, and clothed with skin and flesh? And bone becomes nothing, and sinews rot, and flesh sickens and becomes dust. And men plant trees, and know that they will never harvest the fruit. Yet the generations are not born into desolation. All my life, I have wanted 3 things. To see my mother again, not to live in a concentration camp, and to have a Talis exactly like my father's. Now I have the Talis. Someday I shall see my mother, and on Sabbath she will say the candle blessing, and I will sing the Sabbath Kiddush. And perhaps that will be in Eretz Yisrael. It is a good thing to stand beside the barbed wire and be able to see a dream. Yes, it is a good thing. And my generations will not be born into desolation. For I shall show them my father's Talis.
If you would like a copy of today's script, please send your name and address with 10 cents to cover the cost of postage and handling to the Jewish Theological Seminary of America, 3080 Broadway, New York 27, New York. And now we present a tribute to the late Morton Wishengrad by Dr. Moshe Davis, first program editor of the Eternal Light radio series, now head of the Institute of Contemporary Jewry at the Hebrew University in Jerusalem, who is on leave from the Jewish Theological Seminary of America. Rabbi Davis.
From Yerushalayim, mother city of consolation, I join in the lament for Meir Baruch ben Moshe Chaim, Zichrono Livracha, for Morton Wishengrad, of blessed memory. I ask in the spirit of the first question he asked in my father's Talis, written almost 20 years ago. What is the meaning of a life that was blessed with a verdant spring, yet cut down even before summer's end? This problem Morton probed for himself and others in the varied human situations which he dramatized with supreme sensitivity. While he uttered the question through the voices of the Abrahams and Josephs he created for us, it was his text of life they spoke, his anguish, his denial, his acceptance, his affirmation. There is a truth about Morton Wishengrad which few knew. Morton had a discerning heart, full of the wisdom of the human struggle. But it was an ailing heart, having been afflicted early in life. Out of his physical weakness, he knew better than the doctors who tried to spare him that he would not live out the fullness of man's days on earth. Thus, in conscious knowledge, Morton lived every day with life and with death. He experienced within himself the agony and the exaltation of the world, knowing evil and knowing good, yet hoping to vanquish the evil and transform it into a higher good. Morton suffered the trial of living a twin life, to face up to imminent death and simultaneously to explore life itself in its fullest meaning. He learned to understand and to write about life and death as equal partners of a great continuity. As I have been thinking about Morton and the years I worked beside him, I feel that this reconciliation of life and suffering helps explain the way he developed his genius to grasp the human dilemma. It explains in great measure the paradoxes in his parables, the fantasy in his reality, his delight in otherworldly tales, the sadness, the omnipresent sadness in his humor. It explains his distinctive touch for folklore and the pungent, provocative character of his dialogues. It explains why week after week uncounted millions of listeners of all faiths, beliefs, and of all ages turned to the eternal light, and why so many of them wrote almost as if in one letter of gratitude, "You have touched our heart." Within a short span of time, the name of Morton Wishengrad became an inspiring influence in homes throughout the United States and Canada, to soldiers overseas, to children in the religious schools. For this vast world of listeners, Morton possessed the capacity and the honesty to temper suffering with the grandeur of hope, and to place both under the aspect of eternity. What has Morton given us, the Abrahams, who have remained after him to wear the Talis and to recite the blessing? He wrote the testament. I recite it, as his fathers planted for him before he was born. So did Morton plant for those who come after him. May he be bound in the bond of the living. Yehi Zichro Baruch. The memory of Meir Baruch ben Moshe Chaim, the memory of Morton Wishengrad, will always be a blessing.
Our Eternal Light program today, My Father's Talis, was dedicated to the memory of its author, the late Morton Wishengrad, pioneer in the development of the Eternal Light. Cantor David Putterman sang the liturgical music. We wish to thank Call Israel, the state broadcasting service, for recording Rabbi Davis's remarks. Featured in the cast were Peter Laser as the boy Abraham, with Roger DeKoven and Jan Miner as his father and mother. Others include Mandel Kramer, Norman Rose, Leon Janney, Guy Repp, and Jim Dukas. Be with us next week when the Eternal Light presents A Child's Life by Erwin Gonchak, presented in observance of the 20th anniversary of the Battle of the Warsaw Ghetto. This is Bill McCord. Our program was directed by Kenneth McGregor. Portions of this program were pre-recorded. This weekly program is presented under the auspices of the Jewish Theological Seminary of America. This is the NBC Radio Network.
And the Lord spake unto Moses, saying, Command the children of Israel that they bring unto thee pure oil olive beaten for the light, to cause the lamps to burn continually in the tabernacle of the congregation. And it shall be a statute forever in your generations.
Oh
The Eternal Light. The National Broadcasting Company and its affiliated independent stations present The Eternal Light, a program which comes to you under the auspices of the Jewish Theological Seminary of America. Our dramatic program today, A Child's Life, was written by Erwin Gonchak and is a true story. It is presented in observance of the 20th anniversary of the Battle of the Warsaw Ghetto.
Emanuel was 5 years old when he died. He'd lived all his life in Hitler's Europe, except for the final few months in what was then Palestine. On September 20th, 1946, we buried him on Mount of Olives in Jerusalem. Today, Mount of Olives is controlled by Arab troops. One cannot cross the Israeli border to visit the cemetery. The graves have been desecrated, stones removed. The area resembles a no man's land. But even though I cannot return to Emanuel's grave, I always return in spirit to the memory of my young child. Yes, no man's land is a tragic part of our times, but certainly that cannot be the whole meaning of our cruel days, of Emanuel's short life.
Moisey. Yes, sir, what's wrong?
Where is Eva?
Asleep on the couch, the pregnancy.
Zalman. They're killing Jews in Slobodka.
Who told you? Rumors again?
The yeshiva student, Shimon. He escaped the massacre. He told us.
What happened?
Zalman. In cold blood. They just took Jews off the streets, marched them to the 7th fort, and shot them.
Are the Nazis in Slobodka already?
No, the Nazis haven't arrived. It was the Lithuanian fascists, the hooligans who did it. They didn't need the Nazis to teach them.
Didn't anyone try to stop them?
Who would stop them?
It was the summer of 1941. My family, my father and mother, Moisey and Yesha Klein, and my husband, Dr. Zalman Greenberg, lived in Kovno, a city in Lithuania. A month after the invasion of the Germans, on July 20th, Emanuel was born.
The baby sleeps.
Yes, Zalman. Have you learned anything?
Emanuel will be a child of the ghetto.
It is official?
We must be in the Slobodka compound by the 15th of August. Then it will be closed. All Jews found outside will be shot.
Can't we run? Run somewhere.
Where? Who will help us?
God will help us. I've learned this lesson well from my mother.
You and I, the child, your old parents running through the countryside, there would be no doors open to us. We would be signing our death sentence. Now, we will have to go to the ghetto and see what happens.
Oh, all right. Still, I believe we will be saved.
Yes.
I know we will be saved. The good people of the world will rise in wrath and put an end to this monstrous evil.
Yes.
I have hopes, great hopes. We named the boy Emanuel, our first child Emanuel, for God is with us. And so the nightmare of the ghetto began. Terrible event crowded one upon the other. On the 26th of September, the Jews of the Kovno ghetto were crowded into the square, separated into two groups. But nothing happened. It was just a rehearsal for what was to follow. On October 4th, we were ordered to return again. The Nazis and their underlings called left, right, and thousands disappeared into the night. I clutched my baby tightly to me. I wanted to hide him inside of me. On October 28th, the 50,000 Jews of Kovno returned to the square. 13,000 were taken out. We were still spared.
Zalman, did you get any information?
About the fate of those who left? Yes, Moisey. We learned.
So?
Some other doctors and myself interviewed a little boy today. 11 years old. The boy claimed he was one of those taken from the square. He claimed that the Nazis walked them to the 9th fort, gave them shovels, made them dig their own graves. Then from 4 sides they were machine gunned.
No.
The boy, maybe he was just telling a tale. Maybe he doesn't know what he says.
Yes, Papa's right. A young boy. Surely they've all been sent to work camps in Poland. We've heard of others who were sent to these camps. We've received letters from them. It's the same with these, you will see.
I have been a student of German culture all my life. I've studied Goethe, and Schiller, and Lessing. Oh, to think the Germans would permit...
Father, the Germany of Goethe and Schiller and Lessing is dead. The boy was telling the truth.
How do you know? How can you say?
We questioned him over and over again. These were no childish fantasies he told. The boy told what he saw.
Until I see with my own eyes.
Eva!
My baby, my Emmanuel, you cannot cry. No, shh, you must not cry. Here, my child, your mother's breast. Drink. Sleep. Oh, you must be a baby that doesn't cry.
No, Emmanuel, no. You must speak softly, softly. You must not be heard by others. You must be a child who only speaks in whispers.
Emmanuel, away from the window.
No window, Grandpa. No window.
Never, my child, never.
No, Grandpa. No, Grandpa.
Emmanuel, you must never go to the window. You're our precious treasure, Emmanuel, the joy of our life. But you must be a child who is seen by no one.
Eva, the German army wants volunteers to work on a detail outside the ghetto.
It's another trap.
These volunteers are to report tomorrow at the gate and will be taken away by trucks.
Yes, and never seen again.
I have volunteered.
Salma.
I must take the chance.
It will be the same with you as the others.
Eva, we are starving here. 2 pieces of bread and a bowl of soup for 4 people and a child. Emmanuel is skin and bones. If we are to save him, we must have food.
I'm frightened, Salman. The ghetto walls us in, but at least I've grown to feel safe here, outside. Outside now, I feel as a jungle of bloodthirsty beasts.
We must make contact with the outside world. Eventually, the salvation of Emmanuel will come from outside these walls, not inside. May it please God.
Zalman's truck left the ghetto in the morning and did return in the evening. And life improved for us in the ghetto. For one reason or another, the Germans and their followers let up on the pressure. Zalman first transported potatoes in the fields, then worked in the delousing station for soldiers returning from the Eastern Front. Then finally, both of us worked in a factory making felt boots for the Wehrmacht. Each day, under guard, we left the ghetto and returned at night. So my hopes rose. Day by day, my child grew. He walked. He learned. He lived.
Yes? You wish to see me?
Mr. Jonas, the men working in your factory...
Dr. Grinberg, let me correct you. It used to be my factory. The communists took it away in 1940, and now the Nazis have it. I am now only the manager.
Yes, I know. What the men wish is that they would like to barter with the peasants. Items they have for food the peasants have.
Dr. Grinberg, you know the rules. No contact between Jews and Christians.
Yes, Mr. Jonas.
And if I break this rule and the Germans find out, and you know they have informers everywhere, they will string me to the highest tree and let my body sway in the breeze for days.
Yes. Yes, I'm sorry that I asked.
Dr. Grinberg.
Yes?
I expect to be away from the factory for a few hours this afternoon. You will be in charge of the men. So what I can't see, I can't see. But please, Dr. Grinberg, Use discretion.
How do you know that Jonas can be trusted, that he's not working with the Nazis?
All these weeks we have traded with the peasants at his factory. He has not interfered.
But why does he let you do it?
Why? Do I probe his motives? He's a decent man, that is why.
What do you know of him? Who is he?
He is a man starved for the civilized way of living, for civilized discussion. Do you know what we talk about all day? Russian literature, Tolstoy and Pushkin and Chekhov. And we talk about politics and systems of government and how the world can be made better. Outside the walls of a ghetto in Lithuania, can you imagine a Jew and a Muslim meet?
A Muslim?
Yes, does it surprise you? It surprised me. There are very few Lithuanians of the Muslim faith. But you see, we have much in common. We both are descended from Abraham of Ur of the Chaldees, and our friendship may influence the future greatly.
What do you mean?
Jonas has permitted some parents here in the ghetto to use his factory for making arrangements to place their children with Lithuanian peasants outside the ghetto. Now, the children will be given sedatives, hidden in knapsacks, and taken through the gate when we leave for work in the morning. My task is to persuade the guards, with a bribe, not to look too closely at our knapsacks. It is highly dangerous for all concerned, and who knows what will happen to the children. But I must help.
Solomon. Not Emmanuel. Not my child.
No, Eva. Not yet.
Dr. Grinberg, I have some very bad news for you.
What have you heard, Mr. Jonas?
Actions by the Nazis have begun again. In the Shavli ghetto, it is said they have wiped out all old people and children. The Kovno ghetto is rumored to be next.
They will not get my Emmanuel. They will not. I will kill to save him.
Let me keep him 2 or 3 weeks until the Nazis' action has been completed. I can tell the neighbors that he's a nephew from Vilna. Fortunately, both Jews and Muslims circumcised the males. It will fit the story perfectly.
It will mean great danger to your family.
Dr. Grinberg, we know the danger. We considered it. The family decided this was the right thing to do.
Emmanuel, you're going away for a little trip.
Yes, Mama.
Uncle Adamus and Auntie Ona will take care of you, and there will also be a grandmother, Babunya, just like your own grandmother. Now, you've never met these people, but they are very nice and kind people, and they love little boys like you. You must be very nice when you're at their home.
Will you and Daddy and Grandma and Grandpa be there?
No, Emmanuel, but we will be thinking of our little son. What a fine young boy he is.
Yes, Mama.
Come, my son. I'm going to give you something that will put you asleep. And when you wake up, your trip will be over. And you'll be at the home of your new uncle and aunt.
Emmanuel, remember, God is always with you.
Dr. Grinberg, the boy is just fine. Just fine.
I am happy, very happy.
When we unwrapped the knapsack, it was just like a ray of sunshine into the house. We have no children, you know. And he's such a handsome child and so bright. Luckily, he picked up Lithuanian very quickly.
We are so grateful for what you and your family are doing.
This is a hard world we live in. One must help one another.
When this is all over, I will repay you, Mr. Jonas. I will.
Repay? Repay? Your child is giving us great pleasure. A safe Emmanuel in a new world. What else could we want?
Two weeks stretched into months. The expected action by the Nazis did not occur. One day I decided I had to visit Emmanuel. I took off the Star of David and at twilight carefully made my way to the Jonas's house. My son had only a slight recollection of me. He now spoke only Lithuanian. I could see that he was receiving great love and care from the Jonases. Mrs. Jonas, Babunia, Emmanuel, and myself spoke few words, but together we cried. Soon after, events took another turn.
Dr. Grinberg, the boy is very sick. Very sick.
Do you know what it is?
The throat, it's very bad. He's burning up with fever.
How long?
2 days.
Can you call a doctor?
Impossible. I just don't trust anyone. There would be too many questions. The authorities would learn.
Then we have no choice. Emmanuel will have to return to the ghetto.
Sick, delirious, a stranger to us now, little Emmanuel was brought back through the wall. Still, my joy was great, for my son was home with us again. Day and night we nursed him until he was well. For the time I forgot the cruelty surrounding the ghetto. I closed my eyes to what had happened, to what would happen. All I knew and all I cared was that little Emmanuel was with me again. And then came a day in March of 1944, early in the morning. Oh, Mama, what's wrong?
Get Emmanuel ready.
Yes, but...
Wait, quickly, wake up.
Yes, what's happening?
The Nazis are here in the ghetto. They're hunting for old people and children. The neighbor Shainla knows of an attic where we can hide.
Emmanuel, go with your grandparents. Do not make any noise. Do not talk.
Mama!
Emmanuel, do not have any fears. We will pray.
Jew, show me your papers.
Here.
Why aren't you working today?
I was sick. I was told I could stay home.
Who lives here?
My husband and I.
No old people, no children?
No.
Remember, you are talking to a Lithuanian Nazi now, not a German. This is our country. We know every house, every cave, every field. No Jew can be hid from us.
Yes.
Today, old Jews and young Jews. And today, we will get them.
The Gestapo and Lithuanian cohorts moved systematically from one house to the next. I looked out the window and watched with horror. I saw screaming mothers clutching their children to their breasts, dragged from their homes. I saw dogs trained for the purpose grab the mothers by the back of the necks so they would drop the children. Then at 5:30 in the afternoon, Jews of the ghetto began walking in the streets again, and I knew the action was over.
It was a miracle. Every room was searched but where we were. Emmanuel did not make a single sound. We huddled in the corner of the attic for 11 hours. Then it was over. Eva, Zalman, it was a miracle.
Now we must act quickly. Who knows how much time we have? Jonas has offered to take Emmanuel again, this time until the war is over. He'll go tomorrow morning. Eva, please help me prepare. Eva.
No, Zalman, no.
Eva, what are you saying?
I will not let you send my child out into a sea of blood. He will stay here in this room with us in the ghetto.
Eva, if he stays in the ghetto, a sword of death remains over his head.
And out there, what awaits him?
The Jonases are fine people.
Yes, I know the Jonases are fine people. But they are one against a flood, one against a million.
Eva, the boy will be killed here.
So be it. Let him at least die in my arms. Let me go to my grave in peace.
Eva, please, listen to me.
Papa, please, no more words, no more fantasies. You saw what happened today. This wasn't only the Nazis. We know it isn't only the Nazis.
Eva, listen. Listen to your father.
This whole land is infected with hate. They cherish the bloodletting. So the boy lives, and he grows up, and he forgets who he is. And the authorities and the citizens and the schools teach him to hate and kill. And he gets a gun and a whip and dogs and goes hunting Jews. No, Papa. Let him die here, in my arms, with me. My innocent baby, my child of God.
My daughter, I too have given up all illusions, but even in the depths of despair, I will not turn from my faith. Judaism is in my soul. I believe in God. Our sages teach that above all, the highest value is to save the life, to save the person, to save Emmanuel. You fear the boy may become a Nazi murderer. I pray for him to become a man of God, with loving kindness in his heart. Emmanuel is the future, and what the future holds no man knows. But no one has a right to end it. We must help Emmanuel to live.
Mr. Jonas, what can I say?
I promise, Dr. Grinberger. I will guard the boy with my life. He is like a son to me and my family.
Here's a letter from my mother-in-law to her American relatives. If we do not come out of this alive, Emmanuel will go to live with them in America.
It will be done.
My friend, God bless you.
May Allah bless you too, my friend.
On July 13th, 1944, the Kovno ghetto was liquidated. My father was already dead. My mother died later of starvation at Stutthof. Zalman and I were sent to different concentration camps. All contact with the Jonases and Emmanuel was lost. Months of terror and hardship ensued. War's end found me one of the walking dead, come back to reclaim one's own. I returned to Kovno. No one I knew remained. I cried on my father's grave, overgrown by weeds and neglected. There was no trace of Emmanuel. The Jonases had left to escape the new jail now forming in Eastern Europe under communism. And then, the unbelievable news. Zalman and the Jonases were in the American zone of Germany with little Emmanuel. Safe. Alive.
I believe, Mrs. Grinberg, we were saved for one reason. Because Emmanuel was with us. Bombs fell all around us. Everything was destroyed. But we weren't touched. Babunya said that Emmanuel brought us the blessing of Allah. Our survival was due to the presence of your son. It was a miracle.
Mr. Jonas, the greatest miracle of all is the goodness of you and your family. We then went to Palestine, but a few months after our arrival, Emmanuel died of leukemia. He was 5 years old. We buried him on Mount of Olives in Jerusalem. Today, Emmanuel's grave lies in an area resembling a no-man's land. Stones have been toppled and removed. Hostile troops bar access to the cemetery from Israel. But I will not let a no-man's land be the symbol of my child's short life. There is meaning to his life. He found goodness in the world. Emmanuel, God is still with us.
If you would like a copy of today's script, please send your name and address with 10 cents to cover the cost of postage and handling to the Jewish Theological Seminary of America, 3080 Broadway, New York 27, New York. And now, we take great pleasure in presenting the distinguished junior senator from the state of New York, the Honorable Kenneth B. Keating. Senator Keating was the author of the congressional bill designating April 21st as a day of national observance and tribute to the martyrs of the Warsaw Ghetto. Senator Keating.
Today marks the 20th anniversary of the uprising against the Nazis in the Warsaw Ghetto. This heroic effort, doomed from the outset, remains a symbol of man's struggle for freedom. 28,000 men, women, and children were killed in this fighting, and 10,000 were deported to later death in concentration camps and gas chambers. Nazism triumphed temporarily, but in the long run, the forces of human freedom and dignity were successful. Out of the ashes of the Warsaw Ghetto, to a significant extent, has come the vigorous, free, courageous state of Israel. Today, we're faced by a different kind of totalitarianism, not from the right, but from the left. I hope we've learned a lesson from the resistance of the people in the Warsaw Ghetto. The massacre and martyrdom of the Polish Jews in April and May of 1943 were basically the result of the unreadiness of the Western democracies to fight in time against a totalitarian threat. We can no longer afford to say, as so many people did in the 30s and 40s, "I am not my brother's keeper." We cannot wait until we're walled in and the enemy has clearly identified himself and announced our approaching extermination. In the struggle against a totalitarian state, we must recognize the enemy in time. We must stand up for freedom and let adversaries know we have our own terms on which to negotiate. The communists are trying today to wall in and isolate the cause of free men, just as the Nazis walled in and isolated the Polish ghetto. We cannot let them go ahead in this process. Freedom must stretch out, take the initiative, and find openings to penetrate the walls of tyranny. Free world operations in the field of propaganda, of political activity, of cultural and information exchanges, and even, where necessary, of guerrilla movements, are essential. As the history of the ghetto showed, we must be firm and affirmative in negotiating with those who would like to become our captors. The only answer is resistance by all the methods we have at hand. For me, this is the lesson and the meaning of the Polish ghetto uprising. We have learned from their defeat that the cause of freedom must not and cannot stay on the defensive. The brave men and women who gave their lives in that epical struggle for human liberty must not have died in vain.
Thank you, Senator Keating. Our Eternal Light drama today, A Child's Life, was written by Erwin Gonchak and was presented in observance of the 20th anniversary of the Battle of the Warsaw Ghetto. Cantor David Putterman sang the liturgical introduction. Featured in the cast were Bryna Rayburn and Norman Rose as Eva and Zalman Grinberg, with Santos Ortega as Mr. Jonas. Others in the cast were Sarah Fussell, Grace Keddy, and John McGovern. Be with us next week for a special Eternal Light program written by Mark Siegel, presented in observance of Israel Independence Day and featuring the famous Rinat Choir of Israel. This is Bill McCord. Our program was directed by Kenneth McGregor. Portions of this program were pre-recorded. This weekly program is presented under the auspices of the Jewish Theological Seminary of America. This is the NBC Radio Network.
The Eternal Light. The National Broadcasting Company and its affiliated independent stations present The Eternal Light, the Peabody Award-winning program which comes to you under the auspices of the Jewish Theological Seminary of America. Our special program today, 40 Voices, written by Mark Siegel, marks the 15th anniversary of the establishment of the State of Israel with a concert of music by the world-famous Rinat Choir of Israel. Our narrator is Mr. Ben Grauer.
Listen for just a moment to the music. You are listening to the voices of 40 men and women, citizens of Israel. 40 voices, singing with purity and discipline and faith in the capacity of man to endure, to strive, to shape a world of freedom and creativity and peace. Listen again as they sing in praise of the Creator in whose image man was made. For on Israel's 15th anniversary, these 40 voices speak with beauty in many ways man's hope. The Rinat Choir was founded in January of 1955. In its ranks, as in Israel's population, there are men and women of many backgrounds, of many origins. To this group, to join in common song, came men who had worked as carpenters and shoemakers, women who had been teachers and soldiers and settlers on the land. And yet, in only 3 years, by 1958, the Rinat Choir had achieved a unity and capacity that won it first prize in the International Choral Contest in Paris. By 1960, in Perugia, Italy, at the Festival of Religious Music, the Sagra Musicale Umbra, the choir was acclaimed as the outstanding choral group for its flawless performance of such works as the Hallelujah of Salomone Rossi, a 16th century Italian Jewish composer of sacred song. Under the direction of its distinguished young conductor, Gary Bettini, the Rinat Choir performed last November in the celebration launching the new National Cultural Center in Washington, D.C. It was the only overseas group invited to participate in this concert, attended by President and Mrs. Kennedy and 5,000 other leaders in government and the arts. At this concert, and during a 3.5-week tour of the East and Middle West, sponsored by the Music Alliance of the America-Israel Cultural Foundation, these 40 voices, striving for perfection in performance, strove also for harmony among peoples. A favorite of audiences everywhere was Orlando de Lasso's delicate and demanding echo song. In the large repertoire of the Rinat choir, the music which reaches most poignantly to the hearts of Israel's people is the music which reaches to the past, or touches the present, or scans the future of the land of Israel itself. And there are songs like the one you are hearing now which do all three. Hamavdil, the traditional melody reworked by the contemporary Israeli composer Yadin Partosh. Its subject, a farewell to the Sabbath as the new week is welcomed, and an eternal hopefulness in tomorrow and the coming of the forerunner of redemption, Elijah the prophet, Eliyahu Hanavi. In its 15th year of triumphant statehood, Israel is a vigorous, muscular, striving young nation. Yet, beneath the surface, the scars of the tragic years of Nazism and the Hitler terror are still fresh. For if it is 15 years since Israel's rebirth, it is only 20 since the heroic uprising in the Warsaw Ghetto. The way of life of the Jewish communities of Eastern Europe was destroyed a decade before Israel's independence was declared. But it is remembered in the music of its people, with poignancy and with affection. In a tiny room there burns a fire, and before it the teacher instills a love of learning in his young students, along with the Aleph Beis, the ABC of the Hebrew language. Of the many efforts Israel has undertaken in its first 15 years, none has captured the imagination of the world more than the giant steps taken to transform the Negev, the country's barren southern desert area, into a productive, livable, integrated section of the country. The conquest of the desert is a tough, hard reality for the pioneers and settlers who, in our time, are making the desert to bloom as the rose. But an echo of the romance which is the desert has found its way into Israel's popular music. Here is Hitra Gu'ut, a folk song which draws on the musical tradition of the Persian Jewish community. Arranged by the distinguished Israeli composer Paul Ben-Haim, it features the mezzo-soprano voice of Ilana Bruckman. Its idyllic story: there is an oasis in the desert. When you and I find it, there will be peace, there will be contentment. It is not only the desert which is being reclaimed in Israel, it is a people. And it is above all in the human realm that the first 15 years have been years of glorious achievement. Count with wonder a small nation's social progress. The hospitals built, the diseases conquered, the schools quadrupled, the universities erected, the nurseries and settlement houses, the children's villages. These and the flowering of the arts and scholarship, of science and invention, all find expression in the dancing feet of Israel's rising generation and the songs it sings. Hora by Mark Lavry. Social progress is not a new development in the history of the Jewish people. The Sabbath, the day of rest, is a social achievement as old as the Mosaic tradition. In Shir Shabbat, Song of the Sabbath, Issachar Miron has composed a tribute to the day of rest, a day of love among brothers which brings a blessing and lifts weary men from their weekday toil. In a land which has known miracles, the greatest miracle of all in Israel's first 15 years has been the ingathering of its people from every corner of the earth. They have come by land and sea and air, from the sophisticated capitals of Western Europe and the feudal bondage of despotic Middle Eastern lands. They have fled from persecution in North Africa, revolution and counter-revolution in Eastern Europe. Yet for all who have come, the gates of Israel have been open wide and welcoming. To an ancient culture, the accents of many languages, the differences of many ways have been added, and each has enriched what was already there. To the rhythm of an oriental tambour, the Reinat choir captures some of the color and variety which is Israel today in a recounting of the ancient survival of the Jewish people in the time of Moses. The song is Miracle of Miracles by Wayad Mon. The soloists are Gershon Etzbioni and Nathan Margalith.
Karne tur karne sella us evim shivim nagach van ve avar bais bamaim us evim shivim nagach van ve avar bais bamaim us evim shivim nagach van ve avar bais bamaim afele 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 afele
Years ago today, in the beleaguered city of Tel Aviv, in a crowded, hushed room, David Ben-Gurion, his voice confident yet betraying the emotion of the hour, read aloud the Declaration of Independence that formally created the State of Israel. It is only 15 years, only a tiny fragment in the stream of time and history. But the document already stands with the noblest utterances of mankind, for it set the feet of a people on a path more than 2,000 years old. It was a declaration not only of independence, but of dedication to a prophetic vision for all mankind. The vision of universal brotherhood and peace, first voiced by the prophets of the Book of Books. On this 15th anniversary of Israel's rebirth, to close its performance, the Reinat choir, to music by Emmanuel Amiran, sings the words of that ancient prophecy, Ki Mitzion, out of Zion shall go forth the law, and the word of the Lord from Jerusalem. "40 voices, but they sing for all of Israel's people. 40 voices, but they sing all mankind's hope for a time of justice, brotherhood, and peace that is yet to come."
If you would like a copy of today's script, please send your name and address with 10 cents to cover the cost of postage and handling to the Jewish Theological Seminary of America, 3080 Broadway, New York 27, New York. And now we take great pleasure in presenting His Excellency, the Honorable Avraham Harman, Ambassador of Israel to the United States. Ambassador Harman.
As we in Israel celebrate the 15th anniversary of our independence, we wish to express our appreciation to the international community which welcomed us into the family of free nations and which has over the years helped us in many ways to utilize our independence for the advancement of our people. At the same time, we wish to express a word of welcome to the many nations which have emerged into independence and freedom during the past 15 years. 15 years is not a long period in the life of a people. We have not solved all our problems, nor have we attained the full expression of our capacity. This has been a period of the laying of foundations. During these 15 years, we have created the pattern of democratic self-government, of a fearless and independent judiciary, of a free press. We have created strong foundations for economic growth and advancement. Thanks to these efforts, our population has grown threefold during these 15 years, and upwards of 1 million homeless Jewish refugees have been able to find in our midst the advantages of rooted citizenship and gainful employment. The atmosphere for free cultural expression created during this period has already begun to produce significant results. In the international sphere, we have established normal and mutually beneficial relations with countries all over the world. Having ourselves received international technical assistance, we are now, in our own small way, beginning to participate in the historic movement of international technical cooperation. The future of independent Israel will be dedicated to the concept that independence means self-responsibility, and that it must be used to enlarge the opportunity of the free human being and for the promotion of international cooperation and harmony.
Thank you, Ambassador Harman. Our special Eternal Light program today, 40 Voices, written by Mark Siegel, marked the 15th anniversary of the establishment of the State of Israel with a concert of music by the world-famous Rinat Choir of Israel under the direction of Gary Bertini. Cantor David Putterman sang the liturgical introduction. Next week, the Eternal Light will present a conversation with Yigael Yadin, the first in a series of 4 conversation programs with leaders of modern thought. We hope you will be with us then. This is Dick Roby. Our program was directed by Kenneth McGregor and produced by Florence Reef Richmond. Producer for the seminary was Milton E. Krentz. This weekly Peabody Award-winning program is produced under the auspices of the Jewish Theological Seminary of America. This pre-recorded program has been an NBC Public Affairs presentation.
You're listening to NBC, the National Broadcasting Company.
The Eternal Light. The National Broadcasting Company and its affiliated independent stations present The Eternal Light, the Peabody Award-winning program which comes to you under the auspices of the Jewish Theological Seminary of America. Today we present the first in a series of 4 conversations with distinguished leaders of modern thought. Our guest is Yigael Yadin, professor of archaeology at the Hebrew University of Jerusalem. He will be interviewed by NBC commentator Martin Agronsky.
Sir, you present me with something of a problem in conducting conversation with you. Your extremely distinguished military career and equally distinguished archaeological career. Are you to be regarded as a student, as a historian, as an archaeologist, or as a general?
Well, Mr. Agronsky, this is really a tough question, as if you were asking a child who he loves more, his mother or his father. Well, in my case, I feel very happy now being an archaeologist, and the best way I can answer your question is just to tell you a story I had the other day.
Do.
Well, there was a reception in the Pentagon, I presume, and the room was full with many generals with all their medals and so on, and suddenly came into the room a man in mufti, and a 4-star general approached him and said, "I'm General Martin, I represent the Marines. Who are you?" So he said, "Well, I'm Professor Smith from Columbia. I represent the culture you defend." So, in a way, that's the way I feel now.
Well, that answers me rather clearly, and I think that I will address you now as Professor Yadin. Now, with a background of scholarship and an interest in archaeology such as you had, what in the world ever led you to a military career?
Well, actually, I began as, if I may say so, as an archaeologist, because you know that my father, the late Professor Sukenik, was the first professor of archaeology at the Hebrew University, where I teach now. And from childhood, I was really interested in archaeology. But living in Palestine at that time, with all the problems we were facing with the Arabs, so actually every boy and girl, all of them really, had to join into a certain defense movement, which we call the Haganah, the defense. And there we were exposed, whether we liked it or not, to military problems. Although I began as a messenger and then as a squad leader, but the problems were there. There was nobody really to teach us. So the only way for us was a double one. For me, personally, since I studied archaeology and studied the Bible and was interested in biblical warfare, I was trying all the time to see what we can learn from ancient books, from the book actually, and so on and so forth, remembering all the time that we were fighting in the same land of our forefathers, and there was a continuous line from those days to today.
Well, now, there's an extraordinary and meteoric rise, really, from being a messenger in the Haganah to being the chief of operations in the Israeli War of Independence. Do you think that your archaeological background led you up that ladder more quickly than might otherwise have been expected?
Well, this might be a dangerous answer because some people think that in order to be a general, they'll have to be an archaeologist.
Mm-hmm.
I was introduced the other day here. Somebody said, "This is the Sherlock Holmes of the underground." And I was relieved, really, he didn't say the Sherlock Holmes of the underworld. But the point is that in this particular case, I would say, yes, I never considered myself a professional soldier. I would say an amateur biblical soldier. And we learned a lot from the Bible, and I was trying really to apply this from time to time. On the
you say an amateur biblical soldier. Would this apply to all of your colleagues, to your comrades in arms?
Yes, I would think this is correct. You see, the point is that whenever we fought in the War of Independence, and even today, everyone is conscious of the fact that he is fighting in the land of the Bibles. And since the enemies, geographically at least, haven't changed since these days, and everyone knows that wherever he fights now, there was always recorded already a battle in the Bible. And in fact, it was that during the war, every time an officer, before the battle begins, used to read them a certain chapter describing a very battle which took place on the same spot. That was extremely important from a moral point of view.
Well, one hears always the phrase that the Bible became the manual of arms of the Israelis. I mean, is that true or is that romanticized?
Well, it is true in a certain way, I would say, in this way, that one aspect of it I just mentioned, which was extremely important. This was our secret weapon. Montgomery and Eisenhower, before the invasion of Normandy, they thought it was worthwhile to quote a passage from the Bible in order to boost the morale of the soldiers. But they would look in vain in the Bible to look any reference to Normandy, you see. In our case, there was no problem, and this was important. But there was more to that. By studying the wars described in the Bible, we could really, in many cases, anticipate what the enemy will do because they were facing with the same problem.
Well, Professor Yadin, could you give a specific example? I mean, one thinks of David's slingshot and of David and Goliath. One thinks of, the trumpet with which Joshua blew down the walls of Jericho. Now, what were your equivalents?
Well, our equivalents, of course, were a little bit different. For example, I'll give you a specific one. We knew from the Bible that about 850, there was a war between the Syrians of those days and Ahab, king of Israel. And the Bible describes exactly how the Syrians came, the terrain and the way. We were expecting them to do that thing because we knew that this was the only way for them to do.
Weren't you concerned that they perhaps might have read the Bible?
Well,
too?
actually, I wanted them to read the Bible because that would make it sure that they'll choose this way because there is no other good way. Unfortunately, at the beginning, they chose another way, and we thought really we were in a tough spot because we were ambushing for them on the spot where we thought they'll choose according to the Bible. But then in the middle, they found a mistake, not because they read the Bible, because they were looking at the terrain. They came the other way around, and that we were waiting for them there, and I think that was one of our greatest victories really on that particular spot on the Sea of Galilee.
You smote them from the rear with a campaign conceived by your forefathers 2,000 years ago.
Well, we smote them, whether for the rear or not, but definitely at that time we did definitely that.
Well, is there any equivalent to the intervention which set aside the Red Sea and accomplished the drowning of the cohorts of the pharaohs?
Well, I think it's the same intervention manifested in a different way and manner. Here you had a people who had their beliefs, were ready to die and defend their beliefs and what they believed. They fought in the same way their forefathers did, and then the intervention came in whatever way you want to explain it. It was there.
Would you care to define that intervention?
Well, that is really more difficult. I would say that the spirit of the prophets, the spirit of the forefathers, as it is expressed in the Bible, was at the back of the mind of everyone who was fighting. He was feeling as if really is the continuing the same long fight, the same long search for the truth, and at the same time the fight for existence. And I would say, I think so at least, that was the interference.
You would not feel then that it would be romantic, perhaps, to say that the soldiers whom you led drew sustenance from the Bible and from the whole concept of divine intervention on the side of Israel at the time of the pharaohs?
Well, I don't know exactly, but I can tell you an example. For example, our battle against the Egyptians, our code name in our headquarters, which was the code name for the soldiers as well, was called Operation 10 Plagues. And we knew that by giving that name, that it was more than any speeches to the soldier. Every soldier who knew that he was taking part in Operation 10 Plagues, remember the Bible on the one hand, knew exactly what he might expect, what he hoped to expect, or at least knew exactly what he wanted to do. And this was extremely important, really, in all the battles, really, which we had.
Well, can we move from your military career, sir, to your archaeological career? Now, I would divide up your archaeological career, if I may, into two eras, into your work on the Dead Sea Scrolls and into your recent discoveries about Bar Kokhba. Now, the Dead Sea Scrolls are something that really captured the imagination of the world, and not only archaeologists. They have so many theologicals, how much theological significance. How do you define the importance of the Dead Sea Scrolls?
Well, as you said, everyone thinks and knows that they are important. You know, somebody called Israel the other day not the land of milk and honey, but the land of rock and scroll, you know. But anyhow, it is true that since their discovery in 1947, and since the first 3 scrolls were acquired by my father in a very dangerous manner when he went to Bethlehem on the 29th of November, when the state of Israel was created by the United Nations, and since the day when later in 1955, when I was on a lecture tour for the Hebrew University and acquired them miraculously through an advertisement in the Wall Street Journal, since those days when all these scrolls have been already published, every scholar, I would say, who deals with the Bible, with the history of the Jewish history and the origin of Christianity, is really studying the Dead Sea Scrolls. Because for the first time we had here writings of a certain particular Jewish sect, which I would call, which serves now as the missing link between Judaism and Christianity.
The missing link. Well, can you define that more specifically?
Well, I would say that, of course, we knew that Christianity was at the beginning, really a Jewish group. And of course, when we look and read in the New Testament today, there are many ideas there which were not found in the teachings of the Jews in Jerusalem. It was always puzzling because we couldn't understand how it came. Some people try to explain it as if it came through that influence or no, or other. Now, for the first time, I think we are right in saying that in the teaching of this particular sect, we found ideas were current in this time in Palestine, which might have influenced also the first Christians.
One of these ideas that has always interested me is the idea of the two messiahs and the connection to the well-known saying, the aphorism, love thy enemies, from the Sermon on the Mount. Could you expand on that a bit?
Well, it's a very delicate and complicated subject. I would say only this, that these people who wrote and composed the Dead Sea Scrolls were people who were believing that the end of the days is very near, in that they were similar to many religious groups of that day. But unlike the Jews in Jerusalem, in fact, unlike the Christians, they were expecting really two Messiah rather than one. And actually, I wouldn't like to use the word Messiah with a capital M. What Messiah, of course, meaning in Hebrew, anointed, like Christ is anointed. They were expecting that at the end of the days, Israel will be ruled justly again by two leaders, legitimately anointed, one lay from the house of David and one priest from the house of Aaron. This was their basic belief. And
this evolved, perhaps, Professor Yadin, then into the concept that in one man there could be embodied both of these.
Well, if you learn carefully that belief, you might find that it explains many phenomena in the beginning of Christianity and also in Jewish development, and this will help to understand many things, but that is, of course, a subject which will need a lot more time to develop, naturally.
Well, some 10 years have passed, really, since the discovery of the Dead Sea Scrolls. Do you feel now that you can make a definitive evaluation yet of their importance?
Well, I would say, as I said, that for the first time, we have biblical manuscripts going back to 2,000 years ago. We have contemporary documents from the time of early Christianity, and we have documents from the very end of the Second Commonwealth, Jewish Commonwealth. And therefore, I think any book of history or book of the history of theology or any manual of this subject which ignores what we learned from these things, I don't think he is nearer to the truth. And in fact, you cannot really do it without it. And I think it enriched our understanding, mainly not so much of the belief themselves, but rather of the backgrounds from which all these beliefs sprang.
Has it had any effect on the chronological concept of the time in which Christ lived?
No, it has nothing to do with that. It's really just shed light on the background of life at that period. And that, I think, is the main importance.
In the philosophical sense?
In both, philosophical, historical, theological, in any aspect. It really puts in a bolder manner all the things which we knew from other sources.
Yes. Professor Yadin, Bar Kokhba, who was a prince of Israel, led a revolt of the Jews against the Romans in 132 B.C., I believe, or A.D., is one of the most fascinating discoveries, really, that you've been involved in. How did that all begin?
Well, you know, you were confused with A.D. and B.C. We are confused all the time, you know, in a country which has a history, B.C. and A.D. I remember one day when we were excavating Hatzor, a guide came.
Hatzor being where?
Well, in the north of Galilee, an ancient biblical city. The guide showed the tourists there, he showed a building and said, you see this building? This is from the 8th century before B.C. You see, he was so confused. Anyhow, well, you see, this search for the Bar Kokhba documents, which you referred to, Mr. Agronsky, just now, was one of the most fascinating, I would say, expedition I had the privilege to take part.
How did you, who conceived the idea that there might be these documents and where they would be and all that? What is the beginning of such an archaeological adventure?
Well, the beginning is very simple. You see, the actual first Dead Sea Scrolls were found by Bedouins. And when the Bedouins saw that this was good business, even better than to look after their goats, to find old manuscripts, they began to roam about in the desert near the Dead Sea. And in 1952 already, they found some fragments of documents which was apparent to them immediately that they do not belong to the Dead Sea Scrolls, but rather to the period of Bar Kokhba. And this...
How did you know that?
Well, this was in Jordan, not here, but from what we learned from the scholars, the dates here and there, and the name of Bar Kokhba was in the documents, so it obviously belonged to Bar Kokhba.
Written in Aramaic?
Aramaic, well, in fact, when we discovered later 15 letters of Bar Kokhba, and the first 5 letters were in Aramaic. I showed it to our Prime Minister, Ben Gurion. He was enthusiastic to see that, but he was furious. He shouted at me and said, why didn't they write in Hebrew, as if these warriors were members of his army of today or members of the cabinet, showing again that everyone really in Israel lives as if he lived then, or he connects all the things. But the point is that once these things were apparent, of course, everyone was thrilled, because Bar Kokhba, we knew that he lived there, but actually he was a legendary figure. So we began to send expeditions to the desert already in 1953, but all these expeditions always came back with the news that the caves were empty. Last year, we went again, this time with the help of the Israel army.
The caves being where?
The caves, well, that is the main point. You see, the area near the Dead Sea is very, very difficult. It's cut by deep canyons, and the caves are right in the middle of the canyon, sometimes 300 feet from the top and 900 feet from the bottom, in a steep slope.
Well, I've been there. How in the world did you ever get to them? That's
well, that was our first question. So what we did, we flew with a helicopter inside the canyons and looked at the cliffs and photographed them, and afterwards we collected the pictures. Whenever we saw there was a hole, we knew that there was a hole there, a cave. I want to tell you, by the way, Mr. Gronsky, that to fly with an Israeli pilot into the canyons with a helicopter is not a very pleasant thing. I mean, not that he's not a good pilot. I was scared to death all the time, because while we were flying there, he kept questioning me all the time. He said, when did Bar Kokhba live? Exactly what are you trying to find? And I said to him, keep these questions when we land safely. But as you can see, of course, we landed safely, and we managed to find these caves. Now, the second question, of course, was how to reach into these caves. It's most difficult. Well, again, with the help of the soldiers, we built ladders made of ropes. We descended with the rope. Sometimes we had to walk on a ledge which was not more than 1 foot wide, and on your right there was the deep valley or deep canyon. You had to walk carefully there. It's not a physical effort, it's a psychological one. Don't look to your right or left, wherever it was the case. We had girls with us, students, and they roamed about in the area as if they were gazelles. And then only we came into the cave where we saw for the first time the first grim sight of the last moment of this desperate war, a heroic war of Bar Kokhba against the Romans.
Well, they must have gone there literally to die, because certainly there was no food, and when they ran out of food and water, that would have been the end.
Well, actually, they thought they were going to live. They took with them all their belongings. This was a pathetic thing. And they took their letters, they took their documents from Bar Kokhba, but the Romans came after them, pitched their camp on top of the cliff, and when they ran out of the water and food, they died. Actually, in the innermost part of the cave, 150 yards from the face, we found 22 skeletons of men, women, and children who were the last...
Children, too?
Yes, children from the age of 2 till the age of 10. They ran away, but they died there, and this was really, I would say, the last phase of the struggle against the Romans there.
And that was the last time, really, that the Jews, since... In Jewish history, that there was a revolt that attempted to reconstitute the state of Israel.
This is the last revolt we call the second revolt, and actually 1800 years have passed since again the Jewish state was established here in Israel.
What did the letters show?
Well, this is, of course, the most important thing of the lot. As I said, we didn't know anything practically about Bar Kokhba. Suddenly, we had 15 letters written by Bar Kokhba himself. From there, we learned the language, Hebrew, Aramaic, and Greek. We learned the difficulties and problems he was approaching, not only the Romans. He didn't have food, and all in these letters he tell them to send him food immediately and desperately. But we learned perhaps something which is more important. The character of this war. It was not just a military war, it was a war for ideas, a religious, in a way, a religious war. Because you see, in the middle of this battle, Bar Kokhba, with all these problems, he writes in one of the letters to the people there, they were living in an oasis near the Dead Sea, there were some palm groves. Send me palm branches, citrons, willows, myrtles, the 4 kinds needed for the Sukkot, for the Feast of Tabernacle, because at the middle of the battle he needed that for the soldiers, giving you an idea what kind of a man he was really and what kind of the battle that was. Well,
Were there any indication that the problems of those times for a president or a commander were similar to those of today?
Well, I would say yes. You see, even today, in any nation, things are not so easier. It's not only the enemy from outside that you have to tackle. Sometimes we always find people who wouldn't join you, who don't believe in these beliefs. They prefer rather the material comforts of the country. And in one of the most dramatic, perhaps, letters of Bar Kokhba, he writes to some of the people there, in colloquial, simple language. He said to them, you sit, you eat, you drink out of the property of the house of Israel, and you don't bother about your fighting soldiers. This is really so dramatic, and luckily, I must say that today, really no prime minister or commander of the Israel has to write such letters, luckily, I would say.
Ben-Gurion feels that they're past that, is that it?
Yes, I think he passed it. He passed that experience already.
Is there any correlation between the Bar Kokhba letters and the Dead Sea Scrolls?
Well, there is and there is not. First of all, these letters also have been found in the Dead Sea area, but there is a difference. The people of the Dead Sea Scrolls ran into this area because they wanted to run away from society. They thought they're going to create new society in the desert, far away from the crowd. These people ran into these caves because they ran away from their enemies, the Romans, and actually they ran to the caves as a place of refuge. So this is really only a very, not a really similarity, but it's interesting. The connection is that these documents are from 60 years after the Dead Sea Scrolls. And this is very important because all the documents we have, most of them are dated. If it's a year before Bar Kokhba, we had a big archive of documents. It's dated to the king of the Hadrian, the Roman king. Now, since we know their date, and we can compare the script there, it will help a lot also people to compare it with the Dead Sea Scrolls script.
I had meant to ask you now, the script, is this Aramaic or Hebrew?
Well, actually, the Aramaic and Hebrew script was the same. It's really the language which differs. And it is astonishing that the script there, both in the Aramaic and the Hebrew, is exactly the script that we use today. I have a daughter, 12 years old. She's not an archaeologist. Actually, she doesn't even want to be an archaeologist. When I brought the first document of Bar Kokhba home, although it was written 1800 years ago, she began to read it as if it was a textbook in her school, you see. Really? And that is the amazing thing, and this is another thing of the spirit, I think, what strengthens the spirit of the people there. They see the continuity all the time, wherever they go there, whatever they do there.
Tell me, is there anything in the letters that illustrated the way people lived in those times,
Yes.
or the nature of those people?
Well, yes, actually, as I said, these people ran into the caves not because they didn't go there to die. They thought a day will come they'll live. So therefore they took with them all their belongings. And I mentioned the documents until now, but actually there were many other things we found. You see, the area there is very dry. The air is dry. Everything is preserved. Every scrap of paper is preserved as if it was written yesterday. And we were lucky to find in the caves, of course, before they died, they buried them among the rocks. We found many textiles, their clothing. Interestingly enough, again, never we found in the clothing mixture of linen and wool, which was against the Jewish law. They were very observant. Always either they were made of wool or linen. We found their glass utensils, bowls made of wood. We found their knives, everything. And since we know the exact date of that, this helps us today to reconstruct not only the spiritual and historical period, but also the material background of the whole thing. And this is also very important from archaeological point of view.
You mentioned at one point when I was in Israel and you held a news conference on the Bar Kokhba findings, the contents of a woman's pocketbook, which fascinated me.
Well, one of the finds which we found only recently in the second expedition when we went, as you mentioned, is we found an archive which belonged to a certain woman. She kept all her documents there, together with her sandals, which we found, the skeins of wool, and the knife. And this is fascinating archive, because we can not only learn her history, which is not so important. We know exactly who her mother was and her father, how many husbands she had, 2 husbands, how many children, what the problems she had. She went to court. And of course, while reading these documents, you have all the data about this period. But we learned from these documents as well all the many historical things, because you see, every document begins with a date. And she refers to the Roman governor of her day. She mentioned all the names of the area in the vicinity, who was there, and so on. And this really will help us to reconstruct the whole thing. In the meantime, I'm very fond, I must say, of this woman We know her name, Bafta, the pupil of the eye, not only because she, caused these documents to preserve, but through her, and through her intimate biography that we know today, we can reconstruct also the life of the people, the ordinary people, not only of Bar Kokhba, who lived in this period, without whom he wouldn't be able really to fight.
Professor Yadin, will you forgive me a frivolous question? Do we learn also that women jammed their pocketbooks as full then as they do now?
Well, this particular woman definitely did that. Every scrap of paper that she get hold of through her life, she kept it, and that's why we're lucky we found these things.
Any lipstick and any keys?
Well, you don't know what you were asking. In her bag, together with all these things, we found a strange thing. It shows that woman's nature, not only human nature, remains the same. She knew that she was running into a dark cave. She knew that the Romans will be after her. Nevertheless, together with all the documents, she didn't forget to take with her one thing. She took a mirror, and we found this mirror there together.
And woman's nature certainly hasn't changed.
That's right, yes.
What would you say, to be more serious, Professor Yadin, should be the aim of archaeology today?
Well, I would say this. I think we have reached a point that the aim of archaeology is really not only to go and dig and find old things. You see, in Israel, everyone can be an archaeologist of that type. The aim is really to find things which will teach you. And I would say this. One archaeologist once told a man who visited his site, he said, what can we learn from what you found? He said, we can learn that a glorious past is ahead of us. I would say that the aim of archaeology is to show people that a glorious future is also ahead of us.
And how would you derive that?
Well, by learning from what happened. You see, people say that man learns from experience, but that is how the fool does. I think the wise men should learn also from the experience of others. And if we shall do that, I'm sure we shall have a much more glorious future ahead of us.
Are you optimistic at the capacity of contemporary man to do that?
Well, I'm sure about that, if he'll stick to some ideals that his forefathers stuck to them, and he shall be stubborn enough and ready to die in their defense.
Well, thank you very much, Professor Yadin, for a very illuminating examination of the past and the future.
If you would like a copy of today's program, please send your name and address with 10 cents to cover the cost of postage and handling to the Jewish Theological Seminary of America, 3080 Broadway, New York 27, New York. Our Eternal Light program today was the first in a series of 4 conversations with distinguished leaders of modern thought. Our guest was Yigael Yadin, professor of archaeology at the Hebrew University. He was interviewed by NBC News commentator Martin Agronsky. Editorial consultant for this program was Irv Tunick. We invite you to join us next week at this same time for a conversation with Dr. Oscar Handlin, Winthrop Professor of History at Harvard University and Pulitzer Prize-winning author. This is Vic Roby. This weekly Peabody Award-winning program is produced under the auspices of the Jewish Theological Seminary of America. This pre-recorded program has been an NBC Public Affairs presentation.
This is the NBC Radio Network.
The Eternal Light. The National Broadcasting Company and its affiliated independent stations present The Eternal Light, the Peabody Award-winning program which comes to you under the auspices of the Jewish Theological Seminary of America. Today we present the second in a series of 4 conversations with distinguished leaders of modern thought. Our guest is Dr. Oscar Handlin, Winthrop Professor of History at Harvard University. He will be interviewed by NBC News correspondent Ed Goff.
Dr. Oscar Handlin is not only Winthrop Professor of History at Harvard, where he's taught for the past 25 years, but is also a Pulitzer Prize-winning author in his field. and his field is social history, the effect of people, all kinds of people, on the life and growth of this nation. His writing has ranged from his earliest studies of Boston's immigrants, the Irish, through his epic portrayal of the great tides of immigration to America in The Uprooted. It was for The Uprooted that he was awarded the Pulitzer Prize for History in 1952. His most recent book, The Americans, A Social History of the People of the United States, will soon be published. Professor Handlin's concentration on the internal forces that have shaped our history has led, perhaps inevitably, to an additional responsibility at Harvard, that of the director of the Center for the Study of the History of Liberty in America. Dr. Handlin, is it possible to indicate briefly just what your center is up to, what kind of studies you're now undertaking?
We were asked about 5 years ago whether American scholarship couldn't provide some answers to questions that people were wondering about: the character of liberty, the course of its development, the prospects for its future in the United States. And we've enlisted some 25 or 30 scholars in an effort to help supply the materials for those answers. Of course, we discovered early on that there were great differences of opinion about what liberty was, and we have not tried to give any fixed formula that defines the term. Instead, we have tried to generate a number of books and studies that will begin to appear through this year and in the next 4 years that will supply us with some of the data that Americans ought to know about liberty in their lives. Now, some of these subjects are very close to current concerns, but generally they fall into 3 categories that deal with the essential problems that must be encountered by people who wish to be free. We deal with the character of the government and its relationship to the population. We deal with those things that people are able to do cooperatively for themselves without the intercession of government. And we deal with the promises, the prospects that people expect from life that make their existence worthwhile and give them a sense of attachment to the community. Thus, we've had a book on the concept of citizenship, what it is that makes people feel not subjects but participants in government. We've had books on various ethnic groups and the way in which they develop their forms of action independently of government. And finally, we have extensive studies of social mobility, of how people are able to move through life, achieving the goals that are important to them in their own way, through their own efforts.
I'm curious, Dr. Handlin, whether there's any connection between the fact that you're a child of Jewish immigrant parents and your professional concentration on the subject.
Not directly. Harvard was more responsible for the character of my interests than was the birthplace of my parents. I came up here to study history, and it was here through the intellectual questions that were raised by my teachers and by my studies that I first became involved with the Irish in Boston, a subject fairly remote from my own background. But as I proceeded to work in this subject more intensely, I found links to my own background, my own character, the environment I had known. Those, I think, indirectly made the subject more meaningful to me.
Well, in one of your books entitled Adventures in Freedom, you concentrated on the Jewish immigrants. Can you tell us some of the highlights of their struggle to gain acceptance?
Well, they were fortunate in that they came in the United States to a place that was propitious for giving them a secure and free situation in society. By the time large numbers of Jews arrived in the United States, there was already an atmosphere that encouraged religious equality. There was already an atmosphere that insisted on treating all people equally, and one that permitted abilities to assert themselves at all levels of the social scale. So the kind of place to which the Jewish immigrants came was of initial and continuing importance in their adjustment. But in addition, the Jews brought with them cultural and social traits that helped them fit into this environment, for the most part, very acceptably. Their tradition of learning, their emphasis on achievement and on the ability of the individual to assert himself, all these qualities were very important in their adjustment. So it was both the place and the people coming together that in the long run made possible their success in their struggle to gain acceptance.
Doctor, you say that when they came, they found an attitude of religious freedom. Was this an actual attitude, or was this something that the people in America at that time, and at this time perhaps, pay only lip service to?
No, it was more than lip service that was involved. It was, in a way, a condition of American society. In a pluralistic country, and this country was pluralistic even before independence, much before independence, it was very difficult to achieve the dominance of one group over another. In Massachusetts, for instance, the superior group were the Puritans, but along came members of the Church of England. They couldn't be discriminated against because it was, after all, the official church, so you had to make an adjustment that would take in both groups. In Pennsylvania, the dominant group were the Quakers, but elsewhere they had been persecuted. So that just in the character of the life that was being led here, the mixture of different kinds of groups and sects, pragmatically it worked out. The only way they could get together, live together, was through tolerance. And then in addition, there did develop theories about religious equalities through the influence of Baptist groups, Catholics, later Jews. But all those theories rested on the initial social fact that you had different kinds of people who had to live together.
Well, in your studies of all the various immigrant groups, have you found a common pattern of acceptance and rejection for all, or did each ethnic group seem to have a specially flavored discrimination to buck?
Well, it was not altogether a common pattern. There were common elements. New and different people always meet the suspicion and mistrust of those among whom they come. But the particular way in which that is expressed depends on the character of the group and on the place into which it comes. For instance, when the Irish came to Boston in the 1840s and 1850s, they were mistrusted because of their Catholicism, because of their poverty, because of their strangeness. And the same period in Boston, the Germans were well regarded. But if we look in those very decades in Texas or in the South generally, we find the reverse situation. The Irish seem to fit in better. The Germans, who were often abolitionists, have met a lot of hostility in the South. Later, we find groups which are quite strange, like the Armenians, who nevertheless come into a favorable social situation in California, New England, and who are very sympathetically regarded. On the other hand, the Italians at first are treated as among the lowest of the population groups, and it's only gradually that they achieve a more favorable recognition. So there are two components in prejudice and discrimination among immigrant groups. First, the character of the group and the preconceived image that Americans have about it, and secondly, the kind of social situation into which they move.
Well, in the past 60 years, there's been a great change in our immigration policies. Why is this so?
Well, in part, it's a result of the maturity of the country and the feeling that it's settled and so on. But I think that the important elements in that change come from more specific sources. Our immigration policies changed in the years between 1917 and 1924. We're stuck with the policies we adopted in those 7 years. Now, those 7 years, as you remember, were years of isolationism. Immigration restriction was in the same category, in the same pattern as the refusal to join the League of Nations, the high tariff barriers that were created in those years, the feeling of 100% Americanism. All these were expressions of fear that the United States could somehow not get involved with what was going on in the rest of the world. And immigration was one of the links that bound us to other countries. We cut that link just as we tried to cut other forms of involvement.
You speak of being stuck with a policy of immigration of the years before 1924, but here we are in the 60s and we're solidly committed to a policy of internationalism. Why have we continued to cling to these isolationistic policies in immigration?
Well, there's a difference here. First of all, there's no big vested interest that wants a change in the laws. It doesn't seem to be closely related to anyone's practical concerns, and therefore the issue can be put off from year to year. And secondly, Congress, which is most responsible for formulating the laws, prefers a status quo policy because of its makeup. Congress predominantly reflects the rural, agricultural parts of the country. These people don't see any direct relevance to their own situation in immigration policy. So that although every president from Roosevelt, Truman, Eisenhower, down to Kennedy has asked for a change, Congress has always been able to evade the necessity of facing up to the issue and dealing with it realistically in the light of our current situation.
Well, at least one member of Congress, Senator Jacob Javits of New York, has been calling recently for changes in our immigration policies. In what way would you like to see our policies altered?
I think our policies should be more realistic and reflect more directly our present position. And first of all, the quota system, which is still part of the law, is based on racial assumptions that most Americans no longer hold, the assumptions that the people of Northern Europe are somehow inherently superior to the people of Southern Europe. We certainly ought to get rid of those assumptions. In the second place, the policy ought to be more flexible. We say now that 150,000 immigrants can enter the country each year, although we make it impossible for that number ever actually to come in without special exceptions. This is pointless. There are years when we have substantial unemployment and don't need immigration. There have been years since the war when immigration of more than 150,000 would be necessary. So I think we ought to have a system very much like our present tariff system, in which the levels are not rigid but are adjusted to needs from year to year. And finally, I think that there ought to be room in the present immigration policy for expressing those interests and values which serve the nation in some direct and meaningful way. If we spend hundreds of millions of dollars on foreign aid, if we are involved in political and ideological conflicts with countries across the Iron Curtain, we ought to use immigration policy as one of the instruments for helping us to attain the objectives that the country considers valuable. And I'll give just one example, that of the Hungarian refugees. When these people left their country as a result of their uprising against communism, we were caught in the embarrassing situation in which we couldn't accept as many as a tiny little country like Switzerland. And we finally did take a substantial number, but only by evading the law and by securing all sorts of special provisions through the action of the president. But there ought to be some way in which we could use immigration policy directly, consciously, and actively in a crisis such as this.
Well, Dr. Handlin, the people who want freer immigration now seem to talk about freer immigration for, as you say, perhaps Southern Europeans. Do you think that if there was a communist takeover of some Asian country and there was a crowd of refugees out of an Asian country, that there would be this same feeling, let's take in these immigrants? Or do you think there's still a feeling?
Well, if it were a question of numbers. Now, I don't know whether you remember the incident about a year and a half ago at Hong Kong, when suddenly, as a result of famine in communist China, great numbers of refugees began to flow into Hong Kong. There was great sympathy in this country for those refugees, but our immigration laws tell us we could only take 100 a year. Now, it would have made a difference if we could have taken 2,000 or 3,000 in that specific crisis. And I don't think it would have undermined the Republic. I don't think it would have raised racial problems. And yet it would have made a tremendous difference in our stance vis-a-vis the Chinese communists. That's the kind of situation I have in mind. No one is thinking of 10 million Chinese or Asian immigrants, but a couple of thousand at the right point could make a tremendous difference.
Well, does our past experience with immigrant groups provide us with any guidelines for handling what might be called the present immigration of Puerto Ricans?
Only to a limited extent, because while the Puerto Ricans have some similarities to the immigrants of the past, they are also in many ways different. They're American citizens, of course. They're not foreigners in the sense that the European immigrants were. They retain closer ties to their island home. They're able to go back and forth more readily than people could to Italy or Poland in the 19th century. More important, their lives are complicated by the question of color, which makes their adjustment additionally difficult and puts social barriers in their way in every part of our country. And finally, they're coming into a society in which the demand for unskilled labor is shrinking. In the 19th century, the European immigrants always found a tremendous need for their services, just as hands. And now, with automation, we find that unemployment is particularly severe in the unskilled sectors of the population. And there's a real question as to whether we can absorb many additional people without skills. Well, all these factors set off the contemporary Puerto Rican problem from that of the 19th century European immigrants. And yet there are similarities also. similarities which come out of the experiences of people who move into strange homes, but do so in a free society which still has a tradition of treating each individual as a worthwhile person in his own rights.
Well, do you think they'll be able to solve this problem by themselves through perhaps education or politics, as many immigrant groups seem to have done?
I hope so. I think the Puerto Ricans have been slower to develop autonomous institutions and slower to move into politics than some of their predecessors. But we must remember that the big immigration is only 15 years old or so, that the second generation has not yet had an opportunity to assert itself, and that the effects of the environment have not yet begun to play themselves out. In 10 or 15 years from now, we'll be in a better position to judge that. But I think there is enough basis to hope that they will be as successful in their adjustment as their predecessors were.
Well, for another minority group, which has been with us for more than 10 or 15 years, the Negroes, freedom rides and sit-in demonstrations now seem to be frequent occurrences. Are there any historical precedents for these?
No, these are new developments. In the past, the normal processes of political change and economic adjustment were adequate to enable people to achieve their own objectives in life. Here we have a frustrated group which is now seeking its ends through very novel techniques.
In a recent article in the Times, in a book review, you included this phrase that moderate gains have whetted rather than satisfied the appetite for social justice, and people long victims of prejudice are inclined to demand not only that the law be impartial, but also that it act positively on their behalf, not only to provide equal treatment, but preferential treatment. Are direct action techniques the most effective way for minority groups to achieve their rights, or do they seem to go overboard?
Well, they ought not to be the most effective way. If our democratic processes worked directly and effectively, then there'd be no point to sit-ins or pray-ins or demonstrations of this kind. They are used by people who begin to lose confidence in the political and economic methods of improving their situation. It's now 9 years since the Supreme Court decision abolished segregation. That means that a whole generation of school children has grown up and passed beyond the schooling age without having the rights that the court held were theirs. And these outbursts come not throughout the country. They come particularly in those states which have been using government not as a means of asserting the interests of the whole population of the state or of expressing their will, but as an instrument of oppression. And therefore, the people who don't have legitimate ways of expressing themselves through government are driven to these extra-legal tactics, which are the only ones that are available to them. I think they're regrettable, but they're inevitable. As long as the government of Mississippi or Alabama retains its present undemocratic character, it will be met by extra-legal and undemocratic means of protest.
Professor Handlin, on another subject, in a recent article in Commentary magazine, you took serious issue with a frequently heard contention that during the Nazi Holocaust, millions of European Jews died because they failed to resist. This contention seems to suggest, in a sense, that they collaborated in their own destruction. How would you comment on that?
Well, I think there is evidence that shows that there was serious resistance, and that the Jews were not peculiar in the way in which they faced up to the Nazi challenge. The real problem arises from the fact that we are unwilling to believe that a catastrophe of this character could really have happened if people just didn't accept it without resistance. If we face up to the fact that the instruments of destruction that any modern state has now are so terrible, the capacity of resistance is so minor, we have to think also that it's only when a government is informed by a moral purpose that it can contain its actions within legitimate ends.
On the basis of this whole discussion, on balance, do you think we should be confident or concerned about the health of liberty in the United States today?
I think we should be concerned, but not despairing. There are great problems in the survival of liberty, problems which come out of the massive qualities of modern life, out of the growth of government, and indeed out of the growth of other organizations, on the problems which arise out of all the pressures on the individual to conform to molds of which he has no control. All these are serious subjects of concern. I think we should not despair, because the important elements in the preservation of liberty are those which make people want to be free. There is enough in our tradition and in our history to show that against substantial obstacles, that desire can be asserted meaningfully and can result in the creation of an atmosphere in which liberty can flourish. We're in trouble, but we're not in a hopeless situation.
Thank you very much, Dr. Handlin.
If you would like a copy of today's program, please send your name and address with 10 cents to cover the cost of postage and handling to the Jewish Theological Seminary of America, 3080 Broadway, New York 27, New York. Our Eternal Light program today was the second in a series of 4 conversations with distinguished leaders of modern thought. Our guest was Dr. Oscar Handlin, Winthrop Professor of History at Harvard University and Pulitzer Prize-winning author. He was interviewed by NBC News correspondent Ed Goff. Editorial consultant for this program was Robert Allison. We invite you to join us next week at this same time for a conversation with the eminent statesman, the Honorable Herbert H. Lehman. This is Vic Roby. This weekly Peabody Award-winning program is produced under the auspices of the Jewish Theological Seminary of America. This pre-recorded program has been an NBC Public Affairs presentation.
If you're tired of talking about a better world and want to help build one, serve in the Peace Corps. For information, write Peace Corps, Washington 25, D.C. This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company.